History's Strongest Husband Chapter 209 to Chapter 234. Congratulations to Mr. No Money for becoming the new leader of this book. Leader Lang Lang's next chapter is nominated with gratitude. Even if he was the suspect and defendant, Jin Mutsong was the heir of the Count house. He didn't need to kneel. The first time he saw Shen Lang, his eyes were filled with tears. His face was full of guilt, like a husky who had done something wrong. No, not husky. It was a very fat golden retriever. The husky was too stupid. He wouldn't feel guilty even if he destroyed your house. In addition, his eyes were filled with ecstasy, excitement, and infinite intimacy. He was like an abandoned puppy that was once again taken home by its owner. To Kaneki Satoshi, today was a growth and a torture. First of all, he was defiled and lost his innocence for more than 10 years. Of course, he didn't care about this at all. He even felt very comfortable. He had wanted to say goodbye to this damned virgin for a long time, but he couldn't find the opportunity. The family rules were so strict that he couldn't harm the maids of the family. Not afraid of being laughed at, Jin Mutsong had a crush on Xiaobing. Of course, it wasn't a crush, but a very hazy good feeling. In the end, after Xiaobing became Shen Lang's woman, she completely changed, completely destroying the pure image in his heart. He couldn't harm the maids, and his fiancée had broken off the engagement. His family was busy, and there was no time to find a wife for him. Fat Otaku even thought of secretly going to the brothel to solve this matter. But, he didn't dare. After coming to the capital, he could have let himself go. But his brother-in-law said that he couldn't go to the brothel, so he didn't go. He didn't expect that his first time would be in such a way. Although it was a little painful, it wasn't bad. At least it was very special. However, Yu Fangzhou's framing of him made Jin Mutsong's heart ache. Was this world so dark and sinister? I treated you as my only friend, my confidant. How could you harm me like this? And sacrificing your wife's innocence, what difference is there between you and a beast? At that time, Jin Mutsong was only indignant, not afraid. However, when he was caught in the prison, he really felt scared. He had never left home since he was a child. He had always been under the protection of his parents. Of course, before his brother-in-law entered his house, he was beaten almost every day. However, hitting was a sign of affection, and scolding was a sign of love. It had been a while since his parents had hit him, and he was still not used to it. During this period of time in the capital, he often dreamed of his parents beating him. Moreover, it was a beautiful dream, not a nightmare. Now, he had been framed and locked up in a cell. He was like a fat puppy that was about to be killed again, full of uneasiness and fear. However, he could only sob and shed tears, because he was the heir of Xianwu Mansion. I'm scared, but I can't be weak. When he was thrown into the cell, he didn't know that Shen Lang had already arrived. Moreover, my manhood is injured. It hurts so much. At that time, he kept praying in his heart. Brother-in-law, come and save me, no, I can't cry. I'm the heir of Xianwu Mansion. I'll fight them to the end. Then, he was taken to the court. When he heard the bailiffs shouting mighty and hitting the ground with the water and fire cudgels, he trembled with fear again. He knew that if he was beaten later, it would not be the kind of beating that his parents had given him. These were all enemies, and it would be a real beating. Therefore, Jin Mutsong was even more frightened and uneasy. However, he didn't expect that his brother-in-law would really come, as if he had descended from the sky. It seemed that praying worked. When he looked up and saw the familiar figure of his brother-in-law, Jin Mutsong's whole heart instantly calmed down. For a moment, he seemed to be protected by a strong force field. All the fear suddenly disappeared. Without a trace. Shen Lang continued to speak with righteous indignation, this matter can't be let go like this. My brother Jin Mutsong can't be slept with in vain. This mischance must be severely punished. Hearing Shen Lang's words, everyone present was stunned. Even the owner of Tianfeng bookstore, Yu Fangzhou, was shocked. I have a book friend named Yu Fang. He felt uncomfortable, so the owner of Tianfeng bookstore changed his name to Yu Fangzhou. Isn't this world full of men raping women? How can there be a woman raping a man? Moreover, is Jin Mutsong handsome and cute? There must be something wrong with your eyes, Shen Lang. After a long while, the owner of Tianfeng bookstore, Yu Fangzhou, said, Shen, don't pester endlessly. Then, he suddenly knelt on the ground and said in a mournful voice, Darren, I worked my heart out for Jean Mutsung's book. On my old mother's birthday, she didn't invite anyone but him. Because my wife was beautiful, he took a few glances at her during the banquet. I didn't think much of it at the time and thought he was just being naive. In the end, after 2 cups of wine, he said he was drunk and wanted to rest in my room. I helped him to the bed to rest and asked my wife to prepare some soup to sober him up. I didn't expect that this beast was actually pretending to be drunk and raped my wife. Moreover, he ravaged her for more than 2 hours. More than 2 hours, fat otaku is amazing. Brother-in-law is proud of you. Pooey, it must be fake. A fat otaku can't have this kind of fighting strength. Anything longer than 30 minutes was fake. Because Master Lang. Forget it, forget it. This matter has gone too far and it's not important at all. Shen Lang sneered, he ravaged her for 2 hours and no one stopped him? Yu Fangzhou said, I drank too much at the time and fell asleep. There was only my deaf mother and my 2 children at home. Jean Mutsung, that beast, threatened my wife. If she dared to resist and cry out, he would kill my 2 children. Jean Mutsung was instantly enraged. When he went to Yu Fangzhou's house, he especially liked his 2 children. Not only did he give them gifts, he even gave them red envelopes. He even promised to give 2 puppies to the sisters next time. Miss Chen kneeled on the ground and said while crying blood, Sir, this commoner has always been clean, not even a finger of mine has been touched by another man. Now that my body has been violated by this beast, this commoner does not have the face to live in this world anymore. I only ask this sir to give me justice and punish this evil person. Shen Lang said, Jean Mutsung, tell Sir Wang, tell everyone, did this Miss Chen take advantage of your drunkenness to violate you? Jean Mutsung trembled as he said, That's right, I lost consciousness after drinking 2 cups of wine. When I opened my eyes again, I was sleeping with this woman. The owner of the Heavenly Wind bookstore, Yu Fangzhou, said, truly laughable. You actually said that my wife violated you. When we found out, you were on top of my wife. Shen Lang said, Jean Mutsung, what position were you in when you woke up? Were you really on top of her? Jean Mutsung recalled. It seemed like this. Of course it was like this because this position was made by someone else. Shen Lang said, did this woman have any part of her body on top of yours? Her legs and arms are also possible. Jean Mutsung said, this woman's leg was on top of mine. Shen Lang said, did you hear that? This woman was also on top of my little brother. Yu Fangzhou said, Shen Lang, don't speak nonsense. It was clearly Jean Mutsung who was on top of my wife. Shen Lang said, Jean Mutsung's body is a body, but isn't your wife's leg a body? How can you say that my little brother was on top of your wife? It's like they were on top of each other. Yu Fangzhou said, then look at my wife. Her body is covered in wounds and there are signs of a struggle. Isn't that enough to prove that she was forcefully violated? Shen Lang said, Jean Mutsung, are there any wounds on your body? Jean Mutsung said, there are, but there. Shen Lang shouted, it's shocking, it's shocking. Miss Chen is a vicious woman, she actually injured my little brother's family jewels and made him bleed. You. How did you do it? Did you use your teeth? Where's the doctor? Quickly check my little brother's family jewels and see if he's injured. This is irrefutable evidence. Which man would injure their own family jewels when they rape a woman? The doctor helplessly came over to check and found that he was indeed injured. When Miss Chen heard this, she wanted to die from shame. She pointed at Shen Lang and said in a hoarse voice, this beast dares to humiliate me like this. I don't want to live, I don't want to live. Then she suddenly slammed into the ground. Wife, don't. Yu Fangzhou charged forward to stop her. Shen Lang was even faster, directly blocking Yu Fangzhou. Hit me, it'll be better if you die. *CK your grandpa, you vicious little bastard. Yu Fangzhou didn't stop her and Miss Chen didn't stop either. Her head hit the ground and there was a bump on it. It was so painful that she almost fainted. Shen Lang said, continue to hit me with all your strength. Aren't you seeking death? Just be more decisive, what are you hesitating for? Just hitting this big of a bump, even a mosquito bite would be worse than you. Damn it, this tone of hers was really vicious. The 10,000-year magistrate Xianxia was instantly enraged as he said, Shenlang, you're being unreasonable and roaring in the court, this is simply an insult. Someone come and drag her out for me, drag her out. Wait. The fifth prince Ningjing walked in and said, now that Shenlang is Jin Mutsong's successor's lawyer, of course he has the right to defend himself. In private, Xianxia dared to humiliate Ningjing. But in front of everyone, he could not do this. This was because Ningjing was still the monarch's son. If he humiliated Ningjing, it was the same as humiliating the monarch. Greetings, Fifth Highness. The 10,000-year magistrate Xianxia bowed. Then Ningjing went to the right side of the court and found a chair to sit down, supporting Shenlang. Of course, this matter itself was very shameful. A dignified prince couldn't even protect a single person and he had to personally come. The other princes could just send an attendant to greet him, there was no need to send a high-ranking lackey. Yu Fangzhou said, Shenlang, you keep saying that my wife raped Jin Mutsong, but why? Why? This Kaneki Satoshi was fat and not handsome at all. What right did he have? It doesn't make sense. Shenlang said, because you want to borrow his seed. Then, Shenlang said in a tone as if he was revealing a big secret, you all don't know, this Yu Fangzhou is sick and can't get anyone pregnant. My brother Jin Mutsong has 100 years of noble blood, the heir of the Xianwu mansion, how noble is that? So he got my brother drunk and gave him an aphrodisiac, then let his wife, Miss Chen, take the opportunity to defile Jin Mutsong, just to give birth to a son with his seed. When these words came out, everyone was amazed. You're amazing. Yu Fangzhou seemed to be greatly humiliated, his eyes seemed to be spewing fire, and he roared, Shenlang, you bastard, how dare you tarnish my reputation like this? If my body isn't good, if I can't get a woman pregnant, where did my 2 daughters come from? Shenlang suddenly clapped and said, well said, well said. He cupped his hands towards the county magistrate Xianxia and Ningjing, saying, Fifth Highness, Lord Wang, you don't know, Yu Fangzhou's 2 daughters are not his own at all. They were given birth by him using other men's seed. Otherwise, why would Yu Fangzhou, who is 35 years old this year, do something for 2 daughters, one 3 years old and the other 2 years old? Previously, he only had 2 daughters, so he wanted a son. This time and one with a noble bloodline. That's why he found Kaneki Satoshi. When these words came out, everyone nodded instinctively, thinking that it made sense. Yu Fangzhou was furious and roared, Shenlang, you're slandering me, slandering me. The reason why our children were born late was entirely because the wife's body wasn't good before. After several years of nursing, she successfully got pregnant. Bah! Shenlang angrily rebuked, it's obvious that you can't do it. It's obvious that your seed isn't good, so you have to borrow it. If you want to prove that your seed can do it, you can get a woman pregnant now. F***CKU, pregnancy can only be confirmed after at least a month. If you, Shenlang, have the ability, you can try to get one pregnant on the spot. The county magistrate Xianxia said, Shenlang, your words have no basis. It's completely your own speculation. Shenlang said, it's very simple to prove this point. Find Yu Fangzhou's 2 daughters and test their blood. Of course, we modern people all know that blood testing is not reliable. But in ancient times, it was indeed the only way to determine blood relations. As soon as this was said, Yu Fangzhou was overjoyed and hurriedly said, okay, let's do the blood test now. Because he had been out doing business all year round and his wife was beautiful, he was a little worried. Not long after the 2 children were born, he performed the blood test and they completely fused together. Therefore, he was sure that they were his biological daughters. The county magistrate Xianxia didn't know why things had developed to the point of blood testing. It was clearly the trial of Jin Mutsong's rape case, so how did it get to the point of blood testing? And in order to prove that he wasn't a cuckold, Yu Fangzhou agreed with full confidence. Xianxia hesitated for a moment. Yu Fangzhou said, My lord, please summon my 2 daughters and test their blood with me. I want to completely shatter this rumor and prove my wife's innocence. Xianxia said, Yu Fangzhou, you really want to do this? Yu Fangzhou said, I want to prove my wife's innocence. I want to use facts to prove that Xianlang is completely making things up. Thus, the county magistrate Wang Chika sent people to fetch Yu Fangzhou's 2 daughters. Fifth Highness Ningjing also sent 4 warriors over. Both sides monitored each other to ensure that no one could do anything. When you go, be gentle. The children are sleeping, don't wake them up. Ningjing ordered. In less than an hour, the 2 little girls were carried over. They were sleeping soundly and looked very cute. No wonder Jin Muzong liked them. Xianlang's heart softened. Yu Fangzhou and his wife, and even his old mother, would die without a doubt. These 2 children would be raised in Raging Tide City. Fortunately, they were still young and didn't have many memories, so they wouldn't suffer when they grew up. They could still be 2 happy little princesses in the future. What a sin. When Yu Fangzhou and his wife did evil, didn't they think of these 2 children? The blood test began. The medical officer took out a small knife. Xianlang said coldly, such young children, why are you using a knife? The cut will leave a scar, just use a needle. Immediately, the medical officer took out a thin silver needle. Xianlang stepped forward to hold the 2 little girls' hands. Xianlang, don't touch these 2 witnesses, Wang Chika said coldly. Xianlang, the fingers are connected to the heart. Although 2 to 3-year-old children don't feel pain, it will still hurt. I will numb their fingers first, then use a needle to make a small hole to bleed. That way, it won't hurt. Wang Chika felt that Xianlang was very troublesome. So what if it was just a little pain? Xianlang said coldly, Lord Wang, as a parent, can't you have a bit of pity for your children? Damn, you're using righteousness to pressure me again, Wang Chika said, you have ulterior motives, I can't let you touch these 2 witnesses. Fifth Prince Ningjing said, if Xianlang can't, then I can, right? Wang Chika also didn't want to. But in front of so many people, could he say that 5th Prince can't as well? As the son of the monarch, is it wrong for me to show that I love the people as my own? That's right. If you, Wang Chika, stop me, what do you mean? Do you want to show that the Ning clan is mean and ungrateful? Can you guess which word the monarch is most sensitive to? That's right, it's mean and ungrateful. So, Ningjing stepped forward and opened his hands for everyone to see clearly. Then, he held the little fingers of the 2 little girls and gently rubbed them. He rubbed the nerves until they were numb. That's enough, the medical officer said. The blood test officially began. Yu Fangzhou was full of confidence. He and his 2 daughters had done the blood test more than once. The result was the same every time. Their blood was integrated, they were 100% flesh and blood. Someone brought a bowl with half a bowl of water in it. He abruptly pricked his finger with a needle and let 2 drops of blood fall into the bowl. Then, the medical officer gently pricked the fingers of Yu Fangzhou's 2 daughters. After a while, a drop of blood fell into the bowl. The 2 little girls didn't even wake up. Children at this age didn't feel pain very clearly. Many babies didn't even cry when they were vaccinated. Parents felt that their babies were very powerful and brave, but in fact, they didn't know pain. Of course, some babies cried loudly. Some already felt pain, while others were purely afraid. Everyone held their breath and looked at the 3 drops of blood in the bowl of water. Yu Fangzhou was the most confident here. He had already tried many times, and there was no problem at all. Xianlang, that idiot, actually made presumptuous assumptions based on the fact that he gave birth too late, saying that he borrowed the seed. And he even proposed a blood test. What a joke. Wasn't this clearly providing him with weapons as evidence? Everyone said that Xianlang was very smart, but that was all there was to it. Then, Yu Fangzhou gradually froze, he couldn't believe his eyes at all. Because the 3 drops of blood hadn't integrated. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. After the blood of the father and daughter dripped into the water, not only did it not integrate, but it was also full of rejection, pushing each other away. Then, it completely dispersed, turning into a pool of red blood. How was this possible? Yu Fangzhou had tried a few blood tests before, and there were no problems. They had all integrated before, and he had tried 3 times before. Why was this happening? It didn't make sense, of course they wouldn't integrate. Master Lang had already done 3 things, and one of them was that Prince Ningjing had by fan. Prince Ningjing looked at the 2 children with heartache and said, the blood test is over. Hurry and carry the children back to sleep. Yes. Then, the eunuch brought 2 warriors and carried the 2 little girls out. From the beginning to the end, the 2 little girls slept soundly and didn't wake up. They waited until the 2 little girls were far away and out of earshot. Xianxia suddenly let out a loud laugh, scaring everyone to the point of shuddering. Did everyone see that? Did you see that? The 3 drops of blood can't integrate. You Fangzhou, it's okay that you can't integrate with your 2 daughters, but the problem is that the blood of your 2 daughters can't integrate either. What does this prove? It proves that you Fangzhou, not only can't give birth to children, but you also borrowed from different men, so the father of these 2 daughters is not the same person. How shameful, it's unsightly. The child is innocent. But you adults are guilty. Your Yu family is filthy to the extreme. Miss Chen, you vicious woman. You're simply a husband. Now that the evidence is conclusive, what else do you have to say? What else do you have to say? It was clearly you who fancied my, Jin Mutsong's noble bloodline and wanted to borrow his seed to give birth to a son. It was clearly you who got him drunk and drugged him, and then took the opportunity to defile him. In the end, you made a false accusation and said that Jin Mutsong raped you. You're so despicable and shameless, and you're such a husband. What face do you have to live in this world? Go to hell, you can go to hell now. If you still have any shame in your heart, you can bang your head against the wall and die in this hall. Xianxia shouted loudly, as if he had completely grasped the truth. The Wanyan County Magistrate Wang Chica's scalp went numb. Oh my God, how did things develop to this point? It was clearly the case of Jin Mutsong's rape. How did it get to the blood test, and then the initiative was inexplicably taken away by Xianxia? What a dog! Xianxia had relied on his own strength to slaughter everyone in the court. But this was not a big deal. Because the focus of this battle was not on the Wanyan County Magistrate. It was on tomorrow's court. Countless imperial censors and imperial censors had already written memorials to impeach the Kim family and Jin Mutsong. Countless people would instantly drown the Kim family. No one cared about the truth. Even Xianxia himself did not care. The most important part of this battle was how to reverse the situation in tomorrow's court. How to force the civil and military officials to obediently hide the memorials they had written. How to force all the officials to only write one kind of memorials and impeach one person. This was the most important thing. How to do this, how to win this battle. There were a few key points. First, this matter must be pierced through the sky and cause a tsunami-like effect. It must cause the extreme anger of all the civil and military officials. Everyone must speak out, and everything must make way for it. Only this matter could be impeached. Otherwise, it would be treason, it would be forgetting one's roots, and it would be politically incorrect. Second, this matter could anger all the civil and military officials, but not the monarch. Instead, it must make him secretly happy. Third, this matter must make Princess Ning Yan very willing to do it, and she would feel super satisfied. The fourth point was that this matter would invite trouble to the Su clan. How to do a big thing that satisfied the above 4 points at the same time? It was difficult, it was indeed very difficult. It was as difficult as ascending to the sky, as if it was completely impossible. There were only less than 3 hours left before dawn. These imperial censors would soon wash up and set off for the court. But for Xianxia, it was not difficult at all. This earth-shattering event he planned would be as precise as a scalpel. It would completely ignite the entire capital. Note, the 2nd chapter has been sent. I will continue writing the 3rd chapter. It will be very late. Brothers, don't wait. Don't stay up late with me. I will feel uneasy. But you must give me the monthly votes, please, please. Thank you Moon Goddess for your 10,000 yuan tip. I recommend a young cursive book, The Gorgeous Royal Sister Falls in Love with Me. This title, haha, please remember the original domain name of this book. Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version. Congratulations to Longli Lang Lang for becoming the new leader of this book. I'm so grateful. I'm begging for monthly votes. Political correctness was a scary word. No one could violate it. No matter what you thought, you could not violate it in public, or you would die. No matter how high your status was, no matter how powerful you were. Once you touched it, you would be blown to pieces. For example, in medieval Europe, anyone who dared to question the emperor would die. How many scientists were burned to death in that dark era? European emperors and kings all needed to be crowned by the emperor. Another example was racial discrimination in the United States. No matter how much you looked down on people of color, in public, no matter if you were a superstar or the president of a country, you could not say that you looked down on black people. No matter who said it in public, their career would be completely ruined. Another example was Confucianism in ancient China after the imperial examinations. No one could deny it, anyone who dared to deny it would be doomed. Even with the extreme centralization of power in the Qing Empire, the emperor had to confer the title of Duke Yan to the Kong family. And in the world where the Great Yan dynasty was located, the imperial examinations had been implemented for hundreds of years. Although civil and military existed side by side, at least in the officialdom, civil officials accounted for 60% of the official positions. Martial arts were still flourishing, because scholars also practiced martial arts. For example, Zhang Chong's martial arts were actually quite good, but he never had the chance to show it. After the destruction of the ancient world, this world civilization was built entirely on ancient books. The 4 books and 5 classics were the civilization of the entire Eastern world, the sacred scriptures of the entire Eastern civilization. After the imperial examinations were implemented, a large number of civil officials grasped power. Just like in China's history, they had to desperately raise the status of the sage for their own interests. In ancient China, after the Song dynasty, Confucius was no longer a human, but a god. In China before the mid-19th century, no one could defile sage Confucius, anyone who touched it would die. Of course, Confucianism did not reign supreme in the Great Yan dynasty. But Confucianism had already occupied an absolute leading position among many theories. So, in the state of Yu, what was the most sacred building that could not be violated? It was not the palace, nor the royal mausoleum. It was the temple. The sage was enshrined there. They were no longer humans, but the gods of the Great Yan dynasty. Among them, sage Confucius was a supreme god. Every year on the first day of the new year, the monarch would come to the shrine to pay his respects. The temple was the equivalent of the pyramids in Egypt, the Capitol Hill in America, and the Independence Monument. If someone were to set fire to the sacred temple, what would the consequences be? The entire state of Yu would be shaken. All the civil officials had to fight. How could this be? How dare they burn the sacred temple? Aren't they trying to dig out our roots? How dare he blaspheme a saint? He had committed a heinous crime. Imagine what Egypt would do if the pyramids were blown up. If the Capitol Hill and the Independence Monument were hit, how would the U.S. react? At that time, who would care about Jean Mutsung's rape of an innocent girl? Everything had to make way for it. All the impeachment memorials from the scholars could only have one purpose, and that was to give the scholars an explanation. The monarch would also express his anger. However, would the monarch really be infuriated? Not necessarily. Every year on the first day of the new year, he would come to the sacred temple to pay his respects to sage Confucius. This Ming Yuanxian did not like Confucianism from the bottom of his heart. However, there was no other way. The emperor of the Great Yan Empire already had the tendency to respect Confucianism alone. The other countries could only follow him. Even if they wanted to pretend, they had to pretend to respect the sage. Did these scholars really care about the sacred temple? That might not be the case. It was just a signboard to promote and get rich, and a signboard to attack those who did not. Did these officials really think of Confucius as a sage? It was just for their own benefit. However, no matter what, the sacred temple was burned. These scholars would be infuriated and grieved, as if their ancestral graves had been dug up. Then, who would burn the sacred temple? They definitely could not let Princess Ning Yan burn it. She could not bear the consequences. This was absolute political correctness. Anyone who touched it would die. Who would burn it? Let the Chang Kingdom's envoy burn it. This was the most vicious of Shenlang's plans. The Chang Kingdom, a small country to the west of the state of Yu. It was less than 1/6 the size of the state of Yu, and its population was only a few 100,000. However, they were very brave and skilled in battle. They were extremely valiant and powerful. Although their weapons and equipment were average, Their individual strength far surpassed that of the state of Yu's soldiers. The Chang kingdom was sandwiched between the Sand barbarians, the Chu kingdom, the state of Yu, and the western region. It was a battlefield of hundreds of battles. Moreover, the Chang kingdom did not understand the concept of political compromise. They disliked everyone and would fight anyone they wanted. Over the past 100 years, they had fought the Chu kingdom, the Sand barbarians, the state of Yu, and the other countries of the western region. They would fight anyone they saw, and they would fight the heavens, the earth, and the air. After fighting for hundreds of years, their territory did not increase or decrease. The population had been maintained at this level, but it could not increase or decrease. Once the population decreased, they would start plundering. Everyone said that warmongers would die, but that was because a country could not afford to raise an army and could not afford to fight. However, this did not exist for the Chang kingdom. Everyone was a soldier. It just so happened that the Chang kingdom was a land of bitter cold. There was no point in fighting, and it would only increase the burden. Neither the state of Yu nor the Chu kingdom wanted to take over this land. It was also good to have such a small bandit country cut off from the western region and the Sand barbarians. That was why the state of Yu had been using conciliatory policies towards the Chang kingdom. In other words, they were using money to buy peace. So what did the Chang kingdom have to do with Sunan? It was very important. The Chang kingdom did not have a good relationship with anyone, but they had a good relationship with the Su clan. Of course, this also had to do with the Su clan strategy. The Chang kingdom was number one in the Su clan strategy. The Su clan lost money every year when trading with the Chang kingdom. They almost completely monopolized the Chang kingdom's cattle, sheep, and wool. Then, the Su clan sold grain, alcohol, silk, tea, and bricks to the Chang kingdom every year. Some people had estimated that the Su clan lost at least 30,000 gold coins from trading with the Chang kingdom every year. However, this was in exchange for huge amounts of political resources. The Su clan was indispensable if they wanted to deal with the Chang kingdom. Moreover, the Su clan's territory bordered the Chang kingdom. It was because of this political resource that the Su clan was able to stand tall. The Chang monarch ignored everyone except for Sunan. Sunan's younger sister and daughter were both married to the Chang monarch. The elder daughter was married to the Chang monarch, while the younger daughter was married to the Chang crown prince. Yes, it was that messy. The real situation was even messier. Currently, a group of envoys from the Chang kingdom were in the capital of the state of Yu. What were they doing here? Extortion. The South Kingdom had rebelled. Prince Jin had let go of the past grudges and led the Sand barbarian army into the country to fight against the state of Yu. The war was in a stalemate. The Chang kingdom saw that their chance had come again. Therefore, they sent envoys to the state of Yu to extort them. They demanded 300,000 gold coins, 3,000 women, countless grains, silk, and tea leaves from the monarch. The conditions were very nice. As long as you give us these things, we will immediately send troops to attack the Sand barbarians. The monarch had only one reaction. Like hell, I'll believe you. The Chang kingdom and the Sand barbarians do fight each other, and they fought countless times, but it's all because of personal feelings. Neither side wants the other's territory. The Sand barbarians are poorer than the Chang kingdom. Xianxia firmly believed that as long as he gave them the money and resources, the Chang kingdom would dispatch 500 soldiers to kill a few dozen Sand barbaric people. Then, they would come back to the Yu kingdom to claim the credit and ask for more money. The monarch, Xianxia, had already seen through this plan. Even though the South Kingdom was in a stalemate, the state of Yu had an overwhelming advantage in terms of military strength and national power. We don't need the Chang kingdom's help at all. The best you can do is not cause trouble. Your only use as a troublemaker is to attack the Chu kingdom when the Yu and Chu kingdoms go to war in the future. Since they couldn't extort any money, the Chang kingdom's envoys stayed in the state of Yu. All foreign envoys usually stayed in the Ministry of Rights office. But the Chang kingdom's envoys didn't want to stay in that godforsaken place, so they stayed in brothels for the past few months. They moved in from one brothel to the next. There was good food, fun, and a good night's sleep. It couldn't get any better. Of course, they wouldn't give them money. The Chang kingdom would only ask for money, not give it. This was like a tyrant prostitute. That wasn't true. Someone was there to pay. Who was it? The Su family. They were the Chang Kingdom's diplomatic experts, and the Chang Kingdom's people were good friends. But these envoys didn't just prostitute themselves, they also liked to beat and kill people. At this critical moment, the state of Yu could only swallow their anger. Every time the Chang Kingdom's envoys caused trouble, it would be reduced to nothing. The South Kingdom didn't need the Chang Kingdom's help in the war. But they couldn't let them cause trouble. This was a crazy country that would jump at the slightest provocation. If they sent troops into the South Kingdom to help Prince Jin fight the state of Yu, it would be troublesome. The Chang Kingdom wouldn't do something like that. The Chang Kingdom had done too many things that harmed others without benefiting themselves. Thus, everyone tried not to provoke them. As time went by, the Chang Kingdom's envoys were hated by everyone in the capital. Wherever they were, everyone stayed far away from them. If they couldn't provoke them, they could hide. This made the Chang Kingdom's envoys furious. They had no choice. The Su family had to send someone to play with the Chang Kingdom's people. There weren't many Chang Kingdom envoys, only a dozen or so in total. There were always 2 people accompanying the Su clan at all times. Over the past few months, the Chang Kingdom's envoys had killed people and caused trouble, which had already infuriated the citizens. If these madmen from the Chang Kingdom went to burn down the holy temple, that would completely ignite the rage of the state of Yu's officials. This is burning away our faith. The entire capital would explode, and countless people would scream for blood. When that happened, no one would care about Jin Mutsong anymore. And the Su family would be the target of their anger. The Su family was supposed to watch over these evil wolves, but instead of keeping an eye on them, they went to burn down the holy temple. How should the Su family be punished? The monarch looked furious, but he was actually very happy inside. I've always disliked you, sage Confucius, and I've knelt to you every year. Furthermore, he could finally openly reject the Chang Kingdom's blackmail. Not only that, but he could also use this opportunity to beat Sunan up. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. For Shenlang, it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Second, he could completely reverse the situation in the imperial court and turn the public's attention away from the Kim family. Second, he could drag the Su family down with him. Dragging the Su family down wasn't as simple as making Sunan suffer the monarch's wrath. This was Shenlang's first move to destroy the Su family, and it was also the most important one. If he wanted to destroy the Su family, he had to use the Chang Kingdom. Therefore, even if the incident with Jin Mutsong hadn't happened, the holy temple would still have to be burned down, and the Chang Kingdom's envoys would have to do it. He hadn't expected that something would happen to Jin Mutsong, so the plan had to be brought forward. Therefore, letting the Chang Kingdom's envoys burn down the holy temple was Shenlang's most vicious plan. In his heart, he was even more proud of this than taking over the Raging Tide City and the Battle of Cliff Island. This was because it was the least likely to happen by chance and had the least flaws. The output was very small, but the results were shocking. It was truly a big move. The reward and the effort were not proportional at all. Compared to that, what was Shenlang's massacre in the 10,000-year county government? A perfect vicious plan. Marquis Sunan, I'll let you enjoy the wisdom of Shenlang taking 1 step and watching 3 or 4 steps ahead. Princess Ning Yan was very pleased. She had been angry with the Chang Kingdom's envoys for a long time. If not for her father's repeated warnings not to provoke them, she would have beaten them up a long time ago. These barbarians were too arrogant. They ran amok in the capital every day and did all kinds of bad things. There could only be one scourge in the capital of the state of Yu. And that was Princess Ning Yan. A few days ago, the Chang Kingdom's envoys had gotten into trouble again. They had injured more than 10 innocent people on horseback. 2 of them were seriously injured, and the other 3 had broken bones. The Chang Kingdom's envoys didn't care at all. Instead, they became angry and accused the state of Yu's citizens of blocking their way. They then whipped the citizens who had surrounded them to seek justice. They didn't care even after they had injured someone and continued to indulge in debauchery. Meanwhile, the officials of the state of Yu continued to make big things small and small things nothing. Today, it was their turn to dine and dash at the Spring Breeze brothel. They were the only customers in the entire Spring Breeze brothel. That was because the brothel they went to would be cleared out. All the girls with high social status would hide and find burly women to serve them. Actually, the Chang Kingdom's warriors didn't mind at all. Those delicate girls looked okay, but they were not fun to sleep with. These burly women were more fun. Everyone was on par with each other. The Chang Kingdom's warriors, accompanied by a dozen burly women, were drinking excitedly. In the end, the tigress princess Ning Yan charged in. "Were you the ones who injured and killed innocent people in Qi City a few days ago?" Ning Yan said angrily. The leader of the Chang Kingdom's warriors said, "So what if we were? The government doesn't even care. Why do you have to be so nosy? Why don't you come sleep with us?" The Chang Kingdom's warriors stared at Ning Yan with burning eyes. She was too beautiful, too spicy, she was the most beautiful woman they had ever seen. They couldn't help it. The tigress' strong thighs and the curve of her waist had completely struck the Chang Kingdom's most passionate hearts. She was the epitome of their beauty standards. However, someone quickly recognized that she was Princess Ning Yan. Although they were crazy, they didn't dare to touch the princess of the state of Yu. At this point, the two people sent by the Su clan to accompany the Chang Kingdom's warriors stepped forward and were about to greet Princess Ning Yan. In the end, Princess Ning Yan slapped them to the ground and knocked them unconscious. Then, the Su clan's warriors who were hiding in the dark were about to report to the Marquis of Xinyuan. Before they could leave, they were stopped by Princess Ning Yan's warriors and knocked to the ground. The tigress Ning Yan pointed at the Chang Kingdom's warriors and said, "You have injured and killed more than 10 people of the state of Yu, but our countries do not kill envoys. I will not bully you either. Let's have a duel and take turns fighting. I will take on more than 10 of you alone." The Chang Kingdom's warriors were enraged. "You are just a woman. How dare you say you can take on more than 10 Chang Kingdom warriors? This is a great humiliation to us. Even if you are a princess, we will still beat you up. After all, you were the one who initiated the duel." And so, the duel began. One by one, the Chang Kingdom's warriors charged forward. And then, they were all taken down by the tigress. In less than 15 minutes, the duel was over. Princess Ning Yan had really defeated more than 10 of them alone. Reality proved that her reputation as the scourge of the capital was not undeserved. Although Ning Yan's martial arts talent was not as good as Ning Han's, she had been taught by a famous master. Her martial arts skills were really strong. Of course, she could not compare to Chou Yaoer. She was a perverted demoness. Ning Jia was a top-notch expert in Zhuxi's Jr., but she might not be a match for Chou Yaoer in a real fight. However, this tigress princess's martial arts skills were stronger than Mulan's. There was no other way. Mulan had to practice martial arts and be busy with military affairs at the same time. She was not like a tigress. She had been focused on martial arts since she was young and had high talent. Most importantly, she had big breasts and no brains. There were people in this world who were both intelligent and skilled, but they were still relatively rare. Only those with simple minds would have high martial arts skills. Look at the big fool, Tang Yan, and Sword King Li Qianqiu. None of them were smart. In other words, they had used all their intelligence on martial arts, so their emotional intelligence was very low. Grandmaster Zhong Chuk was too smart, so his martial arts skills could not compare to Li Qianqiu's. A woman like Mulan, who was good at martial arts, kind, smart, beautiful, and had a devilish figure was very rare. It was very rare. She was simply an angel. Back to the main topic. More than a dozen warriors from the Chang Kingdom had been defeated by Ning Yan. It was a great humiliation. Of course, Ning Yan did not use too much force. She did not even break their bones. She only beat them up until their faces were swollen. Then, the tigress princess took off her gloves and waved her hand. "Sigh, your Chang Kingdom warriors are not good enough." It was as if after Chen Zhen defeated the Japanese samurai, he waved the dust off his collar and said, "You Japanese are the sick men of East Asia." That kind of disdain and emphasis was simply infuriating. Of course, this dialogue was also taught by Shen Lang. The tigress instinctively felt that this dialogue was very cool. She would use it often in the future. Then, she left, leaving the group of Chang Kingdom warriors with an extremely hot and exaggerated view of her back. She felt really good. The best thing in the world was to show off and slap people in the face. Shen Lang was the one who had designed the script for her from the beginning to the end. After Princess Ning Yan left, the dozen or so Chang Kingdom warriors got up, extremely embarrassed and angry. Legend had it that the barbarians were very straightforward. Would they submit to you just because you defeated them? That was all a lie. This group of villains was more treacherous than the last. If you defeated him, it would only make him hate you even more and think about how to kill you. What kind of straightforward man was that? Straight from the throat to the stomach? That was all written in books. This group of Chang Kingdom warriors was typically short-tempered and narrow-minded. It was simply too humiliating for a dozen warriors to be defeated by a woman. They must take revenge. They must take revenge. But the other party was the princess. They could not possibly kill her. In their anger, the group of Chang Kingdom warriors drank even more fiercely. Then, their drinks were drugged. Psi, Master Lang's deadly weapon, the world's most powerful hallucinogen, was about to appear again. He had created another batch. It was a tried and tested method. Who drugged them? Of course, it was the sturdy women who accompanied them. Princess Ning Yan might lack other people, but she definitely did not lack sturdy women. Do you remember the female warrior who wanted to pull off Master Lang's pants? She was 8 feet tall and had a waist circumference of 8 feet. She had also started to have a crush on Master Lang. Ning Yan had hundreds of such female warriors by her side. Of course, they were not that strong. For example, there were quite a few strong and beautiful women who accompanied them this time. If you don't believe me, you can look at the muscular models. There are also beauties. They drank the strong hallucinogen. The Chang Kingdom's warriors seemed to have opened the door to a whole new world. It was too wonderful. It was too heavenly. Who would have thought that the state of you would have such good wine? Why did they only taste it now? The Chang Kingdom warriors were not very intelligent to begin with. Now, their intelligence had dropped to the bottom. The people sent by the Chang King had to be stubborn. Smart people were not good enough. How could they describe what the Chang Kingdom warriors were feeling right now? I am the only one in the world. I don't want the sky to cover my eyes. I don't want the earth to bury my heart. Oh. No, it shouldn't be that artistic. It should be, I am too awesome. This world can no longer contain me. Just now, they had been defeated by a single woman. They had to take revenge. They had to take revenge. But how? The Chang Kingdom was going to do something big. Do something as important as the heavens, attack the palace, or rape that princess? And then kill her. At that moment, the muscular beauty beside them suggested an idea. Sirs, what is the most sacred place in the Chang Kingdom? The Chang Kingdom warriors replied, the Snow Mountain Temple, of course. The Chang Kingdom's god lives there. The muscular beauty said, then what will happen if someone burns down your Snow Mountain Temple? The Chang Kingdom warriors replied, of course we'll kill their entire family, their entire country, and their entire tribe. They had often heard of killing 9 entire tribes, and they had felt that it was quite impressive. As such, they had privately expanded to killing 100 tribes. The muscular beauty smiled charmingly. What a coincidence. We also have a Snow Mountain Temple in the capital. Its status in our country is the same as that of your Snow Mountain Temple. The Chang Kingdom warriors glanced at each other. Their hearts were connected. They had a brilliant idea. They would burn down the State of Yu's Snow Mountain Temple. They would take revenge for the humiliation they had just suffered. How dare you people from the State of Yu look down on us? How dare you refuse to pay us? We want revenge. We want to do something big. Although these warriors were not very smart, they would never do something like this when they were sober. At that moment, they were already on cloud 9. They were the only ones in the world. What else did they not dare to do? A drunkard would dare to lift a woman's skirt. Not to mention a bunch of ferocious people who had ingested the most powerful hallucinogen. What else did they not dare to do? Thus, after asking for directions, the Chang Kingdom warriors headed toward the Snow Mountain Temple. In an instant, these muscular beauties disappeared without a trace and could no longer be found. What a coincidence. For some reason, after leaving the brothel, there would always be someone leading the way at the crucial juncture. Otherwise, the Chang Kingdom warriors would not have been able to find the Snow Mountain Temple. They only remembered the way to each brothel. How could a sacred place like the Snow Mountain Temple be so heavily guarded? Bulsh *T. Angkor Wat was not heavily guarded. The pyramids were not heavily guarded. The capital was not heavily guarded either. The Snow Mountain Temple in the capital of the state of Yu was not heavily guarded either. This place was specially built for the monarch to worship. It was also a place for countless scholars to come and pay homage to. There was only one day every year when the monarch was coming. The rest of the time, it was guarded by a dozen or so old soldiers. There were only a few large statues in the Snow Mountain Temple. It was not like other temples with golden statues and incense money. There was not a single gold coin in the Snow Mountain Temple. Even thieves would not come here to steal. Usually, there was an old man who lived in the Snow Mountain Temple. He was a fourth-rank official. The Chang Kingdom warriors easily destroyed the dozen or so old soldiers guarding the Snow Mountain Temple. Then, a huge fire. They set the Snow Mountain Temple on fire. This was the Snow Mountain Temple of all the scholars in the world. This was the Snow Mountain Temple of the founders of the Eastern civilization. This was the Snow Mountain Temple of the Eastern sages. A huge fire burned brightly. The Chang Kingdom warriors trembled with excitement. Awesome, too awesome, burning down someone else's Snow Mountain Temple was awesome. Then, they unbuckled their belts and peed in front of the fire. The fire in the Snow Mountain Temple lit up the night sky. The entire capital was completely shaken. It was a magnitude 10 earthquake. This was equivalent to the bombing of the Independence Monument on Capitol Hill. It was definitely going to pierce through the sky. Xianxia's evil plan. It was officially a success. The Su family's first misfortune was about to begin. Tomorrow, the entire court of the state of Yu would be stirred up by a shocking political storm. Note, the third update was written at 5 in the morning. There were 19,000 updates today. How did I finish it? It was too difficult. Brothers, I really need the monthly votes. Please, thank you for the 10,000 coins from the heaven-piercing sword SSS. Please remember the domain name of this book. Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version. This case could no longer be tried in the 10,000-year county government. Wang Chica looked at Xianxia and found that he really lived up to his reputation. This kind of sophistry was invincible. As long as he spoke, as long as he took the lead, there would be no turning back. This case was obviously going to be won, and the evidence was irrefutable. It should have been an easy case, but they had lost inexplicably. A group of people against Xianxia. The government and the defendant had colluded together to set up a trap for the defendant. In the end, Xianxia had turned the tables. This fighting power was really amazing. Of course, Master Lang was just a small case. Go look at the court records in the United States, they were really amazing. Those lawyers were the real deal. Sophistry, taking the lead, one unique skill after another. Murder, rape, they could all be washed away. Wang Chica calmed himself down. Then he sneered in his heart. So what if you, Xianxia, are powerful? You can only delay my trial of Jin Mutsong. The power to decide the case is in my hands. Moreover, this was a political struggle, not an ordinary case. The focus is on tomorrow's court. You, Xianxia, showed off your power in my court. Can you still argue like this in court? You are not qualified to attend court. You are an imperial college student. Without the emperor's decree, you will be chased away as an outsider even if you go near the palace. I can't directly convict Jin Mutsong. But so what? Can you stop the mouths of the world? Can you shut up the mouths of your countless imperial censors? Tomorrow's court, countless impeachment memorials will fly into the palace like snowflakes. Countless people will besiege your Xianwu mansion. The scandal of Jin Mutsong raping an innocent woman will shock the world. Do you think people will care about the truth? Countless censors will lead the impeachment, and the people will just watch and curse. The truth, do you people have the right to know the truth? Just follow along and have fun. Tomorrow's court meeting, your Kim family will be condemned by everyone. Immediately, Wang Chica slammed the table and said, both sides have insufficient evidence. Temporarily detain the suspect for trial. Then, several Yamen runners were about to take Jin Mutsong to prison. Yu Fangzhou was about to leave with his wife. Xianxia said in a cold voice, Sir Wang, this Miss Chen is also a defendant and she is even more suspicious. Could it be that you are letting her go like this? And this Yu Fangzhou is also an accomplice. If we let them go like this, we'll take Jin Mutsong away by force. You've been a county magistrate for 10,000 years. Where are the laws of the state of Yu? Wang Chika, the county magistrate of 10,000 years, was about to lose his temper. This is the Wanyan County government, my territory. What do you, Shenlang, count for? However, he looked at the fifth prince, Ningjing, who was sitting next to him. Immediately, Wang Chika said, "Men, take Yu Fangzhou and his wife into custody and wait for trial." As a result, the couple was also sent to prison. In the prison cell, Shenlang and Jin Mutsong were having a private conversation. He was comforting his brother-in-law. You were humiliated by a woman. Don't feel ashamed and don't leave a shadow in your heart. Look at me. I'm such an excellent man, but I was also raped by a woman. I was much worse than you that day. You only suffered a small injury, but I had to rest for more than a month. So, as a man, his life is incomplete if he is not raped by a beautiful woman. Jin Mutsong was stunned. Brother-in-law, you don't need to comfort me at all. I also feel quite good. Although your comfort is very reasonable, it sounds really strange to me. Shenlang looked at Yu Fangzhou and his wife in the prison cell, especially the woman. He couldn't tell that such a delicate body could be so shameless. She was indeed beautiful, and most importantly, very charming. Fat otaku, you are quite lucky to have given your first time to such a beauty, although she is a little older. Shenlang said, you don't know, many men give their first time to a sheep or a donkey. Jin Mutsong's scalp went numb. Brother-in-law, although I miss you very much, why don't you leave? Otherwise, my worldview will be subverted by you once again. Shenlang looked at Yu Fangzhou and said lightly, Boss Yu, you're quite ruthless. You can't bear to part with your wife, but you can't trap a hooligan, right? Jin Mutsong, I'm not a hooligan. Yu Fangzhou sneered. At this point, there was no need to act. Shenlang said, a man who is not content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. My family has given you the books, and my business has gone up several levels. I'm already rich enough. Why do you still want to get involved? Yu Fangzhou said, I'm also an Imperial College student. Shenlang said in surprise, Yo, senior. What a coincidence, I'm also an Imperial College student. Yu Fangzhou said, so what if you have money in this world? Last time, I almost went bankrupt because I sold The Legend of the East. Even though every shop was selling it, they were fine, but I was in trouble. Even though I had already been fined 1,000 gold coins, those officials still tried to extort me. Even a small yamen runner could form a group and come to my house to extort money. They sent me to prison 3 times. Why? Why? Yu Fangzhou sighed, I've long seen through it. In this world, money is useless. What it wants is power. Shenlang said, so you spent a lot of money to get close to Jinyuan Marquis' housekeeper, Su Yong, and let him sleep with your wife? Yu Fangzhou's expression changed drastically when he heard this. This matter was very secretive. How did Shenlang know about it? In fact, there was no such thing as a secret. After Yu Fangzhou published Battle Through the Heavens, Boundless Wind and Moon and made a fortune, countless hands of power reached out to blackmail him for money. He couldn't keep this fruit of victory at all. But not long after, these hands of power that reached out to him retreated one by one. Moreover, he invested a large sum of money into Tianfeng bookstore, which made Yu Fangzhou desperately expand. Shenlang asked someone to investigate, and he could clearly find out who it was at that time that put out the word to protect Yu Fangzhou. Su Yong, and how could Yu Fangzhou curry favor with Su Yong? Money, the Su family had money. What was Su Yong's little bit of money? The only thing he could take out was his wife. Of course, Yu Fangzhou's wife was quite beautiful, but what kind of beautiful women hadn't Su Yong slept with? But sleeping with someone else's wife in front of her husband was different. That sense of achievement from power was more than just that one shiver. Yu Fangzhou said coldly, Shenlang, don't make irresponsible accusations. We have nothing to do with Lord Su Yong. Shenlang said, after giving up your wife, you've already protected your family's property. Why do you still want to frame Jin Mutsong? Don't you think Xianwu Mansion is not to be trifled with? Don't you think I'm quite scary? Yu Fangzhou didn't answer directly. After a long time, he said, this is the capital, and your Xianwu mansion is just a turtle that doesn't move its nest. Shen Lang understood this. Xianwu mansion only focused on its own 3 acres of land, and had no power in the capital. Why should I, Yu Fangzhou, be afraid of you? As long as there were enough benefits, Xianwu mansion's heir could certainly be framed. Shen Lang said, they agreed to let you be an official, right? What rank? 9th rank. This was already the lowest rank of minor officials. But it was also the limit that Yu Fangzhou could seek. He was only an imperial college supervisor. When he was in trouble, a group of people came to his house to blackmail him. The biggest one was a 9th rank minor official, who could decide his life and death. Su Yong promised that as long as Yu Fangzhou was willing to frame Jin Muzong, he would let him be a 9th rank minor official in the Internal Affairs Bureau, in charge of jade procurement. Therefore, Yu Fangzhou threw caution to the wind. Greed blinds you, greed blinds you. Shen Lang said disdainfully. Yu Fangzhou couldn't help but say, Shen Lang, as a son-in-law of the Count House, your status in the capital is not much higher than mine. Don't force yourself to put on airs in front of me. Besides, you won a round of sophistry in court today. Do you really think you've won? You will cry tomorrow, and when the monstrous waves engulf your Kim clan, I'm afraid that a little son-in-law like you will be smashed to pieces. Shen Lang said to Jin Muzong, Fat otaku, when he was friends with you, did he also boast like this? Jin Muzong nodded. Although Yu Fangzhou was a bookseller, he liked to point out the country and write passionately. Yu Fangzhou sneered, just wait, just wait. In at most 2 or 3 days, Jin Muzong's scandal will spread all over the world, and the monstrous public opinion will completely crush your resistance. At that time, your Kim family will be condemned by thousands of people, and it will be impossible for your family to be conferred a title. Jin Muzong won't die, but he will lose a layer of skin, and you, Shen Lang, will also be out of luck. No one cares about the truth. This is not a case at all, but a political one. Shen Lang was stunned. He felt as if he had returned to a taxi on modern Earth. Every taxi driver in the capital was like this. All they said was politics and national affairs. This Yu Fangzhou was definitely a super official fan. Then, a few bailiffs came over and said, Yu Fangzhou, change your prison. What change of prison? Of course, it was to live in a comfortable house. Yu Fangzhou became even more proud and said to Shen Lang, see? This is power, this is the capital of the country. Although you, Jin Muzong, are the successor of the Count House, you still have to obediently stay in prison. As for me, Yu Fangzhou, I can comfortably live in my room and eat well. I already said that tomorrow morning, countless officials will accuse your Kim family. When the waves come, you are finished. Then Yu Fangzhou gave 3 loud laughs before leaving the prison. In the courtyard above, Wang Chica's confidant said, I heard that your wife is very good at cooking, especially at cooking abalone? Yu Fangzhou said, it is indeed like this. Wang Chica's confidant said, Miss Chen, come with me to bathe and change your clothes. Then you can show this sir your cooking skills. Miss Chen spent an hour bathing and changing her clothes, trying to cover up the scar on her forehead. Then she entered the 10,000-year-old county magistrate Wang Chica's room and showed him her cooking skills. 5 minutes later, the cooking show was over. Wang Chica was gasping for breath. Miss Chen's charming eyes were like silk, Sir Wang is truly amazing. You really want to make Nunu fall apart. Why did these words sound a bit familiar? Wang Chica felt that Miss Chen's cooking skills were not bad. No wonder Sir Su Yong ate 3 meals in a row. This Yu Fangzhou was truly too ruthless. In order to become a small 9th grade official, he gave his wife to Su Yong and Wang Chica to sleep with. Moreover, in order to frame Jin Muzong, he even gave his wife to Jin Muzong to sleep with. He heard that Jin Muzong played around for 2 hours. Impossible, it was absolutely impossible, it had to be fake. Wang Chica felt that any man that took more than a cup of tea's time was just bragging. Miss Chen charmingly said, Sir Wang, that Shen Lang actually humiliated me like this servant wants him to die. Wang Chica shook his head and said, kill him? That's impossible. The Black Tortoise Count's mansion is very powerful, and it's only because they don't have any foundation in the capital that they can be bullied and trampled on by us like this. However, it's impossible to kill them, it would force Count Black Tortoise to rebel. Miss Chen said, then I was humiliated by that beast Xianxia for nothing? We have to take revenge on him. Wang Chica said, taking revenge is fine, but Xianxia is living in the Kim clan's courtyard. After the officials impeach Jin Mutsong tomorrow, his scandal will shock the entire capital. At that time, there will be a large group of hoodlums that will surround the scholar's courtyard. Miss Chen said, how many people will there be? Wang Chica said, many, many. In truth, Su Yong had only gathered a few hundred people, but there were too many hoodlums in the capital, so it was unknown how many people would join in. It would be easy to gather several thousand people to surround the Kim clan's courtyard. After all, you, Jin Mutsong, have angered everyone. You dare bully others with your power, daring to rape innocent girls in our capital, and you even beat Yu Fengzhou's 2 to 3-year-old daughter and knocked down Yu Fengzhou's 60-year-old mother with a single punch. Rumors could be created, but they had to cause enough anger. Miss Chen said, at that time, we will burn the Kim clan's courtyard. This was understandable. The anger of the people could be understood, after all, the law did not punish the masses. Xuanwu couldn't rebel just because a courtyard was burned, right? Miss Chen said, did Xianxia bring a woman with him? Wang Chica did not reply. He felt that this woman was trying to climb along with him. I only slept with you once, don't make it seem like we are very close. Miss Chen's eyes flashed with a vicious glow as she said, when those several thousand people charged into the Kim clan's courtyard, they took turns with the women that Xianxia brought. Didn't he say that I was a man? Then I'll let his women be ravaged to death. Xianxia and the fifth prince returned. Ningjing looked at Xianxia in amazement. Tonight's scene in the court was truly amazing. But this couldn't change the result, it was just delaying it. The key lies in tomorrow's court. If we don't stop the censors from impeaching him, we won't be able to save Jin Mutsong and we won't be able to clear the name of the Kim family. Uncle's marquis title will still be interrupted. Ningjing racked his brains to think of a method. How could they stop the matter in court tomorrow? How could they stop the scandal of Jin Mutsong from erupting? This was simply as difficult as ascending to the heavens. At this moment, a red light soared into the sky not far away. Xianxia softly said, it's done. The fifth prince looked over. Was that the sacred temple? The sacred temple had actually been burned. This was the sacred temple of the world scholars. This was even more serious than digging up the tomb of the previous king. This was piercing through the heavens. The fifth prince looked at Xianxia in disbelief and stammered, Who set the fire? Xianxia said, the Chong country's envoy. Fifth Prince Ningjing's eyes lit up as he looked at Xianxia with a face filled with shock. Hi, this was just too brilliant. Killing two birds with one stone, not only did it directly reverse the situation in court tomorrow, but it also directly dragged the Su family into the water. Too powerful, then, Ningjing said, all the people in the world are forgetful. The burning of the sacred temple will cause an earthquake-like effect. But the heat will only last for a while. After that, the case of Jin Mutsong's rape will still be stirred up. Xianxia said, so we must solve the problem once and for all. We must solve the problem from the root. Kill Yu Fengzhou's family tomorrow. The two little girls will be temporarily placed in Fifth Highness's home. Ningjing said, no problem. My wife likes children the most. Not only did they want to kill Yu Fengzhou, but they also wanted to completely overthrow him politically. So when the big incident of the burning of the sacred temple lost its heat, it would be completely ineffective for the Su family to hype up the case of Jin Mutsong's rape. At that time, the county government would have no choice but to release Kaneki Satoshi. So, was it difficult to do this? No, it couldn't be too easy. It was as easy as blowing off dust. Now in the capital, there was a group of people not to be trifled with. The Great Yan Empire's Lifan Yuan in the state of Yu, in modern terms, it was like the Great Yan Empire's embassy in the state of Yu. Of course, the situation was still somewhat different. The Great Yan Empire was the common ruler of all the countries in the world. Therefore, the status of the empire's ambassador in the state of Yu was very high, similar to the prestige of the American ambassador in Japan. Today, the Great Yan Empire's ambassador in the state of Yu was a young nobleman. He was only 33 years old this year. He was the heir of the Great Yan Empire's Marquis Qingyao, Yun Mingzi. He was the third flower of the Great Yan Empire, born in a noble family. Coming to the state of Yu as an ambassador was completely for gilding. Nowadays, the whole Great Yan Empire was at peace, although there were wars every day. This Yun Mingzi had nothing to do during the day, but at night, he was full of trouble. This gold-plated journey had simply hollowed him out. Who was the most popular man in the brothels of the state of Yu? It was Yun Mingzi, the heir of the Great Yan Empire's Marquis Qingyao. He was extremely handsome, elegant, and brimming with talent. He was simply the man of countless girls' dreams. He had slept with most of the courtesans since he came to the state of Yu for more than a year. Everyone was envious of him. However, his debauchery was somewhat undignified. Of course, if he was dignified, he would not have been sent to the state of Yu as an ambassador by His Majesty. In the Great Yan Empire, not only did he sleep with courtesans, but he also slept with young ladies from prestigious families. Marquis Qingyao's residence had women knocking on his door every day, demanding that he take responsibility. However, he was brimming with talent and was doted on by the Great Yan royal family. Left with no choice, he was sent to the state of Yu. He could go and harm the women there. The tigress Princess Ning Yan and the heir of the Marquis Qingyao, Yun Mingzi, were good friends. Of course, they were purely good friends. Yun Mingzi had been tossing and turning until midnight yesterday, but he had only slept for less than 4 hours. The sky had not even brightened when he was pulled out of bed from the embrace of two beauties. What now? Yun Mingzi yawned and looked at the tigress Ning Yan. You have bad breath. Ning Yan said. He had drunk and slept for less than 4 hours. He had not even brushed his teeth and rinsed his mouth. It would be strange if he did not have bad breath. It doesn't matter. As long as other beauties don't smell it, it won't ruin my image. Yun Mingzi patted his head and said, if you have something to say, say it. If not, scram. Ning Yan said, the holy temple has been burned. The ambassador of the Great Yan Empire, Yun Mingzi, was stunned. His eyes lit up. He waved his hand and said, got it. Scram. I'm going to sleep. Princess Ning Yan took out another book and placed it on the table. When Dreamy Cloud Lake saw it, he lost all his sleepiness and immediately jumped up. This book was called The Romance of the East. No way. Are you crazy? Are you trying to provoke His Majesty endlessly? Do you want to die? Stop tormenting me. The last time His Highness came to the country to observe the people, he found that every bookstore was selling The Romance of the East. His Majesty was furious. Why are you selling The Romance of the East instead of The Romance of the East? That bookseller is so stubborn. Is he not afraid of death? Is he not afraid of killing his entire family? The Romance of the East was banned by the Great Yan Emperor. Anyone who dared to sell this book in the Great Yan Empire would be sent to prison. In other countries, if this book was sold, all the books would be copied and burned. Normally, bookstores would be closed down. However, they would be fine as long as they paid a fine. What was up with The Romance of the East? It was a sexually explicit version of The Romance of the East. The content of the book made the emperor, Jiangli, curse the heavens, the earth, and the air. In the book, he had slept with all the beauties in the Great Yan Empire, including the princess, the empress, and the empress dowager. Therefore, the Great Yan imperial family could accept The Romance of the East, but they had zero tolerance for The Romance of the East. No matter which bookstore it was, whoever dared to sell this book would die. Even the empress and the empress dowager were not spared. They were all depicted in the sexually explicit scenes. You guys are crazy. I wonder which genius wrote this book. If he is rescued, the Great Yan Empire will exterminate his entire clan and sentence him to death by 1,000 cuts. Dreamcloud Lake could not sleep anymore. His most important mission in the state of Yu was to supervise the state of Yu's ideology towards the Great Yan Empire. Banning The Romance of the East was his top priority. Not to mention The Romance of the East. He would kill anyone he caught. Where did you get this book? Dreamcloud Lake asked. The Tigress Princess said, from Tianfeng bookstore. I secretly sold it again. Dream Cloud Lake said, impossible. No one is that crazy. No bookseller is so stubborn. He wants money more than his life. Ning Yan said, if you don't believe me, you can bring someone to Tianfeng Bookstore's warehouse. There are many copies of The Romance of the East inside. Dream Cloud Lake said, Ah Yan, are you trying to harm someone? You're going to kill his entire family. Princess Ning Yan said, yes, I'm going to kill his entire family. Dream Cloud Lake said, does he have a background? Princess Ning Yan said, he's a small bookseller. He gave his wife to Su Yong to sleep with. Dream Cloud Lake said, did he offend you? Princess Ning Yan said, he offended my brother. Your brother? Dream Cloud Lake said, when did you have a brother? Don't you only have me? Ning Yan said, it just came out. He cured my illness. Dream Cloud Lake said, amazing. Ning Yan said, will you help me with this? Dream Cloud Lake said, I will. But I have a condition. Ning Yan said, say it. Dream Cloud Lake said, can you not snatch women from me in the future? You won't be able to use them after you snatch them. Be a good widow. Don't learn how to grind tofu. Fine. Ning Yan said, if you continue sleeping like this, you will die one day. I'm willing to die there. Dream Cloud Lake said, let's go and copy Tianfeng Bookstore. Princess Ning Yan said, let's go. We're going to kill his entire family. 2 hours later, the Empire's ambassador, Dream Cloud Lake, led a team and copied 300 copies of The Romance of Dongli from Tianfeng Bookstore's warehouse. The Great Yan Empire's Lifan Council stationed in the State of Yu was furious. Before the sun rose, they went to the palace to seek an audience with monarch Ning Yuanxian. Monarch only took a glance, he was just a small merchant. No matter what was going on, he would kill him, kill his entire family. Note, the first chapter has been sent. Try to write the second chapter earlier today. Don't let our brother sleep too late. Give me your monthly votes, my benefactor. Little Cake bowed, please remember this book's domain name. Com Wonderful Book House's mobile version. Com outside the Supreme Court, Zhang Chong's second son, Zhang Sun, was still kneeling there with his back straight. It had been a few months. Many people said that he didn't need to kneel anymore. His filial piety was in place. He had already moved the world. Zhang Chong in the prison also asked people to spread the word that he didn't need to kneel anymore. He could go back. But Zhang Sun still knelt outside the Supreme Court on time every day after he was dismissed from the censorate, accompanying his father to prison. Many people said that Zhang Sun was really good at acting. They knew that he was filial, but he didn't need to act like this. It was too much. Zhang Sun smiled when he heard it. Of course, acting skills were needed in the officialdom. But the Zhangs were all people with strength, not acting. He came here every day to accompany his father, but it was definitely not to show how filial he was to the world. He was showing it to the monarch. I knelt here every day like a statue. Over time, it became a topic, an impression. That way, the monarch wouldn't forget my father. It was human nature to sympathize with the weak and pitiful. Once the monarch softened, his father would have a chance. Of course, the monarch was harsh and heartless. To soften his heart was like a foolish old man moving a mountain. But he could persevere. The most difficult time was over, and the weather was getting warmer. He knelt and slept without any obstacles. Today, when he was about to retire from the imperial censorate, the imperial censor Wang Qingli asked him to write a memorial to the throne, accusing the Black Tortoise Count Manor of failing to educate their son properly, resulting in Crown Prince Jinmu Satoshi doing such a deranged thing, actually raping a weak commoner girl. Zhang Sun was shocked. Something happened to Jin Mutsong. In fact, at that time, Jin Mutsong hadn't been arrested by the Wanyan County government. Ridiculous, right? Jin Mutsong hadn't been arrested, and the so-called rape hadn't happened yet, but some big shots had already written a memorial to impeach the Kim family. The imperial censor Wang Qingli said, in terms of gratitude and grudges, no one has a deeper grudge than the one between your Zhang family and the Kim clan, so you have the most reason to write this memorial. We can make you the chief writer of the entire censorate and let your impeachment be the first. This will let the monarch know your loyalty. This will also be beneficial to your father. That meaning was very clear, it was for Xianxia to be the first bird. After all, he had the most reason. The Jiang family and the Kim clan were mortal enemies. Xianxia bowed, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Then, he went to kneel outside the Supreme Court. The imperial censor Wang Qingke said, "Be more decisive, be more intense. Only you are qualified to do so. I have high hopes for you." Knight Xianxia, who was kneeling outside, was hesitating whether he should write this impeachment memorial. He definitely wouldn't stand out. But when everyone wrote a memorial to impeach him, you didn't? This was also a type of bird that stood out. Therefore, he definitely had to write it, but he had to write it plainly, so that he wouldn't stand out from the crowd. In any case, the enmity between the Jiang family and the Kim clan has already been resolved. My younger brother Zhang Jin's death has already made up for everything. Just like that, he knelt on the ground and wrote a simple impeachment memorial. This was not his usual standard, it was extremely mediocre. Late at night, flames lit up the sky. "Where's the fire?" The servant said, It's in the direction of the holy temple." Xianxia said, Go check it out. Don't pretend to put out the fire. Just ask from afar. Find out who was so bold as to actually pierce through the sky. Moments later, the old servant of the Zhang family returned and said, "It's the Cheng warriors." Many people saw them. After burning the holy temple, they even urinated on it, sang and danced, and seemed to have gone mad. They've all been taken down. The Cheng envoy? Xianxia was stunned, and then his body trembled. He thought of a few questions. Who would benefit the most from the Cheng envoy burning the holy temple? The Kim family. Who would be the unluckiest? The Su family. Could this be Shenlang's doing? He can't be that powerful, can he? Xianxia's scalp went numb. If that's the case, then, that's too heaven-defying. He had only heard of Shenlang before, but he had already sensed his soaring sword aura even before he had seen him in person. Impressive, impressive. We can't beat him. Fortunately, the Zhang family no longer has any enmity with him. Thus, Xianxia tore the impeachment memorial of the Kim family into pieces. He was even worried, so he directly burned it. He knelt on the ground and wrote a new memorial. It spewed wildly, he was in high spirits, and his sword aura soared into the sky. Why is it this word again? In short, he was a completely different person from the one that had just impeached the Kim family. In this memorial, Xianxia had fully displayed the talent of the person ranked 5th in the 2nd division. Every word was filled with anger, passion, generosity, and heroism. He wanted nothing more than to raise his 3-foot sword and kill the Cheng kingdom. He wanted to seek justice for the monarch, for the world, and for the scholars. Before dawn, the censor, Wang Qingke, had already woken up and washed up. He had no choice. His position was very high-ranking, but he had to be poor. It didn't matter if he was really poor or pretending to be poor, he had to show that he was poor. The censor specialized in scolding people and picking on people's faults. Only those who were poor enough could have the right to criticize others. Therefore, Lord Wang's house was quite far from the palace, and he had to wake up a lot earlier every day to rush to court. How tiring. The sky was still dark, and he had to get up. After breakfast, Wang Qingke carefully examined the impeachment memorial he had written. There was no problem, it was sharp enough, and could even be considered as vicious. The angle from which he impeached the Kim family was very tricky. The reason why Kim Musong would forcefully defile the innocence of an innocent woman wasn't entirely because the Kim clan's discipline wasn't strict. Rather, it was because Kim Musong's heart was filled with an overweening spirit. Therefore, women were like grass in his eyes. Even in the capital, it was no exception. His attitude towards women in the capital was exactly the same as in Xuanwu City. What did this mean? Xuanwu usually gave him a domineering education. He only taught him to be the master, not to be a lowly subject. His heart of disobedience had already been seen. Of course, this censor's writing level was super high, and he wouldn't write so straightforwardly. But that was what he meant. In short, from the matter of Jin Mutsong raping a woman, it could be seen that the Kim family had a rebellious intention. Wasn't it awesome? This free evaluation was even more fierce than the forums in the future. There was no other way. This was what the censor wanted to do. Even if it was a small matter, they could still blow him to the sky. So did this Wang Qingyi have a personal grudge against the Kim family? A little bit. That day, the monarch sent him to Xianwu Mansion to witness the Kim family handing over Wanya Island to the Yinyuan Association. In the end, he was slapped in the face by Shenlang. Uncle Wang Ningqi could barely smile, but Wang Qingyi couldn't smile either. Who was he? He was the censor. He was responsible for scolding people and slapping their faces. Now, he was slapped in the face. Of course, the slap from the Kim family was aimed at the Yinyuan Association, but it affected my face. Sigh. Shenlang's slap in the face also had a splash effect. So once the censor seized the opportunity, he would definitely scold the Kim family to death. Of course, he knew in his heart that this memorial would not bring any substantial harm to the Kim family at all. Now, the one who was most worried about forcing the Kim family to rebel was the monarch. At most, they could only block Kim Shua's path to becoming a marquis. Let's go, the censor ordered. Then, he took a sedan chair to the palace. Even if his home was far away, it was a little early to set off. But there was no other way. He was the censor, responsible for impeaching scolding people. So he had to rush to the palace in advance to unify the will again. Had all the censors written impeachment memorials? Were they written enough? Was there anyone who was up to no good? This had to be checked in advance. After ensuring that there were no mistakes, he would play it up in a neat and fierce manner. He must create the condemnation of the people, and the effect that the Kim family could not tolerate. This was a battle, and he, the censor, was the commander of the battle. There was no other way. Who told the Kim family to have no foundation in the court? To put it bluntly, forcing the Kim family to rebel was something that the monarch was worried about, not us officials, not us group of censors. The censor's accusation was to scold people. If there were conditions, he would scold people. If there were no conditions, he would create conditions to scold people. Sitting in the sedan chair, Wang Qingyi was slightly proud. The Kim family won against Zhangchong in Xuanwu City. It looked awe-inspiring, but in the capital, there was no sense of existence. They were completely in a marginal position of power. A remote and desolate place. You, Xuanwu, can only blame your bad luck. The Su clan used a knife against you, and we just added fuel to the fire. Next, the impeachment memorials flew into the palace like snowflakes. In the court, all the officials impeached the Kim family together. A big scene, just thinking about it made people excited. However, at this moment, the sedan chair outside stopped, and there was a huge noise. What's going on? It's not even dawn yet. Why is it so noisy? What's wrong? Don't meddle in other people's business, continue to move forward. The censor said. The warrior outside said, Your Excellency, the holy temple was burned. What? The censor almost jumped up. The holy temple was burned, who? Who had the courage? This was the holy temple of the officials of the world. The god of the Eastern civilization was enshrined there. That was the belief of the scholars of the world. No matter who burned it, the 9 generations of the person must be executed. This was piercing the sky. Then, the censor Wang Qingyi was overjoyed. Could this be done by Shenlang? That's great, then he would die for sure. The Kim family was finished. This was the holy temple, an absolute political taboo. Whoever touched it would be finished. The royal family was no exception. Who burned it? Who burned it? Go find out, hurry up and find out. See if it has anything to do with Shenlang. A moment later, the warrior returned. It was a warrior from the Chang diplomatic mission who burned it. He was caught drunk and even urinated in the fire. Not only that, but he also said that it was a good fire. Immediately, a wave of anger rushed towards the imperial censor Wang Qingyi's divine sense. Bastard, the Chang people deserve to be hacked to pieces. You didn't burn it earlier or later, but at this time of all times. Are you the reinforcements sent by the Kim family? How could you cooperate so well? Now it's all over, the sky has been pierced. For the next few days, no one would do anything else. They would just focus on this matter and spit it out. This was equivalent to digging up the ancestral graves of the officials. On average, the censor would be disqualified if he submitted less than 10 memorials. As for Jin Mutsung's rape case, there was no hope of submitting any more memorials within 10 days. Who would dare to impeach Jin Mutsung at this time? His political enemies would immediately jump out and say, "What are you trying to do? Are you trying to divert attention? Are you trying to share the burden with the Chang kingdom? These beasts can destroy our ancestral temple and our gods." Go home, hurry up," the censor Wang Qingyi said angrily. Then, he looked at the memorials impeaching the Kim family. It was written so well. He had poured his heart and soul into it. It took him more than 4 hours to write it out, it wouldn't take long. Next, he had to think of a memorial to criticize the Chang envoy. It had to be impassioned, as if he wanted to perish together with the Chang king. Therefore, he had to be filled with anger so that the memorial would be murderous and painful. But the censor Wang Qingyi was not angry. Instead, he felt an inexplicable sense of excitement when his ancestral temple was burned. It was like watching someone else's house on fire when he was a child. Marquis Sunan slept for a full 6.5 hours then, he woke up in a good mood. He raised his head and looked down. It was amazing that he could still hold up the sky at this age. He glanced at the graceful beauty beside him and wanted to have a go at it. But he couldn't. There were still 2 days before the next one. The most important thing to do was to know how to restrain one's desires. He chanted a few calming mantras to make it go dormant. Then, Marquis Sunan began to wash up. He didn't have to do it himself. He didn't have to wash his face and teeth. He didn't have to do it himself. He didn't have to do it himself after going to the toilet. He had to use a very soft cotton cloth to wipe his butt. He had to wet it before wiping it. It couldn't be the slightest bit irritating to the skin. And the water temperature had to be just right. It couldn't be too high or too low. If the water temperature was too high, it would irritate the anus when wiping his butt. There would be a feeling that he hadn't exhausted himself. If the water temperature was too low, it would cause anal contractions. Moreover, each piece of soft cotton cloth could only be used once. And each basin of warm water could only be used once. Finally, he finished washing up. He began to eat breakfast. It looked simple, but it was an extremely exquisite and expensive breakfast. Of course, he still had to eat his own food. He couldn't let others feed him. What if someone poisoned him? Su Jianting said, "Father, everything has been settled. Next, the civil and military officials will impeach the Kim clan. They will definitely be able to stop him from being made a marquis. The court will be very lively today." Sunan didn't react. Su Jianting said, "This Xianxia is really like a turtle. He only knows how to hide in his shell and never leaves his territory. It's useless even if he gets raging Tide City. He'll always be on the fringes of power and has no foundation in the court. So, once something happens, everyone will hit him while he's down." Sunan still didn't react, but he was quite proud of himself. Su Yong said, "How is he like master?" "He holds land and a private army in his left hand, and holds great power in the court with his right. He even monopolizes the Chang nation's political resources. His influence is so great that countless officials will tremble with a single sneeze." Sunan said, "The Kim family is interesting. The talented ones have no ambitions, while the ambitious ones have high ambitions but little talent. It's a pity that they didn't die this time after taking raging Tide City. The court's attack on him today is only to stop him from being made a marquis." Su Yong said, "Although Jin Mutsung won't die, he'll still lose a layer of skin. As for Shenlang, his fate will only be worse. Too many people can't tolerate him. Jin Zhuo wants to be made a marquis? He wants to be on equal footing with master? That's just wishful thinking and daydreaming." Sunan said, "How are the Chang envoys?" Su Yong said, "They're still the same. They cause some trouble every day. It's fine. The more domineering they are, the better it will be for us," Marquis Sunan said. Su Jianting said, "Father, can we use the Chang warriors to harm Shenlang? That way, Xuanwu will be too far away, and the monarch will be happy to see it happen. Even if we don't kill him, we'll castrate him. Marquis Sunan didn't agree, nor did he object. The Chang nation is like a sharp sword if used well. It's the same for enemies, but we have to use it well. If we do, we can definitely deal a fatal blow to Xianlang. At that moment, a samurai rushed in from the outside. Marquis, bad news, bad news. Marquis Sunan frowned. What did he mean by bad news? Su Yong stepped forward and slapped him across the face. How dare you make a fuss in front of the Marquis? Even if the sky falls, the Su clan will be able to withstand it. The warrior hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed desperately. Yes, I was wrong, I was wrong. Su Yong said, what is it? Speak. The warrior said, the sacred temple has been burned. Sunan's eyes widened. He was first shocked, then delighted, and then changed. Could it be, he had the intuition of a fox, and he immediately sensed a conspiracy. Su Yong said, who burned it? The warrior said, the warriors of the Chang nation burned it. They didn't escape after burning it, but instead, they peed on the fire and sang and danced. They were all caught on the spot. Bang, Sunan's expression changed drastically. The porcelain bowl in his hand was smashed to pieces. His body trembled slightly, his face lost all color in an instant. Su Jianting's eyes widened in disbelief. He shouted, are these wolves crazy? Was he crazy? Even if they're crazy, they shouldn't drag the Su clan down with them, right? Where are the servants who were watching the Chang nation's envoy? Are they all dead? Don't they know how to stop them? A moment later, Su Jianting was still furious. However, Marquis Sunan calmed down and said, get me another bowl of porridge. Another bowl of porridge was brought over. As usual, Sunan ate carefully and stopped when he was about 70% full. Then, he drank a bowl of milk. Of course, this was human milk. We've been tricked, Sunan said. Su Jianting said, Father, what do we do now? Immediately draw a line with these Chang people? Sunan said, if you want to enjoy the sharpness of a sword, you have to bear the consequences of accidentally cutting yourself. There's no use being angry. I'll go to the monarch right now to ask for forgiveness and accept their blackmail. Then, Sunan stood up. His body was as straight as a javelin and as powerful as a mountain. Cough, 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 he coughed a few times in a very realistic manner. Then, he bent his waist and hunched his back. His pupils dilated slightly, his lips drooped slightly, and his neck tilted slightly. Suddenly, he seemed to have aged more than 10 years. From a valiant man in his prime, he had turned into a frail old man. He staggered out of the room and boarded a palanquin, heading to the palace to ask for forgiveness. However, when he walked in the room, he walked with a majestic gait, each step filled with power. Inside the palace, the monarch roared, Ning Yan, did this have anything to do with you? Princess Ning Yan stood stubbornly and refused to kneel. I was angry that the Chang people were bullying our people, so I went to teach them a lesson. I had nothing to do with their burning of the sacred temple. The king said, a few days ago, they killed the citizens of you. You didn't go earlier or later, but you just had to go last night. What a coincidence. Princess Ning Yan said, yes, what a coincidence. The monarch said, also, the burly women who accompanied the Chang people to drink last night were all your female warriors. They've all disappeared. Don't treat others like fools. Princess Ning Yan said, I'll just treat myself like a fool. The monarch was so angry that his hair stood on end. Then, his voice became gloomy and cold as he said word by word, does this matter have anything to do with Xianlang? No. Ning Yan said, everything has nothing to do with him. I did everything. It has nothing to do with him. The monarch narrowed his eyes. You slept with him? The angry tiger Princess Ning Yan almost jumped up. How is that possible? How is that possible? I treated him like a brother. The monarch closed his eyes. How did I give birth to such a foolish daughter like you? The monarch knew almost immediately that Xianlang had cured Ning Yan, but he did not say anything. His gaze turned cold. Xianlang, you're just a mere son-in-law, yet you actually dare to make use of my daughter, are you not afraid of death? And at that moment, a eunuch knelt outside. Your Majesty, the fifth prince has brought Xianxia outside the palace to seek an audience with your Majesty. He said that he wants to apologize. Then, another eunuch also knelt outside. Your Majesty, Marquis Sunan is outside the palace to seek an audience with your Majesty. He wants to apologize. The monarch was so angry that he laughed. All right, 2 groups of people are here to apologize. Bring Xianxia in to see me. As for Sunan, let him continue to kneel. Note, the second update is here. I will continue writing the third update. It will still be very late. Don't wait. Wait until tomorrow morning. When can I adjust? I don't want to be like this. Sob, staring at the monthly votes every day is exhausting. Brothers, help me. Fighting against the heavens was an endless joy. Fighting against the earth was an endless joy. Fighting against others was an endless joy. Monarch Ning Yuanxian couldn't do that yet. But fighting against others was an endless joy, and he could clearly feel it. Marquis Sunan was a cunning old fox, an extremely cunning old fox. On the surface, he was completely a lackey of the monarch, and supported all of the monarchs without any bottom line. But that was only on the surface. The monarch could feel how difficult it was to deal with Sunan in private, and how he was like a needle in a velvet. He was even a little annoyed. On the surface, the Su family's strategy seemed to support everything the monarch did. But in reality, the Chang kingdom was number 1, and the Chang kingdom was supreme. Since decades ago, the Su family had begun to implement this strategy, and after a long period of operation, the Chang kingdom and the Su family had finally become an inseparable alliance. The Su family also monopolized the diplomatic strategy of the state of Yu and the Chang kingdom. What was this? They were holding the enemy hostage. In essence, this was no different from the Kim family's strategy of ruling from across the sea, and was even worse. Although Xianxia was stubborn, he was still an upright person, and never beat around the bush. He was an honest person. Of course, it was precisely because of this that the monarch put the butcher's knife on his head. Damn it, how could he be reasonable in this world? Now that Xianxia had taken down Raging Tide City, the monarch was extremely angry, and even wanted to send troops to destroy him. But after calming down, he still put his interests first. As long as he kept an eye on Xianxia, Xianxia would never rebel. On the other hand, it was hard to say about the Su family. If the new policy targeted the Su family, Sunan would not rebel on the surface, but the Chang kingdom would enter the country to plunder, and the flames of war would rise everywhere. The state of Yu's Western army was already under great pressure to deal with Chu. If the Chang kingdom rebelled again, the Western army would be exhausted, and it would give Chu an opportunity. Therefore, the new policy could not move against the Su family no matter what. Instead, at the critical moment, they had to invite Sunan back from Jinyuan City to be the general of the army and the crown prince's junior guardian. Many people thought that the monarch invited Sunan back because of the new policy. Actually, that was not the case. It was because Prince Jin's conspiracy had been solved and the South Kingdom's rebellion was imminent. At that time, the Chang kingdom was also restless. The Chang king had mentioned several times that he wanted to enter the state of Yu to plunder. The entire southwest was in turmoil. For the sake of the war in the South Kingdom, the monarch had no choice but to invite the old Bodhisattva Sunan back. Sure enough, the Chang kingdom quieted down. They symbolically plundered a few times, and they even plundered the Su clan's territory. Sunan was very useful against the Chang kingdom. Otherwise, the monarch would have chased him far away. This person was too difficult to deal with. On the surface, she was extremely obedient and loyal. In fact, it was extremely slippery. Every time he entered the capital, he could weave a dense web of power. Originally, there were only 2 factions in the imperial court, the crown prince's faction and the third prince's faction, one civil and one military. After Sunan arrived at the capital, he formed a neutral faction with a few magnates in a short period of time, instantly establishing a tripartite balance in the 3 states. Since then, the neutral faction continued to grow, benefiting from both sides. Both the crown prince and the third prince desperately fought for the support of the neutral faction. Not only that, Sunan kept saying that he only supported the monarch, supporting whoever was on the throne. Therefore, the entire neutral faction seemed to be a direct descendant of the monarch. Could the monarch still step forward to deny it? Of course not. Sun An borrowed the tiger's might, and Ning Yuanxian, the tiger, really allowed him to borrow the power. Before the South Kingdom rebelled, the Chang Kingdom's army was restless. They kept saying that their cattle and sheep were declining, and that they wanted to enter the state of Yu to plunder. Was this not part of Sun An's plan? No one would believe it. Therefore, on the surface, the position of the Crown Prince's junior tutor and the commander-in-chief was bestowed by the monarch. But from a certain perspective, wasn't it also something that Sun An had fought for? This time, Sun An finally revealed a flaw. The monarch, of course, had to pick up a knife and ruthlessly cut his flesh to draw blood. Therefore, why would he meet Sun An in advance and accept his apology? If he were to ask for forgiveness in private, should he forgive him or not? It was better to wait until the public's emotions were turbulent, and the whole matter had completely fermented until it became a huge political crisis. The bigger the mess, the bigger the crisis for the Su clan. Only when I stab down with this knife can I bleed more of your blood. At this moment, a beautiful and luxurious woman walked in. Sun An's younger sister, Su Fei, was also Ning Jing and Ning Jing's biological mother. Your concubine pays respect to your majesty. The monarch said gently, it's a chilly spring, and the ground is cold. Beloved concubine, please rise. The sky is not even bright yet, why are you up so early? Su Fei said, although your concubine is not well educated, I respect the saints and know that the Holy Temple is the faith of the people in the world. I heard that the Holy Temple was burned by the evil people of the Chang Kingdom, so I thought that your majesty must be suffering. Therefore, I felt uneasy and came to take a look. The monarch looked at the ground. Everything in the entire study was smashed. A lot of precious porcelain and jade were all broken. There was also the rosewood table, which had been cut countless times by the monarch's sharp sword. This was his most cherished desk. He had even beaten the most trusted eunuch by his side 10 times, making him badly mutilated. There was no other way, he had to vent his anger and let everyone see it. Su Fei wanted to say something but hesitated. It was obvious that she wanted to plead for her brother, Sun An, but the harem was not allowed to interfere in politics, so she could not speak. If she did not speak, she could at least use her eyes. The monarch said, don't worry, Su Xiaobao has worked hard and made great contributions. How could I blame him? You can rest assured and go rest. Su Fei said, thank you, your majesty. Your concubine will take her leave. After leaving, Su Fei's eyes suddenly flashed a few traces of haze. The monarch's reaction was not good because he was evading. Su Fei's purpose for coming here was very obvious. She wanted the monarch to see Marquis Sun An in advance, and not wait until after the court. Why? There were still 2 hours before the court, and the political consequences of the burning of the Holy Temple had not completely erupted. Therefore, Sun An had to pay a smaller price for admitting his guilt in advance. Ning Yuanxian was the ruler of a country. It was not good for him to take the initiative to ask Sun An for something, and he could not directly play a game. Therefore, by apologizing in advance, Sun An could get through this crisis with a smaller price. And once the court started, all the officials in the world would be crazy to impeach him, and the burning of the Holy Temple would rise to an uncontrollable situation. It would become a huge crisis. At that time, the anger of the officials in the world would become a weapon in the hands of the monarch. The Chang country committed a sin, and the Su clan suffered a calamity. This was something that could not be helped. The key point was that the Su clan had sent people to accompany and monitor the Chang country's dozens of envoys and warriors. Now that these people burned the Holy Temple, could the Su clan say that they were innocent? Now that the monarch did not see Sun An in advance, it meant that he was sharpening his knife and preparing to take advantage of the Su clan. If the Su clan wanted to get through this crisis, they would have to pay a huge price. How could the monarch, Ning Yuanxian, be mean and ungrateful just for saying, not only to the Kim family, but also to the Su clan? It was because she had seen through the monarch's intentions that Su Fei felt uneasy. Although she was married to the monarch, she would never forget that she was a woman of the Su clan. The Su clan was his true support. The Su clan was strong, and her position in the harem was high. Looking at concubine Bien, she was not very beautiful, and her body was not very good. She had not even given birth to half a child. Under normal circumstances, she would have been banished to the cold palace. But she was still the monarch's most favored concubine. Every month, the monarch would stay at the queen's place for 13 days, and at concubine Bien's place for 10 days. The remaining 7 or 8 days were alternated by several concubines. What was the reason for this? Wasn't it because Duke Xianxia was powerful, outside the palace? At this time, the sky was just beginning to brighten. The old Marquis Sunan knelt on the ground. He was not straight at all, but his back was even heavier. His white hair was swaying in the wind. His whole body was trembling, as if he could collapse at any time. And his son, Su Jianting, was kneeling straight. Shenlang and Ningjing did not kneel. Fifth Prince Ningjing was supposed to kneel because he was used to kneeling for a day and a night. The last time he pleaded for Xianwu Mansion, he knelt for 2 or 3 days. But seeing that Shenlang did not kneel, he could only not kneel. Otherwise, it would seem that Shenlang was particularly rude. Shenlang stepped forward, bowed, and said, "Nephew son-in-law, Shenlang, pays respect to uncle." Sunan nodded and did not speak. It was not because he was rude, but because he was here to ask for forgiveness from the monarch, so he could not speak. The first thing he said must be to confess to the monarch, otherwise it would be disrespectful and dishonest. If it were any other time, Marquis Sunan would definitely warmly invite Shenlang to be a guest at the Marquis of Xinyuan residence. On the contrary, Su Jianting used to be very good at putting on airs. For example, the first time he went to Xianwu Mansion to compete with Mulan, his tone was very good, and he was super pretentious. At this time, he felt it was beneath him to put on an act with Shenlang. He stared at him coldly and said, "Get out of the way." There was no one else here anyway, only Shenlang and the useless Ningjing, so there was no need to put on an act. Marquis Sunan sighed in his heart. This son is still not experienced. Enough. To put on an act, one must put on an act all the time. When someone wants to act, no one has to act even more. That way, it will appear real, and that way, there will be no flaws. I, Sunan, have been acting all my life. I play the role of the dog of the monarch, a loyal dog. After acting for a long time, everyone in the world would think so. The monarch could only think so. Countless people were scolding Marquis Sunan, saying that he was the shame of the old aristocrats, a lowly lackey, and so on. Instead of being angry, he was very happy. Not only did he let others scold him, but he also paid the censor to scold him. According to modern words, this character of mine can be considered a success. Standing under the glory of the monarch, he became one of the big shots of the neutral faction. Get lost, Su Jianting said in a low voice. Shenlang still did not leave. This is the square in front of the palace gate. You, Su Jianting, do not dare to use force. Shenlang walked a little closer and said in a low voice, Uncle Sunan, have you heard it? Someone said that when I had an audience with His Majesty in the palace yesterday, I spoke arrogantly and said that I would kill you. Was it not true? Shenlang shook his head and said, rumors, those are all rumors, you must not believe them. Su Jianting could not bear it anymore and said coldly, it's too late to change your words now. Shenlang said, I clearly said that I would kill your whole family and exterminate your Su clan. How did it become that I only wanted to kill Uncle Sunan? The people who spread the rumors are too careless, at least tell me the whole story. As soon as these words came out, Su Jianting's whole face turned green, and he was about to explode. He wanted to draw his sword and cut Shenlang into pieces. You, Shenlang, dare to be so presumptuous, so domineering? Did you eat a bear's heart and a leopard's gall? But this was in front of the palace gate. If he dared to draw his sword and kill people, wouldn't that be a rebellion? Marquis Sunan finally turned his head and looked at Shenlang, slightly startled. Shenlang, who was said to be almost demonic in intelligence, was actually like this? Was he so cheap? Was he so cheap on the surface? Was he so direct? Su Jianting said hoarsely, Shenlang, were you behind the burning of the sacred temple? If you still have a bit of backbone, tell me the truth. After saying that, Su Jianting stared at Shenlang with a burning gaze, as if any of his lies would be seen through. It was me, it was me. Shenlang said, I have no backbone, but I can still tell the truth. Su Jianting's eyes suddenly opened. His hand instinctively went to his waist to draw his sword. He didn't expect that Shenlang would really dare to admit it. It was such a big thing, and he still dared to admit it. This is my plot. In order to save Jin Muzong, in order to frame your Su clan, I thought of a way to burn the sacred temple, poking a hole in the sky. Shen Lang said, Su Jianting, I am a very honest person in front of the enemy, what can you do to me? What can you do to me? Prince Ningzhang's lips twitched. He had heard a lot about Shen Lang's character, but seeing him so cheap for the first time, he was really not used to it. Well, you finally admitted it. Su Jianting said coldly, now that the truth is out, do you have the guts to do it in front of the monarch? Do you have the guts to admit that you were behind this in front of all the officials in the world? Shen Lang said, of course not, I don't have the guts. I told you long ago, I have no backbone. Why don't you go to the monarch and report me? F***ck, you bastard, I can't wait to tear you to pieces, to pieces. However, to Shen Lang's amazement, Marquis Sunan not only did not get angry, but showed a look of appreciation and admiration. Damn it, this person is really an old fox, not only can he endure, but he can also see everything clearly, and he is as calm as a poisonous snake, not angry at all. Zhang Chong is as sharp as a sword. And this Sunan is like a pool of poisonous water, invisible and invisible. Another top-notch opponent. But Shen Lang was excited. Only when I meet a powerful opponent will I, Shen Lang, show how powerful I am. Crushing is interesting, but defeating a strong enemy is more interesting. At this time, the officials went to court one after another. The first to come was an old acquaintance, Tiannan Province Governor Zhu Yong, the Crown Prince's die-hard supporter. Shen Lang hurriedly stepped forward and said, Governor Zhu Yong, long time no see, I trust you have been well since we last met. Zhu Rong was startled. Why was he acting so friendly? We don't seem to be that familiar, and we used to be enemies. Zhu Yong nodded and then entered the palace. Shen Lang said, Governor Zhu Yong, the culprit of the burning of the Holy Temple is the Su family. Later in the court, you must remember to impeach Marquis Sunan, and it's best to impeach all the officials in the Crown Prince's faction. As soon as these words came out, Governor Zhu Yong stopped in his tracks. He looked at Shen Lang in disbelief. Did I hear it wrong? Do you, Shen Lang, think the palace is a market, or do you think it's a school between you and Hanshui Town, publicly asking an official to criticize another official like this? Is this child's play? At this time, another official came over. The younger brother of Marquis Xianxia, the champion general, the deputy of the Privy Council, Zhong Yi, he is the third prince's loyal follower. The highest authority in the court of the State of Yu is the Secretariat. And the Privy Council is the highest military authority in the State of Yu, in charge of the military and political power of the entire State of Yu. There is only one Privy Council, the Duke of Weiwu, Bian Shao. But he has never been in office, so the position is actually empty. And there are as many as 4 Privy Council deputies. Marquis Sunan's real official position is the Privy Council deputy. Marquis Zhenbei Nangang Ao is also the Privy Council deputy. After Sunan and before Zhong Yi, Shen Lang stepped forward and said, Count Zhong Yi, nice to meet you, I am Shen Lang of Xianwu Mansion. The Privy Council deputy Zhong Yi can't help but frown slightly. Xianwu Mansion Shen Lang, are we close? You're just a son-in-law, and you're here to claim a relationship with me? Do you even have the slightest self-awareness? Do you know the immensity of heaven and earth? Besides, my family and the Kim clan are considered enemies. Because the Zhong family of Marquis Xianxia and the Shui family of Wuan Count House are the direct descendants of the third prince, absolute allies. And the Shui family and the Kim family are mortal enemies. Of course, the Shui family and the Kim clan are also enemies. Shen Lang doesn't care at all, he cupped his hands and said, Count Zhong Yi, the main culprit behind the burning of the Holy Temple is Marquis Sunan. Remember to impeach him in court later, you must impeach him. Bring all the officials of your faction to impeach him. Then, Count Zhongyi was also stunned. Was this, a lunatic? How dare he openly collude in front of the palace? Who are you? What is your status? A mere son-in-law, an ant-like character, dares to do this. Aren't you afraid of death? He wanted to explode. If it were any other place, he would still give the order to slap Shen Lang half to death. But this is the palace, he can't do it. If the monarch knew about this, he would immediately send people to arrest Shen Lang. Not to say to beat him to death, but at least a half to death. He's digging his own grave. Next, a scene that subverted people's worldview appeared. Every time an official came to court, Xianxia would go up and curry favor with them. Then he shouted, "The holy temple was burned, the Su family, and Marquis Sunan is the main culprit. In a while, you must impeach him in court, bring everyone to impeach him." This posture is not discussing national affairs at all, it is more like spreading rumors. Bring whoever you see. And bring your whole family with you. You're doing Amway. Su Jianting really couldn't bear it anymore, he really wanted to make a move. He can't do it, so he directly called for the guards in the palace to come over and arrest Xianxia, then heavily beat him. However, did he not notice that the palace did not respond to Xianxia's actions? At this time, Marquis Sunan was shocked. This Xianxia was truly vicious to the extreme. And he has no bottom line at all. Others can't see his sinister heart, but Count Sunan can see it clearly. Xianxia wants to make the fire bigger. This is to remind the crown prince and the third prince's officials not to miss a good opportunity. The monarch's butcher knife is about to bleed the Su family. Why don't you seize the opportunity and work for the monarch? Of course, both the crown prince and the third prince want to rope in Sunan. If only one side impeached Sunan, they would definitely not do it. But if both sides impeached together, then there would be no problem. To offend Sunan, both sides should be offended together. If there is no crime, no one should be offended. And compared to pleasing Sunan, it is probably more important to please the monarch. Xianxia is reminding the officials of the two factions to cater to the monarch's will. You don't understand the monarch's heart, and you still need me to remind you. Originally, this incident was not a big nor small crisis for the Su family. And now, Xianxia and the monarch have joined forces to make this crisis bigger and bigger, to open a big hole in the Su family, desperately bleeding. So vicious. Good method. So powerful, Marquis Sunan gasped in amazement. Xianxia's wisdom is close to that of a demon. He can be said to have truly felt it. He is alone in the capital, and he just arrived yesterday, and stirred up this storm. No wonder Zhangcheng lost. No wonder the Kim family can seize Fury-Tide City. This is really troublesome. A small crisis is about to become a big crisis. Originally, the monarch had sent a eunuch to call Xianxia half an hour ago. The eunuch had just been beaten, and his body was badly mutilated. Therefore, the little eunuch came outside the palace to summon Xianxia. But when the little eunuch came to the palace gate, he heard him making trouble outside, clamoring for the officials to impeach Xianxia. He was immediately overjoyed. "Xianxia, you are seeking your own death. Isn't this a good opportunity for me to flatter? Everyone knows that the monarch doesn't like the Kim clan, and he doesn't like Xianxia." Therefore, the little eunuch went back to complain. He reported Xianxia's shameful behavior in front of the palace to the monarch. One was to please the monarch, the second was to please the crown prince, and the third was to please Su Fei. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. This servant has really opened my eyes. This little son-in-law of Xianxia completely treats the palace as a vegetable market. He doesn't let go of any official he sees, and clamors for every official to impeach Marquis Sunan, and even his whole family to impeach him. Such a clown behavior, he has no reverence for His Majesty. This servant can't stand it anymore, so I came to report to His Majesty. After complaining, the little eunuch was overjoyed. Xianxia is finished this time. Next, the crown prince and Su Fei will probably reward me greatly. The monarch's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a murderous intent surged in his heart. Of course, it was not for Xianxia, but for this little eunuch who had just been favored. Then, the monarch shouted angrily, "This little son-in-law is so bold? Presumptuous, presumptuous." The little eunuch said, "Your Majesty, please calm down. I'll bring my men to arrest this bastard immediately." Everyone who knew Xianxia knew. When he was angry, he was not angry. When he was smiling, he was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. The monarch said angrily, "I'd like to see what Xianxia wants to do." Then, he didn't call Xianxia again, and let him perform outside the palace. He waited until Xianxia found dozens of officials and asked them to impeach Sunan. Finally, the monarch couldn't bear it anymore. "Guards, bring that little son-in-law here. Tie him up and bring him here. Presumptuous, presumptuous. Does he really think that I don't dare to kill him?" The little eunuch was overjoyed. He immediately wanted to bring his warriors to arrest Xianxia and torture him. However, the big eunuch next to him was a few steps ahead. Although he was badly beaten, he was very fast. He brought 4 warriors with him to the entrance of the palace and brought Xianxia into the palace. In his eyes, the little eunuch next to him was already a dead man. What an idiot. He can't even guess the emperor's true intentions, and he still wants to stand beside the monarch. Note, the 3rd update has been sent. There are 18,000 updates today. He wrote until 6 in the morning again. He failed to adjust his schedule again. Sob, tears streamed down his face. Begging for monthly votes, begging for support. I really need it, please remember this book's domain name. Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version website. The Holy Temple was burned. The Chang people are guilty, but the Su family is the culprit. Everyone, remember to impeach Sunan in court. I, Xianxia, am also a scholar. My internal organs are all burned, don't say any more. Are you even a scholar? He studied in Coldwater Town School for a few years and never went to the Imperial College. Xianxia was still doing his pyramid selling outside the palace. A eunuch stepped forward and said, "Take him down." Afterwards, Xianxia was captured and tied up by the 4 warriors with ropes and brought inside. The 5th prince, Ningxing, quickly followed. The eunuch walked up to Sunan and said, "Master Su, it's cold outside. You should get up and enter the hall to warm yourself. The court is about to begin." Sunan sighed inwardly. "Thank you, eunuch." Then, with Su Jianting's support, Sunan began to tremble. His entire body seemed to have rusted, and it was difficult for him to stand up. He was on the verge of collapsing. After a while, Sunan said, "It was my fault that Eunuchly was implicated. I can't bear to see that." Eunuchly said, "That's not true. I'm old and foolish, and caused the death of His Majesty's favorite orchid. It's already a blessing that His Majesty didn't kill me. Master Su, let's enter the palace." Eunuchly then came to support Sunan. Sunan was determined not to allow it, but he was old and frail after all. Thus, he could only let the eunuch help him into the palace. After entering the palace, he clearly felt that everyone's gazes were somewhat blurred. Especially Crown Prince Ning Yi and 3rd Prince Ning Qi. They looked at Sunan with especially affectionate eyes. Affectionate to an abnormal degree. Would the entire court's artillery fire be directed at Sunan? It all depended on the 2 princes. "Your Highnesses, I'm old and weak. I'll close my eyes and rest for a while." The 2 princes immediately cupped their hands and left. Then, Sunan closed his eyes and began to think about what to do in the court to block the artillery fire. The 2 princes looked at each other. Both sides understood what the other meant. F***ck. After all, this was the will of the monarch. Although everyone wanted to rope in Sunan, the key was to please the monarch. "If your Majesty wants to bleed Su clan, then so be it." Almost all the officials were present. Everyone was waiting for His Majesty's arrival. At this time, Eunuch Li Sun walked in and announced loudly, "The son-in-law of Xianwu Mansion, Xianxia, has acted recklessly in front of the palace and has no respect for the law. His Majesty has ordered him to be whipped 30 times. Xuanwu has failed to discipline his students properly. His salary will be forfeited for 3 years and he will be reprimanded by imperial decree. Fight." In the square in front of the hall, Xianxia stood in the center, the whip ruthlessly lashing on his body. A total of 30 lashes. Then, a few warriors came forward and dragged him away. In the monarch's study. As soon as he saw Ningxing, the monarch frowned and waved his hand, "Get out." Ningxing's face darkened as he retreated. The monarch did not hide his dislike for his son. Xianxia was carried in. His expensive robe was torn, and his body was stained with blood. "Xianxia, do you know your crime?" The monarch said coldly. "Xianxia, this student knows his crime." The monarch said, "Student? What student? Do you have scholarly honors?" "Yes, he was an imperial college supervisor." "Xianxia, this commoner knows his crime." The monarch said, "The burning of the Sanctum Sanctorum was your scheme?" "Yes." Xianxia said. "So direct, so unscrupulous?" The monarch couldn't help but be surprised. Then, the monarch said coldly, "Why?" "Shenlang, to save Jin Muzong, to destroy Su clan." "Damn, you're really unscrupulous." "Answer whatever I ask." The monarch's eyes narrowed. "Then do you know where your crime is?" "Shenlang, I shouldn't have used Princess Ningyan." The monarch said, "You still know this? Do you really think that with Xianwu Mansion and Raging Tide City backing you, I can't kill you? Your neck is a bit impatient, isn't it?" Shenlang said, "This commoner knows his mistake. All the mistakes are this commoner's fault." At this time, the eunuchly son outside said, "Your Majesty, it's time." The monarch nodded and put on the crown under the service of the eunuch. He walked towards Ningde Hall and prepared to go to the court. "Kneel here and wait for your punishment after the court meeting." After the monarch left, the eunuch came in and monitored Shenlang's every move. The eunuch was proud. "Shenlang, you little bastard, you won't live for long. After the court meeting, it will be your death. You didn't bribe me that day in Mercy Hall, and you dared to be arrogant? You dared to talk back to me? I didn't expect there to be someone more narrow-minded than Shenlang." Shenlang stood up as soon as the monarch left. The eunuch said coldly, "How dare you? Who told you to stand up? Kneel." Shenlang glanced at him, "Idiot." The eunuch was stunned. This is His Majesty's palace, this is His Majesty's bookstore. How dare you say such filthy words as soon as His Majesty left? How dare you? Slap him 30 times. 4 eunuchs rushed in and were about to slap Shenlang. Ning Yan's punch sent one of the eunuchs flying a dozen meters away. The other 3 eunuchs knelt on the ground and left. "Does it hurt?" Ning Yan asked. Shenlang took off the clothes he was wearing and took out the soft armor he was wearing. Of course it didn't hurt. The 30 whips just now were all on the soft armor. What a treasure, and it can even bleed. Shenlang was surprised. Ning Yan said, "Of course, the outermost layer of the soft armor is cotton, soaked in blood." 1 whip and a bloody mark appeared. "Did you scream just now?" "I screamed 3 times, but I thought it was too fake, so I stopped," Shenlang said. Ning Yan said, "But I heard the last scream of a pig being slaughtered. It was very sad." Shenlang said angrily, "That bastard. His last whip scraped my neck. Look. 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 He scraped my blood." Ning Yan went forward and opened it. Indeed, there was a 3-inch bloody mark. "Damn it, it hurts. That bastard did it on purpose, he must have done it on purpose." F***ck, you, Shenlang, can't even be bothered to scream. Of course others would be unhappy. I fought so hard and acted so well, but you didn't cooperate at all. What's the meaning of this? I'm the only one acting. Hence, the last whip was a small punishment for Shenlang. It was equivalent to 1/10 of the whip, and Master Lang was screaming like a pig being slaughtered. If the 30 whips really continued, he would have died long ago. The eunuch at the side was completely stunned. Was Shenlang courting death? He even dared to fake the monarch's decree, and Princess Ning Yan was cooperating. "Humph, Shenlang, you have one more crime on your record. Let's see how you die," Princess Ning Yan said. "Shenlang, there is an important matter that I need to make clear to you." Shenlang said, "Go ahead." Princess Ning Yan said, "Last night at the Wanyan County Yamen, you patted my chest. I felt something was wrong. Were you taking advantage of me?" Shenlang exclaimed, "How is that possible? Your Highness, when I was treating you last night, your pants were already down to your abdomen. Wasn't that the most convenient time for me to take advantage of you? Could my hand have gone even half an inch further?" Princess Ning Yan tried to recall. He really hadn't. At that time, whether it was from the front or the back, if Shenlang's hand had gone down an inch or 2, she would have taken advantage of him. Shenlang said, "I patted your chest. That was the etiquette between brothers." "Woman, how can your mind be so impure? How can you blaspheme the brotherhood between brothers?" Then, Shenlang reached out and patted Ning Yan's chest again. Immediately, the mountain ranges stacked on top of each other and raging waves surged. "Can you say that I was taking advantage of you?" Shenlang said righteously. Princess Ning Yan stared at Shenlang's face carefully and then nodded. No. Xianxia said, is that it? We've already transcended gender, but your vision is still too narrow. I'm not afraid to tell you that I can't be stone cold when facing a woman like you. As Xianxia said this, he clenched his fists tightly. Princess Ningyan said guiltily, I'm sorry, I was overthinking. Xianxia said, Your Royal Highness, could it be that you have evil intentions? That can't be. I treat you as a brother, but you want to sleep with me? Absolutely not. The Tigress Princess said, How is that possible? If I want to sleep with you, I will be struck by lightning. Rumble, there was thunder in the sky. It was the first spring thunder. Suddenly, Princess Ningyan was embarrassed and angry. What does God mean by this? I clearly meant what I said. Xianxia was a little shocked on the side. Because just as he was about to say this, the heavens thundered. Is God warning me not to swear or speak carelessly? The little eunuch on the side was completely stunned. Is this Xianxia tired of living? How dare he be so bold? Not only did he verbally molest Her Royal Highness, but he also molested her. He was courting death, courting death. In a little while I will complain to His Majesty, and to the Queen. You, Xianxia, will definitely die. Definitely die, rumble rumble rumble, waves of spring thunder rumbled. The court assembly of the state of Yu began, the officials began to prepare. Their eyes began to turn red, and tears were about to burst out. The anger in their chests was about to erupt. They were about to cry, after the grand kowtow. The monarch's eyes were also red, expressing his anger at the burning of the temple. Even his hands were trembling slightly. He seemed to be suppressing his soaring anger, like a volcano that was about to erupt. Life was like a drama, and it all depended on one's acting skills. All of you are already aware of the shocking incident that happened last night. This is a divine artifact that wants to overturn the state of Yu. This is a stain on the faith of our people. This is a humiliation to the entire Great Yan dynasty and the entire Eastern civilization. Great Yan is glorious and magnificent. The saints' blessings have won the hearts of the people. The reason why our civilization is as glorious as it is today is because of the scriptures of the saints. The saints are the gods of the East. Now, the Chang people have burned our temple and dug up the foundations of our civilization. My sorrow, my anger, rumble, thunder rumbled in the sky as if to complement the monarch's words. The monarch continued, It's as if the thunder in the sky is burning my organs, and I want to tear the heavens apart and weep. As soon as these words were spoken, the officials in the great hall wept. All of them wailed loudly. Some of them who were too good at acting collapsed to the ground and beat their chests. Alas, the Chang people have burned our temple and dug up our ancestral graves. This enmity is irreconcilable. The Chang people have burned our temple and killed our parents. This enmity is irreconcilable. The great hall seemed to have turned into a mourning hall. All of the officials were weeping and shouting for blood. However, many of them were cursing in their hearts. Your Majesty, you've just said the most beautiful words. It will be difficult for us to write our next memorial. They cried and cursed for an entire 2 hours. All of the officials recited the memorial that they had rushed out the night before. They expressed their anguish from a 360-degree angle, and their rage from a 720-degree angle. In the end, they expressed their disdain for the barbarism of the Chang people. Some of those who were too good at acting were already vomiting blood. They were starting to faint, the people around them couldn't bear to watch any longer. You're going to faint and vomit blood now, what should we do next? The temple has been burned, and we'll have to be angry for at least 10 days. We'll have to act for another 10 days. If you use your trump card now, are you going to bang your head against the wall and cry out for the saints in the last few days? Alright, alright. It's about time. It's time to get down to business. The officials of the Crown Prince and the Third Prince began to gather their thoughts. They decided to follow the Emperor's will. On the surface, they would criticize the Chang Kingdom, but in reality, they would point their fingers at the Su clan. If your Majesty wants to bleed the Su clan, then we will be your Majesty's blades. The monarch said calmly, What has already happened. Everyone, please discuss what we should do next. Then, he leaned back slightly and gave the signal. You may begin, those who understand my intentions, you may begin the operation. Who will go first, the Crown Prince's faction? Or the Third Prince's faction? No, they must all come together. Then, the officials of the two factions, as if they had discussed it, directly came out and impeached Su Ji. But someone else was even faster than them. The Marquis of Jinyuan, the vice-envoy of the Bureau of Military Affairs, Sun An. His aged body was especially fast at this moment. He directly fell to the ground and wailed loudly. "This subject is guilty, this subject is guilty. Your Majesty, the Chang diplomatic corps ran amok in the capital. We sent people to monitor them, but were unable to stop them from burning the temple. All the sins are on this subject. Your Majesty, please punish me. This subject is willing to beg for my bones, resign from all my official positions, and return to my hometown." As soon as these words came out, the monarch's body trembled slightly. Motherfucker, that old bastard was as treacherous as a ghost. As expected, he was slippery. Before you could attack, I, Sun An, had already admitted to all my crimes and resigned. What is the meaning of this? Are you threatening me? The monarch wants you to bleed, he doesn't want you to resign. The war with the southern kingdom had not ended, and the Chang kingdom could not do anything. How could you, Sun An, resign? Now, I'm here to comfort you. The monarch got up and walked down personally to help Sun An up. He said affectionately, "You're exaggerating. You're the pillar of the country. I can't do without you." This was not a simple support. Sun An's body trembled violently, as if he would collapse at any moment. What the hell was going on? The monarch tried his best to act young, while Sun An tried his best to act old. The two were only 10 years apart, but they were acting like a grandfather and a grandson. Both of you have gone too far. Immediately, the Crown Prince and the Third Prince's forces ceased their activities. What was there to impeach? They had already admitted to all their crimes and even said that they would resign. Are you trying to force me to my death by impeaching me? The monarch said helplessly. Minister Su, you have always been at the forefront of the resistance against the Chang kingdom. No one can compare to you in terms of governance. I would like to hear your opinion on how to handle this matter. The monarch raised the ball to Sun An's feet again. You have admitted to your crimes and even pretended to resign. You have indeed blocked everyone's attacks. However, it is impossible for you to escape unscathed. Marquis Sun An said, all the envoys from the Chang kingdom who burned the holy shrine must be killed. It will not appease the people if they are not killed. Everyone trembled when they heard this. They had been shouting about fighting and killing just now. Another subject was willing to attack the Chang kingdom with a 3-foot sword. Another subject was willing to kill himself in front of the Snow Mountain holy shrine. However, they would not say a single word if they really wanted to do it. For example, killing the envoys from the Chang kingdom. The Chang kingdom was a lunatic who hated the heavens, the earth, and the air. If you killed their envoys, the Chang king would not rest until he was dead and would seek revenge. When that happened, who would be able to bear the responsibility of starting a war? In this world, the louder one shouted about fighting and killing, the less likely it was to start a war. If one really wanted to start a war, they would stab it in silently. Japan attacked Pearl Harbor. Germany attacked Poland. The Japanese invaded the 3 northeastern provinces. It was not a sudden and ferocious attack. Why did the ruler and officials of the state of you have to put on a show for a few days when the holy shrine was burned? That was to let the world see that they weren't indifferent to it. They shouted about killing so that they would not be killed. The monarch was stunned when he heard Sun An's words. He did not expect the first sentence from Sun An to be so insightful. The monarch said, will killing the Chang kingdom's envoys incite a war? Marquis Sun An said, the Su clan is willing to defend the borders for your majesty and resist the Chang kingdom's army. The monarch narrowed his eyes. These words had to be heard from the heart, not the skin. The Su clan wanted to resist the Chang kingdom's army? Stop joking. Your 2 clans are so close that you're wearing the same pants. The monarch said, can the Su clan's army stop the Chang kingdom? Sun An said, loyal to the country until the day I die. Damn, don't bring shame to this word. Don't bring shame to our great hero, Lord Yu. The meaning of Sun An's words was very clear. The Su clan was willing to shed blood to appease the Chang king's anger. As for how much blood? How much would it cost? That would be the Su clan's problem. Your Majesty, don't worry and kill these envoys to give the world an explanation. The Su clan will take care of the rest. Sunan was very straightforward at the crucial moment. He didn't bargain and directly cut the losses at the crucial point, not allowing the monarch to make the first move. However, the monarch did not want to let it go just like that. The monarch said calmly, "The Chang kingdom destroyed our holy shrine, which is equivalent to destroying our faith. Killing a few envoys is not enough." Marquis Sunan said, "The monarch can send an envoy to the Chang kingdom with the heads of the Chang kingdom's envoys to reprimand the Chang king and order him to submit a letter of credence to your Majesty. Not only that, but the Chang kingdom must also send people to repair the holy shrine and build a holy shrine in the Chang kingdom. Let the sage shine upon the barbarian region. This way, the state of you will not lose its dignity. The sage will also be able to appease the flames of anger." Everyone sighed in admiration at this. However, they all felt that it was ridiculous. You killed the Chang kingdom's envoys. The Chang king will definitely be enraged and lead his troops to attack your borders. You want him to apologize to the Chang king and build a holy shrine in the Chang kingdom? Keep dreaming. Even in a dream, such a thing would not happen. The Chang kingdom was arrogant and dared to beat up anyone. They would beat up anyone who dared to scold them. They had fought with every single one of their neighbors over the past 100 years. You want to send an envoy to the Chang kingdom to reprimand the Chang king? You even brought the heads of the envoys and wanted someone to build a holy shrine. As soon as you stepped into the Chang kingdom's territory, you would be cut into pieces and cooked and eaten. The monarch immediately sensed Sunan's killing intent. Sure enough, Sunan knelt down again and said, "Do not avoid relatives, do not avoid resentment. The Jin clan is my in-laws, and Xianxia is brimming with talent." In the Battle of the Raging Tide City, he fully displayed his ability to turn the world upside down. I recommend Xianxia as an envoy of the state of Yu to represent the monarch in the Chang kingdom. He will reprimand the Chang king, build a holy shrine, and restore the dignity of the state of Yu. As soon as these words came out, everyone exclaimed in their hearts. The boss was still the spiciest. Marquis Sunan could kill without a trace. Yesterday, Xianxia had just offended the Su clan. Today, Marquis Sunan was going to kill him justifiably. Was the Kim clan and the Su clan so irreconcilable? Both sides wanted to kill each other? The monarch could vaguely sense that a pinnacle showdown was about to take place. On the chessboard, Xianxia and Sunan were already at each other's throats. A true pinnacle showdown. It was so fast, he said he would destroy the Su clan as soon as he entered the capital. Once the battle started, it would be a fight to the death. Sunan was also fast. He backhanded the killing blow, after Sunan's words. Immediately, all the officials of the neutral faction stepped forward. The imperial censor Wang Qingyi stepped forward. "I second the motion. I recommend Xianxia as an envoy to the Chang kingdom." The Minister of Revenue stepped forward. "I second the motion. I recommend Xianxia as an envoy to the Chang kingdom." "I second the motion. I second the motion." Dozens of officials stepped forward one after another. The crown prince narrowed his eyes. Xianxia was like a thorn in his side, a thorn in his flesh. If he could use the opportunity to get rid of him, why not? Thus, the officials under the crown prince also stepped forward. "I second the motion. I second the motion." Finally, the officials under the third prince also stepped forward. "I second the motion. I recommend Xianxia as an envoy to the Chang kingdom. He will reprimand the Chang king, build a holy shrine, and restore the dignity of our country." The scene was earth-shattering. Everyone was in awe. Marquis Sunan was truly able to summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. The monarch was enraged. This was Sunan. He was still as difficult to deal with. An old fox and a venomous snake. For a moment, he and Xianxia actually felt the same hatred for a common enemy. "I understand. I will make a decision on this matter. Is there anything else? If there is, come to me. If not, dismiss. Dismiss." After returning to the study, the monarch, Ning Yuanxian, felt a little tired and angry. He did not have full control of the situation in the court today. It was not a good feeling. After entering the study, Xianxia did not kneel. Instead, he chatted with Ning Yan intimately. The monarch's expression turned cold. He said sternly, "Men and women should not touch each other." "What is this? What is this? Xianlang, you have screwed up this time. Marquis Sunan's counterattack in the court is going to kill you." At this moment, the eunuch beside him knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty. This Xianlang has been flirting with Princess Ning Yan. He even took liberties with her. He has no shame at all." At this moment, the monarch could not hold it in anymore. He shouted, "Drag him away and kill him." The eunuch was overjoyed. "Did you hear that? Men, drag Xianlang away and kill him." The old eunuch thought to himself, "Idiot, you're about to die, but you're still so stupid." The monarch pointed at the eunuch and said, "Drag this bastard out and beat him to death." Note, the first chapter has been sent. I will write the second chapter. I will try to finish it by 10 o'clock. Sob sob. Brothers, you must give me your monthly votes, please. Thank you, smiling Dinessa Sexy, for your 10,000 yuan tip. The eunuch was greatly alarmed. Why did he kill me? It was clearly Xianlang who was running amok. He acted recklessly in front of the palace, falsified the flogging, and molested the princess. His Majesty likes me the most. Because I'm the best at raising orchids. There were 3 pots of the best orchids. That old bastardly son killed 1 pot, but I kept 2 alive. That's why the monarch promoted me to serve in his study. I'm the most favored eunuch. Why did he kill me? But the 4 warriors had already stepped forward and dragged him out. The eunuch shrieked, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, it was Xianlang who made a mistake. He touched Princess Ning Yan's breasts just now." Xianlang's hair stood on end when he heard that. "Damn it, you lowly thing. Why did you bite me before you die?" The monarch's gaze was like lightning as he looked at Xianlang's hands. Xianlang felt like his hands were about to be chopped off. "Your Majesty, I've taken care of your rare orchids. Why did you kill me? Why did you kill me?" the eunuch shrieked. The monarch frowned. Li Sun stepped forward, took out something, and stuffed it into the eunuch's mouth. All the screams were immediately silenced. After dragging him out of the courtyard, the old eunuch Li Sun said, "Little bastard, you've only been serving in His Majesty's study for a short while. How dare you steal from outside? You're courting death. You'll be flogged 30 times. The last flog will kill you." "Yes." The 4 warriors replied. Then, they pulled off the eunuch's pants. The thick wooden staff smashed down fiercely. The eunuch let out a miserable howl. It was no longer excruciating pain. It was the fear of annihilation. A single flog broke his thigh bone. Smack, 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 smack. Then, the 2 warriors took turns to smack him with their wooden staffs. Xianlang only took a glance at it before shifting his gaze away. It was too cruel. This wasn't a flogging at all, but the cruelest form of murder. After the first strike broke the leg bone, it continued on to the calf, knee, thigh, and buttocks. Every strike of the staff smashed the bones into pieces. After a total of 29 strokes, the lower half of the eunuch's body was flattened and stuck to the ground. At this moment, his pain could no longer be described with words. But he was still alive and conscious. At this moment, he just wanted to die immediately. He didn't want to live. The final blow. Pa! It directly hit the back of his head. Instant death. The conditions for monarch Ning Yuanxian to choose eunuchs were simple. Loyal and intelligent. She had to be of one mind with him at all times. She knew what could be said and what could not be said. What could be done, what could not be done. This little eunuch was indeed capable. No one else could keep those rare orchids alive, but he was the only one who could. That was why he stood out and served in the monarch's study. He was considered a small leader in the Hall of Mercy. He extorted money from the officials, but the monarch turned a blind eye to it. He stole things from the palace and sold them. That was intolerable. And this little bastard even spread the news for the crown prince. And today, this little bastard was completely unaware of the monarch's intentions. He was still trying to sow discord and kill Xianlang. Can't you see that the monarch is happy to see Xianlang deal with the Su family, Even if Shenlang used a conspiracy to burn down the sacred temple, the person who benefited the most was the king. The war in the southern kingdom was in full swing, and the sand barbarians were constantly joining the fray. The Chang kingdom took the opportunity to extort an astronomical amount of money and resources from the state of Yu. The monarch did not want to pay, but if they really did not pay, King Chang would be furious and take the opportunity to cause chaos. The Chang kingdom's mission to burn down the sacred temple gave the monarch an excuse not to pay. Marquis Sunan, this is your family's fault. You will pay for King Chang's extortion. Your Su family will pay for this for me. As for the sacred temple, so be it. What does it have to do with me, Ning Yuanxian? And it's not my ancestors that were burned. This was the capital. Why would Shenlang dare to do something as big as burning down the sacred temple? It was because it was in line with the monarch's interests. It was just that he was too daring. Without the monarch's consent, he had pulled him into a united front and joined forces to cut the Su family's flesh and blood. Otherwise, where would he have gotten this soft armor to protect himself when he whipped Shenlang? However, this little eunuch could not see through him and repeatedly provoked the monarch. Thus, he could only die so tragically. It was just that the words he said before he died had caused Shenlang to fall into a pit. Shenlang, how dare you? You're a married man, yet you dare to take advantage of my daughter? The monarch's gaze was fixed on Shenlang's palm. Master Lang's hair stood on end. He felt a bit of danger. Ning Yan said, Father, Shenlang did not touch me. He just patted my chest. Shenlang was speechless. Don't explain. Following that, Princess Ning Yan seemed to have thought of something and said, Oh right, royal father, Shenlang cured my illness last night and I promised to repay him. He said that if he wants to become an official, it doesn't matter if he's at the 7th or 8th rank. But if he has power, he doesn't have to bear any responsibility, and he doesn't have to go to the yamen every day. In short, he has power but no obligations. Shenlang's heart was full of tears. I'll kill you, you big-breasted brainless idiot. If you don't know how to speak, then don't talk nonsense. A teammate like this tigress was really useful. But sometimes, it could really cause people to die. The monarch was also very helpless about giving birth to such a stupid daughter. He waved his hand and said, You go out, go out. Oh. Ning Yan said, Shenlang, if there's anything, just shout from inside. I'll rush in immediately. Don't worry, there's nothing I can't do in the capital. Quickly go out, big bye. I'm about to die because of you. Shenlang was about to open his mouth to admit his mistake. Don't open your mouth, don't explain. The monarch said, If there's a next time, don't even think about keeping your hand. Yes. Shenlang said. The monarch said, Shenlang, you're a smart person, a delicate person. It's not easy. Shenlang wanted to hang his head down to his crotch. This was already a very serious threat. The monarch was not afraid when he scolded people. He even said, Could it be that I can't kill you? There's no need to be afraid. But when he spoke calmly, you have to be afraid. The meaning of this sentence was, I also cherish a delicate person like Shenlang, but don't court death too much. This was probably how Cao Cao felt when he saw Xianxia. He loved his talent, but not his character. After enduring for a few times, Cao Cao still killed Xianxia. Of course, Shenlang was much smarter than Xianxia. He would not really provoke the monarch's bottom line. Moreover, he constantly showed the monarch that he was of great use. As for Shenlang taking advantage of Princess Ning Yan. In the monarch's view, Ning Yan was after all 24 years old and had already married. Moreover, she had declared herself a widow. Her reputation had long been ruined. Just throw caution to the wind. Even though he knew that Princess Ning Yan was very pure. But stupid purity, let's not talk about it. Of course, if Shenlang really dared to sleep with Ning Yan, the monarch would not tolerate it. When that time comes, don't blame me for being too sharp. Then, Shenlang and the monarch faced each other without saying a word. The monarch suddenly thought of Sunan. This person looked even better when he knelt, as if he had no bones at all. He could not wait to lie on the ground and lick the soles of his shoes at all times. But this old fox and Ning Yuanxian played games again and again. Moreover, several times, he had silently taken advantage of Ning Yuanxian. This throne was not easy to sit on. The crown prince and Ning Qi could not wait to take the throne. Could they control these old and cunning courtiers? It would be good if these courtiers were honest people like Xianxia. And this Shen Lang in front of him, not to mention how obedient and humble he was. But, he was also a little fox. Very cunning. Do you know what happened in the court? The monarch had an inquiring tone. This was the first time he had a positive interest in Shen Lang's talent. The crown prince and the third prince are both willing to be the knife for his majesty and impeach Marquis Sunan, Shen Lang said. The monarch was a little disappointed. Shen Lang said, but Marquis Sunan is a cunning old fox. He will definitely stand up first and use the tactic of advancing by retreating to the extreme. He will take the initiative to admit all the crimes. He will admit the crimes that belong to him, and he will admit the crimes that do not belong to him. Moreover, he will beg for bones and take the initiative to resign. The monarch's eyes lit up slightly, and he sat down. Shen Lang continued, Sunan seems to be boneless and has no backbone in front of the monarch, but he is actually very decisive. He proposed to kill the Chang kingdom's envoys who burned down the temple. Not only that, but he is also willing to bear all the responsibility to appease the Chang king. The Su clan is willing to pay a huge price to appease the Chang kingdom, so that the Chang king will not rebel, plunder, or cause trouble in the battlefield of the South Kingdom. The monarch was already very surprised. Shen Lang said, but he probably has a condition. He wants me to go to the Chang kingdom and use the Chang king to kill me. As the monarch continued to drink his tea, he closed his eyes slightly to hide the astonishment in his eyes. This person's talent is indeed shocking. He did not look at the entire court meeting, nor did he listen to a single word. But there were no mistakes at all, as if he had seen everything with his own eyes. This was not a guess, but an analysis. Impressive, the monarch said, Marquis Sunan has made his condition. Are you willing to go? Shen Lang said, I am willing to go to the Chang kingdom. The monarch even felt that Shen Lang had been waiting for this for a long time. In fact, even before the holy temple had been burned, he had already planned for this step and had already thought of this outcome. The monarch said, those envoys from the Chang kingdom who burned the holy temple will all be publicly executed to give the world an explanation. If you go to the Chang kingdom, you will have to bring these heads with you. Shen Lang said, your subject understands. You shameless thing, you're calling yourself a subject just like that, you're asking me for an official position. I can't just go to the Chang kingdom with nothing. I must be an official, right? The monarch said, not only that, but the Chang king must also write a letter of apology and build a holy temple within the Chang kingdom. There was such a condition, that was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The people of the Chang kingdom worshipped the gods, and there was only the Snow Mountain holy temple within their borders. The Snow Mountain holy temple was the highest mountain peak, which was the closest to the gods. You want the Chang king to build a holy temple within the Chang kingdom, that was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Shen Lang thought for a long time, then nodded. Fine. The monarch was astonished. You're going to agree, this is clearly an impossible task. There was only one outcome for anyone who brought a dozen Chang heads to the Chang kingdom, death without a doubt. And yet, Shen Lang had gone. They would definitely be skinned alive and have their tendons pulled out. Then, they would be cooked alive. Everyone knew that the Chang king and the Su clan were on very good terms. Even so, he had still agreed. The monarch said, Shen Lang, the affairs of the nation are not to be trifled with. Shen Lang said, your subject is very serious, and I am willing to make a military pledge. What military pledge? If you don't succeed, you will be torn to shreds in the Chang kingdom. I won't even have a chance to kill you. The monarch said, tell me, why are you so eager to go to the Chang kingdom? Shen Lang said, to kill the Su clan. Again with this line. If he wanted to kill the Su clan, the Chang kingdom would definitely be involved. Shen Lang said, if we take into account the travel time, I will be able to complete this task within a month. Not only will I be able to appease the Chang king's anger, but I will also be able to force him to write a confession and build a temple in the Chang kingdom. The monarch found this even harder to believe. This was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Shen Lang said, but I have a small request. The monarch said, confer the title of Marquis of Xuanwu to your father-in-law, not Marquis of Furious Tide. Confer the title of Furious Tide City to the Kim clan, right? Shen Lang hurriedly said, Your Majesty is wise beyond measure. The monarch said, You really want to go? This was a narrow escape from death. Shen Lang said, For your Majesty, for the state of you, I am willing to die a terrible death. T. Believe you? T. Shen Lang wasn't even willing to take the risk of dying 3 times out of 7 times, let alone 9 times out of 10. This wasn't a matter of life and death. Without absolute safety, without absolute certainty, Shen Lang wouldn't go at all. The monarch closed his eyes. Shen Lang said, I will write a letter to my father-in-law. I was the one who requested to go to the Chang kingdom, and His Majesty did not force me. Even if I die in the Chang kingdom, the Kim family will only hate the Su clan. They will never. He couldn't say anything else. Could you say that you would hate the monarch? Of course not, the monarch said indifferently. Shen Lang, if you can really succeed in this matter, then I will give you a chance. There's no need to talk about conferring the title of Marquis of Xuanwu. When you return, I will definitely put you in an important position. It's a deal. Then when I return to ask for an official position, you must remember today's promise, okay? Shen Lang had no interest in becoming an official. His only goal right now was to wipe out the entire Su clan. Therefore, when the time came, he would need an official position. The monarch nodded and waved his hand. Go. Shen Lang bowed and left. He should have knelt down, but he even took the opportunity to skip that. The monarch also pretended not to see it. At this time, the first step of wiping out the Su clan had officially been completed, the second step would immediately begin, the third step would also have to start planning. Su Nan was an extremely powerful person. He had the upper hand against the monarch several times. In terms of scheming, viciousness, details, and acting, he was even better than Zhang Chong. In a direct confrontation, he could be said to be flawless. However, there was one thing that he couldn't compare to Zhang Chong in farsightedness. Zhang Chong only cared about his own political ideals. He wasn't greedy or selfish, so he could see very far. On the other hand, Marquis Su Nan was greedy and selfish, so his strategic vision couldn't compare to Zhang Chong's. This wasn't determined by intelligence, but by his personality. After walking out of the door, Shen Lang came back and licked his lips. Your Majesty, can I ask a favor of you? The monarch said, release Jin Mutsong, right? I've already sent someone. Shen Lang said, can you leave this task to me? It would be best if you could give me an edict. The monarch said, you want me to give an edict for such a shameful matter? Li Sun, accompany Shen Lang. Eunuch Li, please wait for a moment. I'll go home and freshen up. After all, I'm in a mess. Outside the house, Shen Lang smiled. Li Sun sat in the sedan chair and said with a smile, it's fine. I'll wait for you in this sedan chair. Shen Lang returned home. Sa Bing hadn't gone to sleep yet. She was still sitting on the chair in the living room, her head drooping. Fortunately, the smokeless charcoal fire in the living room kept her warm, and the girl was covered with a goose-down quilt. Otherwise, she would have frozen. Shen Lang's heart ached. It was almost noon, but this little girl had stayed up from last night until now. Shen Lang was about to carry her to her room to sleep. When the girl heard Shen Lang's footsteps, she woke up with a start. Son-in-law, you're back. Then, he welcomed them with joy. At this moment, Shen Lang's heart softened. He suddenly understood the girl's state of mind. For others, there was still their family and career. But for Xiaobing, Shen Lang was her everything, even if she was just a concubine. Her dream in life was to receive Shen Lang's love, give birth to a few children, and live a happy life. Why aren't you sleeping? Are you pregnant? You can't stay up late. Shen Lang said. Xiaobing said, I was about to serve you yesterday, but something happened and you left. I've been waiting for you to come back and show you what I can do. Son-in-law, let's go into the room. I'll serve you. I'll show you what I can do. Shen Lang was stunned, then, Xiaobing went to wash up, brush her teeth, and drink the rose nectar to make her mouth fragrant. Then, she pulled Xianlang into the room with even more enthusiasm. Xianlang was speechless. Oh my god, there was no such thing as a wrong nickname in this world. Bing you're so dedicated. You love what you do. Girl, I believe you're skilled. But I can't do it today. Yesterday, I fought with others outside all night. I'm exhausted and have no energy left. So let's forget about it today. The key is that I have something to do. I still have to go to the Wanyan County to pick up the fat otaku and harm people. 15 minutes later, Xianlang exclaimed. Bing you're really talented. Otherwise, I'll come again. Let Li-san, that old eunuch, wait a little longer. Fat otaku, don't worry. Brother-in-law is coming to save you. In the Wanyan County jail, Wang Chico was furious. His rank was too low and he wasn't qualified to attend court. But he knew what had happened a long time ago and had submitted a memorial to the throne. Damn Chong people, you didn't burn the holy temple sooner or later. Why did you have to burn it at this time? What about Jin Mutsong's case? But soon, he received instructions. Convict Jin Mutsong as soon as possible. The burning of the holy temple would be a hot topic for 10 days at most. People were forgetful. No matter how big the matter was, it would only be a hot topic for 10 days or half a month. 10 days later, the burning of the holy temple would cool down. They would expose the fact that Jin Mutsong raped an innocent woman. At that time, everyone would continue to impeach the Kim family, and the officials would continue to besiege Xuanwu. What? The officials had no grudge against Jin Zhua. Why would they besiege him? Come on, he was going to be conferred the title of Marquis. Wouldn't you be jealous when you see someone else being conferred the title of Marquis? How many old marquises were there in the entire state of Yu? 2 of them. How could you, Jin Zhua, be the third? Sometimes, you have to do things that hurt others without benefiting yourself. I feel good when I see others in trouble. After receiving the new instructions, the Wanyan County Magistrate Wang Chico was ecstatic. Then, he quickly went to interrogate Jin Mutsong. He had to make an ironclad case in the shortest time possible. Xianlang had reversed black and white last night and had taken the initiative. Then, he had to find a way to make Jin Mutsong confess and sign. If necessary, he could torture him. Of course, the punishment couldn't leave any wounds, but it was very painful. There were many punishments like this. It was guaranteed to make you doubt life. An ordinary person's will couldn't withstand it. But, it wouldn't leave any traces. However, the Wanyan County Magistrate Wang Chico was a little uneasy. After all, this was the Crown Prince of Xianwu Mansion. Was he really going to torture him? Had the struggle escalated to this point? Of course, today, Xianlang had trapped the Su family and created a huge crisis for the Su family out of thin air. Of course, the Su family would retaliate. Xianlang was too cunning, so he would retaliate on Jin Mutsong. Jin Mutsong was fat and stupid. He didn't seem to have any skills and his willpower wasn't strong. As long as he was tortured a little, he wouldn't be able to bear it and would confess. At noon, Wang Chica remembered the taste of Yu Fengzhou's wife and his heart couldn't help itching. So, he tried her cooking again. It really tasted good. After a full 6 minutes, Sir Wang Chica felt like he was about to twitch. This was a record that had never been broken before. Miss Chen's charming eyes were like silk as she said, "Heavens? Sir, you're too amazing. It's like I'm really going to die." Then, Miss Chen said, "Sir, when will you let Nunu go home? And when will Jin Mutsong be sentenced?" Of course she didn't know that the situation in the capital had changed. The 10,000-year county magistrate Wang Chica said, "Xianxia, you've been in contact with Jin Mutsong before. What kind of torture do you think will make him confess without leaving any scars?" Miss Chen's eyes lit up and she excitedly said, "It's already spring and there are leeches in the fields. Go catch a bowl of leeches and feed several hundred leeches into Jin Mutsong's mouth and stomach. I don't believe he won't confess." The 10,000-year county magistrate trembled. This woman was actually this vicious? "You're going to die." Miss Chen said, "It won't. When Jin Mutsong is in so much pain that he doesn't want to live, quickly feed him salt water and it will melt all the leeches. This kind of torture is the cruelest. Jin Mutsong, that waste, will definitely confess." I've read it from a book, it will definitely work. The 10,000-year county magistrate Wang Chica said, all right, let's do it like this. At this moment, his confidant said from outside, Sir Wang, this is bad. Shen Lang has brought his warriors to the government office and wants to take Jin Muzong away. Outside the capital, a 2-meter-tall man with a heavy sword on his back was standing in front of Xuanwu's door. The big fool was here, This was the capital, where was Two Fools' home. At this time, a beautiful figure riding a horse charged out. The surrounding people all retreated. Only the big fool was still standing there in a daze. When the tiger princess Ning Yan saw this, she did not slow down and directly charged at the big fool. Big fool, a good dog doesn't know the way. Scram for me, otherwise I'll kill you. Note, the second update has been sent and it has finally been completed before 11. I will continue to write the third update and it will still be very late. Everyone can read it tomorrow morning. Please support me, please monthly votes, please. In Master Lang's eyes, the tigress Ning Yan might be a little cute. But in the eyes of ordinary people, she was not cute at all. She was a total disaster. In her world, only others could make her happy. She had never made others happy. So she really drove her horse over. What's more, she was riding a 1,000-li horse. It was tall and mighty, and its speed was extremely fast. And the big fool, he was not born to dodge. When he encountered a big tiger pouncing on him in the back mountain of Maple Village, he would not dodge. It was the same now. He just stood there in a daze. You're courting death. Ning Yan shouted angrily. She thought that the big fool was provoking her, so she urged the horse to speed up. Everyone around closed their eyes, unable to bear to see what would happen next. In their opinion, this blockhead would definitely be sent flying, vomiting blood, his muscles and bones broken, and die miserably. What a pity. They had never seen someone so tall and so big. Even if he was a giant man, he would not be able to withstand the shocking impact of this warhorse. Ah! Everyone covered their eyes. The tigress also let out a low cry. This was the first time he had hit someone. She was really a little flustered. At the critical moment, she jerked the reins, trying to stop everything from happening. She was not as ruthless as she thought. But it was too late. Bang! There was a loud noise. Princess Ning Yan's warhorse, with incomparably amazing strength and momentum, crashed into the big fool. Is he dead? I am a little regretful. Why did I do that? However, what happened next? Everyone was stunned. This blockhead was fine. He quickly squatted down, grabbed the horse's legs with both hands, and suddenly lifted them up. This tall 1,000-li horse weighed more than 500 kilograms. Princess Dahu was about 175 meters tall and weighed 120 kilograms. The weight of these two added up was enough. However, one person and one horse were lifted up by the big fool. The 1,000-li horse neighed loudly, its hind hooves on the ground, and its upper body was lifted in the air, struggling and kicking desperately. However, it could not move at all. Everyone exclaimed. This giant man was completely born with divine strength. It was too amazing. Princess Ning Yan was also shocked. Audacious assassin, you actually dared to attack the princess. Kill without mercy. Princess Ning Yan's warriors rushed forward and surrounded the big fool. Dozens of swords were pointed at his neck. Princess Ning Yan was delighted at first. It was good that he wasn't dead. But then, she became furious. Not only did you block my way, but you also carried my horse? Provocation, this was a complete provocation. Then, she suddenly pulled out her sword and was about to slash at the big fool's arm. It wasn't the neck, it was the arm. Do you think I'm the scourge of the capital? The big fool didn't care about the swords around him. He looked at Ning Yan and asked, do you know too dumb? Do you know where his house is? Ning Yan was startled, aren't you just a fool? The big fool shook his head. No, I'm the big fool. Shen Lang is the second fool. Instantly, Ning Yan quickly sheathed his sword and said, You know Shen Lang? The big fool nodded and said, yes, I'm here to find him. Do you know where his house is? Princess Ning Yan said, what's your relationship with Shen Lang? The big fool said, I'm the big fool, and he's the second fool? The big fool was surprised. Xianxia is smarter than a monkey. How could he have such a stupid brother? But big fool, who does Xianxia like to make friends with the most? What a fool! Do you think you, Ning Yan, are smarter than the big fool? Xianxia had schemed to make friends with you because you had big breasts and no brains, and even wanted to become brothers with you. Not only does he treat you as a brother, but he also wants to sleep with you. Of course, the tigress was completely ignorant of all this. She only knew that Xianxia cured her illness and saved her new life. Moreover, this person is very interesting. From now on, he is my brother. Even if the flood rushed against the temple of the Dragon King, she didn't recognize her own people. Keep it, this fool is one of us. Princess Ning Yan said. Immediately, dozens of warriors sheathed their swords. Then, Princess Ning Yan said, Fool, I'll take you to Xianxia's house. Hey! The big fool said happily, I'm a big fool, not a fool. The female warrior next to her said, Your Highness, the Empire's ambassador Yun Mingzi is still waiting for you to race with him. He has been waiting at the horse track for a long time. Princess Ning Yan said, Let that trash wait. Anyway, he's also a stallion. If he's really bored waiting, let him play with the horses. Suddenly, all the female warriors around were speechless. Ning Yan said to the big fool, Fool, put down my horse. My horse is a mare. What do you want to do when you hold it up like this? F***ck, you tigress really know how to spout dirty words. However, the big fool didn't understand at all. He didn't even know the difference between a mare and a stallion. He put down his horse. Princess Ning Yan originally wanted to let one of the knights come down and let the big fool ride a horse. But seeing how tall he was, the horse probably wouldn't be able to carry him. Big fool, you follow behind, Ning Yan said. The big fool said, Hey, okay. Then, Princess Ning Yan turned her horse around and entered the city again, galloping towards the Kim clan's courtyard. Once the big fool princess started running, she couldn't stop because she was used to racing with others. Just like that, her horse ran faster and faster, faster and faster. The horses of the warriors under her command weren't that good. After a while, dozens of warriors were left far behind. Fortunately, this was Xuanwu Avenue, so there couldn't be any assassins. After running like crazy for a while, Princess Ning Yan remembered that there was a big fool following behind her. She didn't know where he was thrown to. But when she looked back, the big fool grinned at her. He was right next to her, less than 3 feet away. Princess Ning Yan was stunned. What kind of body is this big fool? Not only is he powerful, but he can also run so fast. I know you have long legs, but isn't this too fast? Am I a fine steed? I've run for several miles, but you can follow me effortlessly, and it seems that you can run faster. Soon after, Princess Ning Yan and the big fool arrived at the Kim clan's courtyard. The big fool rushed in excitedly. Too dumb, I'm here. I've missed you for more than half a year. Master went to do something and left me at the gate of the capital, so I came to find you. Master said he found me a wife and asked me to go on a blind date? What is a blind date? Master said I should compete with Grandmaster Ning Jie's disciple. Who is Ning Jie? Too dumb. The big fool was so excited. For more than half a year, the person he missed the most was too dumb, Xianxia. Now he was finally going to see him. He shouted as he rushed into the Kim clan's courtyard. However, Xianxia was not at home. Only the charming Xiaobing was at home, and she could be considered as half the hostess. She was embroidering clothes for Xianxia at this time. This coquettish girl was still not sleeping. Because she was excited, she didn't need to sleep at all. She would sleep with her son-in-law at night. When she saw the big fool, she was stunned at first, then rolled her eyes. She didn't care at all, nor did she have the surprise of meeting an old friend in a foreign land. This girl was a snob. After becoming Xianxia's woman, she only had eyes for Xianxia and Milan. She didn't even care about Jean Muzong, let alone the big fool. In her opinion, this big fool was a big fool who ate and drank for free. Fortunately, the son-in-law didn't dislike these poor old friends after becoming rich. If it were me, Xiao Bing, I would have long pretended that I didn't know these poor relatives. The 10,000-year county office, this 10,000-year county magistrate, Wang Chica, didn't know that the mastermind behind the burning of the holy temple was Shenlang. With his rank, he didn't know such a top secret. In fact, only the monarch, Su Nan, and Su Jianting knew. Moreover, the Su family would never leak it. The monarch didn't intend to pursue the matter. Wouldn't it be shameful for the Su family to leak it? They couldn't really prove Shenlang's crime. On the contrary, it would make people think that Shenlang was very powerful. He actually relied on his own strength to trick the Su family once. And the most important thing was that the instigator of the burning of the holy temple was Princess Ning Yan. Were they going to pursue the matter? Wang Chica heard that Shenlang had led warriors to break the prison. He was shocked at first, then overjoyed. Shenlang, you're too arrogant. Do you think this is your Xuanwu city? This is the capital? You dare to break the prison? You're courting death. Xuanwu can't protect you and a waste fifth prince can't protect you. Shenlang said to Miss Chen, I'll have someone prepare a carriage for you. You and your husband will immediately go to the fields to catch leeches. Miss Chen excitedly said, there's no need to go to the fields outside the city. There is a pond behind the government office and there are many leeches there. I'll bring someone to catch a bowl of them. The county magistrate Wang Chica was surprised. This woman was very poisonous. It seemed like she had already thought of this torture method, she even knew where the leeches were. Go. Wang Chica said. Miss Chen picked up a towel to wipe herself. Then she seductively put on her clothes and gracefully walked out to catch leeches from the pond. This woman was too bewitching. Wang Chica felt that his powerful body couldn't take it anymore. Initially, he thought that Shenlang was behind the blood test last night. But now, it seemed that the possibility of Yu Fengzhou being cuckolded was very high. Sleep with her 10 more times and I'll immediately cut off our relationship. How about 15 times? How about 20 times? The county magistrate Wang Chica changed into his official robes and took a deep breath. Then he sternly shouted, someone, gather all the troops. Go and meet the prison robbers. Immediately report to the 10,000 households and have them immediately send reinforcements. Actually, Shenlang had only brought a few dozen warriors with him. Moreover, he had deliberately ordered eunuch Li Sun to stay in the sedan. Then his subordinate Xianxia shouted outside. Peng! A loud sound rang out, the doors of the 10,000-year government office suddenly opened. Over 100 bailiffs charged out and confronted Shenlang several dozen warriors. Ai! Li Sun inside the sedan let out a sigh in his heart. What was the point? You want me to go out and show myself, and then easily rescue Kaneki Satoshi? Why did you have to do this? But Shenlang was a person who would act cool if he had a chance. Even if he didn't have a chance, he would still act cool. The main point was that he wanted to harm people. He was not satisfied with rescuing Jin Mutsong, nor was he satisfied with killing Yu Fengzhou and his wife. He wanted to take the opportunity to harm Wang Chica. The county magistrate, Wang Chica, walked out in a dignified manner in his 5th-rank official robe. Shenlang, are you rebelling? Shenlang said, Lord Wang, please release the heir of my Xianwu mansion, Jin Mutsong, immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Ha ha ha. Wang Chica laughed and said, in your dreams, Shenlang. Do you think Jin Mutsong's case is over after the burning of the holy temple has shocked the world? Impossible. Then, he looked at the wound on Shenlang's neck and said, did you feel better after the 30 lashes in the palace today? This morning at the entrance of the palace, your clown-like behavior has long since spread throughout the capital. Marquis Sunan was merciful and didn't hold it against you for the sake of his family. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been just 30 lashes. You would have been beaten to death. Shenlang shrunk his neck, as if to hide the wound on his neck. Then, he said in a threatening manner, the Chang people burned my holy temple, and all the scholars in the world are indignant. You are still detaining the heir of my Xianwu mansion. What are you trying to do? Last night, the case was clear. It was that poisonous woman from the Qin family who raped the heir of my Xianwu mansion, Jin Mutsong. The blood test has already revealed the truth, but you are still detaining Jin Mutsong. What are you trying to do? Wang Chica said, Shenlang, don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Jin Muzong will soon confess. At that time, there will be irrefutable evidence. No matter how cunning you are, you won't be able to overturn the case. Under the wise decision of the monarch, the disturbance at the holy temple will soon subside. At that time, the people in the world will still blame the Kim family. Do you think this matter will end so easily? In your dreams. Shenlang said coldly, are you going to release him or not? The county magistrate Wang Chica said, no. Shenlang said sternly, how dare you, Wang Chica? I am here to release Jin Muzong on the order of the monarch. How dare you stop me? Wang Chica said, the order of the monarch? Take it out. Shenlang's imposing manner weakened, as if he was speechless. He said, there is no order, but I understand the meaning of the monarch. He wants to release Jin Muzong. Ha 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 ha. Wang Chica laughed out loud. Shenlang, how dare you speculate about His Majesty's intentions? You are really tired of living. You want to save him? Break the prison if you have the guts. Shenlang said loudly, Wang Chica, Jin Muzong is innocent. Yu Fangzhou and his wife have committed a heinous crime. Don't make a mistake. Wang Chica found it ridiculous. Yu Fangzhou and his wife have committed a heinous crime. A small businessman is worthy of the word heinous crime. What a joke, Wang Chica said with a cold face. Shenlang, it is impossible to release him. I will say it again. Break the prison if you have the guts. Shenlang seemed to have fallen into a struggle, and then he gritted his teeth and said, men, charge in with me and rescue Prince Kaneki Satoshi. As he gave the order, the dozens of warriors behind him drew their swords and sabers and rushed inside. The county magistrate Wang Chica was overjoyed. He made his move. Shenlang finally made his move. Under the monarch's feet, you, Shenlang, dare to lead your family warriors to attack the government. This is equivalent to rebellion. No one in the world can save you now, just wait for your death. Then, Wang Chica ordered loudly, stop him, stop him. Of course, the runners could not stop the elite warriors, even if their numbers were doubled. And Wang Chica only pretended to resist. He had to make Shenlang charge into the authorities and make the jailbreak a reality. In just a moment, hundreds of runners were defeated. Dozens of Shenlang's warriors easily rushed into the county magistrate's office. It's done, Wang Chica was overjoyed. Shenlang was dead for sure, dead for sure. Then he shouted, men, go to the 1,000 households office, the military office, the Bureau of Military Affairs. Shenlang is rebelling. The Xianwu mansion is rebelling. He was trembling with excitement. Immediately, dozens of warriors rode fast horses and went everywhere to report. The eunuch Li Sun was carried into the county magistrate's office in a palanquin. He almost covered his face as he watched. There was no bottom line at all. You, Shenlang, used to talk and laugh with the monarch, but you have no bottom line at all. And the county magistrate, Wang Chica. Your information is too mismatched. Do you know what Shenlang did last night? Do you know what Shenlang did this morning? If you knew, you would wet your pants. Unfortunately, Wang Chica really did not know. He only heard that Shenlang performed like a clown in front of the palace this morning, and was whipped 30 times and beaten half to death. Shenlang rushed into the county prison with dozens of warriors and rescued Jin Muzong. When he rushed in, Jin Muzong was still snoring. When he woke up, he found that his brother-in-law had come to break the prison. He was so scared that he almost wet his pants. Brother-in-law, are you breaking the prison? Please don't, please don't. It's fine for me to stay in prison. They won't dare to kill me. At most, I'll suffer a little. If you break the prison, it'll be a rebellion. Something can happen to me, but you can't, brother-in-law. The Kim family can live without me, but it can't live without you. Brother-in-law, I will remember your concern for me. With a family member like you, my life is worth it. I won't go out. I'll stay in prison. Hurry up and leave. Don't break the prison. Shenlang could not help but be stunned. Who said that the fat otaku was stupid? He was obviously very sensible. Shenlang waved his hand and said, take the crown prince away. Then, Xianxia and the warriors of the family stepped forward and directly carried Jin Muzong out. I won't go, I won't go. Brother-in-law, don't break the prison, don't break the prison. The fat otaku desperately hugged the iron pillar of the big boss and refused to go. In the end, he was carried away by Xianxia and the others. When Xianlang and the others rushed out of the prison and came to the courtyard outside, it was already densely packed with soldiers. The surrounding 1,000 households all came out in full force. There were more than 1,000 people, and they surrounded the courtyard so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Even Xianlang's warriors were surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Xianlang was very excited. Wang Chica finally moved the surrounding soldiers over. There was finally a big scene. At this time, Yu Fangzhou and his wife, Miss Chen, rushed out and pointed at Xianlang and screamed, "Magistrate, Xianlang broke the prison, Xianlang broke the prison." Miss Chen looked at Xianlang with eyes filled with endless hatred. Last night, it was this pretty boy who brought her endless humiliation. And Yu Fangzhou's eyes were filled with excitement as if he wanted to eat someone. He was an official fanatic, so of course he knew the seriousness of a prison break. What's more, this was the capital. Xianlang brought the private army of Xian Wu Mansion to break the prison. This was a complete rebellion. Xianlang was dead, ha 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 ha. Even now, Yu Fangzhou didn't know why the blood test last night went wrong, but it was definitely done by that evil beast, Xianlang. Now that this beast was finally going to suffer, the heavens had eyes. In fact, Yu Fangzhou was also very curious. Xianlang should be very smart, so why would he do something like breaking the prison? Xianlang looked at Yu Fangzhou's wife, Miss Chen's hand. This woman was holding a bowl in her hand. The bowl was densely packed with leeches. There were hundreds of them wriggling around, looking very disgusting. Xianlang had trypophobia, so he was most afraid of leeches and other mollusks. Then, he was filled with anger. Such a poisonous woman. These leeches were obviously going to be fed to Jin Mutsong. This was a torture to make Jin Mutsong confess. Moreover, there were no visible wounds on the surface. What was even more terrifying was that after being fed to these leeches, even if they were killed by saltwater, the blood flukes inside would not be killed. In this world, Xianlang wouldn't be able to find a medicine to kill the blood flukes. At that time, even a gynecologist like Xianlang wouldn't be able to save Jin Mutsong. Fat Otaku was so obedient, and you want to kill him? Xianlang looked at Wang Chica and said coldly, "Lord Wang, I am under the orders of the monarch to take away Jin Mutsong. Are you going against the order?" Ha ha ha. The 10,000-year magistrate Wang Chica said, "Xianlang, you still dare to say that this is the order of the monarch? Where is the imperial edict? Take it out, take it out." Of course there was no imperial edict, Wang Chica said sternly. The son-in-law of the Xianwu mansion, Xianlang, has faked the imperial edict and committed the crime of deceiving the emperor. He led the Kim family's private army to attack the 10,000-year magistrate's office and break into the prison. This is equivalent to rebellion. Arrest him. If he disobeys, kill him. Yes. The thousands of soldiers of the 10,000-year magistrate shouted in unison. Then, they pulled out their swords, bows and arrows, and aimed at Xianlang and dozens of warriors. Xianlang said sternly, "Wang Chica, are you really going against the imperial edict?" The 10,000-year magistrate Wang Chica grinned and said, "Attack." Suddenly, hundreds of thousands of soldiers rushed forward. At this time, Li Sun, the eunuch in the sedan, coughed. "Can I come out now? Xianlang, you should have laid the foundation for the atmosphere. Now is the time for you to trick people. I have just been flogged today, and my butt is bleeding. I really can't sit still." He slowly walked out of the sedan. The monarch's oral edict, the case of Jin Mutsong is non-existent, and the 10,000-year magistrate is ordered to release him immediately. The monarch's interpreter, the businessman Yu Fangzhou, sold the romance of Dongli without permission, and his whole family was killed. Suddenly, Wang Chica felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He looked at Li Sun in disbelief. Of course, he knew who this eunuch was. He was the monarch's trusted eunuch. So there really is an oral edict from the monarch. There really is. How is this possible? Yu Fangzhou completely lost his ability to respond. The Romance of Dongli? When did I sell this book? Last year, I sold the book Chronicles of the East, and it almost made me bankrupt. If it weren't for Kaneki Satoshi's battle through the heavens, boundless wind and moon, my Yu family would have been completely finished. But how could I have the guts to sell The Romance of Dongli? Do I have a death wish? It's full of nudity, and it's all about the Empress and Empress Dowager of the Great Yan Empire. Anyone who touches this book will die. Yu Fengzhou immediately knelt down and wailed. I'm innocent, I'm innocent. This is definitely a frame-up. This is a frame-up. Lord Wang, please investigate this matter. His wife, Miss Chen, pointed at Shen Lang and said, It's you must be the one who framed our family. He said to Wang Chica, Lord Wang, it must be Shen Lang who placed The Romance of Dongli in our library. He must be the one who framed us. You must seek justice for this servant. Shen Lang stepped forward and said to Xianxia, hold down Yu Fengzhou and his wife. Xianxia and a few warriors stepped forward and pressed Yu Fengzhou and his wife to the ground. Shen Lang took the bowl of leeches and said, What is this? It's chubby and cute. It should be very nutritious. In an instant, Yu Fengzhou's wife, Miss Chen, was scared out of her wits. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Shen Lang said, Jing Mutsong, you must remember, when you see a pitiful person, it's okay to sympathize with them. Don't change their fate so easily, understand? Miss Chen kneeled on the ground and desperately kowtowed as she said, Shen, I was wrong, I was wrong. I am willing to expose that I, Yu Fengzhou, framed Jing Mutsong. He was the one who fed Jing Mutsong the love medicine and then forced me to defile him. He was the one who forced me to do this. I also want to expose that the 10,000-year county magistrate Wang Chica knew about this and was an accomplice. He was the one who framed the Xianwu mansion's successor, Jing Mutsong. I want to report this, I want to report this. The 10,000-year county magistrate Wang Chica raped me twice, a whole 2 times. Miss Chen wildly bit down. Shen Lang softly said, I don't care about the truth and no one cares about the truth. Shirsan, open her mouth. Shirsan came forward and opened Miss Chen's mouth. She bit down too hard and couldn't be opened at all. Shirsan directly removed her chin. Shen Lang directly fed half the bowl of leeches into her mouth. You reap what you sow. Yu Fengzhou on the side trembled as he looked at Shen Lang and said in a trembling voice, a man must be ruthless, a man must be ruthless. I don't regret it, I don't regret it. Shen Lang poured the other half of the bowl of leeches into Yu Fengzhou's stomach. The 10,000-year county magistrate Wang Chica on the side collapsed to the ground as his body trembled. Note, the 3rd chapter was sent and I finished writing at 4 in the morning. I'm so happy, woo, woo, woo. Today's 3rd chapter had over 19,000 words, big brother, big sister, little brother, little sister? Please support, please monthly votes. Xiaogao's tears had dried up. Some people might wonder why the monarch had ordered the execution of Yu Fengzhou's family, but they hadn't been executed yet. Because it was early in the morning and it was only noon now. Although a lot of things had happened, only a few hours had passed. This kind of trivial matter didn't require the Blackwater platform to do. They could just send a verbal order to the Supreme Court to arrest them and then execute them. And now the Supreme Court was still going through the process. Yu Fengzhou was dead, and so was his wife, Madame Chen. Their deaths were extremely tragic. Of course, even if they were fed leeches, they wouldn't die so quickly. It was Shen Lang who had sent people to end their lives in advance. Because the shrill screams were too horrifying. It was too tragic. And the county magistrate, Wang Chica, collapsed on the ground and couldn't get up. At this time, he had an unforgettable impression of Shen Lang's viciousness, and would probably never forget it. Shen Lang squatted down in front of him and said slowly, Lord Wang, not only did you resist the decree, but you also brought thousands of soldiers to resist the decree? What do you mean? Wang Chica collapsed on the ground and pointed at Shen Lang with a trembling voice, You tricked me. You are so stupid, I would feel embarrassed if I didn't trick you. Shen Lang patted his face and said, Think about how to get through this. Shen Lang slapped Wang Chica's face, each slap harder than the previous one. Pa 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 pa. At this time, the county magistrate didn't dare to resist at all. Even his soul had flown out of his body, and he was trembling with fear. That's right, how can I get through this? How can I get through this? Shen Lang, Jin Mutsong, and Eunuch Li Sun came to Yu Fengzhou's house. At this time, two cute little girls were eating. The eldest girl was eating the porridge and muttered, "Eat meat, eat meat." The younger girl was still eating rice paste. A middle-aged woman hurriedly fed the two little girls. Yu Fengzhou's old mother ate slowly and looked at her two granddaughters with disgust and disgust. Losers, they were all losers. After his son, Yu Fengzhou, framed Jin Mutsong, he would be able to become an official. At that time, he would let his son take a concubine. He even divorced Miss Chen and married another wife, giving birth to two fat boys to continue the family line. Madame Chen was no longer clean, so how could she be worthy of being old Yu's daughter-in-law? Of course, it was old mother Yu Fengzhou who agreed to let Miss Chen harm Jin Mutsong that day. For his son's future, what was sacrificing a daughter-in-law? That fatty called Jin Mutsong was really stupid. Even such a fat idiot could become a great noble, then why can't my son, Yu Fengzhou, become a high-ranking official? At this moment, Shen Lang and Jin Mutsong walked in. Eunuch Li Sun stood outside. When the two little girls saw Kaneki Satoshi, they were so excited that they cried out. The 2-year-old girl even opened her arms for Jin Mutsong to hug. Some people were naturally liked by children, such as the fat otaku, who looked harmless. Hug, uncle, hug. When old mother Yu Fengzhou saw Shen Lang and Jin Mutsong, her expression changed. Weren't you in prison? Why did you come out? Did you escape from prison? Quickly report it to the authorities, and arrest him. Indeed, like mother like son, this old woman was also so vicious. Kaneki Satoshi stepped forward and held the two little girls in his arms. In the next second, his chubby face was grabbed by two small hands and forcefully pulled outwards. He, the two little girls were so happy that they giggled. They and Jin Mutsong had been friends for more than a day. In the past, Yu Fengzhou would often bring the two girls to the Imperial College to find Jin Mutsong in order to curry favor with him. The fatty and the two girls were already very close. The fat otaku didn't even look at old mother Yu Fengzhou and directly carried the two girls out. Shen Lang glanced at old mother Yu Fengzhou and said lightly, "Your son is dead, your daughter-in-law is also dead, you should also be on your way." The old woman's expression changed dramatically, and she hissed, "Impossible, impossible, you are lying. My son is about to become an official, we have people above us, we have people above us." Xianxia stepped forward, took out a rope, and strangled the old woman's neck. Old mother Yu Fengzhou struggled. "We have people above us, we have people above us." A moment later, she died. In the courtyard of the Kim clan, Lil Bing tried his best to please Princess Ning Yen, constantly testing her preferences. She felt that she longed for children. So, she desperately talked about children. The baby in her belly was clearly only 2 months old, but she made it sound so lively. The tigress princess was envious. The big fool sat in the living room for a while and felt very uncomfortable, so he simply ran out to the yard and squatted on the ground to look at ants. Before Shen Lang entered the door, the big fool heard him and greeted him excitedly. "Too dumb, I'm here, I'm here. Too dumb, I miss you so much. Master went to work and left me at the gate of the capital, I came to find you. Master said that he found me a wife and asked me to go on a blind date?" "What is a blind date?" He repeated this sentence again. When Shen Lang heard this voice, he was ecstatic and rushed in. The next minute, he was hugged by the big fool. Let go, I'm suffocating, let go, my bones are breaking." Shen Lang let out a series of miserable shrieks. The big fool's strength had increased many times, but he thought he was the same as before, so when he hugged Shen Lang, he almost crushed all the bones in his body. After the big fool let go, he looked at Shen Lang and smirked. Shen Lang raised his head and stood on his tiptoes. Was it an illusion? Or did big fool grow taller again? Yes, this big fool grew taller again. He was only 2.1 meters before, but now he was definitely taller than Yao Ming. It's almost 2.3 meters tall, right? And he was even stronger than before, standing there like an iron tower. Shen Lang took a few steps back. I can't stand with this big fool, otherwise I will look like a child, and it will affect my image in the eyes of Xiaobing and Ning Yan. Shen Lang said, "You said that your master went to do something, what did he do?" The big fool said, he went to fight, and to find me a wife. Shen Lang said, who did he go to fight with? The big fool said, someone called Snow Mountain Old Demon. Huang Feng was originally indifferent, but when she heard this name, she couldn't help but be surprised. Why did your master fight with my master? Shen Lang said. Feng, your master is called Snow Mountain Old Demon? Huang Feng nodded. Who is this big fool's master? Shen Lang said, Grandmaster Zhong Chuk. Huang Feng said, then, no wonder. Shen Lang said, your master actually found you a wife? Do you know who she is? The big fool said, I don't know, master said she is Shui Yin's last disciple. Does she close the door for master every day? Grandmaster Shui Yin, even Shen Lang knew this name, one of the 6 grandmasters, on par with Zhong Chuk, Li Qianqiu, and Yan Nanfei. As for Snow Mountain Old Demon, he was infinitely close to becoming a grandmaster. But the hell was that in the Sky Pavilion's evaluation, the state of you was given 6 grandmaster targets. In this world, there was no classification of martial arts levels. There were no martial warriors, great martial warriors, or first-grade martial masters. The entire state of you only had 6 grandmaster slots. You want to become a grandmaster? Sure. It's simple, defeat one of them, and then you can replace them. So Snow Mountain Old Demon challenged the 6 grandmasters like crazy. Up until now, he had challenged them for 7 or 8 years. He had lost all of them. She felt that Zhong Chuk's martial arts were the weakest, so she had challenged him 3 times. Zhong Chuk was also very unhappy. CKU all. You keep saying that I'm the weakest among the 6 grandmasters. Do I still have any shame? Just you wait, when my disciple Big Fool becomes awesome, he will kill you all one by one. But the Big Fool isn't young anymore, he has to find a wife for him. I, the Big Fool, am so awesome, I'm destined to be the strongest in the world in the future. So I can't just randomly find a wife. I have to look for a suitable match. So I have to find a wife among the 6 grandmaster disciples. Snow Mountain Old Demon, no, you're not a grandmaster, our statuses don't match, and your disciple is too ugly. Huang Feng, I'll kill you all. Sword King Li Qianqiu only had 1 disciple, and he was a man. Saber King Yan Nanfei? He had a daughter and a female disciple. But this person was too ruthless and ambitious, and he even worked for the monarch, so he couldn't find a wife. After looking around, only Grandmaster Shui Yin had a female disciple, and she was about the same age as the Big Fool, only 5 years older. So Grandmaster Zhong Chuk went to the Great Snow Mountain. The Great Snow Mountain was very big, and part of it was in the state of Yu, part in the state of Chu, and part in the state of Chang. He went to compete with Snow Mountain Old Demon, and at the same time, he went to find a wife for the Big Fool. At this time, Jin Mutsong said weakly, Xiao Bing, I'm back. Big Fool, I'm so happy to see you. I just came out of prison, can't you pay attention to me? Xiao Bing said, Crown Prince, you're out. Wow, what a beautiful little girl. Then, Lil Bing rushed forward and held the 2 little girls in his arms, loving them so much that he couldn't bear to part with them. Princess Ning Yan also looked at Jin Mutsong and said, Oh, you're that fat otaku? You're the one who raped that bookseller's wife? You're so useless. Jin Mutsong shook his head and said, I didn't. I was harmed by the Qin Corporation, I'm the victim here. The angry tiger princess glanced at him and said, Then you're even more useless. At this time, the Big Fool asked, Third Fool, what's a rape? Jin Mutsong looked at the Big Fool and said, I missed you and was very excited to see you, but now I don't want to talk. Shen Lang said, 13, take the crown prince to take a bath and change his clothes. Yes. Shen Lang said to the Big Fool, how's your martial arts training going? Is it good? The Big Fool said dejectedly, It's not good enough, not good at all. Master scolds me every day and says that even pigs are better than me. Shen Lang said, Don't be discouraged, you've only been training for half a year. That's right, the first half of martial arts training was spent on enlightenment, and he was practically practicing the horse stance. Shen Lang said, Then did your master teach you any sword techniques? The Big Fool said, No, he said he would teach me after a year. Shen Lang said, Then did your master teach you internal energy? The big fool said, "What's internal energy?" Shen Lang was startled and immediately started cursing. "Zhong Chuk, what kind of grandmaster are you? You don't teach anything, you don't teach anything." It's already been half a year, and the big fool still hasn't learned anything. If that was the case, when would he become an expert? I can't wait any longer. You, as a grandmaster, are completely misleading your students. Look at how well Xianxia has taught you. It seems like it's not without reason that you're at the bottom of the 6 grandmasters. My darling Mulan's martial arts aren't that good, it seems like it's also because you didn't teach her well. One day, I'll have to find someone through my connections and ask the Sword King Xianxia to teach Mulan my treasure. Shen Lang suddenly felt a little disgusted. Big fool, you haven't learned any sword techniques or internal energy in this half a year, so what do you know? The big fool said dejectedly, I don't know anything. Shen Lang said, you don't know anything, and your master dares to leave you at the entrance of the capital. Isn't he afraid that you'll be sold or bullied? The big fool seemed to remember something and said, right, master also told me to find Xianxia and have a fight with her disciple. That way, no one will bully me in the capital. Who is Xianxia? As soon as these words came out, the tigress princess was originally hugging a little girl and playing intimately. When she heard the big fool's words, she suddenly jumped up. What? Big fool, you actually want to fight with me? You've only practiced martial arts for half a year, you don't know any sword techniques, you don't know any internal energy, and you still want to compete with me. Although you're born with divine strength, you don't know any martial arts. You actually want to compete with me? Do you know how powerful I am? Immediately, the tigress princess couldn't take it anymore and directly said, let's go to my teacher's place. I, Ning Yan, will fight you with one hand. I guarantee that I'll kill you in an instant. Then, the angry tiger princess held Shen Lang's hand and walked out, towards Grand Princess Ningjia's quiet hut. Xiaobing frowned. Ning Yan, if you want to compete with the big fool, why are you holding my man's hand, shameless woman? Stealing a man, is it amazing that you're big but can collapse half a room? Princess Ning Yan still didn't realize it. As she pulled Shen Lang's hand and walked out, she shouted, let's go, big fool, let's go to the quiet hut. I'll fight you with one hand. The Chong Kingdom, about a month ago, this country seemed to be shrouded in misfortune. The smallpox epidemic had broken out here. Large numbers of people were infected every day. The Chong King was an absolutely cruel person. Once he discovered that someone was infected with smallpox, he would immediately burn and bury them. He would never treat them. He had to use the cruelest method to completely kill this epidemic. But even so, he still couldn't control it. Because the Chong Kingdom didn't have any cities, they couldn't block the flow of people. The entire Chong Kingdom treated the smallpox epidemic like a ghost. It was too terrifying. And every few years, it would break out. Every time it broke out, countless people would be killed. To the Chong people, smallpox was not a disease, but a divine retribution. It was like a god from hell who came to reap lives. Every 4 or 5 years, it would definitely break out. This year's weather was especially hot, so this year's smallpox epidemic was especially serious. The Chong King had already killed tens of thousands of people. But he still couldn't control it, and it became more and more intense, infecting more and more people. Sometimes, the Chong King's heart trembled from the killing. God, what did we Chong people do wrong? Why are you punishing me like this? How many more people do we have to die to end this hellish misfortune? If we keep dying, the Chong Kingdom will be finished. Princess Arunana of the Chong Kingdom rode down the snowy mountains on a white cow. She was extremely strong and powerful, and she was over 2 meters tall. She was already 25 years old. She had once been the strongest female warrior in the entire Chong Kingdom. When she was 8 years old, she was already 1.7 meters tall. From then on, she followed her father and killed people. By the time she was 13, her name had already spread throughout the Chong Kingdom, and she was known as the Princess of Hell. At 13, she was already 1.9 meters tall, a head taller than almost any man. She also killed people like flies. Everyone said that she was cursed. Everyone felt that this cursed mutated woman would not live past 30 years old. 10 years ago, a peerless beauty had appeared in the Chang Kingdom's palace and said that she wanted to take Princess Aru as her disciple. Because her killing intent was too strong, she might not live past 30 years old if she was not properly trained. Princess Aru did not believe her. She picked up her scimitar and charged at the woman. A dozen or so Chang tribe warriors charged at the woman. However, that peerless beauty easily defeated Princess Aru and the dozen warriors with just one Xianxia finger. Thus, Princess Aru Nana became this woman's disciple. She had been on the snowy mountains for 10 years. Princess Aru had been training with this woman for 10 years. She was about to go crazy. It had been a long time since she had last killed someone. She could have stayed on the snowy mountains and stayed by her master's side. But last night, her master told her that he had found her a fiancé, and that he would be going on a blind date soon. Aru Nana was about to explode. A man? I, Aru Nana, do not need a man. I, Aru Nana, am a hero. Which man in the world can conquer me? Look at these men, they are all so short that they look like little kids standing in front of me. I, Aru Nana, am already as tall as a mountain when I stand up. But she did not dare to disobey her master's order. Master is too powerful. I, Aru Nana, may be very powerful, but I am still no match for her. Thus, she secretly drugged her master. After that, she rode her cow down the mountain and ran back to the Chang palace. At the top of the snowy mountains, a peerless beauty was standing on the snow-covered ground as light as a feather. She did not leave any footprints on the fragile snowy ground. She looked at her disciples back as she rode her cow down the mountain. She was the world's top martial grandmaster, Xianxia. She was truly a peerless beauty. She was worthy of that poem. There is a beauty in the north, peerless and independent. Her first glance could topple a city, and her second glance could topple a country. Her age was a mystery. But her face and figure made her look like she was in her 20s. At that moment, a figure flew over at lightning speed. It seemed to float over the snowy ground, leaving no footprints behind. Senior sister Xianxia, it's been 20 years, but you haven't changed at all. In fact, you look even younger. Junior brother Zhong, it's been 20 years. You've aged. The empire was destroyed, master died suddenly, and I'm exhausted. How can I not age? Then, Zhongchuk said, isn't her disciple going to go on a blind date with the big fool? Why did you let her go? Grandmaster Xianxia said, when fate comes, it will naturally come. There is no need to deliberately play matchmaker. Then, Xianxia's peerless face was expressionless. Besides, I'm going to die soon. I don't want this child to see me die. Grandmaster Zhongchuk said with tears in his eyes, Senior sister, is there really no way to save him? The peerless beauty Grandmaster Xianxia said, it's a peerless disease. There is no way to save him. It will happen in the next 10 days. Zhongchuk said, I know a very powerful young man. He might be able to save you. Xianxia shook her head and said, no need. It's good to leave like this. Just die like this. Just die like this. After he dies, he might be able to find the truth behind His Majesty's sudden death. Quiet hut, eldest Princess Xianxia's seclusion. Shenlang really didn't want to come in. Every time Shenlang saw her, he felt uncomfortable, as if having desires was a very shameful thing. As soon as he walked into the quiet hut, he felt that he couldn't get hard anymore. Master, master, Princess Xianxia barged in and shouted, there's a big fool who has only practiced martial arts for half a year. He doesn't know any sword techniques and hasn't learned any inner force skills. He actually wants to compete with me. Don't you think it's ridiculous? The big fool walked in and looked at eldest Princess Xianxia. You're Xianxia. Eldest Princess Xianxia was expressionless to everyone, but when she saw the big fool, she smiled gently and said, that's right, I'm Xianxia. Who are you? The big fool said, I'm a big fool. Eldest Princess Xianxia smiled and said, so you're the big fool. After Zhongchuk took in such a genius disciple, she wrote to every top expert to show off, and eldest Princess Xianxia was no exception. Not only that, Zhongchuk was also worried about leaving the big fool in the state of you, so she entrusted eldest Princess Xianxia to protect him. Princess Xianxia was very jealous. because her aunt had never spoken to her in such a close tone. Eldest Princess Xianxia said softly, "Big fool, did your teacher ask you to bring anything else?" The big fool said, "Master told me to find Xianxia and fight with your disciple." Princess Ningyan said, "Master, did you hear that? He wants to fight me." Eldest Princess Ningjia's voice became flat, "Don't call me master." Aunt. Ningyan was helpless. Ningjia's voice became gentle again, "Big fool, how long have you been learning martial arts from master?" "Half a year." The big fool said. Ningjia asked again, "Then what have you learned?" The big fool said, "I don't know anything." Ningjia said, "You don't know swordsmanship or inner force?" The big fool shook his head and said, "I don't know either." Ningjia said, "Then you can try with Ningyan." Then, she turned to Princess Ningyan and said, "Don't hurt him, okay?" "Got it." Princess Ningyan was in high spirits. "Ha ha ha ha, I, Ningyan, have high talent and inner force. I've been practicing martial arts for 18 years. You big fool are stupid. You've only been practicing martial arts for half a year. You don't know any martial arts, and you still want to fight with me? What a joke. Come, I'll give you one hand." Princess Ningyan suddenly pulled out her sword and pointed it at the big fool. The big fool took down the heavy sword on his back and couldn't help but look at Shen Lang, full of uneasiness. "Second fool, how should I fight? Master didn't teach me." "Shen Lang, fight however you want, you'll be killed in seconds anyway." "Cut the crap, take this." Princess Ningyan shouted sternly. Then, she suddenly turned into a ball of fiery red light and rushed toward the big fool. Her whole body was like a fierce tiger coming out of its cage. This girl said to show mercy, but she still wanted to show off, almost bursting out with all her strength. Swish! She used all her strength and slashed at the big fool. The big fool was stunned. He clumsily raised his big sword and blocked. Bang! There was a loud noise. Sparks flew everywhere. Princess Ningyan's delicate body flew out directly. Note, the first update is here. It's snowing outside. I really want to go take a look. I'll eat something and then write the second update. Brothers, give me monthly votes, give me support. Thank you, Alliance Master, for another 1,000 yuan reward from Little Tadpole. I'm so grateful. Ningyan flew more than 10 meters away. The tigress princess fell to the ground and staggered back a few steps. Then, she was completely stunned. Shen Lang and eldest Princess Ningxia were also stunned. The big fool was also stunned. What happened? Princess Ningyan was a sore loser. She was furious. She picked up her sword and was about to charge at the big fool again. "I'll fight you to the death." Then, she slashed with her sword again. Bang! Then, she flew out again. She slashed again. She flew out again. After landing, she was about to cry. Her hand hurt so much. She shook her palm with all her might. The web between her thumb and forefinger was split open and bleeding. "Master, look at what you're teaching? I've been training for more than 10 years and I can't beat him." Princess Ningyan said, "Big fool, why are you pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger?" The big fool said in surprise, "What is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger?" Eldest Princess Ning Buqiang, "Oh no." Eldest Princess Ningjia said softly, "Big fool, what have you been doing for the past 6 months?" The big fool said, "Getting beaten up, then taking a bath." Eldest Princess Ningjia said, "Getting beaten up every day?" The big fool said, "From dawn to dusk, then taking a bath and closing the door." Eldest Princess Ningjia said, "Who's hitting you?" The big fool said, "Master." Princess Ningjia said, "Why did he hit you?" The big fool said, "He said I'm stupid." Princess Ningjia said, "Then did he say when he wouldn't hit you?" The big fool said, "He said when I can block him, he won't hit me." Princess Ningjia said, "Then how do you feel about taking a bath every day?" The big fool said, "It hurts. Master is cooking me in a big pot." As he was cooking, Master even cried and said that all the things he had saved up for more than 10 years were used up. The truth was out. Shen Lang couldn't help but be amazed. "I want to take back what I said before. Zhong Chuk, you're not a great grandmaster that can be bought with money. You're really awesome." Many people think that practicing martial arts is like giving you a secret manual or a set of sword techniques. You must practice it with all your might, right? That was the case for ordinary people. Even 99% of geniuses practiced this way. However, there was a type of absolute genius that was not like this. Did Chou Yaoer have any moves? Not at all. He only had one move, Berserk Battle, Electric Fan. With a turn of the two demon head blades, all the enemies were killed. Therefore, when the big fool practiced martial arts, he didn't have any moves. In fact, the technique was used to imprison them. Xianxia fought the big fool every day to train his reaction and speed. Otherwise, with the intelligence of the big fool, do you think he would be able to understand martial arts secret manuals? Do you think he can do it? Chou Yaoer was very smart, but she was so talented that she didn't need to use her brain. And the big fool was really stupid. Grandmaster Xianxia beat him up every day, tens of thousands of times a day. A 360-degree sneak attack. What could the big fool do? He didn't know how to dodge, not even when a tiger charged at him. He could only block with a metal rod. Half a year passed. Xianxia had attacked him 2 million times. The big fool had blocked 2 million times. Of course, he didn't block even once. After all, Xianxia was a grandmaster. How could the big fool block him? However, even if he couldn't block Xianxia, could he not block Princess Ningyan? Therefore, in this half a year, the big fool had learned one move. I block, and his strength. This person was born with godly strength. What was the scariest thing? His golden bloodline. Even without training, his strength would increase. Even if he was injured, he would recover. That was why the big fool was so badly injured. If it was someone else, they would have died. He was thrown into the ravine for a few days and nights and didn't die. After Shenlang saved him, he recovered not long after, and there wasn't a single wound left. Therefore, the big fool's strength and true qi were naturally very strong. He didn't need to train, he could become stronger while sleeping. Other people could become stronger by charging money, but the big fool could become stronger while sleeping. What the hell? How could he reason with this? What was the so-called true qi and internal strength training? Wasn't it just breathing in and out, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth into the dantian and blood? Normal people could also swallow it, but the absorption was very weak, which was why all kinds of internal strength were needed to increase the efficiency of breathing in and out. But the big fool's golden bloodline didn't need that at all. He could absorb the essence energy of heaven and earth through his pores. However, after he absorbed the essence energy, he couldn't use it, nor could he use it. Xianxia bathed him in medicinal herbs every day, with the goal of stimulating the power that he had hidden for nearly 20 years. That was why he complained about being poor. The medicinal herbs that he had saved for more than 10 years were all used up in less than half a year. Look at Chou Yaoer. She didn't practice martial arts, meditate, or cultivate internal strength. Diligent and diligent? There was no such thing. She was either killing people or listening to stories every day. So the big fool wasn't so powerful after practicing martial arts for half a year, but Xianxia had stimulated all the internal strength that he had hidden for 20 years. How could this not be awesome? However, he could only block now, not attack. In about a year or two, Xianxia would teach him how to attack. But it should be very difficult. Because the big fool was a stubborn coward, he never knew how to take the initiative to hit others. When others attacked him, he would hug his head, back, and let them hit him. You have the mace, I have the top of the skull. Thinking about it now, it wasn't easy for Grandmaster Xianxia. To teach a person like the big fool to become the world's #1 was as easy as flipping one's hand, but also as difficult as ascending to heaven. At the very least, you have to let him learn how to hit people. Eldest Princess Ningxia explained to Ningyan why the big fool was so powerful. The Tigress Princess said, "So you mean that I'm still very powerful, but he's too abnormal?" That was more or less what it meant. The Tigress Ningyan said, "But, what's the point of other people practicing martial arts when they meet perverts like them?" Eldest Princess Ningxia said, "Yeah, there's no point." The Tigress said, "No, there's still a point. There are very few perverts like this. Just don't meet them normally. Big fool, stay away from me. Don't let me see you." Oh. The big fool hid behind a pillar. Xianxia was speechless. With your cowardly appearance, even if you became the world's #1 expert, it would be useless. Xianxia said, you're not allowed to bully the big fool. Then, she waved at the big fool and said, come here. The big fool walked over. Xianxia took off a pendant from her neck. It was an auspicious cloud jade. It was transparent and flawless, very precious. She put the pendant on the big fool's wrist. This pendant was very famous. It was given to Princess Xianxia by the previous king. Many nobles knew it. Now that Xianxia gave it to the big fool, it was to tell everyone, I'm protecting this person, don't touch him. Princess Xianxia was very jealous. She also liked this magic cloud jade pendant. She asked for it many times, but her aunt refused to give it to her. Now she gave it to a stranger. But in Xianxia's eyes, the big fool was not a stranger. Because he represented the state of Yu's hope of dominating the world's martial arts. Alright, you guys can go. The eldest Princess Xianxia waved her hand. Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief and was the first to slip away. After walking out of the quiet hut, he felt much more comfortable away from Princess Xianxia. He glanced at the curve of Princess Xianxia's waist. Show your respect. Everything is normal. Actually, he didn't like eldest Princess Xianxia. Xianxia didn't like him either, so she didn't say a word to him from beginning to end. Xianxia had a strong aura of a saintess, which made people nod hard. And Xianxia had a strong scum aura, which made people uncomfortable. Someone was treating him at night. The Yan Empire's ambassador, the son of Marquis Qingyao, Yun Mingzi. Today, he had arranged a horse race with Ning Yan and went to the racetrack early in the morning to wait. In the end, Ning Yan still hadn't arrived in the evening. You didn't even inform me if you didn't come. What a dog. The bored dreamy Cloud Lake could only go to the racetrack and get 2 daughters of nobles. At night, Ning Yan was supposed to apologize to the guests, but inexplicably, it became dreamy Cloud Lake's treat. The tigress princess made a mistake and wanted someone else to treat her. Does that mean that I made a mistake, so I'm giving you the chance to treat me? However, dreamy Cloud Lake didn't care. He was just a little tired. Usually, he didn't play with women during the day. Today, he was too bored, so he broke the rule. Let me introduce you. This is my brother, Xianxia. This is dreamy Cloud Lake, the trash of the empire. This is the big fool. Princess Ning Yan gave a perfunctory introduction and then sat down to eat. Xianxia, it's an honor to meet you. Dreamy Cloud Lake, it's an honor to meet you. Xianxia, it's an honor to meet you. Then, the two of them had nothing to say. The first thing they felt when they met was, damn, so handsome? No, I have to kill him. Top-level handsome men are natural enemies. However, this hostility soon disappeared. Because both sides smelled the scent of the same kind. Why would scum make things difficult for scum? For some reason, Xianxia somewhat understood how the monarch felt when he saw him. The monarch repeatedly said, Xianxia, you are a delicate person, and it's not easy. And the monarch, Ning Yuanxian, regarded himself as the most delicate person. He was exquisite in every aspect and particular in every aspect. After an awkward silence, the big fool suddenly said, too dumb, should I also say it's an honor to meet you? Dreamy Cloud Lake glanced at the big fool, and his eyes flashed with a special light. Then, he cupped his hands at the big fool and said, it's an honor to meet you. Then, he was embarrassed and speechless. The big fool said again, too dumb, can I eat now? Xianxia, eat, eat. The big fool buried his head and ate. The tigress buried her head and ate. Once again, Xianxia and dreamy Cloud Lake fell into an awkward silence. After a long time, Xianxia finally thought of a question. Crown Prince Yun, how many women have you slept with? Dreamy Cloud Lake thought for a while and said, I can't remember, a few hundred. Instantly, Xianxia wanted to kill him again. Look, this is a real winner in the world, a walking cannon in human form. And all the women he slept with were beauties. Crown Princess Ning Yan said disdainfully, trash, stud. Dreamy Cloud Lake asked, Brother Shen, what about you? Xianxia felt that he couldn't raise his head and said in shame, 3. Ning Yan, trash. Eat your food. Other people sleep with hundreds of women and they call me trash. I only slept with 3, and you call me trash. If not for the fear of being castrated by your father, I would have slept with a tigress like you 100 times. After hearing Xianlang's answer, Dreamy Cloud Lake sighed and said, "What a pity." "Xianlang, isn't that so?" Dreamy Cloud Lake said, "Brother Shen, do you know the secret for men like us to sleep with more women?" "Xianlang, don't be too devoted to one person, or else you will feel guilty." Dreamy Cloud Lake said, "That's right. Any man's first reaction when seeing a beautiful woman is to sleep with her. This is very normal. If you love and care too much about a woman, then you will feel responsible, you will restrain yourself, and you will not be able to let go. Because the pleasure of sleeping with a strange woman can't beat the guilt in your heart, so you can't sleep anymore." "Xianlang, brother, by the time I understood this, it was already too late." Dreamy Cloud Lake raised his wine cup and said, "Regret that we didn't meet sooner." "Xianlang, regret that we didn't meet sooner." Following that, Xianlang asked a question, "Brother, now that you see Big Yellow, can you still be stone?" Princess Ningyan raised her head and said, "Who is Big Yellow? Why don't I know her?" Dreamy Cloud Lake said, "When I was with her, it was divided into a few stages. In the beginning, I was Big Yellow, then Big Yellow, then Big Yellow, then Big Yellow, and now withered." Following that, Dreamy Cloud Lake's crown prince said, "Xianlang, you should be in the first stage now, right?" Xianlang nodded and said, "Yes. If not for the fear of being castrated, it would be very difficult for me to restrain myself." Dreamy Cloud Lake said, I understand. Very soon, I will enter the second stage." "Xianlang, Brother Yun, have you seen Ning Buqiang?" Dreamy Cloud Lake said, "I can't avoid her, and it makes me uncomfortable." "Brother Shen, if you can avoid meeting her, don't meet her." Xianlang said, "Elder brother knows me well." Dreamy Cloud Lake said, "Regret that we didn't meet sooner. In the future, let's visit often." "Xianlang, let's visit often." Xianlang felt that he had finally met someone who could understand him. After crossing thousands of miles in the vast sea of people, he had finally met a scumbag who was at the same level as him. On the way home, Princess Ningyan suddenly flew into a rage. "Xianlang, don't tell me the big fool you were talking about just now is me? It's been more than 2 hours, and you've only just reacted." Xianlang had yet to say anything. Ningyan unsheathed her sword and swung it at Xianlang. "Yes, it's swinging, not slashing. I must teach this scumbag a lesson. How dare he say bad things about me?" I swung. 1 minute later. Princess Ningyan was panting. Her entire arm was about to break. She swung her sword a total of 100 times. At first, she swung it, then she slashed it. She slashed Xianlang a total of 100 times. However, all of them were blocked by the big fool. She didn't even touch the corner of Xianlang's clothes. "Don't hit second fool. It's not good to fight," the big fool said weakly. Princess Ningyan was about to cry. Her hand really hurt. "Xianlang, just you wait. I definitely won't let you off. When the big fool leaves, I'll definitely beat you to death. I'll beat the shit out of you." With that, Princess Ningyan left with a murderous look on her face. She went home. She kept saying shit when she saw a tigress. Instantly, Xianlang entered the second stage. Song Lei entered the second stage. "My brother, Dreamcloud Lake, is really a god." The next day, the monarch decreed that the dozen warriors from the Chang kingdom who burned the holy temple would be beheaded in public. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The dozen executioners slashed down with their knives. The heads of the Chang people rolled off, and blood spurted everywhere. The crowd cheered. The officials cheered. All hail the monarch. All hail the state of Yu. The monarch issued a decree, severely condemning the Chang kingdom and stating that this was not the end. The Chang kingdom had to give the state of Yu an explanation for the burning of the holy temple. Otherwise, the Chang kingdom would face full punishment from the state of Yu and the wrath of the people of the state of Yu. Don't say I didn't warn you. The people of the world were even more excited. The monarch was indeed wise and unyielding. Then, the monarch, Ning Yuanxian, ordered the Ministry of Rights to send a delegation to the Chang kingdom to condemn the Chang kingdom. Everyone couldn't help but shrink back. Were they going to court death? Instantly, 80% of the officials in the Chamberlain of Dependencies went home sick. They were courting death. It's one thing for the monarch to fool the people, but we all know what's going on. The Chang Kingdom is a crazy warmonger. He's crazy enough to beat himself up. They didn't know that the envoy had been executed by the state of Yu. If the Chang King knew, he would have sent an army to attack the state of Yu. You even sent a delegation to condemn the Chang Kingdom with the heads of a dozen warriors, and you want the Chang Kingdom to plead guilty? Oh my god, the Chang Kingdom would have killed the Chang Kingdom even if the prince had led an army, let alone the envoy. It wasn't a trip with only a slim chance of survival, but one with no chance of survival. Moreover, he died without a complete corpse, without a place to be buried. They would definitely be skinned, their tendons pulled, and they would definitely be cooked and eaten. So as long as I'm on the list, I won't go even if I have to resign. It wasn't just the Chamberlain of Dependencies. Even the young officials of the Ministry of Rights were using their connections to find a way out. Each had their own methods. In short, they didn't want me to be on the list of the Chang Kingdom. At that moment, Xianxia stepped forward. I'll go, for the dignity of the monarch. For the dignity of the state of Yu. I'm willing to represent the state of Yu as a diplomatic envoy to the Chang Kingdom. I'm willing to condemn the Chang Kingdom and make him plead guilty. I want the Chang Kingdom to give the state of Yu an explanation that will satisfy the people of the world. Suddenly, the entire capital fell silent. Are you, Xianxia, crazy? Isn't it good to be alive? Why do you have to die? Did the Xianwu mansion mistreat you? Why are you so stubborn? If you want to die, it's very simple. Eat the red crane crown, hang yourself with a rope, or find a deep latrine pit to jump into. You'll be dead in less than half an hour. At the very least, he would have a complete corpse if he died in these ways. At the very least, he would not have to die so painfully. You're going to the Chang Kingdom? Not only will you die without a complete corpse, but you'll also be eaten alive by those barbarians. Xianxia has announced this publicly. I know that I'm going to die. But for the state of Yu, for the monarch, and for my father-in-law to confer the title of Marquis of Xuanwu, what do I have to fear? The monarch's face twitched when he heard this. What do you mean? You're even listing the title of Marquis of Xuanwu. Do you think I'll go back on my word? Are you trying to take me under your wing? Don't worry, as long as you complete the mission, I'll keep my word. Xianxia was put in a difficult position. I, Xianxia, want to bring glory to the country, but unfortunately, I don't have a scholarly title. My status is too low, and I'm only an Imperial College student. Thus, the Ministry of Rights bestowed the title of Imperial College student to Xianxia. Xianxia was still in a difficult position. This title isn't too strong. I don't have the confidence to go to the Chang Kingdom with it. The Ministry of Rights gritted their teeth and bestowed the title of Juren. You're going to die anyway, so it's not too much to give you the title of Juren. At least, the Ministry of Rights had unanimously approved it. This was unprecedented. The title of Juren was very precious. Even the descendants of nobles, even those who had made great contributions, had to sit for the imperial examinations. They couldn't be bestowed the title of Juren. This was a special situation. Everyone knew that going to the Chang Kingdom was equivalent to sacrificing one's life for the country, so it was only right that one be promoted. Xianxia was still in a difficult position. The title of Juren was still not strong enough. I still don't have the confidence to face the Chang King. Why don't you raise it a little more? All the officials from the Ministry of Rights looked at Xianxia. You're going too far. Are you addicted to blackmailing us? Don't tell me you want to bestow the title of Juren? Impossible. I won't bestow the title of Juren even if I die. Just as Xianxia and the Ministry of Rights were in a stalemate. The monarch bestowed a gift to the Kim clan. Xianxia opened it and saw that it was a rock, an extremely hard rock. The monarch's meaning was clear. If you think that the title of Juren is not strong enough, then is this rock hard enough? Is your head harder, Xianxia, or is this rock harder? Thus, Xianxia decided to give in. He accepted the title of Juren from the Ministry of Rights. From now on, Master Lang is a Juren. One day later, the monarch decreed that Xianxia was conferred the title of 8th rank Registrar of the Chamberlain of Dependencies. He was really a small official like a sesame seed. 2 days later, the monarch decreed that Xianlang was conferred the title of Minister of the Imperial Court. Minister of the Imperial Court was an official title, not a position. It was just an empty title. What it meant was that he had been promoted by one rank. From now on, he would be a secondary class 7th rank official. Xianlang could be considered to have broken the record of the Yu Kingdom's imperial court that had been in place for the past few decades. A Jiren was promoted by one rank in just 5 days, to secondary class 7th rank. The speed of his promotion was extremely fast. But no one was envious, because this was all part of the routine. Another 2 days passed, the monarch issued an official decree. Xianlang was conferred the title of head envoy. He was to lead a diplomatic mission to the Chong Kingdom to denounce the Chong king. He must not damage the state of Yu's prestige. Of course, the so-called diplomatic mission only consisted of Xianlang. There wasn't even a deputy envoy. 100 cavalrymen escorted Xianlang out of the Vermilion Bird Gate and towards the Chong Kingdom. Princess Ningyan escorted him from hundreds of miles away. Finally, she shouted at Xianlang, "Xianlang, good job. You are a hero. Don't worry. After you die, I will take good care of Xiaobing for you." Xianlang clenched his teeth in anger. "Tigress, don't speak if you don't know how to. Although you will most likely die in the Chong Kingdom this time, you have to come back alive even if there is only a sliver of hope. We are brothers. I will definitely protect your family. Xianlang, you must have hope in your heart. You must live with all your might." Then, the tigress princess felt that her encouragement was too vague and not substantial enough. Thus, she shouted, "Xianlang, don't you want to sleep with me? When you come back alive, I will sleep with you. I, Ning Yan, am a man of my word." Xianlang was tempted. "I had just managed to hold myself back." "Tigress, you were trying to seduce me into adultery." This sentence allowed Xianlang to enter the third stage. From a rock to a rock. Sigh. He would probably enter the third stage soon. My brother, Dreamy Cloud Lake, is really a god. And at this moment, this deity was waving his hand at Princess Ningyan. The Empire's ambassador, Dreamy Cloud Lake, said, "Brother Lang, you must seize the opportunity to break the taboo in your heart and find a new self. Persuading me to have an affair can be said in such a refined and elegant way. My brother is indeed a genius." Time flew by like water. The days of travel were so boring. He could not act cool, and there were no beauties. On the left was the big fool, and on the right was Huang Feng. In the middle was Shan, who was sneaking peeks at Huang Feng. These two were really having an affair. "Shan, when did you go blind? Why didn't I know you had such a weird taste?" The days of not being able to act cool passed by quickly. 10 days later. Xianlang led the envoy into the Chong Kingdom with a dozen or so Chong people's heads. Bam, 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 bam. The ground began to tremble. Then, a group of Chong Kingdom cavalry surged forward like a tidal wave, instantly surrounding Xianlang. A super tall, super strong, but also very beautiful woman rode a white cow and walked out of the crowd. She held a green dragon crescent blade in her hand, which definitely weighed more than 50 kilograms. No wonder she had to ride on a cow. Warhorses could not carry her at all. "You are the envoy from the state of Yu, Xianlang," the female general from the Chong Kingdom said coldly. Xianlang said, "Yes, I am." The female general said in a cold voice, "Capture them all. Skin this Xianlang alive and pull out his tendons. Slice off his flesh piece by piece and feed it to the dogs." "Yes." Then, thousands of Chong Kingdom cavalry wailed and waved their scimitars as they charged towards Xianlang's envoy. Xianlang said loudly, "Princess Arunana, we are all on the same side, on the same side. Do you see the big fool behind me? Is he your husband? Big fool, why aren't you going to meet your wife?" Note, the second chapter has been uploaded. I will continue writing the third chapter. I feel like I'm going to the movies, but I can't even squeeze out 2 hours. Sob sob sob, begging for support, begging for monthly votes, crying and begging. 20 days ago, news of the Chong warriors burning down the holy temple of the state of Yu had reached the Chong king's ears. Without any hesitation, he sent an emissary to the state of Yu with only one content. "Hurry up and release our people, or we'll start a war." Not only that, but our previous demands are still the same. What request? It was to extort 300,000 gold coins from the state of Yu, as well as a large amount of silk and tea leaves. Emperor Chang was just that arrogant. There was no other way, he was awesome. How should one describe Emperor Chang's battle prowess, the war god of a generation? Of course, this did not mean that he was a god in the art of war. In fact, his talent in commanding troops was also very high. Although he was not well versed in military books, he was born to fight. How powerful would he be on the battlefield? Take Chou Yao Er as a reference. Of course, in the end, it was still Chou Yao Er who was more powerful, because she was still young, only 29 years old. Chang King was already 49 years old. In another 5 or 6 years, Chou Yao Er would definitely be stronger than him. But at least for now, Emperor Chang's battle prowess was off the charts. Otherwise, how could a small place like the Chang nation go against the heavens, the earth, and the air? They had forced a powerful country like the state of Yu to spend money to buy peace. Moreover, there was also the Chu country that was willing to spend money to buy peace. When Emperor Chang found out that the envoy he sent had burned down the holy temple of the state of Yu, he knew the severity of the consequences. This was equivalent to the burning of the Chang kingdom's snow mountain god temple. But he still didn't care. So what if it was burned? Hurry up and release him. Pay up, or I'll beat you up. Although the entire Chang kingdom had been struck by smallpox, they could still attack the state of Yu. But 5 days later, before the new envoy from the Chang kingdom had even reached the state of Yu, the Chang king had already received the latest news. The dozen or so Chang people who had burned down the state of Yu had already been beheaded. Instantly, Chang king was enraged. I, Arugan, have never been so humiliated. Only I kill other people's envoys, no one has ever dared to kill mine. It was said that envoys were not to be executed in a war between two countries, but this did not apply to the Chang kingdom. When they killed the envoys of other countries, it was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Over time, they stopped sending envoys over. This was too unruly. It was precisely because of this that the Su family had monopolized the state of Yu's diplomacy with the Chang kingdom. But after learning that his envoy had been killed, Emperor Chang could not take it anymore. Only I can kill other people's envoys, how can others kill my envoys? Without another word, King Aragang ordered Crown Prince Arutai of the Chang kingdom to gather 5,000 cavalrymen and prepare to charge into the state of Yu. Even though the Chang kingdom is currently suffering from a smallpox epidemic, we are definitely not going to back down. If we say we will fight, we will fight. 5,000 cavalrymen are more than enough to defeat the weaklings of the state of Yu. Anyway, it's just burning, killing, and plundering. It was at this moment the envoy of the Su clan entered the Chang kingdom's royal palace. Without any hesitation, he paid 100,000 gold coins. Please, your majesty, cease your thunderous rage and kill one person first. Kill who? The envoy of the state of Yu, Shenlang. Of course, at this point, Shenlang's decree for the Chang kingdom had not yet been issued. King Chang accepted the gold coins. But he still had to send troops to teach the state of Yu a lesson. The Su clan expressed that your majesty should first kill the envoy of the state of Yu, Shenlang, before sending troops. In that case, the Su clan was willing to pay another 100,000 gold coins. Thus, King Chang suppressed his anger and waited for Shenlang's arrival. A few days ago, he confirmed that the envoy of the state of Yu, Shenlang, had already set off for the Chang kingdom. Not only that, but he had also brought the heads of the Chang kingdom's envoy. Provocation, an unprecedented provocation. King Chang's murderous intent soared to the heavens. He was completely enraged. He wanted to chop up all the people from the state of Yu's envoy and make them into meat soup. At this moment, the Princess of Hell, Arunana of the Chang kingdom, volunteered to lead an army to annihilate the Yu kingdom's envoy. She wanted to chop up the envoy, Shenlang, and feed him to the dogs. King Chang agreed. Thus, the moment Shenlang's envoy entered the Chang kingdom, they were surrounded by the cavalry of the Princess of Hell. Princess Arunana of the Chang kingdom's desire to kill Shenlang was exactly the same as her father. The state of Yu was so cowardly that they dared to kill the warriors of my envoy, and they even dared to send an envoy, bringing the heads of our brave warriors. They were courting death. Just as she was about to chop up Shenlang and feed him to the dogs, she suddenly heard him shout, "Big fool! Big fool!" Isn't he the person that master told me was going on a blind date with? Immediately, Aru Nana looked at the big fool. Oh my god, so tall? Aru Nana, have never seen a man taller than me. Now I finally have one. When the big fool heard Xianlang's words, he couldn't help but look at Aru Nana. In an instant, the big fool had fallen in love. Of course, the reason for this love was very complicated. First, Master Xianxia kept emphasizing that this woman was his wife. Along the way, Xianlang also kept emphasizing that this woman was his wife. The big fool was a one-track mind. In his heart, he had long regarded this wife, whom he had never met, as the only one in his life. He was that silly, that pure. Of course, there were also many otakus in modern society who loved a girl to death just by chatting on the internet even before they met. Moreover, they fantasized about the other party to perfection, so much so that they were distracted every day. It was just that the otakus in modern society were coquettish and lonely. And the big fool was really pure. He didn't even fantasize about what his wife looked like. He lacked the ability to fantasize. Because in his life, he had only been in contact with a few women. His stepmother, Jean Mulan, Xiao Bing, and Princess Ning Yin. There were too few samples, so there was no room for imagination. But when he saw Aru Nana, the big fool's eyes suddenly lit up, and his heart beat wildly. Oh my god, this woman is so tall, so strong, so beautiful. I really like her. This is the woman I want. This is the woman the big fool, will marry for the rest of my life. He suddenly said in a daze, Wife, I am the big fool. Aru Nana stopped and carefully looked at the big fool up and down for a while. You are Xianxua's disciple? The big fool said, Yes, I am Master's last disciple. Do you also close the door for Master every day? Aru Nana could see that he was a fool. You want to go on a blind date with me? The big fool said, What's a blind date? Xianlang said on the side, It's to marry her, sleep with her, and have children. The big fool nodded vigorously and said, Yes, I want to marry you, sleep with you, and have children. As soon as these words came out, everyone suddenly burst into laughter. For a moment, the original solemn atmosphere disappeared without a trace. But in an instant, no one dared to laugh and forcibly held it in. Because Princess Aru Nana's face turned cold. At this time, even if you want to fart, even if you want to pee, you also have to hold it in. Princess Aru Nana said coldly, Fool, you want to go on a blind date with me? You have to take 3 moves from me to be qualified. Xianlang was overjoyed. The big fool might not have any other skills, but his ability to take and block moves was absolutely top-notch. The first move, immediately, Aru Nana rushed over, raised the green dragon crescent moon blade in her hand, and slashed down violently. This power. It was simply shocking. The big fool instinctively raised the black iron rod. Block, clang, a loud sound, sparks flew everywhere. The big fool's body shook violently. The solid ground under his feet actually cracked. The second move. Princess Aru Nana's green dragon crescent moon blade slashed horizontally like a whirlwind. The big fool quickly blocked again. Block, bang, his body shook violently. But he still took the second move. Aru Nana was really shocked. So far, apart from Crown Prince Aluda, no one of her peers had been able to take a single move from her. The big fool in front of her was clearly 5 years younger than her. How could he be so powerful? Take my third move and see what happens. Then, Princess Aru Nana used her ultimate move. Blade drag technique. Whether it was a slash or a hack, it was an instantaneous process. The blade drag technique, on the other hand, was a continuous attack from afar. Swoosh, the ultimate move, blade drag technique. The big fool blocked it again, however, a layer of the black iron rod in his hand had been shaved off. Even under the sunlight, sparks flew continuously. Not only that, but the temperature of the entire black iron rod soared to the point that it was about to roast the flesh. Because the energy of these 3 moves was too great, coupled with the blade drag technique, the intense friction generated heat. However, the big fool still did not move. He had taken the 3 moves of the Princess of Hell. However, the web between his thumb and forefinger had split open, and blood was flowing out. Blood also flowed from the corner of his mouth. Shenlang could not help but exclaim. This princess of the Chang kingdom was really powerful. She had actually made the big fool bleed and suffer internal injuries. Shenlang was very clear about how powerful the big fool was. However, this battle was somewhat unfair to the big fool. After all, Princess Arunana was 5 years older than him and had been practicing martial arts for 20 years. In terms of bloodline talent, the big fool was definitely the most powerful. However, the big fool had taken 3 moves in the end. Now, the two of you can go on a blind date. Who would have thought that they would go on a blind date under such circumstances? Princess Arunana said, Big fool, you've taken 3 of my moves. Now, we can go on a blind date. The big fool was pleasantly surprised. Can we go on a blind date now? Tu Dum said that a blind date meant getting married, sleeping, and giving birth to a baby, but I don't know that. Arunana said, My name is Arunana. I'm the princess of the Chang kingdom and the disciple of Grandmaster Xuan. The big fool said, I'm the big fool, the last disciple of Zhong Chuk. Originally, he wanted to repeat that he closed the door every night, but his limited intelligence made him feel that it was better not to say it. Just like a normal blind date, both parties began to introduce themselves. This was a good start. Shenlang was very pleased. This man and woman were simply a match made in heaven. However, Arunana said, Alright, the blind date is over. I don't like you, let's go. The big fool said, Huh? Shenlang said, Huh? The blind date had just started and it was already over. That was too fast. In a blind date in modern society, after the man and woman introduced themselves, they would ask if they had a house, a car, annual salary, and savings. You didn't even ask anything and you eliminated the big fool? That was like being eliminated in the first round. Arunana continued to raise her green dragon crescent blade and shouted, How dare the state of you kill my envoy? Kill the state of you's envoy. Shenlang, die. Then, she slashed at Shenlang with her blade. Shenlang was shocked. This woman had such a trick up her sleeve. Shenlang said loudly, Your Highness, I can help you cure smallpox and save your country from being destroyed. Princess Arunana was stunned. Even she was afraid of the Chang kingdom's smallpox. Because it didn't matter how good one's martial arts were. Once they contracted smallpox, they would still die. Moreover, many people in the Chang kingdom were dying. Now, more than 20,000 people had died. More and more people were infected. Even the most elite cavalry had been infected. Now, even her father didn't dare to kill anymore. If the killing continued, there was no telling how many people the Chang kingdom would lose. Even her father's 3 young sons had been infected. This smallpox was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, reaping lives in a frenzy. Anyone who could cure smallpox would be saving the Chang kingdom, and that person would be a god. However, Arunana didn't believe the pretty boy in front of her. Because dozens of people who claimed to be able to cure smallpox were all lies. All of them had been killed. I don't believe you. Die, pretty boy. Arunana roared and slashed down. The big fool blocked it. Block, block, block. After a dozen slashes, Princess Arunana was panting. The big fool's legs had sunk several inches into the ground, and he looked like he was shorter. His hands were a bloody mess, and the corners of his mouth were covered in blood. The big fool was really close to his limit. Princess Arunana was too powerful. However, he would never let anyone hurt Tu Dum. Even his wife was no exception. Princess Arunana looked at the big fool in disbelief. This fool was so powerful, he had blocked more than a dozen slashes from her. Her hands were trembling. While she was amazed, she couldn't help but be angry. She yelled, What are you waiting for? Charge and kill the state of you's envoy. Kill. At the command, thousands of cavalrymen waved their scimitars and charged at the warriors of the Shenlang envoy. Half of the warriors around Shenlang were sent by the state of you, while the other half were the private armies of the Heavenly Tao Society and the Kim family. Although they were all elite, they were no match for the thousands of cavalrymen from the Chang kingdom. The combat power of the Chang kingdom's cavalrymen was quite astonishing. With a single charge, the 100 warriors around Shenlang would be completely wiped out. The situation was critical. Shenlang shouted, Grandmaster, it's about time. It's time to show yourself. If you don't show yourself, you'll die. I know you've been following us the whole way. However, Grandmaster Xianxia didn't show himself. Instead, an enchanting fragrance wafted in the air. Instantly, Princess Arunana shrank her neck and turned to escape. What a familiar fragrance. The person she was most afraid of was here. Master, Grandmaster Xuan. After all, she had drugged her master in order to escape down the mountain. Of course, she thought that the drug had worked. Lulu, stop. A beautiful voice rang out. Just hearing this voice caused Xianxia to feel a little intoxicated. This voice was really too gentle and moving. Xianxia had never heard such a gentle voice before. It was like a spring breeze, like a white cloud brushing past. He couldn't help but be stunned. Grandmaster Xuan didn't seem young anymore. Judging from her voice, she was clearly in her 20s or 30s. Could she be an old witch with a tender voice? This voice seemed to have magical power, but it was extremely pure. It wasn't some messy witch. It was pure from the heart. This was different from Xianxia. This voice was intoxicating and filled with admiration. And Xianxia, she was an old virgin who made people lose their desires. On the surface, she looked calm, but in fact, she was very sad and full of negative energy. That was why she was called Ning Buqiang. No matter how beautiful she was, it was useless. She was like a beauty carved out of stone. Can you sleep with her? Grandmaster Xuan's voice was different. It was full of warmth and absolute positive energy. This was true purity. After hearing her master's voice, Arunana instantly surrendered. She raised her hand instinctively. She could reject anyone in this world, but she couldn't reject her master. Because her master was too good, too perfect. Arunana loved her master very much, very much. Otherwise, why would she escape down the mountain? It was because she couldn't reject her master. What if her master pointed at a man and said, "Lulu, marry her"? Arunana couldn't reject, and she didn't want to agree. What could she do? She could only run away. Xianxia, can you really cure smallpox? Grandmaster Xuan's voice rang out again. This voice was really intimate. It didn't have the aloofness of a grandmaster at all. It made people think of their first love. Xianxia, I can cure smallpox, I can save countless people. Xuan sighed. She really didn't want to see Chang Emperor. Because he was infatuated with her. More accurately, every man who met her would be infatuated with her. Xianxia never dared to say it out loud, but he was still single and unmarried. Up until now, who knew how many men had died alone because of her, Xuan? Even she herself felt that it was a sin. But she couldn't accept a man just because she was touched. She and Ancestor Luo were the most beautiful women of this generation. The next generation would be Princess Ninghan. Alright, I'll go see Chang Emperor now. I'll make sure he doesn't kill you no matter what, Grandmaster Xuan said. Xianxia bowed. Thank you, goddess. Instantly, everyone's gazes turned to him. They had never seen such a shameless person. Xianxia laughed coldly. I've already restrained myself. I wanted to call her sister. No need to thank me. The heavens are merciful. Grandmaster Xuan's voice faded into the distance. Her master had left. Arunana heaved a sigh of relief. Master didn't mention anything about the drug. I, Lulu, have escaped this calamity. Then, she stared at Xianxia. I can't believe a word from a pretty boy like you. Men, surround the state of Yu's envoy and bring them to see my father. A day later. Princess Arunana escorted Xianxia and the others into the Chang Palace. What a simple and unadorned palace. It was huge, cold, and ferocious. There were sharp rocks everywhere. And the atmosphere was strange. What the hell was this about painting black rocks with gold? The palace was entirely black, and the sharp eaves were all gold. What a tyrannical aesthetic. The smallpox epidemic in the Chang kingdom was too serious. Along the way, Xianxia saw many tribes that had been wiped out. The ground was littered with burned corpses, piling up into small hills. These people were too unhygienic. How could a smallpox epidemic be so serious? no wonder a third of Europe's population had died because of the plague. The hygienic environment here was far inferior to that of the state of Yu. They were indeed barbarians. They couldn't compare to the glorious civilization of the great Yan dynasty. The Qing kingdom, the Sand barbarians, and the other countries of the western region didn't belong to the great Yan dynasty. Therefore, the rulers of these small countries were all kings without being conferred a title by the emperor. They were regarded as barbarians by the eastern countries. However, there was a special characteristic of the eastern civilizations. Once they were civilized, their individual combat strength would decrease to a certain extent. In terms of individual strength, the Qing kingdom was still stronger. Of course, the Sand barbarians were also very strong. Outside the huge palace, Nana shouted, "Father, the pretty boy from the state of Yu is here. Do you want to see him? Do you want to kill him?" Xianxia glared at the big fool. "Useless thing. You can't even control your own wife. How dare you threaten to kill me?" The big fool was even more depressed than Xianxia. Because he had already experienced what it felt like to have his heart broken. Throughout the day, his eyes were fixed on Nana at all times. However, she didn't even look at him, treating him as if he didn't exist. Unrequited love, to a certain extent, the big fool could be considered to have fallen out of love. "Let him in." The voice of the Qing king came from inside. Xianxia entered the palace hall of the Qing kingdom. He really couldn't understand why the palace of such a small country could be bigger and taller than the state of Yu. It was a magnificent sight to behold. However, it was all made of stone. There was no wood at all. It looked very oppressive and cold. Even the throne was carved out of stone and covered in gold. Xianxia met the Qing king. He was exactly as the rumors said. He was really a man like a mountain. No wonder he could give birth to a daughter like Nana. He wasn't as tall as the big fool, but he was still about 2.1 meters tall. His entire body was covered in dark muscles, like iron, filled with explosive power. He didn't wear any royal robes. Instead, he wore an incomparably powerful iron armor. He was like a god of war. This was the man who led a small country to fight against the heavens and the earth. He fought the western region, the Chu kingdom, the state of Yu, and the Sand barbarians. He dared to fight any of them. He would fight whoever he didn't like. This was the man who blackmailed the state of Yu and the Chu kingdom every year, making these two countries spend money to buy peace. Because his murderous aura was too strong, Xianxia already felt uncomfortable when he was dozens of meters away from him. He instinctively scanned him with his X-ray eyes, wanting to see if this man was rich or not. In the end, he made every man in the world feel inferior. A real donkey. Sunan's sister and daughter had married this man at the same time. Xianxia mourned for them for a few minutes. It was probably as painful as being tortured when they were having sex. Because this Qing king killed people like they were grass, he looked at them like they were bones or dead people. If not for Goddess Shuiyin's plea, Qing king wouldn't even want to see Xianxia. He would have ordered him to be chopped up and fed to the dogs. State of Yu's envoy, Xianxia, greets Qing king. Xianxia bowed. "I can cure smallpox, I can save hundreds of thousands of your people, and I can save your Qing kingdom." Faced with such a king, Xianxia chose to get straight to the point. This kind of person was a cold-blooded tyrant who had no patience. "There's no need," Qing king said. "There's already someone who has successfully cured my youngest son of smallpox." Xianxia was stunned. Someone had cured smallpox? And he was one step ahead of Xianxia. Yesterday, Nana had said that countless people had entered the Qing kingdom claiming to know how to cure smallpox, but they had all been treated as liars and killed. Someone had actually cured smallpox? That's impossible, right? Absolutely impossible, the Qing emperor said. Sunan sent a message to me. The reason why the dozen or so warriors of my Qing kingdom burned down the Yu kingdom's sacred temple and died was all because of your schemes. Did you kill the warriors of my Qing kingdom? Is that what happened? Think carefully before you answer. You only have one chance, and this is a matter of life and death. Without any hesitation, Xianxia said, "Yes, it was my scheme. I was the one who ordered them to burn the state of Yu's holy temple. I was also the one who caused their deaths." King Chang's gaze was like a sword. He suddenly narrowed his eyes, piercing like a tangible sword. It's good that you admit it. Then I can fulfill my promise to Goddess Xueyin, King Chang said. I won't kill you, but I need you to make a choice. King Chang waved his hand. Immediately, 2 people were brought in. One was Huang Feng, the other was Xianxia. Both were Shenlang's personal bodyguards. King Chang said, You angered me, but I promised Xueyin that I wouldn't kill you. But if I don't kill, I won't be able to quell the hatred in my heart. Of these 2 subordinates, choose one to live. Skin the other, pull out his tendons, chop him up and feed him to the dogs. King Chang's words were filled with unparalleled determination. If he said he would kill one, he would definitely kill one. Instantly, Xianxia and Huang Feng cried out in unison, Kill me, kill me. Indeed, there was something going on between the two. Xianxia said, Master, kill me and let Feng Er live. I was able to serve you for half a year, and it was my honor. I'll die a heroic death. Huang Feng said, Kill me? Shenlang, I don't want to stay by your side for a long time. Hurry up and let King Chang kill me and feed me to the dogs. Then I'll stop too. These 2 really had deep feelings for each other. King Chang said coldly, Hurry up and choose one, or kill both and feed them to the dogs. 3, 2, 1. King Chang quickly counted down. Shenlang said, I choose not to kill either of them. King Chang snickered, Then we'll kill both of them. Men, drag these 2 dogs of Shenlang out, chop them up and feed them to the dogs. Author's note, the 3rd chapter has been uploaded. Today, there are still 19,000 chapters written until 5 a.m., tears streaming down my cheeks. I'm begging for your support. Pastry is rolling in the snow. I'm begging you. Can you give me the tickets? Please remember this book's domain name. Com Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version website. Com X to the power of 8 carat 1 Z carat yin 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 ad free update fastest new August 1st Chinese Xiaoxua net. Xianxia and Huang Feng were about to be dragged away and skinned alive. Shenlang said, Your Majesty, I am willing to offer you a treasure in exchange for the lives of my 2 subordinates. King Chang said disdainfully, What treasures does my Chang kingdom lack? Who would be interested in your things? These words were completely true. Although the Chang kingdom was extremely poor, the Chang king had extorted and plundered from all over the place, so he had quite a few treasures. On top of that, there was also the Su family, who were constantly fawning over him. Whenever they had any new treasures, they would definitely present them to King Chang. Therefore, Chang Emperor Aragang's standards were very high. Ordinary treasures would never catch his eye. Shenlang said, Big fool, give it to me. The big fool came in with a huge box, which seemed to be quite heavy. Emperor Chang was disdainful. Even if it was a chest full of gold, I wouldn't care. Shenlang opened the box and said, Your Majesty, please take a look. Then, ceremoniously, he tore off the cloth. King Chang couldn't help but be taken aback. It was indeed a great treasure. Such a big jade? Moreover, it was a top-notch jade of the water type. Jadeite was a natural gemstone. The highest grade was the glass type, which was transparent and flawless. However, there was no glass in this world, so it was called the water type, which was a higher level than the ice type. Generally speaking, having a fist-sized glass type was already considered amazing. The value of jadeite was not very high in ancient times, but it was hyped to be the king of jadeite in later generations. However, regardless of whether it was in ancient China or the Great Yan Empire, jadeite was a rare and precious jade. Inside the Chang Emperor's treasury, there were dozens of jadeite ornaments, and he only accepted the best. The jadeite that Shenlang presented to him was actually a meter tall. Transparent and flawless, it was almost the highest grade of water type. This was priceless. Emperor Chang had never seen such a huge piece of jade. Most importantly, this piece of jade was carved in the likeness of Emperor Chang. It was awe-inspiring and domineering. Although it was not exactly the same, the domineering characteristics were absolutely lifelike. What a rare treasure. Where did such a big jade of the water type come from? Of course, Shenlang couldn't find such a big jade. It was simply glass. If it wasn't for the fact that the craftsmanship wasn't up to par, a 2-meter-tall glass statue could be made. Emperor Chang was truly shocked. It was such a big piece of jade, and it was carved out of him. It was simply too rare and precious. Your baby is not bad. Emperor Chang pretended to be indifferent. However, you can only save one person's life. Choose one person to live and chop up the other to feed the dogs. Mother *Ker, this is totally a hooligan. Compared to King Chang, monarch Ming Yuanxian was simply a modest gentleman. He was completely unreasonable. He really did whatever he wanted. As long as he was happy, he wouldn't care if they were lower than pigs or dogs. He didn't even see others as humans. Shen Lang said, "Your Majesty, there's more to this treasure. Let's go into the darkness and take a look." Then, the big fool carried the huge glass statue to a dark room. Instantly, Emperor Chang was completely stunned. Because the statue actually emitted light, and it was very bright. In the complete darkness, it was a little dazzling. Luminous pearls had been extremely rare treasures since ancient times. Emperor Chang's treasury had a few of them. But the largest of them was only the size of a child's fist. This 3-meter-tall jade statue actually emitted light. It was too shocking. It was a priceless treasure. It was too rare. It could definitely become the treasure of his treasury. Emperor Chang was overjoyed. "Alright, I won't kill these two." Emperor Chang waved his hand, as if this was a great gift. Xianxia San and Huang Feng were released. As expected of a robber. He wanted to kill the two of them and make them ransom with money. Money in one hand, people in the other. It was as if he was returning a great favor. Of course, this was not a problem as a criminal, but the problem was that he was the ruler of a country. No wonder no one in Chu or State of Yu was willing to deal with him. 100% scoundrel. Men, move this jade statue to my treasury. I want to display it in a few months. This Emperor Chang liked to plunder, kill, and sleep with women. There was another thing he liked to do, and that was to show off. Now that he had obtained such a huge treasure, he had to show it off to the various tribal chiefs. What was up with this glowing glass statue? Of course, it was a layer of fluorescent powder on the surface of the glass. He had already absorbed enough sunlight when he was outside. There was no need to worry that it would lose its light source after being placed in the treasury. Emperor Chang's treasury was always brightly lit, making it convenient for him to inspect at any time. Whenever he was bored, he would enter his treasury and carefully reflect on the process of plundering. Every treasure was his spoils of war, his glory. Of course, there was also a type of luminous object that emitted light in the dark. It did not need to absorb any light source. It was a radioactive isotope. But Shen Lang could not obtain it, nor did he dare to touch it. Otherwise, it would be even better if he used it to harm Emperor Chang. Shen Lang continued, "Your Majesty, I have a second gift for you." Emperor Chang said, "Oh, bring it over for me to see." Shen Lang took out a wooden box and opened it to take a look. Everyone was sure to be familiar with what was inside. Cigarettes. Shen Lang first picked one up, lit it in his mouth, and inhaled deeply. Huff, a thick cloud of smoke billowed out. Alright, it wasn't comfortable at all. Smoking was harmful to one's health, so one should avoid it if possible. But Shen Lang pretended to be enjoying himself. With this attitude, he could definitely become a spokesperson for cigarette advertisements. In his previous life, Shen Lang had been a heavy smoker, but in this life, he had never touched a single cigarette. Of course, he did not have one even if he wanted to. This tobacco had been obtained from the West by the Heavenly Order. The people of the Western region had not yet learned to smoke, but they had already learned to use tobacco as a spice. Emperor Chang took a cigarette and sniffed it. He said disdainfully, "Isn't it just nicotine grass? Does it deserve to be called a treasure?" In the Western region, tobacco was indeed called nicotine grass. The Chang kingdom also had it, extorted from the Western region. Emperor Chang liked it very much. Every night, he would light a pot and fall asleep with the smell. He was even somewhat addicted. But it was rather interesting that Shen Lang actually used paper to roll up the nicotine grass and suck it with his mouth. Shen Lang had received this information from the Heavenly Order, so he had prepared these cigarettes in advance. Not only that, but there were also several hundred special cigarettes hidden in this batch. They were very special. But Emperor Chang was very suspicious. Before he could prove that the nicotine grass was not poisonous, he would definitely not smoke it. Xianlang said, "Your Majesty, this nicotine grass is completely different from the ones in the western region. After I smoke it, my spirit will be rejuvenated, and it can cure all illnesses." Emperor Chang sniffed it. Indeed, it was much more fragrant than the nicotine grass in the western region. How could it not be fragrant? Xianlang had added a lot of spices in it. Emperor Chang was tempted, but he refused to smoke it. "Take it." With a single order, he took all the large boxes of cigarettes. There was one thing that had to be made clear. Why did Xianlang go to the Chang kingdom? Was it just to get the title of Marquis of Xuanwu for his father-in-law? Of course not. It was to destroy the Su clan. When he was in Xuanwu City, he had wanted to help the Kim family escape the crisis of the new policy and ensure long-term stability. Xianlang had decided on his strategy half a year in advance. The first step was to fight for Jinshan Island. The second step was to seize the Golden Cliff Island. The third step was to seize the Raging Tide City. Finally, he would become king across the sea. Finally, he had succeeded. In order to destroy the Su clan, Xianlang had also decided on a four-step strategy. The first step was to conspire with the Chang people to burn down the temple. The second step was to send Xianlang to the Chang kingdom. The third step was to replace Zhang Chong as the standard-bearer for the new policy and bring it down on the Su clan. The fourth step was to launch a pincer attack from the east and west. The Su clan would be exterminated. Every step was closely linked. Previously, he had repeatedly said that to destroy the Su clan, he had to use the Chang kingdom. What was Xianlang's immediate goal in coming to the Chang kingdom? To kill Emperor Chang, not now, but to have him suddenly die one day in the future. It would be very difficult, right? Against the heaven-defying battle god Emperor Chang, it was already very difficult to kill him. What more an arranged murder? But at least for now, Xianlang had to become the savior of the Chang kingdom. A savior. Now that the gifts had been delivered, it was time to get down to business. Xianlang said, "Your Majesty, I am an expert in medicine. The smallpox epidemic in the Chang kingdom is spreading like wildfire, and countless people die every day. The heavens are merciful, and I am willing to help your Majesty to save the people of the Chang kingdom from death itself." Emperor Chang said, "I said there's no need. Someone can already cure smallpox. There's no need for you." Xianlang said, "Your Majesty, I am certain that this person is a swindler." Emperor Chang laughed coldly. Xianlang said, "You said that this person cured the little prince's illness. If I'm not wrong, it's because the little prince inherited your Majesty's bloodline. His meridians are strong, and that's why he survived the smallpox." This was not wrong at all. There was no cure for smallpox. One could only rely on themselves to survive. If they survived, they would live, but they would become pockmarked. If they couldn't, they would die. When the Manchurian Qing dynasty had first taken over the Central Plains, smallpox had often broken out in the royal family. Countless princes had died from smallpox. Pockmarked Kong had been made the crown prince precisely because he had survived smallpox. In ancient Eastern civilizations, the mortality rate after smallpox was about a third. In the Chang kingdom, the mortality rate from smallpox was as high as 60 to 70% in some places with poor sanitation. The cause of death was not smallpox, but various complications, such as acute inflammation and internal bleeding. Xianlang continued, "If I'm not wrong, the so-called cure was to make the little prince completely calm down and fall into a deep sleep. What did smallpox fear the most? Scratching and scratching. That kind of pain and unbearable itch was completely unbearable. That person must have given the little prince a primitive anesthetic to make him fall into a deep sleep. After sleeping for a few days, the scabs from the smallpox had fallen off, and the little prince of the Chang kingdom had survived. This person had taken the credit for curing the smallpox. Therefore, this was a form of speculation. However, his speculation had succeeded, and he was one step ahead of Xianlang." Emperor Chang laughed coldly. "No matter what, he has already cured the little prince of smallpox. From now on, he is my imperial physician. I have accepted your gift and promised Goddess Shuiyin that I would not kill you. But of the people you brought with you, I will kill every last one of them. Otherwise, I will lose all face. Tomorrow at noon, I will execute them." Shen Lang had brought over 100 people with him. Most of them were warriors from the state of Yu, while others were the private army of the Kim family and the warriors of the Heavenly Tao Association. Emperor Chang, this madman, actually wanted to kill everyone that Shen Lang had brought with him. As for you? Emperor Chang said, I won't kill you, but I won't let you go either. You can stay in the Chang kingdom and be a slave. Men, take Shen Lang and the other two to the prison. Starting tomorrow, put them in chains and make them slaves. How could this be? Shen Lang was going to be the savior of the Chang kingdom. This was a crucial step in destroying the Su clan. Shen Lang said, Your Majesty, please wait. That so-called genius doctor who saved the little prince is definitely a swindler. If you don't believe me, you can drag him out and confront him. I promise to expose him for you. Emperor Chang stared at Shen Lang and said word by word, He is my benefactor. If you speak ill of him again, I will not kill you, but I can pull out your tongue. This madman would definitely do what he said. But Shen Lang had captured a crucial piece of information. He is my benefactor. How rude and selfish was this Emperor Chang? What could have made him so grateful? This swindler was not simple. Everyone, listen up. If Shen Lang dares to speak ill of Taoist Master Bo Yu again, cut out his tongue, Emperor Chang ordered. Yes, the crowd shouted. At this time, a fragrant smell wafted over. Of course, it was not the otherworldly fragrance of Shuayin Fairy, but rather a fragrance made from a special ingredient. Before seeing the person, one could smell the fragrance. This was the specialty of Grandmaster Shuayin. This person had used medicine to steal it. He had ulterior motives. He clearly knew that Emperor Chang was infatuated with Grandmaster Shuayin. He was an extremely skilled swindler. Then, what illness had he cured of Emperor Chang that he would view him as a benefactor? Immediately after, a sage-like Taoist walked in, holding a horsetail whisk in his hand. As expected, he had a good appearance. He looked otherworldly, like an otherworldly master. But Shen Lang had seen this kind of high-level swindler before. A truly otherworldly person did not need to act. A truly desireless person did not need to act. For example, if Shen Lang was within 10 meters of the extremely depressed Ningbu Chang, he would feel uncomfortable. And this person was definitely a swindler with ulterior motives. Immediately after, Shen Lang felt that this person looked a little familiar. He could not immediately recall, but the key thing was that the gaze was very familiar. He began to use the AI to calculate the match. Yin Yuan met Shu Tingyu. Yes, the two were somewhat similar. Purely in appearance, they were completely different. Shu Tingyu was very fat. And this person was very thin. But the outline was similar, especially the gaze. This person and Shu Tingyu were either cousins, or biological brothers. This Taoist priest came before Shen Lang and bowed elegantly. Swaboyu from the outside world pays his respects to young Master Shen. Why would Yin Yuan send him to the Chang kingdom? But no matter what, this was an enemy, Shen Lang said. Mr. Zhua, I heard that you cured the little prince of the Chang kingdom of smallpox. Swaboyu replied, I wouldn't dare. This is all the grace of the heavens and the little prince's blessings. I would not dare to steal the credit of the heavens. This guy was very cunning. His attitude was very humble and aloof, as if he had no desires. High-level swindlers were all like this. Those who took money from your pocket were low-level swindlers. Those who asked you to obediently hand over the money with both hands and be grateful were the real high-level swindlers. Shen Lang asked, You cured Emperor Chang's illness? He must have cured one of Emperor Chang's illnesses, which was why he was seen as a benefactor. And this illness must have been very painful. Then what illness was it? It was very painful, so much so that he wanted to die. But could it be cured? Shen Lang closed his eyes and began to recall the information he had on Emperor Chang. This Emperor Chang had only returned to the Chang kingdom 2 months ago. He had been at war for the past few months. This was very normal. He spent most of his time out of the year plundering the lands. Fighting against the heavens, the earth, and the air was not just for show. Both the state of Yu and the state of Yu spent money to buy peace. The Sand Barbarians were too poor, so they could only plunder the countries of the western region. According to the Heavenly Tao Association's intelligence, Emperor Cheng had actually returned to the Cheng Kingdom before the war had even ended. The smallpox epidemic in the Cheng Kingdom had not completely broken out yet. Why had Emperor Cheng returned before the war was over? There was something fishy going on. Had he contracted some kind of illness? An unspeakable illness, and then he had been cured by this Swaboyu. It was very possible. This Emperor Cheng could not be happy without a woman every day. It was normal for him to contract a disease. For example, herpes or warts. Although it was a minor illness, it was still extremely painful. Especially for a domineering man like Emperor Cheng, who could not be happy without a woman. With this kind of illness, life was practically meaningless. Then a divine doctor had appeared at this time and cured him of his illness. Emperor Cheng was naturally deeply grateful to him and saw him as his benefactor. After all, it was related to his happiness in life. For example, if a man was dying and a divine doctor suddenly appeared, not allowing him to regain his masculinity and become incomparably valiant. In that case, he would also see this divine doctor as his benefactor. After hearing Xianlang's words, Swaboyu said, "Nonsense. His Majesty Emperor Cheng is healthy and blessed by the gods. How could he be sick?" This person was indeed cunning and difficult to deal with. Following that, the Taoist priest said, "Young Master Xianlang, I heard that you are very skilled in using poison. But I would like to say that the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. Do not do things that harm the harmony of the heavens." *CK, these words were too vicious. This Taoist priest wanted Xianlang dead. His meaning was very clear. He was subtly reminding Emperor Cheng that the smallpox virus was very likely to have been spread by Xianlang in the Cheng Kingdom. This person had wanted to kill Xianlang the moment they met. Vicious indeed, Emperor Cheng said. "What do you mean, Taoist priest?" The Taoist priest Swaboyu said, "Xianlang had once used poison to kill hundreds of people in the Count Chingon house. After that, he used a vicious plot to kill tens of thousands of pirate King Cho Tianwei's men. This person has no bottom line and is against the harmony of the heavens." Instantly, Emperor Cheng's eyes flashed with killing intent. Emperor Cheng did not believe that the smallpox outbreak in the Cheng Kingdom was because of Xianlang. After all, regardless of whether it was the western regions or the Cheng Kingdom, smallpox outbreaks would occur every few years. But this time it was especially serious. Tens of thousands of people had already died. But the Taoist priest Swaboyu's words reminded him. If Xianlang really was such a poisonous snake, then he should just kill him and be done with it. That way, he wouldn't cause trouble by staying by his side. Xianlang had not expected that he would have to start a deadly trap the moment he arrived in the Cheng Kingdom. The Taoist priest of the Hidden Yuan Association. "Do you really think you can kill me? How laughable." Xianlang took a deep breath and scanned Swaboyu from head to toe. Then Xianlang suddenly said, "Emperor Cheng, this Taoist priest Swaboyu seduced your wife and made you a cuckold. Please chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs." The moment he said this, the Taoist priest Swaboyu's eyes narrowed and his legs trembled. But he quickly calmed down and said calmly, "Your Majesty, it's fine if Xianlang tries to cling to me, but he dares to defile the princess. This is a humiliation to you, and it is necessary to punish him with a heavenly punishment." What was a heavenly punishment? It meant that one would be tied to a tall mountain and cut off 100 pieces of flesh from his body. Fresh blood would flow to attract vultures. He would be pecked to death by countless vultures. The two of them were at loggerheads. From the very beginning, it had been a battle to the death. The situation was very clear. Between Xianlang and this Taoist priest Swaboyu, only one of them could live. Either you die, or I die. But against me, Master Lang, no matter how good a liar you are, you will die without a doubt. Note, the first update has been sent. I will continue writing the second update. Please support me, please vote for me. I pray for a 360-degree spin in this world of ice and snow. Thank you to the Taoist priest for his $10,000 tip. Old friend, set a small goal for now. X to the power of 8*1Z*yen ad-free update fastest new August 1st Chinese Xiaoxua net. Shen, you say that I made the Cheng Emperor cuckold. Do you have any proof? If there is no evidence, then it would be a disgrace to His Majesty, the Cheng Emperor, and a disgrace to the reputation of the princesses. You will receive the punishment of the heavens. You will be pecked to death by countless vultures. The Taoist priest Swaboyu had also lost his sage-like demeanor and became aggressive. At the juncture of life and death, there was no need to put on an act. Right? What do you mean you can see an affair with an X-ray eye? This was too magical. The key was that this Taoist priest was not a woman, so he could not see tadpoles swimming in his stomach. Of course, Shenlang's X-ray was not that powerful. He could not see the tadpoles. The reason why Shenlang was so sure was because the Taoist priest Swaboyu was wearing a silk undergarment embroidered with golden threads. Even this didn't prove anything. The most important thing was that there was a line of poetry embroidered on the silk underwear: "Come back in life, long yearning in death." The signature was, Yen. Chongqing had a concubine named Luo Yen. It would be strange if there was no adultery involved. Shenlang could even conclude that when the Chongqing was raiding the western regions, this Swaboyu had taken advantage of the situation and made love to the Chongqing's concubine, Luo Yen. Although the Chong emperor was incomparably brave, he was like a wild beast that only brought endless pain to women. And this Taoist priest Swaboyu had the demeanor of an immortal, and he was definitely gentle and considerate. Thus, when the two of them were passionately in love, the woman embroidered silk underwear for him and forced him to wear it. The Taoist priest Swaboyu felt that this robe was worn inside, separated by several layers of clothing. Moreover, he lived alone, so it was impossible for him to be discovered, so he wore it boldly. But who would have thought that Shenlang could see through X-rays? Moreover, the rich and powerful families in this world liked to use gold thread embroidery, so it could be seen very clearly under the X-ray. Your Majesty, Emperor Chong, Shenlang can't produce any evidence. It doesn't matter if he tarnishes my reputation, but if he tarnishes the reputations of you and your consorts, then his crime is unforgivable, Swaboyu said coldly. Emperor Chong stared at Shenlang as he enunciated each word clearly. Shenlang, if you can't produce any evidence for this matter, then don't blame me for not complying with Goddess Shui Yin's promise. I will be punished by the heavenly punishment and die a horrible death. Shenlang calmly said, Emperor Chong, you will know once you strip off this Taoist priest's clothes. As soon as these words were spoken, the Taoist priest Swaboyu could not help but be startled despite his strong mental fortitude, and his expression changed. How was this possible? Did Shenlang really discover something? This was absolutely impossible. I always wore the silk shirt that Luo Yen gave me. I never took it off at any time. Even when he slept, he would cover himself with several layers of clothes and never take them off. That's right, he would never change it. Because the weather was too cold, many people in the Chong kingdom didn't bathe or change their clothes for many years. How could an epidemic not break out in such a hygienic environment? The only people in the entire Chong kingdom who could bathe every day were probably the members of the royal family. Nonsense, what a scandal, the Taoist priest Swaboyu said coldly. I am a cultivator. Am I supposed to let you humiliate me like this? You want me to take off my clothes? How absurd. However, Emperor Chong was a suspicious person. He said coldly, Taoist priest, please take off your clothes. Swaboyu said anxiously, My Majesty, this Shenlang is spouting nonsense. Don't believe him. Emperor Chong said, take off your clothes. He personally stepped forward and pressed down on Swaboyu's shoulder. He grabbed his collar and tore it down. Rip, Swaboyu's tightly wrapped clothes were torn off, revealing the silk underwear underneath. Familiar words were revealed. Emperor Chong's expression changed drastically. He directly tore off the silk shirt from Swaboyu's body. A line of poetry was embroidered on it, Return to life, long yearning in death. Signed, Yen. Even though Emperor Chong didn't say anything, it was obvious that this was a love poem. Instantly, his gaze was filled with absolute murderous intent. Swaboyu, what else do you have to say now? Shenlang was both pleased and sighed. You really are in the throes of adultery. Even in this kind of situation, you're still wearing clothes embroidered by your lover to comfort your yearning. But what Shenlang didn't know was that clandestine lovers loved this kind of atmosphere. The more dangerous it was, the more exciting it was. Was the office dangerous? People were coming and going. And those big shots who seemed smart and capable sometimes even fooled around in the office. Weren't they afraid of being discovered? Afraid. But he couldn't help it, because it was too exciting. Swaboyu's expression changed. Then, trembling, he knelt down and sobbed. Now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from my majesty. Luo Yan and I are long-lost siblings. I came to serve my majesty because of her. I worked so hard to save the little prince because of her. The little prince is my nephew. My God, Shenlang was stunned. You had this trick up your sleeve, but do you think the Chang Emperor will believe you? You think you can come up with such an absurd explanation? Do you think we're all 3-year-olds? The Chang Emperor didn't believe him. He said coldly, let Luo Yan come in. A moment later, a charming and gentle woman leisurely walked in. This woman was the Chang Emperor's concubine, Luo Yan. She was indeed beautiful, but how could such a delicate body withstand the Chang Emperor's ravages? She was probably in so much pain that she wished she was dead. When she saw the kneeling Swaboyu and the silk clothes in the Chang Emperor's hands, her expression changed. Brother, has the Chang Emperor found out about our matter? Shenlang's scalp went numb. Another expert actor had arrived. You two are brother and sister, who the hell are you talking to? But Shenlang took a closer look. What the hell, these two really did look alike. Their faces weren't very similar, but their facial bones were very similar. They were definitely cousins, or second cousins. It was normal for Yin Yuan to arrange for women to marry the Chang Emperor to be his concubine. According to the information Shenlang had obtained, this Luo Yan was a beauty that the Chang Emperor had captured when he was raiding the Chu kingdom. That was probably Yin Yuan's plan. Now that he had called Swaboyu over, it was precisely this plan. The Chang Emperor had also realized it. Normally, he wouldn't notice it, but when Luo Yan and Swaboyu were together, he did notice some similarities. The Chang Emperor's concubine, Luo Yan, sobbed pitifully. A few years ago, I was chosen by the Chang Emperor and came to the Chang kingdom. My parents and elder brother searched everywhere for me, and after many years, they finally found me. But they didn't dare to acknowledge me, because when I arrived at the Chang Emperor's side, I said that I had no family left. In order to protect me, my elder brother admired the Chang Emperor's authority, so he stayed by your side and worked his heart out. However, he was not as wise as the Chang Emperor. Who would have thought that you would still find out? I didn't dare to acknowledge my elder brother, but I only embroidered clothes for him. Is that wrong? Impressive, good acting. Shenlang sighed in amazement. This acting was at least 90 points. If he hadn't already made up his mind, he would have believed it as well. Shenlang said, the contours of their facial bones are similar, so it's possible that they're cousins, and it's also possible that they're cousins. Moreover, this is a love poem. The Chang Emperor's concubine, Luo Yan, looked at Shenlang with a venomous gaze. Who said this is a love poem? This is clearly a poem about missing my family. I clearly have a family, but I can't acknowledge them, nor can I return to my parents' side. Because I already have a new home, a loved one, and a child. I can only meet my parents after I die. Impressive, this explanation made perfect sense. It could only be said that Chinese was too broad and profound. A poem could be interpreted in any way. It could be described as the love between a man and a woman, or the love between family. Following that, the Chang Emperor's concubine, Luo Yan, said with tears in her eyes, Your Majesty, I still have a way to prove my innocence. Then, she yanked open her skirt and took off her silk pants. What a venomous woman, with this action, she wanted to kill Shenlang. Because Shenlang and Chang Emperor were standing to one side, Swaboyu was kneeling on the ground. This woman had exposed her thighs and buttocks in front of Shenlang. Chang Emperor was a very domineering man with a strong possessiveness. If his woman's buttocks were seen by other men, it would be like being cuckolded. But Shenlang's reaction was faster. Before she could lift her skirt, he had already turned his back and saw nothing. Thus, this woman's viciousness did not succeed. Chang Emperor didn't need to see. He knew that Luo Yan had a birthmark on her inner thigh, 3 red moles. This is your concubine's unique birthmark. My brother also has it, but it's on the left side, Luo Yan said. Then, the Taoist priest, Swaboyu, sighed in humiliation as he took off his pants, revealing the 3 moles on his inner right thigh. They were almost identical in shape to Luo Yan's, also red. Shenlang immediately concluded that it was fake. The 3 moles were not moles at all. This kind A small blood tumor could be easily made. But Chang Emperor didn't understand. He felt that it was natural. He felt that since the two of them had the same birthmark, they were definitely siblings. Of course, the private lives of the Chang people were extremely messy. Thus, even if they were siblings, they couldn't prove their innocence. But at least Zhuoboyu wearing Luo Yan's embroidered silk shirt was normal. It couldn't prove that the two were having an affair. But Chang Emperor still couldn't let it go. He already had a knot in his heart. Now he was in a dilemma. He couldn't prove that Luo Yan and Zhuoboyu were having an affair, nor could he completely prove that the two were innocent. Suddenly, Luo Yan said coldly, "Master Shen Lang, how did you know that my brother was wearing my embroidered silk shirt?" Shen Lang replied, "Someone tipped me off, of course." "Did you think that no one had discovered the scandal between the two of you?" Luo Yan retorted, "Don't slander me. Let me ask you again, Sunan sent a messenger to say that the Chang kingdom burned the state of Yu's temple at Shichen and caused his death. This was all part of your scheme. Is that true?" This woman was going to bite back at Shen Lang and put him to death. Shen Lang replied, "Yes, it's true." Luo Yan said, "My Majesty, this person has already confessed. He dared to murder the Chang kingdom's envoy. My Majesty, please tear him to pieces." Chang Emperor's mind was still filled with rage, but he had nowhere to vent it. When he heard Luo Yan's words, he immediately recalled his previous doubts. He had asked Shen Lang this question from the very beginning. Shen Lang had replied that everything was part of his scheme and that he was the one who had caused the death of the Chang kingdom's envoy. Thus, Chang Emperor had wanted to kill Shen Lang's subordinates, Shen Shisan and Huang Feng. In the end, Shen Lang had given him a generous gift to salvage the situation. After all, Chang Emperor was greedy. Now, this topic had been brought up once again. Chang Emperor said coldly, "Shen Lang, you plotted to murder the Chang kingdom's envoy? Are you seeking death? Why? If you can't give me an explanation, then don't even think about walking out of here alive." Shen Lang cursed in his heart. This Chang Emperor was truly capricious. He had no bottom line at all. He would immediately renege on the words he had just said. His attitude changed faster than a dog's. Thus, wouldn't it be better to accept Chang Emperor? That was impossible. This kind of capricious wolf could not be subdued. Killing him was the only option. Shen Lang said, "My Majesty, the reason I did this was to destroy the Su clan and then replace them. To monopolize all diplomatic relations between the Chang kingdom and the state of Yu." Chang Emperor's pupils constricted. He could accept this reason. "However, I've been working so happily with the Su clan. Why should I change?" Shen Lang said, "My Majesty, what the Su clan can give you every year, my Kim clan can also give you. Not only that, my Kim family can give you even more. 100,000 gold coins every year. Is that enough?" As soon as he said this, Chang Emperor's eyes lit up. The Su clan's annual trade concession with the Chang kingdom was only 40 to 50,000 gold coins. Only when they needed Chang Emperor to do something would they give a lot at once. For example, this time, they wanted to borrow Chang Emperor's hand to kill Shen Lang. But Shen Lang directly said that he was willing to give 100,000 gold coins every year. Shen Lang said, "Not only that, if we need Chang Emperor's help, we will be even more generous than the Su clan." Chang Emperor laughed coldly. "Why should I believe you? I don't know much about your Kim family, but it's much poorer than the Su clan." Shen Lang said, "Big fool, bring it in." The big fool brought in another box. Shen Lang opened the box, facing the sunlight from the window. Suddenly, a bright light almost blinded everyone's eyes. It was a huge mirror, 3 meters tall and 1 meter wide. Shen Lang said, "Your Majesty, you should know about this new mirror." Of course he knew. This new mirror had become popular throughout the East. In order to obtain these mirrors, countless merchants from the various countries of the western regions had flocked to the East, requesting to cooperate with the Heavenly Law Society. The Heavenly Law Society had immediately seized back the initiative in the East-West trade. But now, every mirror was being sold at an auction, and its price was sky-high. And so far, the largest mirror being auctioned wasn't even 6 feet tall. The mirror in front of him was even larger than the largest mirror at the auction. Although Chang Emperor's concubine, Luo Yan, was filled with hatred towards Shenlang, she was still a woman. Seeing such a huge mirror, she couldn't help but tremble. Shenlang said, "Your Majesty, now you believe that we have the ability to replace the Su clan." Chang Emperor looked at the mirror, a trace of greed in his eyes. He immediately ordered, "Accept the mirror, detain Shenlang, and force the Kim family to pay me 1,000 mirrors every year." This was the true face of Chang Emperor. Extremely selfish, extremely greedy. Only he was human, and everyone else was worse than pigs and dogs. This kind of person had to be killed. But at least the matter of Shenlang framing the Chang kingdom's envoy for burning down the temple was over. Luo Yan felt that it was a pity. It was a pity that Shenlang had managed to evade again and hadn't been able to kill him. Then, Chang Emperor's gaze once again landed on Zhuoboyu. He somewhat believed that Zhuoboyu and Luo Yan were siblings, but he didn't completely believe in their innocence. Should he chase this Taoist priest away? Or kill him? Better not kill him. After all, his medical skills were excellent. If Zhuoboyu were to contract an unspeakable disease in the future, he could still treat him. It was better to chase him away and not let him appear by Luo Yan's side. Zhuoboyu clearly understood Chang Emperor's intentions. He immediately knelt down and said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, it's fine if you chase me away, but what if someone else in the royal family contracts smallpox? Who will treat them then?" This Taoist priest was very cunning. He kept saying what would happen if the royal family contracted smallpox. He wouldn't treat the citizens of the Chang kingdom because he knew that it wouldn't work. The royal family's bloodline was stronger, their immunity was stronger, and they had better hygiene. Their chances of surviving a smallpox outbreak were higher. Shenlang said, "I'll treat it." He had come to save the Chang kingdom and become its savior, completely eradicating the smallpox epidemic. Only then could he use this opportunity to kill Chang Emperor. Zhuoboyu said coldly, "Am I the only one in the world who can cure smallpox? What right do you have to convince your Majesty that you can cure it? Your Majesty, for the safety of the royal family and for your own safety, please let me stay." At that moment, a wave of terrified cries came from outside. "Your Majesty, it's bad. Third Prince Arukan has contracted smallpox." Another person knelt down and shouted, "Your Majesty, it's bad. The princess has contracted smallpox as well." As soon as this was said, Chang Emperor Arukan's expression changed drastically. His 2 younger sons had just been cured of smallpox, but now 2 more had contracted it. His 3rd son, Arukan, looked the most like him and was his most beloved son. Needless to say, Princess Arunana was the apple of his eye. Losing his 3rd son and daughter would be a heart-wrenching pain for Chang Emperor. Zhuoboyu said, "Your Majesty, didn't Shenlang say that he can cure smallpox? Then let him prove it to you. I will treat 3rd Prince Arukan, and Shenlang will treat the princess. I have a miraculous medicine that can cure the 3rd prince's smallpox in 1 night, but I only have 1 left." What a ploy, Shenlang immediately understood. This Zhuoboyu was even more despicable than he had imagined. He had originally guessed that the so-called cure of the Chang kingdom's little prince was just to give him anesthetic and make him fall asleep, then rely on his own body to recover from the smallpox. Who would have thought that the little prince's smallpox was a fake? It was a fake chicken pox that he and Luo Yan had conspired to create. It was just a skin poison that had meticulously created the symptoms of smallpox. That was why Zhuoboyu had been able to cure the disease and become a miracle doctor. Moreover, he had already said that this miraculous medicine was rare and could only be used to save the royal family, not the commoners. Of course Chang Emperor had fallen for such a ploy. Keeping Zhuoboyu alive was like having an extra life. Now that smallpox was rampant, everyone except Crown Prince Aruda was in danger of being infected. Because Crown Prince Aruda had recovered from smallpox when he was young, his face was now pockmarked. Zhuoboyu and Luo Yan's plot was very clear now. The so-called smallpox of the Chang kingdom's 3rd Prince Arukan was fake. It was a skin poison that Zhuoboyu had faked. It was just that the symptoms looked exactly like smallpox. But Princess Arunana's smallpox was real. Someone had deliberately infected her, and it was obvious that her return had blocked someone's path. Now Zhuoboyu had asked Shenlang to treat Princess Arunana, while he himself went to treat 3rd Prince Arukan. The result was obvious. Tomorrow, third Prince Arukan would be cured, and Nana would have to wait for a long time to get through this. At this moment, the big fool suddenly said from behind, "Too dumb, save my wife, save my wife." Then, he turned around and ran out. Outside the palace, an isolation room had been built. It was made of wood. It was a completely sealed isolation room. Every piece of wood was seamless, and there was not even a window. Because the patient could not be exposed to the wind. Third Prince Arukan of the Chang Kingdom was lying in the isolation room on the left, while Princess Nana was lying in the isolation room on the right. There was only a wall between them. As expected, Nana's face was already covered with smallpox. It had appeared in the past few hours, and Xianxia could tell at a glance that it was smallpox. She had been framed. "Get out, get out!" Nana immediately shouted when she saw the big fool. She had looked down on the big fool during the blind date, but she still felt close to him. After all, he was her junior. Moreover, this big fool was not annoying at all, unlike some pretty boys. The big fool rushed to Nana, grabbed her hand, and said, "Wife, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Too dumb is very powerful. He can definitely save you." "Are you crazy?" Nana was stunned. After she was found to be infected with smallpox, everyone avoided her like a snake or scorpion, including her mother and father. But not only was the big fool not afraid, he even held her hand. Smallpox was very contagious. It could be transmitted through saliva and breath, not to mention direct physical contact. "Wife, don't be afraid, don't be afraid," the big fool cried as he said. Suddenly, Nana's heart trembled a little, and she felt incomparably warm. She was very strong and felt that she was omnipotent. She did not need a man at all. Look at Master, did she need a man? No, she did not. But when she found out that she had smallpox, she was filled with fear. She was not as brave as she thought. She was also afraid of death, and when everyone was far away from her, she felt even more lonely and helpless. At this moment, the big fool appeared beside her and held her hand. She suddenly felt that the big fool was very tall. She was instantly safe. In reality, the big fool would not be infected because Xianxia had already given him vaccinia. Outside the isolation room, the Taoist priest Swaboya said, "Xianxia, I will treat third Prince Aruhan. You treat Princess Nana. My king, I am willing to make a military pledge. If I can cure third Prince Aruhan tomorrow morning, please let me stay and protect the royal family." Swaboya said, "If I can't cure third Prince Aruhan tomorrow, you will cut me into 1,000 pieces." King Chang said, "Are you sure?" Swaboya said, "I am willing to make a military pledge." Then he bit his finger and wrote the military pledge. Then Swaboya said, "If I can cure Prince Aruhan tomorrow, it will prove that there is no need for Xianxia to stay. Please get rid of him, my king." With that, the Taoist priest Swaboya bravely walked into third Prince Aruhan's room. Everyone looked at him with admiration. But Xianxia did not enter Princess Nana's isolation room. King Chang said, "Xianxia, didn't you say that you can cure smallpox? Why don't you go and treat Nana?" Xianxia said, "It's getting late. It's not a good day. I'll treat her tomorrow." As soon as he said this, Swaboya laughed loudly. "My king, listen. This Xianxia doesn't know how to cure smallpox at all. He doesn't even dare to enter the princess's room. Just you wait, I will cure third Prince Aruhan tomorrow morning. When the time comes, please kill that scoundrel Xianxia." King Chang pointed at Xianxia. "I've given you a chance. If Swaboya can cure Aruhan in one night, I will kill you tomorrow." Then King Chang left. His concubine, Luo Yan, looked at Xianxia and said in a low voice, "Xianxia, you are dead meat tomorrow." Xianxia did not say anything. He only instructed, "Huang Feng, it's more convenient for you as a woman. Enter Princess Nana's room and take care of her." Huang Feng was stunned. "Yes." Xianxia whispered again, "It's cold at night. Remember to light the brazier." Then, he silently mouthed a few words, and only Huang Feng heard it. Huang Feng whispered, "Yes." In third Prince Aruhan's isolation room, the door was tightly shut. He had already been knocked out by the anesthetic and would be unconscious until tomorrow. He would not know a thing. The Taoist priest, Swaboyu, took out his so-called miracle medicine, which was actually an ointment, and applied it to the third prince's pimples. This was not smallpox at all. It was a meticulously faked rash, using the juice of a plant and a poisonous insect. Now that the entire Chang kingdom was suffering from smallpox, the pimples were almost identical to the symptoms of smallpox. When everyone saw it, they thought it was smallpox. This was Swaboyu's secret. Sure enough, the ointment he had prepared was applied to the third prince's pimples. Just 4 hours later, the pimples on Aruhan's face and body gradually subsided. They would all disappear the next morning. At that time, he, Swaboyu, would perform the miracle of curing smallpox in one night. At that time, even if King Chang had a knot in his heart, he could only keep Swaboyu by his side, because he could protect the royal family. As for the true smallpox on Princess Arunana's side, he would use the miracle medicine. There was only one left, and he would need time to concoct it. Haha, Xianxia, you're dead meat, you're dead meat. Tomorrow morning, third Prince Aruhan will be cured, and I will create a miracle. Xianxia, you will die a horrible death. This quarantine room was really suffocating. But Swaboyu did not intend to leave. He would stay there until daybreak to prevent any accidents. At that moment, a woman's voice rang out from outside. It was Luo Yan's trusted servant. Master Zhua, Xianxia has suddenly come to see the king. I'm afraid he's up to something. Please go and take a look. Swaboyu asked, why isn't Luo Yan going? The woman replied, the king has just given Master a favor. She can't move. Swaboyu was furious. He glanced at the third prince. By now, the pimples on his face had almost completely disappeared. He should be fine. Then, he left the quarantine room and said to the few warriors guarding outside, guard the third prince. No one is allowed to come within 10 feet of this quarantine room. Yes. Dozens of warriors replied, unsheathing their weapons as they guarded the quarantine room. They did not slack off. The Taoist priest, Swaboyu, hurried toward the palace. Xianxia, what kind of trick are you going to use to harm me? It's useless. Stop struggling. Tomorrow morning, third Prince Aruhan will be cured, and I will become a god who can cure smallpox. And you, Xianxia, will be dead meat. However, not long after Swaboyu left. From the next room came a very small tube, which was continuously emitting carbon monoxide. And so, the third Prince Aruhan died unknowingly in his sleep. Note, the second update is here. Because I had to finish writing the plot, there were too many words, so it was released so late. Sorry, please support me, please monthly votes, old friend, set a small goal first. Huang Feng and Xianxia San had learned many killing techniques from Xianxia. Carbon monoxide was just one of them. This was an absolutely airtight isolation room. Every plank of the wall was tightly sealed. Even if there were gaps, they were very small. Even though Xianxia's metal tube was very flat and thin, it was difficult to insert it. Princess Arunana was suffering from smallpox, so she was in great pain and itching. She couldn't sleep at all. Only after drinking Xianxia's tranquilizer did he fall into a deep sleep. The big fool held her hand and sat there in a daze. But even if he saw what Huang Feng was doing, he wouldn't make a sound, because all his attention was on his wife. Wife, you're so pretty. You have so many smallpox pimples on your face, but you're still so pretty. I'll definitely get too dumb to cure you. The two compartments were separated by a wooden wall. Huang Feng found a slightly larger gap and used the brazier to heat it. The plank had just been cut down, so it was still wet. It shriveled under the fire, and the gap in the middle became larger. Then, Huang Feng covered the brazier tightly. Without enough oxygen, the charcoal would not burn well, and it would produce large amounts of carbon monoxide. Through the tube, it flowed continuously into the next compartment. After ensuring that there was enough carbon monoxide to kill the Chang Kingdom's third prince, Aruhan, Huang Feng retracted the tube and soaked the gap in the wood with water. After absorbing enough water, the wood swelled and the gap closed again. Then she used the tool to flatten it. Everything was flawless. Even Big Fool didn't turn around from the beginning to the end. Wife, I'll definitely get too dumb to cure you. The Taoist priest of the Hidden Origin Association, Swaboyu, was both proud and anxious. He was proud because Shenlang was going to die soon, and anxious because he felt guilty. Just as Shenlang had predicted, when King Chang had raided the western region, he had ravaged a beautiful woman from the western region, and then got sick down there. It wasn't fatal, but it was rotten and itchy, scaring King Chang. He didn't understand medicine and felt that if it continued to rot, his life would be in danger. At the very least, he would become a eunuch. At this time, Swaboyu appeared and saved his life and happiness. However, all of this was arranged by the Inyuan Society. King Chang's illness was also part of the Inyuan Society's conspiracy. Swaboyu's plan was escalating step by step. First, he had to cure Emperor Chang's illness, then he had to cure the smallpox of the two little princes. Then, he used the last magical medicine to cure the smallpox of the third prince, Aruhan. What was the next stroke of genius? The Chang king, Arugan, would soon catch the so-called smallpox. If it wasn't tomorrow, it would be the day after. Taoist priest Swaboyu was the Chang king's physician. He treated the king's lower body every day, so it was easy for him to be infected with some kind of herpes virus. And it was different from third prince Arukan's varicella herpes. The third prince only had a superficial problem that could be easily cured. The herpes virus that Swaboyu had given Emperor Chang was extremely potent. It was a live virus taken from a human body. The Hidden Element Society was a very powerful organization that had advanced research in all aspects. After the incubation period, the virus would spread all over the body, and countless herpes and chicken pox would break out. It was extremely violent and terrifying, giving people the feeling that it was the most ferocious smallpox. Moreover, it would take at least a few days and nights to cure. Swaboyu had said in advance that the magical medicine had been used up. What would happen if Emperor Chang broke out with the most terrifying smallpox? In order to survive, Emperor Chang would certainly agree to some of Swaboyu's requests and become a sharp blade in the hands of the Hidden Element Society. Therefore, Swaboyu's conspiracy was very big. As for Luo Yan, she was indeed a spy sent by the Hidden Element Society. However, she did not know the secret of Emperor Chang's imminent outbreak of the most violent fake smallpox. Only Swaboyu knew about it. The fewer people who knew about this secret, the better. Emperor Chang, hurry up and break out with your most violent fake smallpox. This way, I can become your savior, and I can take whatever you want. However, he still had to kill Shenlang first. If this evil creature was alive, it would easily hinder Swaboyu's plan. Shenlang had been thinking about a problem. The outbreak of Aruhan and Arunana's smallpox was too much of a coincidence. But just when Swaboyu was about to be chased away, the two of them broke out with smallpox. It was as if the outbreak was specifically to save Swaboyu. However, after thinking about it carefully, Shenlang realized that there was a conspiracy behind it. Because whether it was a real or fake smallpox, herpes and chicken pox needed to be infected in advance, and there was an incubation period. Swaboyu did not know that Shenlang wanted to harm him. Therefore, Aruhan's fake smallpox and Arunana's real smallpox were all premeditated by Swaboyu. Most importantly, Swaboyu had already cured the so-called smallpox of the two princes, completely proving that he was a miracle doctor. Why did he have to do something unnecessary and perform the miracle of curing the third prince again? Moreover, he had to use Arunana's real smallpox as a foil. The key was that he had deliberately emphasized several times that it was the last miraculous medicine. Therefore, Shenlang had a bold and reasonable speculation. Swaboyu's ultimate goal was Emperor Chang. Previously, he had cured Emperor Chang's unspeakable problem only for the sake of obtaining a biological child and advancing. Moreover, the disease was only painful and would not kill. But smallpox could kill, especially the violent type, which had a 100% chance of death. At that time, if Emperor Chang were to break out with a seemingly terrifying smallpox, he would undoubtedly die. The key was that Swaboyu's miraculous medicine would have been used up by then. At that time, he could suggest that the ingredients for this miraculous medicine could only be obtained by a certain organization. What should Emperor Chang do in order to survive? Of course, he could only agree to the Inyuan Association's request, even if it was a very unreasonable request. Of course, all of this was just Xianlang's speculation, but he felt that he was very close to the truth. He was indeed a born schemer. Even before Zwoboyu's plot had truly begun, he had already sniffed out the flaws. Inside the palace, Xianlang was frantically slandering the emperor. Emperor Chang, as a future partner, I must expose a conspiracy. If I'm not wrong, you rushed back to the Chang kingdom before completing your plundering in the western regions. You must have contracted some unspeakable disease, am I right? As Xianlang asked this question, his gaze was fixed on Emperor Chang. How could he deduce this? Because up until now, Emperor Chang had always instinctively scratched his lower body. Moreover, he had asked Xianxia to bribe the servants in the emperor's palace. He had found out that Emperor Chang had not touched a woman in a month or two, and had only broken his abstinence a few days ago. Some might say that it was not so easy to buy information about Emperor Chang not touching a woman in a month or two. Yes, it was that easy to buy information. Even a large and secretive country like the state of Yu could buy information from the eunuchs and imperial treasures in the palace, much less a barbaric place like the Chang kingdom. Emperor Chang did not reply. But Xianlang had already obtained his answer. He continued, then Zwoboyu appeared and saved you from your blissful life. I've heard that you are already very picky with women, and you are also very careful. Even if it's a woman you plundered, you would send people to check her many times before you could enjoy her. Why were you so impatient in the western regions this time? Emperor Chang's gaze sank into his memories, but he still did not speak. Because that woman was too beautiful, so beautiful that it dazzled the eyes. Most importantly, she was dressed like a woman, Emperor Chang's dream lover, Grandmaster Shuayin. Of course, that was just the way she dressed. Her temperament was far inferior, and there was also a gap between her beautiful appearance and figure. But that woman looked truly pure. It was impossible to imagine that she would be infected with a dirty disease. Moreover, she was also a virgin. Thus, Emperor Chang could not wait to ravage her. And then, he contracted the disease. Xianlang said, I now seriously suspect that your infection in the western regions was also part of Zwoboyu's scheme. He must have an ulterior motive for hiding by your side. He must have colluded with concubine Luo Yan. Emperor Chang immediately fell into a state of extreme suspicion. Then, he said coldly, do you not have any ulterior motives for coming to my side? Xianlang replied, of course I do. I already said that I came to the Chang kingdom to destroy the Su clan. Dream on, Emperor Chang thought to himself. At this moment, Zwoboyu hurriedly rushed in. Your Majesty, no matter what slander Xianlang spouts, you must not believe it. This is his final struggle before his death. The Taoist priest Zwoboyu knelt in front of Emperor Chang. Xianlang laughed coldly. Whether or not it's slander, you should know very well in your heart. Zwoboyu said, Your Majesty, there are only 4 hours left until daybreak. The results will be out very soon. Whether or not I can cure smallpox in a single night will be known by tomorrow morning. But what about Xianlang? He hasn't even entered the princess isolation room yet. Not only does he not know how to cure smallpox, but he is also afraid that he will be infected. Everything he says is a lie. Emperor Chang felt that these words were very reasonable. Xianlang had said that he could cure smallpox, so why hadn't he done so yet? He didn't even dare to enter Nana's isolation room. Zwoboyu said, Your Majesty, I am the only hope of the royal family. As long as I am here, even if the other members of the royal family contract smallpox, I can still save them. The 2 princes are the best examples. Tomorrow, 3rd Prince Aruhan will also prove that I am the only doctor in the world who can cure smallpox. These words carried a hint of warning. Your Majesty, the outbreak of smallpox in the Chang kingdom is so serious now. Aren't you worried that you will also be infected? If I am not there, who will save you? I have already proven my ability as a divine doctor. And up until now, Xianlang has been completely empty talk. If you listen to his slander and suspect me, won't you be cutting off your own path of retreat? Emperor Chang felt that this was indeed very reasonable. What if he contracted smallpox? Zwoboyu was still more reliable. After all, he had already successfully cured smallpox before. Instantly, Emperor Chang shouted angrily, Men, throw Xianlang out. 2 warriors stepped forward and dragged Xianlang out of the cave. Only Emperor Chang and Zwoboyu were left in the room. Emperor Chang suddenly said, "Today's sexual intercourse is a little violent. There is even some itching and swelling down there. Come take a look." Then, he pulled down his trousers. Swaboya carried the lantern and examined them carefully. He couldn't help but wonder if Emperor Chang was hallucinating, or if the poison in his body was about to act up. Was the most terrifying and violent form of the fake smallpox about to act up? After the examination, the Taoist priest Swaboya said, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, there is no problem with your genitals. It is just that they were newly molted, so they are a little fragile. In addition, you were too aggressive, so there is some wear and tear, which is why you feel pain and itch. There is no problem at all, just that you need to restrain yourself a little in that area." Emperor Chang happily pulled up his trousers, then said, "Since it's almost daybreak, you might as well not sleep. I will show you around the treasury." Swaboya was speechless. He had already visited the treasury many times because Emperor Chang loved to show off. "My Majesty, whether it was to show off or to win people's hearts, couldn't you use other methods?" Following that, Emperor Chang excitedly brought Swaboya around the treasury, especially the 3-foot-long jade sculpture that Xianxia had just gifted him. The Taoist priest Swaboya clicked his tongue in wonder. However, his tone changed. "My Majesty, the results will be revealed tomorrow morning. If it is proven that I can cure the third prince of smallpox in one night, will Xianxia still be killed?" Emperor Chang frowned. After all, he had promised goddess Shuayin. Moreover, if Xianxia kept sending him gifts and detaining him, wouldn't he be able to extort endless amounts of money from the Kim family? But this Swaboya could cure smallpox, so he couldn't disappoint him. Thus, Emperor Chang said, "How about this? We won't kill him, but we'll break his limbs and imprison him in a metal cage. We'll chop off one of his arms and send it to the Kim family so that they can redeem it with money. How about that?" Swaboya said, "And no matter how much money the Kim family forks out, you won't let him go." Emperor Chang said, "Yes, that's how it is." Swaboya said, "Treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime." Once Emperor Chang started showing off his treasury, there was no end to it. Very quickly, 4 hours had passed. Swaboya couldn't help but say, "My Majesty, it's daybreak. The time has come." The sun had already risen in the morning. Emperor Chang, the Taoist priest Swaboya, Xianxia, and nearly 100 members of the Chang royal family stood at the main entrance of the Chang palace. Because the result was about to be revealed once again. Previously, Swaboya had cured the 2 princes of smallpox, but it had taken him several days. This time, he was actually going to cure 3rd Prince Aruhan of smallpox in a single night. Could a miracle happen? If he succeeded once again, then Swaboya would truly become a divine doctor. The entire Chang royal family would no longer have to worry about the threat of smallpox. Thus, almost all the members of the Chang royal family were present to witness this scene. Luo Yan seemed to be avoiding suspicion, and because she had been too heavily injured the night before. So she was lying in bed and did not come. The Taoist priest Swaboya shouted loudly. He was about to welcome the most glorious moment of his life. "My Majesty, my consorts, and my princes, it's time to witness a miracle. Not only can I, Swaboya, cure smallpox, but I can also cure it in a single night. Even though the last of the miraculous medicine has already been used up, I will soon concoct a new one. The Chang royal family will no longer have to bear the threat of death from smallpox." And what about this Xianxia of the state of you? Not only did he kill the brave warriors of the Chang kingdom, but he also boasted that he could cure smallpox. In the end, he doesn't even dare to enter the princess's room, so he's completely lying. Yesterday, I made a military promise that if I successfully cure the 3rd prince of smallpox in a single night, I will kill Xianxia. Does your Majesty still hold your promise? Emperor Chang was stunned. He had clearly made a promise last night. Of course, Swaboya felt that he could only be completely at ease after killing Xianxia. Otherwise, as long as Xianxia was still alive, there would be many problems. Furthermore, Emperor Chang's most powerful fake smallpox was about to explode. Soon, it would be Emperor Chang who begged him. The fear in his heart had faded a lot. Emperor Chang nodded casually. Swaboya said loudly, "Princes, once the results are known, if the 3rd prince recovers in a single night, you will immediately kill Xianxia." Yes, the remaining princes of the Chang kingdom shouted. 3 of their brothers had already been infected with smallpox, and they were also very uneasy. They especially needed to curry favor with Swaboyu. After hearing his words, they immediately grasped their swords. As soon as Aruhan recovered, they would immediately charge forward and kill Xianxia. Meanwhile, inside the room, the big fool had already made all the preparations. The moment Xianxia was in danger, he would immediately rush out to save him. Princess Arunana had also woken up. Her gaze towards the big fool was full of tenderness. Swaboyu stared at Xianxia and laughed coldly. "Little bastard, you're dead meat. You're still too inexperienced to fight with me." At this moment, Xianxia really admired this Taoist priest. He was indeed a powerful person. He had almost succeeded. Just a little more and he would have been able to control Emperor Chang. "It's just that you're unlucky to have met me, Master Lang," Xianxia couldn't help but ask. "Priest Swa, what if you hadn't cured the third prince?" Swaboyu laughed coldly in his heart. "How could that be? Last night, the chicken pox on the third prince's face had already faded. I'm just waiting for him to wake up after the effects of the tranquilizer wore off." Thus, Swaboyu said in a clear voice, "I've already made a military pledge. If I can't cure the third prince, I will die in front of the king." Xianxia said, "It's a deal." Swaboyu said, "It's a deal." "Xianxia, let's see how you die. Open the door and welcome the third prince's recovery." Swaboyu suddenly gave the order. Immediately, the warriors guarding outside carefully stepped forward and opened the door. Since last night, these dozens of warriors had been guarding these 2 isolation rooms and hadn't taken a single step out of them. After opening the door, the warrior cautiously peeked inside. He was instantly shocked. Because the third prince's face had a strange flush and his whole body was wet. Not only that, there was a scary smile on his lips. He looked like a dead man. Swaboyu shouted from outside, "Third prince, it's time to wake up. Come out. The effect of the tranquilizer should have worn off by now." Aruhan didn't respond at all. Swaboyu shouted again, "Third prince, come out." His voice became louder. However, there was still no response from inside. The warrior who opened the door said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, the third prince seems to be dead." As soon as he said this, King Chang trembled violently. Empress Chang trembled violently. Swaboyu said in shock, "Impossible, how is this possible?" Then, he suddenly rushed in. Instantly, he saw a strange corpse. His whole body was red and there seemed to be a smile on his face. He was already thoroughly dead. Suddenly, Swaboyu felt as if he had been struck by lightning and he almost collapsed to the ground. How was this possible? Aruhan had clearly recovered last night. Moreover, it was just a chicken pox rash. How could he die? What the hell was going on? Outside, King Chang said angrily, "Swaboyu, what the hell is going on?" The warrior said, "Your Majesty, the third prince is really dead." Xianxia said in a shrill voice, "Swaboyu, how dare you kill the third prince? You made a military pledge yesterday, you can die now." Swaboyu's body stiffened, as if he had lost all ability to react. His head was dizzy and his vision was black. What happened in the middle of all this? At this moment, Xianxia shouted from outside, "Evil Swaboyu, you killed the third prince. Come out and accept your death." At this moment, Taoist Swaboyu came to his senses and pointed at Xianxia. It's you. You must have done something to kill the third prince." Xianxia said in shock, "Your Majesty, you've wronged me. I didn't even take a step near these 2 isolation rooms yesterday. Everyone can prove it." That's right, Xianxia didn't go near them. Even King Chang could prove it. Xianxia said, "Do I have the ability to take someone's life from 100 steps away?" "Priest Swa, you think too highly of me." Swaboyu said, "Those people beside you, the big guy and that woman. They killed the third prince." As soon as this was said, Arunanana was furious. The big fool was such a good and kind person. "How dare you accuse him?" She rushed out, her face full of smallpox and chicken pox. Everyone was shocked and took a few steps back, afraid that she would infect them. Arunanana walked in front of Swaboyu and said coldly, "I was next door last night. If someone killed Aruhan, how could I not know?" You killed him. Swaboyu shouted, "Your Majesty, it's all a conspiracy. They framed me." Aruna Nana picked up the big fool's iron rod and sneered, "Since you made a military pledge, then you can die." Slash. Aruna Nana suddenly stabbed down with the iron rod. In an instant, it pierced through Swaboyu's body and nailed him to the ground. His heart was pierced and he died instantly. This Taoist priest of the Inyuan Association finally had the chance to come out and make a name for himself. He was about to usher in the glory of his life. Just like that, it came to an abrupt end. Dead, Xianxia closed his eyes. Wow, that was awesome, he didn't even need to do anything. His enemy was dead. Priest Sua, you didn't even have the chance to be on my list of enemies before you died. That was too fast. Among my enemies, even Yu Fengzhou lived for at least a day before he died. You didn't even last a day. From now on, I will enjoy the fruits of your labor. How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty it is to be invincible. Aruna Nana returned to the isolation room. The big fool was still with her, comforting her over and over again, "Tu dumb will definitely cure you." All the Chang Kingdom royalty fell into a panic. The legend of Swaboyu? It was all fake, he actually cured Aruhan. Then what was the matter with the two princes healing? Xianxia said, "Your Majesty, those two princes actually survived because of their own luck. Also, they got the mild type of smallpox, so the chances of them recovering on their own are very high." Swaboyu was greedy. Once he got the violent type of smallpox, he would almost certainly die. Emperor Chang had some understanding of this day. The mild type of smallpox would produce fewer chicken pox. The violent type of smallpox, on the other hand, was very frightening. Their entire body would be covered in chicken pox, as scary as a ghost. They would definitely die. Emperor Chang said, "Xianxia, you keep saying that you can cure smallpox. Is that true?" Xianxia said, "Of course it's true. Swaboyu is dead. It turns out that I am the only one who can cure smallpox." Emperor Chang said, "Then prove it to me. Hurry up and cure Nana." Xianxia said, "Of course I will cure Princess Nana. I will also save the people of the Chang Kingdom. But before that, I have a condition." Emperor Chang's face twitched as he said coldly, "Speak." Xianxia said, "Please write a confession and have your envoy send it to the state of you to apologize to the monarch." Emperor Chang flew into a rage. Swaboyu is dead. Xianxia, you dare to blackmail me? You dare to deceive me? In his rage, Emperor Chang couldn't help but scratch again. It was indeed itchy down there, but Swaboyu had said that it was because he had exerted too much force during the night. "Men, lock Xianxia in a metal cage and lock him up like a slave." Yes. Afterwards, Xianxia was chained up by a few warriors from the Chang Kingdom and locked up in a cage with many other slaves. Xianxia, who was trapped in the cage, was carefree and at ease. Soon, Emperor Chang's so-called violent smallpox was about to flare up. There were already some hidden symptoms. "Arugan, I'll wait for you to beg me to save your life. Then, I'll take whatever I want. I, Xianxia, can't cure the real smallpox, but I can cure the fake smallpox that's about to flare up. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly, Swaboyu, it would be impolite to refuse your results." Ha 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 ha. Keek keek, author's note, I've written more than 19,000 words today. It's 5 in the morning again. My limbs are really weak. Brothers, I really need your support, to support my will to continue fighting, I beg you. King Chang's concubine, Luo Yan, heard that Daoist Swaboyu had been killed. She was completely stunned, and then tears gushed out of her eyes. Just as Xianxia had guessed, she and Swaboyu had been cousins since they were young. She was also cousins with Shu Tingyu. However, Shu Tingyu was a direct descendant, while Swaboyu and Luo Yan were concubines. Just like in a large family, the position of the direct descendants was high and mighty, while the position of the concubines was awkward. Therefore, Swaboyu went to the alchemy department of the Inyuan Association to learn art, poison, and so on. Luo Yan was even worse off. She was sent to Chang Emperor's side and became one of his women. She and Swaboyu had an affair several years ago, and now they were just rekindling their old feelings. She didn't know many secrets, and she didn't have any clear orders either. All she could do was hide by Emperor Chang's side and cooperate. In the past few years, she had not only been unhappy, she had been in so much pain that she wished she were dead. This Chang emperor was simply a beast. In the palaces of the other monarchs, the women fought to be the first to enter the monarch's room to serve him. Take Ning Yuanxian of the state of Yu for example. His concubines were like the 8 immortals crossing the sea. They all showed their talents and longed for the monarch to come to their rooms. They even tried to curry favor with the eunuchs around the monarch. But in the Chang kingdom, these concubines were filled with a boundless fear of bedding men. Every time, he would be riddled with scars and in excruciating pain. In these 10 years, many of the women King Chang had stolen had already died. Luo Yan also felt that her life was miserable. There was no hope at all, as if she was in hell. At this time, Swaboyu arrived. In an instant, it was like rain after a long drought. Her life was once again filled with hope and light. Swaboyu promised that he would definitely take her away from the abyss of suffering. And now, her lover, Swaboyu, was actually dead. It must be Shenlang who killed him, it must be. She endured the pain and rushed into the Chang palace. She knelt in front of the Chang king and said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, it must be Shenlang who murdered 3rd Prince Aruhan. He killed my brother Swaboyu. Your Majesty, please uphold justice." King Chang was furious. "Since you're injured, just lie down." Luo Yan was infuriated. "Aren't you the one who caused my injury?" The crown prince of the Chang kingdom, Aruda, strode into the palace. He had been dealing with the smallpox epidemic for the past few days. To put it bluntly, it was to kill everyone who had contracted smallpox. However, the more he killed, the more there were. In the end, he could only completely isolate them, not daring to kill anymore. If this went on, the entire population of the Chang kingdom would be wiped out. Moreover, the spread of smallpox was getting more and more intense, showing no signs of stopping. The entire Chang kingdom was shrouded in a deathly aura, and countless Chang people were in despair. And at this time even the Snow Mountain God Temple was helpless. The heavenly gods they begged bitterly were unable to save their fates. Many people speculated that this was because the Chang people had killed too many people in the past few years. That was why he received retribution. The crown prince of the Chang kingdom was also very tall, around 1.9 meters. He wasn't as tall as the Chang king, nor was he as tall as Princess Arunana. He wasn't the eldest son either. King Chang's eldest son had died of smallpox. Now, Aluda's position as the crown prince of the Chang kingdom was as stable as Mount Tai. He had already contracted smallpox, so he wouldn't get it again. "Father, another 3,000 people died today," Aruda said. King Chang's heart skipped a beat. There were only a few 100,000 people in the Chang kingdom. If thousands of people died every day, they would all be dead in a few months. Crown Prince Aluda said, "The ones who died before were all the old and weak. Now, even the young and strong are dying in droves. Our cavalry is also starting to die. We can't stop them at all." King Chang had a headache. Smallpox had broken out every few years, but it hadn't been this serious. Beside him, Luo Yan said, "It must be Shenlang's fault. He's best at harming people. He killed tens of thousands of pirate King Chou Tianwei's men in one fell swoop. It must be his scheme." Crown Prince Aluda said, "Father, we can't go on like this. Even if we don't all die, we can't afford to lose half of our people." Luo Yan said, "Your Majesty, didn't Shenlang claim to be able to cure smallpox? Let him treat Nana. If he can't cure her within 3 days, it means he's lying. Kill him." This woman's hatred for Shenlang really soared to the heavens. She was thinking of ways to get him killed. Crown Prince Aluda said, "Your Majesty, I've heard that Shenlang has some ability. Why don't we let him try?" King Chang said, "He actually dares to ask me to write a confession to the state of Yu's monarch. He's courting death." Crown Prince Aluda was furious. He said coldly, "So there's such a thing. I'll pull out his tongue and cut off one of his hands right now." He appeared even angrier than King Chang, because he had to have this attitude. After all, a son should die for a father's humiliation. King Chang waved his hand. Swaboyu was dead. Whether it was true or not, but Shenlang kept saying that he could cure smallpox. If this person died as well, there would be no hope. But to ask him to write a confession to the state of you, that was a fool's dream. King Chang had killed countless people. All these years, he had hit whoever he wanted. After blackmailing the king of Yu, he blackmailed the king of Chu. He was mighty and domineering. And now he wants me to write a confession? He's courting death. If not for the special circumstances, he would have chopped up Shen Lang and fed him to the dogs. King Chang hissed, I've already said that if he doesn't kneel down and admit his mistake before dark and swallow his words, I'll pull out his tongue and cut off one of his hands. Then I'll make him obediently treat Nana. Luo Yan said, my elder brother, Swaboyu, managed to cure our youngest son within 3 days. If Shen Lang couldn't cure him within 3 days, it would mean that he was a swindler. It would mean that he had deceived the great king and should be dismembered into 10,000 pieces. Crown Prince Aluda said, if he doesn't confess by sunset and obediently treat my sister's illness, I'll personally pull out his tongue. King Chang was a little tired and his head was a little dizzy. Was it because he didn't sleep much last night? But he often didn't sleep for days and nights, and nothing had happened to him. I'll take a nap first. When the sun sets, bring Shen Lang here. Aluda said, yes. All the windows and doors were closed, and all the candles were extinguished. King Chang, Aluda, sat alone on the throne in the hall, sleeping with his eyes closed. A moment later, a thunderous snoring sound rang out. This cage was specially made to hold slaves. The stench was overwhelming. Fortunately, this group of people had not had much contact with the outside world and had not contracted smallpox because they had been locked up all this time. But this place was practically hell on earth. Shen Lang was alone in a cage. As for these slaves, there were more than a dozen of them squeezed into a cage. There wasn't even a place to stand, let alone lie down. They lacked clothes and food every day, and even water was not enough to drink. These people were from the state of Yu, the state of Chu, and the western regions. Every time the Chang people went out to plunder, they would capture large numbers of slaves. Men went to mine and died of exhaustion. Women were used as tools for reproduction. In short, both men and women were miserable. The superiority of the great Yan dynasty could be seen at this time. Although the politics there were complicated and could even be described as dark, at least it was not without order. But at the very least, it would not be chaotic, and it would not be like hell. Every time the Chang people captured slaves, at least 2/3 of them would die. Shen Lang heard the voices of many slaves from the state of Yu and asked, which part of the state of Yu are you from? Yellow Millet City. Myriad Mountain Region. White Night Region. When Shen Lang heard these names, he could not help but frown. These were all within the borders of the state of Yu, east of the Sioux clan's territory. Because the Sioux clan's diplomatic efforts were so effective, the Chang people did not enter to plunder. How could there be so many slaves from the state of Yu? How were you captured? Who captured you? Shen Lang asked. The three-eyed demon. The three-eyed demon. Every year, the three-eyed evil bandit would go around robbing and capturing hundreds of people at a time, then selling us to the Chang kingdom. Shen Lang was about to explode with anger when he heard this. His body trembled. There was a shocking conspiracy going on here. This matter was so serious that it should have reached the heavens. The three-eyed demon would rob hundreds of thousands of people every year. This was a huge case. But no one in the capital had heard of it, and no one talked about it. The officials of Xianxia County and Western Heaven Province were all covering it up. It was a huge conspiracy. Shen Lang used his toes to think that the so-called Great Thief Three-Eyed Evil was completely a bandit raised by the Sioux clan. In order to stabilize politics and prevent the Chang people from entering the country to plunder, the Sioux clan disguised themselves as bandits and robbed the people of the state of Yu, then gave them to the Chang king as slaves. Don't come and rob me, I'll deliver myself to him. No wonder the Chang people had not come to plunder in recent years. The Sioux clan deserved to die. The governor of Myriad Mountain Region deserved to die. The governor of Xianxia County deserved to die. The governor of White Night Region deserved to die. Even the governor of Western Heaven Province deserved to die. Sunan, this old thief, had no bottom line. Fellow villagers, do you farm or do you do something else? Shen Lang asked. We farmed. Later, the fields were gone, so we worked in workshops and mines. Then, we were caught by the three-eyed demon and sold to the Chang kingdom. This method of advancing layer by layer was very experienced. First, this group of people would leave the village, the fields, and the surrounding area. Then, they would kidnap them disguised as bandits and give them to the Chang king as slaves. These people were innocent people of the state of Yu. Being slaves to the Chang kingdom meant certain death within a few years. There was nothing more ugly in the world than this. The entire officialdom of Western Heaven province was a cover. That old thief, Su Nan, deserved to be cut into pieces. The Su clan deserved to be exterminated by the royal family. And the Chang king, that beast of a man. Su Nan, oh Su Nan, for the sake of your family's wealth, you kneel to the Chang king. You have no bottom line. Not only that, the Su clan's control over the officialdom of Western Heaven province was completely beyond Shenlang's imagination. The sun set. A tall figure appeared in front of Shenlang. He was the crown prince of the Chang kingdom, Aruda. He was not as tall as the Chang king, but he was still extremely muscular and full of explosive power. In terms of martial arts, he was only below the Chang king. Even Princess Arunana might not be his match. This was because his teacher was first the Chang king, then a top expert of the Snow Mountain Temple, the high priest of the Sea of Misery. He was an extremely mysterious person who rarely showed his face and only stayed in the temple at the peak of the Snow Mountain. People of Yu, are you the one who wants my father to write a confession? Aruda said disdainfully. At this moment, the slave in the cage next to him said, Sir, please give me some water. I'm dying of thirst, I'm dying of thirst. Aruda's gaze turned cold. He stepped forward, lifted the iron cage, and smashed it on the ground. Then, he raised it again and smashed it on the ground. This person was really born with divine strength. This iron cage, together with the dozen people inside, probably weighed more than 2,000 pounds. He actually lifted it just like that. Such divine strength was really rare. After smashing it a few times, the dozen slaves in the iron cage were covered in wounds and blood. Who wants water? All the slaves trembled in fear, not daring to say another word. This was how the Chang people treated their slaves. They were worse than pigs and dogs. Drag Shenlang out and take him to the palace. Aruda ordered. Immediately, 2 warriors brought Shenlang out of the cage and walked towards the palace. The Chang king wanted to sleep, so the windows were tightly shut, the doors were closed, and all the candles were extinguished. The entire hall was pitch black. The Chang king was still sleeping on the throne in the hall, snoring like thunder. The Chang kingdom's crown prince, Aruda, brought Shenlang in, but did not dare to wake the Chang king up. Instead, he waited quietly by the side. At this moment, Luo Yan rushed over again. She only had one thought now, and that was to kill Shenlang. The Chang king's martial arts were too strong. Even if no one made a sound, he quickly woke up with someone standing by the side. Aruda said, Father, Shenlang has been brought here. The Chang king said, The sun has set. I have already given you a chance. Shenlang, kneel down and confess to me. I can give you a chance to cure Arunana and prove your ability. Luo Yan said from the side, If you cannot cure Arunana of smallpox in 3 days, you will be a liar. Who deceived the king? You will be torn to pieces. The Chang king said calmly, Kneel down and confess. Otherwise, you will be punished. He really did not want to punish Shenlang. After all, he might be the only one who knew how to cure smallpox, but the Chang king's dignity could not be tarnished. Aruda suddenly pulled out his dagger. As long as the Chang king gave the order, he would cut off Shenlang's tongue and one of his hands. Kneel. The Chang king said coldly, I don't want to say it a 3rd time. Light the fire, it's pitch black. Aruda said, Father, I will punish the person who disrespected you now. Shenlang, you do not need to speak from now on, because your tongue is going to be cut off. Then, he took the dagger and walked towards Shenlang. At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed. The female servant pointed at the Chang king's face. They could not see it in the darkness, but now that they had lit the candles, seeing the Chang king was like seeing a ghost. Aruda was also stunned. Luo Yan was also stunned. In fact, they instinctively took a few steps back. All they saw was that the Chongqing's entire body was covered in blisters. Never seen before, it was completely explosive. Compared to any smallpox or chicken pox, there were more secret manuals, more numerous, and more terrifying. At that moment, the Chongqing looked like a ghost. The Chongqing was shocked. Light the fire, light the fire. Following the order, countless servants lit all the candles while trembling with fear. Instantly, the entire hall was brightly lit. The Chongqing came down from his throne and rushed to a large mirror to take a look. It gave him a huge fright. Was there a human or a ghost inside? His entire body was covered in blisters. This was the most violent smallpox. This was the legendary smallpox that was sure to kill. No matter how strong a warrior was, this smallpox would definitely die. Of course, only Xianxia knew this clearly in his heart. This was not smallpox, but an extremely powerful herpes virus. It was the poison that Zhuoboyu had planted in the Chongqing's body. And now it was acting up. It was really violent. The visual effect was really shocking. The Chongqing was scared out of his wits. He was brave, greedy, and domineering. But he was also most afraid of death. He regarded the lives of everyone around him as worthless. But his own life was incomparably precious. Previously, when he had raided the western regions, he had caught a small problem down there. He had hurriedly ended his raids and returned to the Chong kingdom to treat it. The more selfish a person was, the more they feared death. The Chong king was instantly plunged into a boundless panic. Am I going to die? No, no, I still have countless beauties, I still have countless riches. I can't bear to die, I can't die, even if everyone in the world dies, I, the Chong king, cannot die. I still want to raid, I still want to ravage women, I still want to enjoy endless wealth and power. A hero like me shouldn't die. Who knows how to cure smallpox? Zhuoboyu, Zhuoboyu, let him come quickly. In his panic, the Chong king still thought of Zhuoboyu. But he quickly remembered that Zhuoboyu was already dead. Then he felt a splitting headache. He retched and his entire body heated up. The fever did not subside. These symptoms were almost the same as smallpox, and it was coming so fiercely. At this moment, he thought of Xianxia. Xianxia, don't you know how to cure smallpox? Hurry up and cure me, cure me. The Chong king roared. Xianxia said, of course I know how to cure smallpox, and only I can cure it. And the things I have prepared can only be used to make one miraculous medicine. It can only save one person, but it will definitely be miraculous. These words sounded a little familiar. Give it to me, give me the medicine. The Chong king no longer cared about his daughter Arunana's life. Xianxia said, I can guarantee that the effects will be seen in 2 hours, half will be healed in 1 day, about to subside in 3 days, and a complete recovery in 10 days. There will be no danger to your life. There will be no side effects at all, not even pockmarks. At this moment, Xianxia seemed to have been possessed by a divine doctor. Enough nonsense, hurry up and cure me. Do you hear me? The Chong king roared. It had been fine when he had just woken up, but now that he was agitated, the itch was unbearable. Xianxia said, if you want me to cure you, it's very simple. Promise me 2 conditions. The Chong king was taken aback. 2 conditions again? There was no need to rush, because the next 3 conditions would become more and more. The number of conditions would increase. Speak, the Chong king said. Xianxia said, first, this Luo Yan and Zhuoboyu had an affair, and now that Zhuoboyu is dead, this woman has tried every possible way to kill me. As long as she is alive, I will feel a thorn in my back. Even if I treat you, I will not be able to perform well. So please kill her. Only then will I be able to treat you with my full ability. As soon as he said this, Luo Yan cried out, liar, you are a liar. My Majesty, hurry and kill him. Xianxia does not know how to treat smallpox. Smallpox cannot be treated at all. Xianxia wants to harm you. Kill him, kill him. Xianxia said calmly, I am right here. If I cannot treat my Majesty, then just dismember my body into 1,000 pieces. I have cured many people. Do you know Yaoer? No one could recognize the strange illness in the world, but in the end, they were all cured by me. Princess Ning Luo was poisoned, and no one knew what happened. No one could cure her, but in the end, I was the one who cured her. Princess Ning Yan was in excruciating pain every day, living a life worse than death. No one in the world could cure her, but in the end, I was the one who cured her. Shen Lang's words were truly persuasive. This Luo Yan is just a woman you snatched, and you are already tired of sleeping with her. The key is that you already have a knot in your heart. Xian's Waboyu are indeed not clean. As long as you kill him, I will be able to be free of distractions. Shen Lang continued. Luo Yan knelt down and said, My Majesty, one night as husband and wife means 100 days of love. This Shen Lang is trying to harm you. You must not believe him, you must not. Hurry and kill him, kill this evil creature Shen Lang. Emperor Chang looked at the kneeling Luo Yan and said coldly, Are you afraid of my smallpox? Why are you hiding so far away? Does the smallpox on my body have anything to do with you and Swaboyu? Are you trying to harm me? Then, he suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Luo Yan's neck, and twisted it violently. This woman was as fragrant as jade. Then, Emperor Chang looked at Shen Lang and said, Now, can you treat me? Shen Lang shook his head and said, Not yet, not yet. Emperor Chang said angrily, What else do you want? Shen Lang said, Please write a confession and have the envoy send it to the capital of the state of Yu as soon as possible. Dream on, dream on. Emperor Chang was furious. Crown Prince Aruda said loudly, Father, this is a disgrace to you. I will dig out one of his eyes now. Let's see if he dares to make any more unreasonable requests and treat you obediently. With that, Aruda pulled out his dagger again and walked towards Shen Lang. Shen Lang said coldly, Your Majesty, your crown prince wants you dead. He tried everything he could to prevent me from treating you. Shameless, these words were extremely shameless and slanderous. As soon as he said this, Emperor Chang's eyes shot towards Aruda like lightning. What Shen Lang said made sense. After he died, Aruda would be the new Emperor Chang. Moreover, he had smallpox before and would not get it again. Get out, Emperor Chang roared. Immediately, Crown Prince Aruda ran out of the room. Shen Lang said calmly, Emperor Chang, don't delay any longer. Is your life more important? Or is your face more important? Emperor Chang said, Can you really treat my berserk smallpox? If you can't, I will tear you to pieces. Shen Lang said, I can see results in 2 hours, and it will fade by half in a day. I guarantee a miracle. I am the only miracle doctor in the world. Emperor Chang looked at Shen Lang and gritted his teeth. But he was right. Compared to his face, his life was much more important. I promise you, I promise you. I will write this confession, I will write it. But if I don't see the effects of the treatment tonight, I will make you regret ever being born into this world. Note, the first update has been sent. I will go eat something and write the second update. Sirs, I really need the monthly votes. Please help me and support me, thank you for the 10,000 yuan tip. Next, Emperor Chang picked up a piece of paper and wrote a few words on the silk. The Chang kingdom burned your holy temple for no reason. It was wrong, this was Emperor Chang's confession. It was the best he could do. He had never been so humble before. Ever since he had become Emperor Chang, he had never admitted his mistakes. There were 2 copies. Next, he stamped them with Emperor Chang's seal. Shen Lang took out a leather envelope and placed the confession inside, then sealed it with a wax seal. Finally, he placed it in a small box prepared by the state of Yu, sealed it, and stamped it with a wax seal. This confession was considered a success. Shen Lang, you better remember this. If you can't cure me, you can just wait to be dismembered into 1,000 pieces. This confession can never leave the Chang kingdom and be delivered to the hands of the Yu kingdom, said the Chang king. Shen Lang said, I understand. Please follow me to a clean room. I am going to treat the berserk smallpox. Dozens of candles were lit in an extremely clean room. Shen Lang also took out dozens of mirrors to reflect the light from the candles. Instantly, the entire room was illuminated. Then, Shen Lang picked up the knit grass, which was also known as tobacco, and started burning it. He also used lime powder to draw a Tai Chi symbol on the floor. He pasted a few runes on the wall. Was it useful? Absolutely not. But it had to have a sense of ceremony. It had to make people feel like they were superior. Swaboya's work was too crude. I, Master Lang, am the superior liar. Apart from Emperor Chang, there was also the crown prince and a highly skilled, cold-faced old eunuch in the room. A barbaric country like the Chang kingdom actually had eunuchs, and they seemed to be very powerful. Apart from them, there were also 2 physicians from the Chang kingdom, the kind of super herb doctors. If they were powerful, Swaboya wouldn't even be here. These 2 physicians only knew 2 ways to treat diseases: shamanic dancing and bloodletting. Bloodletting was a high-level medical technique learned from the western region. These people all had one thing in common: they had already had smallpox and survived, so they weren't afraid of being infected. Seeing Xianlang's arrangements, everyone felt that it was mysterious and impressive. As expected of a godly doctor, he looked very impressive. The Chang kingdom's crown prince sniffed hard, then moved closer to where the tobacco was burning. This person was already quite addicted to smoking, but he didn't know how to inhale and only knew how to smell. Don't worry, Master Lang will soon teach you how to open the door to a new world and let you become the first smoker in this alternate world. King Chang was stripped clean. After hesitating for a moment, Xianlang covered the key parts. He wasn't afraid that Chang King would be embarrassed. He was afraid that everyone present would be embarrassed, including himself. Emperor Chang was in excruciating pain. The fever was severe, and there was a strong urge to vomit. Most importantly, the itch was unbearable. Xianlang took out the divine medicine and said, "Your Majesty, drink this." "Wait." Aluda said coldly, "What if you put poison in this medicine?" Without saying anything, Xianlang poured himself a spoonful and drank it in one gulp. Then, he waited quietly to see if Xianlang was poisoned to death. This was just a tranquilizer concocted by Xianlang. How could it be poisonous? He would just feel a little dizzy after drinking it. Even though Xianlang had only drunk a little. After a full 15 minutes, Xianlang said, "Your Majesty, is it done?" Emperor Chang nodded. "Your Majesty, it's time to drink the medicine," Master Lang said. Emperor Chang was stunned. Wasn't this unnecessary? Then, he drank it in one gulp. The tranquilizer concocted by Master Lang was much better than Zhuobo's. It also had special ingredients. Not only could it anesthetize, but it could also stop the pain. Not long after Emperor Chang drank it, he felt the pain and itch gradually disappear. Amazing, it was actually effective. Then, Emperor Chang actually felt a very comfortable feeling. He wanted to sleep, but at the same time, he felt refreshed. Of course, he felt refreshed, because there was milk in it. Xianlang also drank a little, but it didn't matter. It was medicinal in and of itself. Xianlang took out a peerlessly exquisite bottle with incomparable care. Gold-inlaid jade. To use such a precious bottle to contain medicine, it must be a miraculous medicine. The outbreak of chicken pox and rashes on Emperor Chang's body was shocking, but he was still infected with the human herpes virus. It was just that Zhuobo had fed Emperor Chang a few tiger and wolf medicines, causing the damp poison to accumulate rapidly. That was why this outbreak was so terrifying. But the treatment was very simple. In modern times, acyclovir and calamine lotion would suffice. But in this world, there was no acyclovir, but there were many prescriptions for Chinese medicine. The snake course soup recipe had a miraculous effect when added with isatis root. In addition, the herbal ointment that Xianlang concocted was also very effective. Alright, to put it more bluntly, Emperor Chang didn't need treatment at all. He would recover in a few days. It was just that with Xianlang's medicine, he would recover faster, and the effect would be more obvious. Xianlang carefully scooped out some ointment and licked it to show that it wasn't poisonous. After a few minutes, he put on a pair of silk gloves and slowly applied the ointment to the densely packed chicken pox on Emperor Chang's body. Emperor Chang, who was about to fall asleep, couldn't help but sigh. Comfortable, too comfortable. Xianlang was indeed amazing. He could tell whether it was effective the moment he used it. How could he not be comfortable? There was mint borneal inside. It was cool and refreshing. It's effective, it's effective. Emperor Chang murmured and then fell into a deep sleep. Come out, the Chang kingdom's crown prince said to Xianlang in a low voice. Shen Lang followed him out of the room. In the main hall, the Chang Kingdom's crown prince said, "Mr. Shen, is there really only one set of medicine left to treat smallpox?" Shen Lang nodded. The Chang Kingdom's crown prince said, "Then can't the countless ordinary people who have been infected with smallpox be treated?" Shen Lang realized that Alutai was completely different from before. In front of Emperor Chang, Alutai was filled with violence and bloodlust. Alutai, on the other hand, was very calm. This person was quite different from his father. Shen Lang took out a cigarette and lit it with a flint. Then he took a deep puff. The Chang Kingdom's crown prince was stunned. Shen Lang handed him a cigarette, but the crown prince shook his head. "Damn, everyone is so paranoid. You don't even dare to smoke the cigarette I handed you. It's as if I will harm you." "Alright, I will indeed harm you." Shen Lang continued to smoke, puffing out smoke rings one after another. It looked as if it was very high class. Of course, this body was actually very resistant to smoking. But he had no choice. In order to make this Chang Kingdom addicted, he could only lead by example. The Chang Kingdom's crown prince took a whiff and realized that Shen Lang's knit grass was very different. It was very fragrant. He was an addict himself, so he focused on inhaling Master Lang's second-hand smoke and actually enjoyed it. Although the others who have contracted smallpox can't be cured, they can be protected against, Shen Lang said. The Chang Kingdom's crown prince asked, "What do you mean?" Shen Lang said, "About 1/8 of the people in the Chang Kingdom have contracted smallpox. Those who have already been infected can only resign themselves to fate. But those who haven't contracted smallpox can be protected against it so that they will never contract smallpox again." The Chang Kingdom's crown prince trembled. "Does Shen mean that you have a way to save the Chang Kingdom from the threat of smallpox forever?" He couldn't help but be excited. Smallpox was like the god of death to the Chang Kingdom. Every year, it would erupt, and every time, it would reap countless lives. It didn't matter if you were a slave or a member of the royal family. Everything was fair in the face of the terrifying smallpox. Aruta's elder brother and a few of his brothers had all died of smallpox. "Yes," Shen Lang said, "I can save the Chang Kingdom from smallpox completely. We'll know if it works after we try. Find a few slaves who haven't contracted smallpox and give them to me. Let me protect them and then throw them into the crowd of smallpox patients. If they don't contract smallpox, it proves that I am telling the truth. I can plant a miracle vaccine in their bodies so that they will never contract smallpox again. If I can't do it, you can chop off my head." The Chang Kingdom's crown prince immediately bowed. If that's the case, the Chang Kingdom will never forget Shen's great kindness. Shen Lang couldn't help but be taken aback. "You were yelling about killing me just now, and you even wanted to cut out my tongue and stomp on my hand." The Chang Kingdom's crown prince said guiltily, "I have to put on a violent front in front of my father. I hope Shen won't laugh at me." Shen Lang glanced at him. This crown prince wasn't simple at all. He was even more impressive than his father. Shen Lang said, "Let's cure the Chang King first." The Chang Kingdom's crown prince said, "If you can plant a miracle vaccine in the Chang Kingdom's citizens so that they will never be threatened by smallpox again, the Kim family will be the Chang Kingdom's best friend." Shen Lang said, "Then can my clan replace the Su clan and become the Chang Kingdom's only partner in the state of Yu?" The Chang Kingdom's crown prince hesitated for a moment. "It will be difficult to completely replace them. There are some things that I can't say." What he meant was that his father was still in power. This also meant that everything would be negotiable once he was in power. Shen Lang said, "The heavens are benevolent, so I will not just watch as countless citizens of the Chang Kingdom die. I am willing to save the Chang Kingdom from the plague of smallpox, but I have two conditions." The Chang Kingdom's crown prince said, "Please speak." Shen Lang said, "First, the state of Yu slaves in the cages will be the first batch of people I will plant the vaccine with. I will then bring these people back to the state of Yu." The Chang Kingdom's crown prince said, "Fine." It was just 1,000 slaves, so they weren't worth much. Shen Lang said, "Second, please build a sacred temple on the Chang Kingdom's territory as soon as possible." These were the state of Yu's conditions, as well as Shen Lang's mission to the Chang Kingdom. The first mission was to get the Chang King to write a confession and send an envoy to the state of Yu's capital to plead guilty. This mission could already be considered completed. The second mission was to build a sacred temple on the Chang kingdom's territory. The Chang people burned down the state of Yu's sacred temple. This is a great humiliation and a violation of the country's dignity. How can we redeem ourselves? Should we send troops to destroy the Chang kingdom? This was very difficult at the moment, and it was impossible to do so. The price was too high. In that case, build a sacred temple in the Chang kingdom and let the saints' radiance envelop the land of the barbarians. That was the most brilliant way to do it. It could redeem the dignity of the entire Eastern civilization. As long as Xianxia fulfilled these two conditions, his father-in-law would be able to confer the title of Marquis to Xuanwu, and the Raging Tide City would also be officially conferred to the Kim family. The monarch had personally agreed to this. However, the Chang kingdom's crown prince couldn't help but jump when he heard this. The entire Chang kingdom only had one religion, and that was the God of Heaven. They worshipped the Snow Mountain sacred temple. Now, Xianxia was saying that he wanted to build a sacred temple on the Chang kingdom's territory. How was that possible? The Chang kingdom's crown prince said hesitantly. Compared to saving the people of the Chang kingdom, building a sacred temple isn't that big of a deal for me. However, the people of the Chang kingdom all worship the God of Heaven, and there is no place for a second god. If I build a sacred temple on the Chang kingdom's territory, it will either be burned down or people will rebel. I can't agree to this. Even if I agree and my father agrees, the people of the Chang kingdom will never agree. This can't be done. No one can do it. The Chang kingdom's crown prince was speaking the truth. This concerned the Chang kingdom's religion, so it would be useless even if the royal family agreed. It was like asking a king in medieval Europe to become a Buddhist and build a Buddhist temple in the capital. How was that possible? Because all kings were crowned by the Pope. Wouldn't the entire European crusade come to destroy them if they dared to change their religion? Xianxia said. Then can I ask the crown prince to build a large house on an empty plot of land not far from the palace? No sacred temple, and no statues inside. I will use it to plant smallpox vaccines for the people of the Chang kingdom. Following this, Xianxia said forcefully, if you don't agree to this condition, then there's no need to discuss saving the Chang kingdom anymore. The Chang kingdom's crown prince thought for a moment before nodding. I will report this to my father. It should be possible. Emperor Chang had a really good sleep. He slept for a full 12 to 14 hours. When he woke up, he was full of energy. He stood up abruptly. There was a large mirror in front of him, and he could see everything clearly. A third of the blisters on his body had already been shaved off. Compared to yesterday's terrifying appearance, it was much better. Also, there was no unbearable itch. He was instantly overjoyed. Good, 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 he patted Xianxia's shoulder and said, you are indeed a miracle doctor. You are indeed a miracle medicine. Such a violent smallpox has been cured so quickly. Xianxia said, don't be anxious, Your Majesty. I will need about 10 more days to fully recover. Emperor Chang laughed. That's already very impressive. Crown Prince Aruda, the old eunuch, and the two barbaric doctors all felt that Xianxia was too amazing. A violent smallpox would definitely die. Xianxia had actually cured it. What a miracle doctor. His skills were amazing, too amazing. Following that, Emperor Chang swayed. Why do I feel so dizzy and hot all over? My fever seems to be getting worse. The barbaric doctors stepped forward and carefully touched Emperor Chang's forehead. The fever was indeed very bad. How could it not be bad? One of the characteristics of the human herpes virus was a high fever. Xianxia said, Your Majesty, my miracle medicine is currently battling the smallpox in your body. The more intense the battle, the worse the fever. The doctors from the Chang kingdom understood this principle. Xianxia said, so this high fever is not a big deal and will not affect the treatment of smallpox. But if the fever is too high, what is it? Emperor Chang asked. Xianxia said, it may cause brain diseases, blindness, deafness, and the like. This was common knowledge. Many people had a high fever and became stupid or couldn't see. Emperor Chang was furious. How could that be? Hurry and reduce my fever, reduce my fever. Emperor Chang shouted. Xianxia said, it's easy to reduce a fever. The two Chang doctors should know how to do it. Let out the blood, the two doctors said in unison. They knew how to let out the blood. Xianxia said, then I'll have to trouble the two of you. Then, the two doctors began to let out the blood of Emperor Chang. Xianxia behaved very modestly. He did not have the slightest intention of fighting for the credit. But, letting out the blood wouldn't cure the fever at all. The two doctors let out the blood twice. A day passed, but the fever still hadn't subsided. Emperor Chang was furious. Xianxia wanted to say something but stopped. Emperor Chang asked, "What is it?" Xianxia said, "The way they let out the blood was wrong, and the tools they used were also wrong. If you want to let out the blood, you have to use a needle made of millennium cold steel." Damn, you really know how to trick people. But it sounded very reasonable. Millennium cold steel and high fever seemed to be mutually exclusive. Next, Xianxia took out his secret weapon. It was a needle made of rolled iron. It was very intricate. Xianxia handed it to the Chang Crown Prince and Emperor Chang for inspection. In order to show that it wasn't poisonous, he first soaked the needle in water and then drank the water. Then, the needle cut the back of his hand and bled. It was still not poisonous. Emperor Chang, the Crown Prince, the old eunuch, and the two doctors checked it over and over again, using a human body over 10 times. There was no problem with the needle at all. It was indeed ice cold. Damn, the weather was still so cold. How could it not be ice cold? Emperor Chang said, "Xianxia, let out the blood for me." Xianxia took out a packet of medicine and opened it with water. He drank a quarter of it first and confirmed that it wasn't poisonous. Then, he handed it to Emperor Chang. "Your Majesty, when you let out the blood, you must add my medicinal soup." Actually, this medicinal soup was the key to lowering the temperature. It contained a large amount of anti-inflammatory medicine. This time, Emperor Chang drank it in one gulp. Xianxia had already drunk it and confirmed that it wasn't poisonous. Next, Xianxia used the millennium cold steel needle to let out the blood for Emperor Chang. Oh my god, it was really effective. Emperor Chang quickly felt very comfortable. That lazy, comfortable feeling came again. That's right, it was the effect of the milky milk. Xianxia let out the blood all over Emperor Chang's body. At the same time, he inserted 4 tiny cyanide balls from the needle into Emperor Chang's body. These hollow balls were already extremely delicate. They were less than a millimeter in diameter, and each one contained a minuscule amount of cyanide. Xianxia could no longer make these balls. They were made by a master craftsman in Xianwu Mansion. This was not a problem for ancient craftsmen. Carving a miniature on rice, carving a boat on a walnut, and making every character on it come to life, these were the skills of our ancient craftsmen. The 1 millimeter hollow balls were much simpler than the ones above. Xianxia had once used this method to harm Chou Yaoer, but at the critical moment, his heart had softened and he hadn't killed her. Now he was using it on Emperor Chang again, but the situation was slightly different. At that time, Xianxia had planned to use magnetic storm powder and Chou Yaoer's Xianxia to break apart the toxic cyanide. But now he didn't have this condition. Under normal circumstances, the poison inside would not leak out. However, these small balls would rust. There was water and oxygen in the blood. It was the most suitable for rust. Such a thin layer of iron, less than a millimeter thick, would completely rust in no time. Xianxia had done this 8 times, and the average time was less than 2 months before it completely rusted through. And once it did, the cyanide inside would leak out. Emperor Chang would die instantly. Even a deity would not be able to save him. As for where this cyanide came from, it was hard to explain in detail. In short, it was extracted from a large amount of bitter almonds. The process was not difficult for Xianxia. This was the most poisonous plant in the world. A little bit could poison dozens of people to death. He had said it before, Emperor Chang must die. But he could not die now. If Emperor Chang died now, Xianxia would not live either. And dying in the next 2 months or so was the most advantageous for Xianxia to destroy the Su clan. Moreover, Xianxia had used more than one method to kill Emperor Chang. There was also a backup plan that had already been laid out. After Xianxia's bloodletting treatment, in just a few hours, Emperor Chang's high fever had subsided a lot. He was instantly overjoyed. "Xianxia, you really are a genius doctor, a genius doctor." Amazing, amazing. Another 2 days passed. The countless chicken pox on Emperor Chang's body had already disappeared by 80%. At this time, he really worshipped Xianxia. Truly amazing. Even berserk smallpox could be cured. And Xianxia also discovered a good thing. Emperor Chang and the Crown Prince both began to smoke. Especially the Crown Prince, who could not stop at all. Xianxia hypocritically said, "Your Majesty, your body has not recovered yet. It's best not to smoke." Emperor Chang said, "Isn't this Nike grass good for the body?" Xianxia said, "It is on purpose, and it can refresh the mind. But what if it conflicts with my divine medicine? Just in case, you should smoke 10 days later." His smallpox had been cured. But the smallpox epidemic was getting worse, and more people were infected every day. More and more people were dying. Now that his life had been saved, it was time to worry about the fate of the Chang kingdom. Emperor Chang said, "Xianxia, your divine medicine has already been used on me, but are you sure you can plant a vaccine for the people of the Chang kingdom that will prevent them from contracting smallpox forever?" Xianxia said, "Yes. This could save the fate of the Chang kingdom." Emperor Chang said, "Your condition is to build a large temple on the land of the Chang kingdom so that you can plant a vaccine for the people of the Chang kingdom?" Xianxia said, "Yes." Emperor Chang said, "In order to save the people and to ensure that the Chang kingdom will forever be free from the threat of the smallpox reaper, I will build this temple." Finally, Xianxia was able to leave the palace for the first time. Under the watchful eyes of the Chang kingdom's warriors, he moved into the diplomatic mission's residence. In other words, in a courtyard outside the palace. Xianxia returned to his room and was about to sleep. But as soon as he entered the room, suddenly, he smelled a fragrance, a special fragrance. Not only that, he had smelled this fragrance a few days ago when he had just entered the Chang kingdom. Princess Arunana's teacher. A top-ranked martial grandmaster. A peerless beauty with ancestor Luo. Goddess Xueyin. And there seemed to be something wrong with her. Her heart was beating fast, and her breathing was rapid. An X-ray revealed that her body temperature was very high. Xianxia was about to light the candles. Goddess Xueyin said in a trembling voice, "Shen, don't light the candles. Don't look at me." Note, the second update has been sent. I will continue writing the third update, but it will still be very late. Everyone can read it tomorrow morning. But you must give me the monthly votes. I really want everyone's support. Goddess, what's wrong? Are you suffering from smallpox? Xianxia asked anxiously. Her breathing and the high temperature of her body were similar to smallpox. After all, Goddess Xueyin had saved his life before. From the moment they entered the Chang kingdom, she had been protecting Xianxia and the big fool. After that, she had met with Emperor Chang to ensure that he would not kill Xianxia. Most importantly, Xianxia felt a sense of closeness just by hearing her voice. "It's not smallpox," Xueyin said. "Wait a moment. You'll be fine in a moment." "All right," Xianxia replied obediently. Because her voice seemed to contain a kind of irresistible gentleness. Then, he sat in the darkness. A moment later, the fragrance in the air became even stronger. It really was like fine wine, intoxicating. However, Goddess Xueyin's voice became more and more painful. Even though she tried her best to suppress it, the pain was unbearable. She seemed to be enduring a kind of agony. This kind of pain was even worse than when the great fool princess had kidney stones. Forget it, in front of Goddess Xueyin, Xianxia could not bear to use the term great fool. He would use it after they returned to the state of you. Goddess Xueyin could not be blasphemed. In any case, Xueyin was currently enduring a pain even more terrifying than kidney stones. Xianxia could even feel the entire ground trembling. She did not struggle or scream. Her entire body was trembling, and so was her true energy. As a result, the ground trembled. Xianxia finally could not bear it anymore. He rushed forward and grabbed Xueyin's hand. It was as if he had touched a block of ice. It was like he had touched a piece of jade. It was soft, but it was incredibly cold. It was smooth and fragrant. How strange. She was clearly having a high fever, but her hand was so cold. "Don't. I'll hurt you," Xueyin said. Then, she quickly let go of Xianlang's hand and grabbed a nearby rock. Bang! There was a crisp sound. The hard stone was crushed into pieces by his bare hands. He was one of the top grandmasters in the state of Yu. No wonder she let go of Xianlang's hand. If Xianlang was injured by this force, he would probably turn into mud in an instant. To be able to crush the stone, it was clear just how much pain she was suffering. Almost done, almost done. Shen, don't be afraid. I'm almost done. At this time, Goddess Xueyin was still gently comforting Xianlang. Xianlang's heart trembled slightly, as if he could empathize with her. He had never even met this woman, but she was so close to him. Half an hour later, the pain was over. Goddess Xueyin let out a long sigh. This breath was like an exquisite perfume bottle that had just been opened. The fragrance that had been brewing for a long time wafted out. It made people feel as if they would never leave. All right, you can light the lamp. Xianlang lit the candle. Then, he saw an incomparably graceful figure, like a celestial being. But she was wearing a veil. Xianlang couldn't help but be startled. My face is frozen and expressionless. I don't want to scare people, so I covered it, Xueyin said. After hesitating for a moment, she removed the veil and let Xianlang take a look. Instantly, it was like flowers were blooming. It was night, but everything around them seemed to be lit up. It was a peerless face. But, it was indeed frozen. Like a sculpture of a master artist. It could be sculpted into a beauty that a real person couldn't reach, and it was also full of life. However, she was like an ice beauty that had been frozen, forever frozen at a certain beautiful moment. In case you get scared, I covered it up, Xueyin said. When she spoke, her lips didn't move. She really looked like a jade statue carved out of ice. But her voice and temperament were incomparably warm and gentle. Xianlang said, You are, Goddess Xueyin said, poisoned, a few years ago. It has flared up recently, there is no cure. Xianlang said, Can I see? Sure, Xueyin extended her hand. Like ice, like jade, like snow, like scallions. Xianlang first felt her pulse. Then he used X-ray vision. Should I cut open one of your fingers and let out a few drops of blood? Xianlang asked. Sure. Xueyin extended her Xianxia jade-like finger. Then a wound silently appeared, and bright red blood flowed out. So powerful. But from this blood, Xianlang didn't find anything wrong. He scanned her entire body, no heavy metals, no excrescences. He scanned her brain, no foreign bodies. He checked his blood and did not find anything wrong with it, nor did he find any poison. For the first time, Xianlang was stumped. After coming to this world, he was a miracle doctor. Princess Ning Luo was poisoned with lead, others couldn't tell, but he could tell. Chou Yao'er was poisoned with heavy metals, others couldn't tell, but he could tell. Princess Ning Yan's kidney stone, others couldn't tell, but Xianlang not only made the right diagnosis, but also cured it. But now, he was stumped. He couldn't tell what illness Xueyin was suffering from, nor could he tell what kind of poison she had. He couldn't find any clues at all. But he wouldn't give up. Who poisoned you? Xianlang asked. Stupa Mountain, Xueyin said. Stupa Mountain, what kind of organization was that? Xueyin said. It's as famous as Xianxia Pavilion, in the west of the Great Yan Empire. With that, Xianlang understood. This Stupa Mountain was one of the sacred lands of martial arts. Xianlang said, Xianxia Pavilion is very aloof. I've been there before, and everyone there is talented. They speak well and are very friendly. Stupa Mountain and Xianxia Pavilion are as famous, why would they poison you? Xueyin said, different temperament. Xianlang understood. Master Jin Yong, Eastern Heretic, Western Poison, Southern Emperor, Northern Beggar, and Central Divinity Wang Chongyang. Although these 5 grandmasters were equally famous, their temperaments were different. Southern Emperor eating was very noble. Western Poison Ouyang Feng was more evil. Xianlang asked, why did they poison you? Xueyin said, I killed their people. Stupa Mountain was so powerful. Goddess, you could kill their people. You're also very powerful. Or rather, you're too powerful. At this moment, footsteps came from outside. Grandmaster Xianxia. Shen, come out for a while. Shenlang walked out to the courtyard. Shuiyin went to bathe and change her clothes. She loved to be clean and bathed every day. Senior sister, you don't have much time left. You have less than 10 days, Xianxia said. His voice was calm, but it was filled with sorrow, unprecedented sorrow. Shenlang's heart skipped a beat. Mulan was Shenlang's angel, while Shuiyin was probably the angel of many, the angel of a saintess. Alright, saintess was actually a derogatory term in Shenlang's heart. But now, it had instantly become the most beautiful compliment. I want to go to Stupa Mountain and fight for my last hope, Grandmaster Xianxia said. They poisoned senior sister, there must be an antidote. Shenlang glanced at Xianxia and wanted to persuade him. Great Grandmaster, can you not call me senior sister? Goddess is much younger than you, and she looks like your daughter. However, he did not dare to say this out loud, afraid that Grandmaster Xianxia would beat him to death. Xianxia said, I wanted to let Lulu take care of senior sister, but she got smallpox. Lulu was Princess Aru, Nana of the Chong Kingdom. Only those who were very close to her called her that. Grandmaster Xianxia said, so, I entrusted the world to you. These 10 days are the last time she will live in this world. Let her be happy, don't wallow in the sorrow of the past, and don't blame her for the sins of the past. That great tragedy has nothing to do with her. Shenlang couldn't understand what she meant. I'll go to Stupa Mountain to ask for the antidote, but I don't dare to hope that I might not be able to return. If I really can't return, bring the big fool to Sword Island to look for Xianxia and get him to accept another disciple. At this point, Xianxia said unwillingly, sigh, she's definitely the #1 in the world. I'm really not willing to let that fool take advantage of her. In Grandmaster Xianxia's eyes, Xianxia was a fool. Following that, Xianxia passed over a book. It's written clearly on how to teach the big fool martial arts. If I don't return, hand her over to Xianxia. Is this, entrusting her to me? No way, Shenlang said, I will do my best to save Grandmaster Shuiyin. Xianxia smiled amiably, but his expression was filled with despair. The poison on Stupa Mountain could not be cured unless the other party gave him the antidote. Shenlang was very powerful, but even he could not cure Shuiyin's poison. She seems to be frozen from the neck up, unable to move at all. In the following days, the symptoms will continue to spread, all the way to the soles of her feet, until her entire body seems to be frozen. When that time comes, she won't be able to take care of herself, but she loves cleanliness very much. I'll have to trouble you to find a lady to take care of her. Yes, Shenlang said. Xianxia said, over the past few days, she has been evacuating the Chong people infected with smallpox. She has been working hard every day. In the last few days, let her have a good rest. Don't be busy and don't contribute anymore. Yes. Shenlang said. Xianxia said, if I'm not back by the time she dies, let her die with dignity and beauty. Yes, Shenlang said. Many thanks. Xianxia floated away, sprinting in the northwest direction towards Stupa Mountain. Even though the chances were slim, he would still do his best. Senior sister, you don't have to wait for me to return, but you still have to keep hope in your heart. What if she survives? At this time, Goddess Shuiyin had finished bathing and changing her clothes. The fragrance in the air was even fresher and more elegant. She walked to the bed in the next room and lay down, closing her eyes to rest. At this time, she could still move her arms and legs, and she could still take care of herself. Shenlang, I'm a little sleepy, I'll go to bed first. Shenlang couldn't help but be stunned. Was he living together with the goddess? You trust my character that much? Goddess, Princess Aru Nana has smallpox, but it's a mild type. With her physique, she will definitely survive. The next day, Shenlang entered the palace again and saw the big fool. He had lost more than 10 kilograms. Second fool, my wife hit you, please save her. The big fool was about to kneel. Shenlang hurriedly stopped him. But he couldn't stop him at all, and was directly thrown to the ground by his powerful strength. F***CKU, why are you kneeling? Luckily, I had a good sleep last night when I smelled Goddess Shuiyin's fragrance. Otherwise, I would have been furious due to my lack of sleep. Shen Lang got up and rubbed his aching knees. Living in the same house as the Valley of Divinities, he felt that his entire state of mind was beautiful and peaceful, and he didn't like to be angry anymore. The big fool had always believed that second fool would definitely save his wife. But a few days had passed, and two fools still hadn't come to save her, so he became anxious and came to stop Shen Lang, begging him to save his wife. Shen Lang said, "Big fool, do you trust me?" The big fool nodded desperately. In this world, the person he trusted the most was second fool. Shen Lang said, "Your wife will recover." The big fool said, "But she's not very well now, her body is very hot, and she's talking nonsense." That was because the smallpox virus had reached its peak. She had a high fever, and her mind was a little muddled. But with the intelligence of the big fool, how could you tell whether she was talking nonsense or not? The big fool said, "My wife actually said she likes me. If this isn't nonsense, then what is?" Shen Lang was speechless. He felt that the big fool's words were very reasonable, but also very unreasonable at the same time. How could a woman's love be explained clearly? The more unique a woman was, the stranger her view of love would be. Shen Lang said, "Big fool, you want to save your wife, right?" The big fool nodded desperately and said, "My wife is dead, I don't want to live anymore." "So infatuated?" Shen Lang said, "Big fool, then go and strip her naked." The big fool nodded, and he didn't think that there was anything wrong with what Shen Lang said. In any case, second fool is smart and treats me well, so everything he says must be right. Shen Lang continued, "After that, use the warm water that has been boiled and cooled down to wash her entire body. Every inch of her body must be clean, understand?" The big fool nodded desperately. No matter how stupid he was, he would remember every word clearly and then carry it out like a commandment. Shen Lang said, "After washing her clean, put her in absolutely clean clothes, once a day. I will give you a few packets of medicine, and you ask Huang Feng to boil it and give it to her 3 times a day. I guarantee that in a few days, you will return a healthy wife." The big fool nodded wildly and said, "Okay, okay." Shen Lang suddenly asked, "Big fool, if your wife has pockmarks on her face in the future, will you dislike her?" The big fool was stunned. Dislike, is there such a word? What does dislike mean? The big fool's father and stepmother, as well as his younger brother, all disliked him. Or rather, except for Shen Lang, everyone disliked him. But in the big fool's dictionary, there was no such word as dislike. Isn't there only one wife in a lifetime? How could there be dislike? Shen Lang suddenly felt that the big fool was awesome and that he was a scumbag. "Go," Shen Lang said. The big fool took the medicine packets and rushed back to the isolation room excitedly. When Aru Nana didn't see the big fool for a while, she suddenly became angry and scolded, "Where did you go? You disappeared for so long?" It was only a quarter of an hour, okay. Now that Princess Nana was in the most pain and panic, she needed the big fool to be by her side at all times, so that she would have a little bit of security. After the big fool came in, he immediately began to strip Princess Aru Nana's clothes. Huang Feng was stunned. "Big fool, you talked with Master for a while, and then you came back and stripped Princess Lulu's clothes. You've picked up bad habits too quickly. Master is really a poisonous person. Even a pure person like the big fool has been contaminated." "What about 13? Princess Aru Nana was shocked and said, "Big fool. What are you doing? Now? Here?" The big fool didn't understand what she was saying, but he was even more awesome. Without saying a word, he stripped his wife naked. Then, he found the softest towel and used boiled warm water to wipe every inch of his wife's skin bit by bit. At this time, Aru Nana should be at her ugliest. Because her body was covered with smallpox and chicken pox. And because of the fever, her whole body was red. But in the eyes of the big fool, her body was like a treasure, and he carefully wiped every inch. Huang Feng was very touched. Seeing this scene, her love overflowed. "Shen Lang, I miss you so much." Then, she quickly shook her head. She couldn't call him Shen Lang, otherwise others would think that she was calling the scumbag Shen Lang. 13th Wang, I miss you so much. Aru Nana's tears rolled down her face, and she kept looking at the big fool's face. After wiping Princess Nana's body, Big Fool helped her change into a set of clean clothes. Then, he changed a wet towel and put it on his wife's forehead. Then, he began to boil the medicine. Wife, Tu Dam said that you'll be fine in a few days. Tu Dam is very powerful. Everything he says is correct. The big fool said excitedly as he boiled the medicine. He was very confident now. If Tu Dam said that his wife would be fine, then she would be fine. Princess Arunana stared at the big fool's figure. In this world, I only trust you and Master. That was true. Nana knew that Master must have gone to save the people. Every time there was a disaster in the Chang Kingdom, the state of Yu, or the Sand primitive tribe, Master would rush to the scene to save the people. Most importantly, he had to take Arunana with him every time, which made her very impatient. Now, she finally understood Master's painstaking efforts and the value of life. After Princess Nana had smallpox, her father hadn't come to see her, nor had her mother. None of her brothers had come to see her. They all avoided her like snakes and scorpions. It was as if she had been completely forgotten by everyone. Only the big fool was always by her side, protecting her. Oh, and Huang Feng. Of course, she wasn't very important. Goddess Xueyin was standing outside, but she didn't come in. Her eyes were filled with blessings. Then, she floated away and continued to save the people. The Chang Emperor recovered very quickly, even faster than Shen Lang had expected. His physical constitution was really impressive. However, the Chang Emperor completely credited Shen Lang. What a godly doctor. He's too amazing. The young man was indeed formidable. The Chang Emperor recovered very quickly, but the countless people outside were dying day by day. More and more people were dying every day. The smallpox epidemic was getting worse. Finally, the Chang Emperor agreed to help Shen Lang build a large temple. This temple couldn't have a signboard or a statue of Confucius. It could only be used by Shen Lang to plant smallpox vaccines for the Chang Kingdom's citizens. Shen Lang agreed, thus, Emperor Chang sent out 5,000 men, and in 2 days, they finished building a large temple. It was 500 square meters in size. Some people might say, what temple? So quickly? Is the Chang Kingdom also a hidden construction maniac? What construction maniac? This so-called temple was actually a large tent. He used a large amount of wood to build a skeleton, then covered it with a thick layer of tarpaulin. The so-called holy temple was only the first step in building it. Next, Shen Lang had to think of a way to hang a signboard and invite the statue of Confucius in. The next day, a large number of carriages from the Heavenly Tao Association arrived. Thousands of mirrors were delivered to the Chang Emperor. The Chang Emperor was overjoyed. These mirrors were a huge fortune, but he couldn't bear to sell them. He kept them in his treasury, waiting to show off. The Heavenly Tao Association also delivered a huge metal rod, as well as countless copper and iron wires. That night, Shen Lang had the Kim clan warriors work overnight to renovate this so-called temple. In the next few days, Goddess Xueyin still went out every day to save the people. She didn't know how to treat smallpox. However, she could completely separate the uninfected people from the infected people. This would reduce the probability of infection. The Chang Crown Prince, Aluda, had wanted to kill the infected people, but she still used her status and reputation to stop him. The Chang Emperor was fanatically infatuated with her, so he couldn't refuse many of her requests. Goddess Xueyin was in the eyes of countless people of the Chang Kingdom. She was already a holy maiden. Of course, it wasn't just the Chang Kingdom, but also the surrounding regions, including the state of Yu and the state of Chu. As long as there was a disaster, she would definitely rush to the scene. There was also the completely impatient Princess Arunana. Xueyin wanted to use this opportunity to wash away the murderous intent in Princess Nana's heart and let her know how precious life was. Although Goddess Xueyin couldn't save the people of the smallpox crisis, she had saved countless lives from the butcher's knife. And every day, countless people were saved because of her. Moreover, she only saved the lowest and most pitiful people. It wasn't that she looked down on the nobles, the warriors, or the rich, but that these lowly people needed her more. Today, she was like a Buddha to the countless people of the Chang Kingdom. When the Grim Reaper arrived, where was the god? Where was the Snow Mountain Temple? Nowhere, only Goddess Xueyin was with us. After running around for an entire day, she would return to Shenlang's room very late at night. Then, she would take a bath and change her clothes. She loved cleanliness, but she also spent every day with the filthiest people of the Chang kingdom. After taking a bath, she would sleep in the room next door. She didn't have to close the door, and she could even chat with Shenlang. Her words were as gentle as the spring breeze. The temple had been built. Very soon, Shenlang would turn it into a holy temple. Next, it was time for Shenlang to perform the miracle of saving the people. He, Shenlang, was about to become the savior of the entire Chang kingdom. Tomorrow, his savior operation would begin. However, he was about to leave the Chang kingdom. The mission here was about to be completed. A miracle. A miracle. After a huge massacre, Shenlang was about to return to the capital of the state of Yu to report to the monarch. He would leave in at most 10 days. At this moment, Goddess Shuiyin was taking a bath in the inner room. Shenlang was reading a book outside. However, Zhongchuk had said before he left that Goddess Shuiyin only had 10 days left to live. It was already the 6th day. There were only 4 days left. Shenlang had already thought of all the methods he could think of and had also checked countless times. He couldn't find the cause of Shuiyin's illness. He couldn't find what poison she had been poisoned. In fact, Shenlang couldn't even tell that she had been poisoned. Therefore, he naturally couldn't save her. He was extremely anxious. There were only 4 days left until her death. Was he going to let such an angelic girl die? No, definitely not. Shenlang racked his brains and flipped through all the information in the AI system. He had to find a way to save Shuiyin. And Goddess Shuiyin had been having a fever recently. Shenlang still couldn't find the cause. The sound of water could be heard from inside. It was the goddess taking a bath. This was the happiest time of the day for her. Goddess Aunt, why are you rushing about every single day? Is it because you are benevolent in your heart? Shenlang couldn't help but ask. Actually, Shenlang didn't believe in natural saints. Shuiyin said, no. Shenlang said, then why? Shuiyin said, to atone for my sins, to accumulate virtue. Shenlang said, Grandmaster Zhongchuk said before he left that it wasn't your fault. Shuiyin said, heart demons can't be solved. His Majesty's disaster is my fault. These words were a little hard to understand. Shenlang said, then who is Aunt accumulating virtue for? Shuiyin said, I don't know. I hope that person exists, but I know in my heart that he might not exist. These words were so complicated and even more incomprehensible. Shenlang was silent for a while. Goddess, Grandmaster Zhongchuk said that you only have 4 days to live. Goddess Shuiyin said, it should be. Instantly, Shenlang fell into silence. Suddenly, the fragrance in the air became much stronger. It was even stronger than last time. It was like the richest wine. Then, there was a painful sound from inside. Shenlang suddenly stood up and said, Auntie, is it you acting up again? Goddess Shuiyin said, yes. Shenlang trembled, this time, both of your hands will be frozen, right? Goddess Shuiyin said, yes, then you will lose the ability to take care of yourself. Shenlang said, I will call that girl over. Because Goddess Shuiyin was bathing, her fairy-like body wasn't wearing anything. Moreover, she had already acted up and lost the ability to move her hands. She was already unable to put on clothes. She was completely naked, only women could go in and help her dress and carry her out. Goddess Shuiyin replied, there's no need for that. Shenlang, come in and help me wipe my body clean. After that, put on my clothes and carry me to the bed. We will survive this calamity. Shenlang said, but you aren't wearing anything, men and women should be different. Goddess Shuiyin said, don't worry, you are a good child. Shenlang said, but I have evil thoughts in my heart. Shuiyin said, evil thoughts, you are also a good child. Come in, you have seen my body, it's fine. The fragrance in the air became stronger. Shenlang picked up a clean towel and a set of silk clothes, then walked into the bathroom. Goddess Shuiyin was in the bathtub. The fragrance was like strong wine. Her body was faintly discernible under the water. Then, Shuaiyin endured the pain, stood up, and said with a trembling voice, "Good child, help me clean up, change my clothes, and carry me to the bed." Suddenly, a fairy-like body appeared in front of Xianxia. At that moment, bang, 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 more than 10 super martial artists suddenly broke through the wall and rushed into the room. They were all bald. The super monks of the Snow Mountain Holy Temple. The newcomer laughed out loud and said in a frenzied voice, "There can only be one holy temple in the entire Chang Kingdom, and that is the Snow Mountain Holy Temple. Xianxia from the state of you want to build a holy temple in the Chang Kingdom and compete with us for the faith of the people of the Chang Kingdom. You are courting death. High Priest Ku Hai asked us to come and tear you into pieces. Goddess Shuaiyin, are you poisoned again? You can't move again? This is a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. Fellow Buddha brothers, let's charge in and tear Xianxia's corpse into 1,000 pieces. After that, we can feast our eyes on Goddess Shuaiyin's body. She's completely naked. This is the most beautiful fairy in the world, one look is worth it, even in the next life. After seeing her, send her to the Snow Mountain Holy Temple for Master Ku Hai to enjoy. Only High Priest Ku Hai deserves to enjoy such a beautiful fairy, ha 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 ha." More than 10 powerful monks rushed toward the room where Shuaiyin was bathing. They had all gone crazy in order to see Goddess Shuaiyin's body. Goddess Shuaiyin sat back down in the misty water and hid her body from the neck down. She said gently to Xianxia, "Good child, cover yourself with a robe, then come into the bathtub and stay with me." Note, the third update has been uploaded. I have updated nearly 20,000 words today. It has only been 10 days this month, and I have written a total of 190,000 words. There is probably no one else on the website who has written more than me. Brothers, I really need your support, but I can't express it in words. I am so grateful. Xianxia didn't argue and directly entered the bathtub. Suddenly, the fragrance became even stronger. Xianxia was like a mouse that fell into a wine barrel. He must be drunk for 3 days and 3 nights. However, he found a robe and wrapped Goddess Shuaiyin's whole body. The goddess's body couldn't be seen by others. However, the bathtub was so small that when Xianxia came in, he inevitably squeezed with her. It turned out that nephrite really existed. It was smoother than jade. It was softer than snowflakes. A light touch was like eating a ginseng fruit, and the aftertaste was endless. Therefore, people were completely spiritual animals. Under a strong spiritual aura, any feeling could be infinitely magnified. Bang, 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 in an instant, the dozen monks from the Snow Mountain Temple rushed in and directly smashed the wall of the room. Facing Shuaiyin, they surrounded him tightly. "Oh, everyone says that Goddess Shuaiyin is as pure as ice and pure as jade, but it seems like it's all fake. Your Excellency, you actually raised this gigolo? You really don't live up to his reputation. He's really good looking, but he's definitely a silver spearhead. Can he satisfy you? You look like a 20-year-old, but you're completely like a wolf and a tiger. Can a mere gigolo like him satisfy you?" That's right, that's right. This gigolo won't be able to satisfy you. Why don't you let the Buddhas satisfy you? Each of us is extremely ferocious, and we are experts in the Joy Zen. We can definitely satisfy the goddess, ha ha ha. Since you've already publicly raised a gigolo, what's there to be shy about? You even wrapped your body in a robe. It's not easy for the Buddhas to come down the mountain. You can't let us come for nothing. Even if we can't tremble on you, we have to let the Buddhas see your body. Goddess, isn't your bathwater a little cold? Let me add a few more soaks for you? Xianxia had long heard about these monks from the Snow Mountain Temple. They were cruel and lustful. But he was still amazed to see them. They were really vulgar to the extreme. The leading monk found that Shuaiyin's hands couldn't move at all. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. The goddess's poison has already taken effect. She can't move anymore. At this moment, dozens of warriors outside the courtyard were about to rush over. The warriors of the State of Yu's diplomatic mission played dead and pretended not to hear anything, but the warriors of the Kim family and the Heavenly Society bravely rushed out. Even if facing the experts of the Snow Mountain God Temple was like throwing an egg against a rock, they still had to charge forward and fight. "Stand down," Xianxia ordered loudly. The monks of the Snow Mountain God Temple were quite skilled in martial arts. Even if the Kim family and the dozens of samurai from the Heavenly Tao Society charged forward, they would be courting death in vain. When these evil monks discovered that Goddess Xueyin could no longer move, they were instantly overjoyed. At this moment, not only was Xueyin unable to move his hands, but he was also poisoned. The last time the poison acted up, Xianlang saw it clearly. It was several times more painful than when Ning Yan's kidney stones acted up. It was simply unbearable for mortals. Hold me tight, don't leave any space between us. Use my hands to cover your ears. Goddess Xueyin said. Xianlang trembled. Why did it have to be like this? But he did as he was told. He raised Xueyin's hands and covered his ears with two jade-like fingers. Then, Xianlang wrapped his hands around the goddess's snow-white waist and hugged her tightly, so that there was no space between their bodies. In that instant, it was as if he was hugging the entire beautiful snow mountain. Xianlang discovered that half of her body was boiling hot, far exceeding the temperature of ordinary people. And the other half was completely cold, as if she was frozen. The entire fairy's body was trembling intensely, trembling at a very high frequency. This woman can't even move her hands. Let's have a good time. More than a dozen evil hands grabbed over, wanting to tear off the robe covering Goddess Xueyin's body. The other hands were even more shameless, wanting to directly grab the vital parts of her delicate body under the water. There were also two people who directly took out their weapons and wanted to pee into the bathtub. Goddess Xueyin was almost unable to move from the waist up, let alone use martial arts. Her body was trembling to the extreme. More than a dozen evil monks' hands were about to tear off her robe. Her immortal body was about to be exposed. It was extremely urgent. Suddenly, Goddess Xueyin suddenly let out an incomparably terrifying high-frequency roar. This sound was actually not loud, but it was very high. In an instant, an incomparably powerful sound wave burst out. An ultrasonic wave created by internal force. Master Jin Yong had the lion's roar. Then what was her roar? Dolphin roar. In an instant, the dozen evil monks suddenly discovered a series of miserable cries. All of their ears were bleeding. They were instantly deaf. And the ultrasonic wave attack did not only attack the ears, but also the entire brain. The super high sound wave would temporarily paralyze the brain, causing intense brain damage. One would only feel a splitting headache, unable to stand at all. Hence, the dozen evil monks squatted down in pain, hugged their heads, and screamed with all their might. Fortunately, these evil monks were facing Xueyin, so they were all within the attack range of her angry roar. As for Xianlang, he was behind Xueyin. Otherwise, even if he blocked his ears, he would definitely be injured. With his small physique, he could not withstand Xueyin's sound wave attack at all and directly died. However, after releasing the sound wave attack, Goddess Xueyin also reached her limit and directly spat out a mouthful of blood. She wanted to say a word to Xianlang, but she could not say a single word. She wanted to tell Xianlang to immediately seize the opportunity to kill all of these beasts. But Xianlang did not need her order at all. He directly pulled out his dagger and jumped out. Poochie, 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 taking advantage of the fact that these evil monks' brains were paralyzed, he directly stabbed the back of each of them with a dagger, almost killing them all. However, when he killed the last monk leader, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a fist the size of a casserole fiercely smashed towards Xianlang. His martial arts were the highest, so he recovered the fastest. If he was hit, Xianlang would definitely die. And with his trash martial arts, he would not be able to block it at all. Bang! A loud sound rang out. In the next second, a sharp piece of wood instantly pierced through the head of the monk leader, killing him directly. The bathtub exploded. Even though she could not move her hands, Xueyin still used her legs to save Xianlang's life. Her jade-like feet fiercely kicked the bathtub, turning the wood fragments into countless bullets that pierced the monk leader full of holes. Then in the next second, she directly collapsed to the ground. Her entire body twitched in pain as blood continuously flowed out of her mouth. When the poison flared up, she could not carry out any attacks. But just now, she used the sound wave attack and exploded the bathtub, killing the monk leader and saving Xianlang. Xianlang hurriedly carried Xueyin's immortal body and quickly returned to the bed. He took off her wet robe and used a soft dry towel to dry her body. Then, he covered her with a soft goose down quilt. He wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. The fragrance in the air became stronger and stronger, causing Xianxia to really be drunk. This was not an adjective, but the kind that would really make one drunk. Every time the poison flared up, the fragrance would be especially strong. Her body would emit a high frequency of trembling, completely unable to control it. This kind of pain completely exceeded the limits of human endurance. "Master," 13 shouted from outside. "Xianxia, go clean up the inside, chop up all the corpses and feed them to the vultures." "Yes," 13 said. "Xianxia, boil a bucket of water and put it there." Then, a few dozen warriors went in and dragged the corpses of the dozen or so evil monks out. Seeing Xianxia in extreme pain, Xianxia could no longer bear it and directly entered the quilt and hugged her immortal body. Although it couldn't alleviate her pain, it could at least make her feel a trace of warmth. More than half an hour later, everything was over. Xianxia let out a long breath of fragrance. "Thank you." Xianxia shook his head. Xianxia said, "I'll have to trouble you again." "Xianxia, it's fine." Then, he picked up Xianxia and placed her in the bathtub again. After every outbreak, she would have to bathe. After bathing, she put on clean clothes. Xianxia combed her hair. "Auntie, your martial arts are too high, completely beyond my imagination." She was indeed too amazing. She couldn't move her hands, but she used ultrasonic waves to instantly knock down a dozen experts. "You shouldn't be called Xianxia, you should be called Dolphin Princess," Xianxia said with a smile. Then, he shook his head. "No, I can't use this nickname, because someone else has already been called this nickname. But the difference in appearance and temperament between the two is too big." Xianxia said, "Martial arts is something that everyone is proficient in, there is no difference in strength. In terms of strength, the Big Fool and Chou Yaoer are the most powerful. One person can defeat 10 people, that is the way of the king. We are all crooked." This was the first time Xianxia had seen such a goddess-like woman call herself a crooked person. Was Chou Yaoer really that powerful? Sword King Li Xianxia praised her, and now goddess Xianxia was also praising her. "Such a powerful woman actually slept with me, what an honor. And she was pregnant with my child." However, it seemed like all of this had nothing to do with Xianxia. Chou Yaoer's world didn't need men, and it didn't need Xianxia. She probably only lacked the ability to reproduce. "All right, go to sleep," Xianxia said. The room that Xianxia had bathed in was not a private bathroom, but rather Xianxia's bedroom. Now that it was a mess, there was no way to sleep. Xianxia wanted to find a room to sleep in. Xianxia said, "Just sleep on the bed, what's the big deal?" Xianxia shook his head, "No, I have evil thoughts." Xianxia said, "That's fine. I'm going to die soon, and having you by my side in my final moments is also fate." Xianxia thought about it and lay down on the bed. The two of them had different blankets on them. Even though they were on the same bed, Xianxia didn't touch a single finger of the goddess. But, 15 minutes later, Xianxia still got off the bed. He made a mattress on the floor. No, the evil thoughts were too strong, I couldn't suppress them at all. Sigh, I'm scum, I'm scum. 1 scum, 2 scum, 3 scum. Xianxia counted to 100, but he still couldn't sleep. It wouldn't have been like this before. He had been sleeping well before. No matter how bad his thoughts were, he would fall asleep in less than 5 minutes after closing his eyes. But now, he couldn't sleep, as if he couldn't even fall asleep. Xianxia said, "Can't sleep?" Xianxia, "Yes." Xianxia said, "Then come closer." Xianxia moved his ear closer. He accidentally rubbed against the goddess's snow-white lips, and a fragrance spread. Then, Xianxia chanted a scripture in his ear. Immediately, Xianxia felt a wave of exhaustion attack him, and he directly fell asleep. Before he fell asleep, he said this. "Aunt, you have a fever again." In the past few days, she had been having a fever frequently. Could this poison cause a fever? The next day, when Xianxia woke up, goddess Xianxia had already left. Of course, it wasn't that kind of leaving. Instead, she went out to save the people. "Goddess Aunt, you're really working too hard." But in her own words. She was asking for forgiveness. She was also accumulating virtue for someone she didn't even know existed. She couldn't even move her hands. So she brushed her teeth and washed her face. Not only did she brush her teeth and wash her face, but she also squeezed toothpaste for Shen Lang. That's right, toothpaste. Master Lang's invention. Shuiyin loved it. Today, Shen Lang's newly built temple was going to open for guests. It could be said to be the center of attention, because this concerned whether he could become the savior of the people of the Chang kingdom. If Shen Lang succeeded, he would be able to help the people of the Chang kingdom resist smallpox forever. From then on, the Chang kingdom would no longer be threatened by this grim reaper. The first batch of test subjects were thousands of slaves captured from the state of Yu. Dozens of warriors of Shen Lang guarded the temple. Each batch of 10 people entered, and all of them were blindfolded. Shen Lang inoculated them one by one. Inoculating one's arm was almost the only way to defend against smallpox. The entire earth had relied on this method to completely eradicate the smallpox epidemic. You ask where the vaccine came from? There was simply too much. The Chang kingdom might lack other things, but it would never lack cows, let alone cows that were infected with smallpox. After the inoculation, the next step was to wait for the smallpox virus to explode in the body. Of course, the outbreak this time would be very mild. Because the virus was very weak against humans, in the next few days, there would only be a slight fever, and then a small rash would appear on the thigh. After 10 days, the rash would fall off and completely recover. From then on, the person would forever have smallpox antibodies in their body and would never be infected again. In ancient China, vaccinations had already been invented during the Song Zhenzong era. However, due to various reasons, there was still a certain degree of danger. By now, Shen Lang had undergone several modifications, so the virus was already very weak. After the thousands of refugees from the state of Yu were inoculated with the vaccine, they quietly waited in the temple. The temple was 500 to 600 square meters, and there were thousands of people crammed into it. It was really unbearable, and the stench was very strong. However, these 1,000 people had to be managed, and they could not excrete randomly. They also had to distribute water and food. Moreover, under fear, it was very easy for things to go wrong. It was like a barrel of gunpowder, the moment it was ignited, it would explode. Shen Lang did not have the patience to do this kind of thing at all. However, Shuiyin took over everything. She stayed in this smelly temple every day, managing these more than 1,000 slaves. It was really amazing. Just by herself, she managed everyone in an orderly manner. She picked out 100 captains, 10 captains, and a leader from the 1,000 slaves. The subjects who were originally in fear would immediately calm down when they saw her and heard her voice. Every word she said was like an imperial edict. The entire temple was very smelly, but the fragrance on her body seemed to be able to cover all the stench, filling the entire temple with a wisp of fragrance at all times. No matter where a goddess was, she was a goddess. The white lotus blooming on the peak of a snowy mountain was beautiful and holy, but it was also beautiful and holy when it bloomed in the dark swamp. Even when they saw her and smelled her fragrance, they would immediately calm down, their hearts filled with hope. In these few days, the 1,000 subjects in the temple had nothing to do. So, he gave them a task. Make a plaque with the words Holy Temple written on it. Then, use wood to carve a few statues. For example, Confucius and Zhou Gong. In short, carve out all the statues of the saints. Thousands of people worked together. In just 3 days, they carved out the plaque and the statues of the saints. Do you think it's good? Does it look like it? It's not bad. Although it's not as impressive as the one in the state of Yu's holy temple, this is the Chang kingdom after all. The conditions are simple. It's good enough to have it. I'll just have to overcome it a little. At night, Shuiyin went back to bathe and change. But she was no longer sleeping. She didn't sleep for a few days. She said that she only had 4 days left to live anyway, so she shouldn't waste it on sleeping. In the remaining 4 days, Shen Lang racked his brains every day. Even to the extent of throwing everything aside. He focused on fighting the strange poison in Shuiyin's body. But there was still no result. He didn't even know what poison she was poisoned with. Grandmaster Zhongchuk still hadn't returned. Shen Lang was afraid that he would never return. The last day was here. According to Goddess Shui Yin's calculations, today was her last day. She was going to die. After the last poison attack, her whole body would be frozen and she would be unable to move at all. Then, she would gradually die. It sounded like she was suffering from Lou Gehrig's disease. But in reality, it was different. Goddess Shui Yin's muscles wouldn't shrink, but her whole body would seem to be frozen. She would become a jade statue. And every time the poison attacked, the fragrance would be overwhelming. In the final moments of his life, Shen Lang was on the verge of going crazy. No, I must save Shui Yin. I must save her. She was a fairy of the human world. She was a pure and holy goddess. Even if she kept saying that she was doing it to atone for her sins and to accumulate merit. But Shen Lang didn't know how she had done anything wrong. If he couldn't save her, she would become a demon in Shen Lang's heart for the rest of his life. If he couldn't even save such a fairy of the human world, then what was the point of him being a miracle doctor? Aunt Goddess, I must save you, I must save you. But he still had no clue. His last moments were about to arrive, but he still had no clue. He didn't even know what poison Shui Yin was poisoned with. Why am I so useless, Shen Lang? You are trash, trash, trash. Goddess Shui Yin laid on the bed, waiting for her last moments to arrive, waiting for the last poison to attack. Then, she would die. At the same time, inside the temple, thousands of state-of-you slaves were crying. Although they didn't know what happened, the saintess didn't come today. That was the worst news. They also knew that the saintess couldn't move from the waist up. She didn't have much time left. Suddenly, one of the state-of-you refugees said, "What are we waiting for? What must we do for the saintess?" Then, a few hundred people carried out the best piece of wood. This piece of wood was snow white and had no scars. The few hundred refugees cried as they quickly carved. They didn't know who Sage Confucius was, they also didn't know who the Duke of Zhou was, so, when they carved these people, they were very serious, but they couldn't put their soul into it. They couldn't put their love and admiration into it. But when it came to Goddess Shui Yin, they put all their emotions into it. In less than 2 hours, the statue of Goddess Shui Yin was finished. It was really good, especially those eyes. They were pure, gentle, and filled with boundless compassion. In this statue, her face was hazy, and even her figure was hazy. But, it was extremely similar. It was full of soul and holiness. It was as if it could fly into the sky at any moment. This was the best work of art. Erect it, erect it. Erect the statue of the saintess. Then, thousands of state-of-you refugees erected all of the statues, with Goddess Shui Yin's statue in the middle. Hang up the plaque, hang it up. Then, dozens of people got to work and hung the plaque of the holy temple. In the eyes of some, this was the temple of Confucius and the others. But in the eyes of the countless refugees and Chang citizens, this was the temple of the saintess. Before Shen Lang could give the order, the statue of the holy temple was erected, and the plaque of the holy temple was hung up. King Chang was stunned. The entire Chang royal family was stunned. Countless people were stunned. The Chang kingdom could only have one religion, the gods. There could only be one Snow Mountain goddess temple. How could there be a second one? Within the room, Goddess Shui Yin was waiting for the poison to act up for the last time. Shen Lang was still racking his brains, trying to think of a way to save her. But he still had no idea. He couldn't hold it in any longer. He slammed his head against the wall. Shen Lang, you piece of trash, you piece of trash. You can't even cure Auntie. You're a complete piece of trash. What use are you? Not only did he start banging his head, but he also started slapping himself. Stop, Shui Yin said gently. Come here, my good child. Her voice had the power to calm people down at all times. Shen Lang walked over and couldn't help but throw himself into her arms. Auntie, I should be able to cure you. I, Shen Lang, am supposed to be omnipotent. Why can't I cure you? Goddess Shui Yin didn't feel any fear. She couldn't use her hands to comfort Shen Lang, so she could only use her gaze to comfort him. What joy is there in life? What fear is there in death? It was this sentence again. My good child, I'm really not afraid of death. Both junior brother Zhongchuk and I deserve to die. We've only managed to live to this day because of an obsession that might not even exist. We've already lived for 20 years, so there's nothing wrong with dying. We can reunite with His Majesty, and we can also ask him why someone as powerful as His Majesty died so suddenly. Now that His Majesty is dead, we've become orphans with no one to rely on. A big tree fell. The vines on the tree, the birds that built their nests on the tree, and the grass and flowers under it all lost their shelter and died. You might not know this, but His Majesty's death doesn't just represent the destruction of a country. It also represents the complete destruction of an era and a hope. As she said this, Goddess Shui Yin's tears flowed out. This was the first time she had cried. It turned out that the fairy ant could also cry. Her tears flowed down one by one, dripping onto Shenlang's hair. Shenlang, do you know? Ant liked a man when she was young. He doesn't look like you at all, but his personality is similar. He's the kind of person who looks bad but is actually very good. Ant was very happy when she heard that you have evil thoughts. You're also a fairy-like man. I'm very proud that a little boy like you has evil thoughts towards me. At least I'm still young. Ant is about to die. I didn't expect that the person accompanying me in my final moments would be you. Child, you don't care what you want to do? No matter what evil thoughts you have, you can do it. This is not a reward, it's just a memento, so that Ant doesn't leave without a trace. You're such a good child, I like you very much. Before you die, your evil thoughts towards me are actually a kind of reward for me, isn't it? Kiss me, child, reward me. Goddess Shuiyin said in an incomparably gentle voice. The fragrance on her body became extremely strong, as if it had become the most delicious wine. Shenlang held her exquisite face. It really looked like it was carved out of jade. There was probably no such exquisite face in the world, right? Although it had already been frozen at a certain moment. It was extremely cold, as if it had been frozen. However, it was still soft. Shenlang kissed it carefully. Then, the fragrance in the air suddenly became even stronger. Shenlang was on the verge of fainting. Goddess Shuiyin's final poison had taken effect, the final moment had arrived. At the same time, the surrounding air suddenly became oppressive and austere. Ba, Buddha is merciful. The top expert of the Chong country. A top expert. The leader of the Chong country's faith. The grand priest of the Snow Mountain God Temple, Kuhai Duda, slowly walked into the courtyard. Even Huangfeng's teacher, Snow Mountain Demon, had been defeated by him. Wherever he walked, the ground would crack. Wherever he passed, the grass and leaves on both sides of the road would be broken. At this moment, Shenlang and Goddess Shuiyin were kissing. Her final poison had completely taken effect. She was completely frozen from head to toe. She had completely lost the ability to move, including looking and speaking. Goddess Shuiyin, you killed more than 10 of my monks. Kuhai is here to seek justice. With these words, killing intent soared to the sky. Note, the first update has been sent, and my cervical vertebra is in unbearable pain. I'll go massage for an hour, then immediately come back to write the second update. Brothers asking for monthly votes and support. Pastry's throat is about to go hoarse from all the shouting. Woo woo, thank you Drunken Sunset for your 10,000 coins reward. The #1 expert of the Chong Kingdom, the Misery Sea itinerant monk, walked in. An item slipped out of Shenlang's hand. It was something he could use to save his life. Goddess Shuiyin could no longer move. She was lying there gently. Misery could not help but say, is the final poison acting up? She can't move at all? Shenlang nodded. Then, the high priest of the Snow Mountain God Temple, Misery, took 2 steps closer. With every step he took, his murderous intent grew stronger. His gaze became even more cruel. All of a sudden, Shui Yin's body gradually turned red. She had always been as white as snow. Now, she was as red as blood. She was like a volcano that was about to explode. Misery stopped in his tracks. Although Goddess Shuiyin couldn't speak, she couldn't move either. But she warned him. If your bitter sea takes another step forward, I, Shuiyin, will self-detonate. Shuiyin could not move at all, but her true qi could still circulate and her dantian could still circulate. As such, she could still self-destruct. Once she self-destructed, it would be equivalent to blowing up all the energy and true qi she had cultivated over the past few decades. Although it would not be able to kill Misery, it would still severely injure him. Misery's martial arts were even better than Snow Mountain demons. However, he was still quite a distance away from Zhongchuk and Shuiyin. The most important thing was that Shuiyin's body was poisoned by the poison of Stupa Mountain. What if this strange poison infected Ku Haida's body when he self-destructed? As such, he stopped. Shuiyin was about to die anyway. There was no need to rush. There was no need to take this risk. I can still live a luxurious life for a long time. My life is very valuable. Prince Shenlang, Misery C said. Shenlang, what can I do for you? Misery C said, there can only be one faith and one temple in the entire Chang Kingdom. Shenlang, my temple is for saving people. Misery C said, you are welcome to save people at the Snow Mountain Divine Temple. Shenlang, that's too far. Misery C said, your temple must be demolished. Shenlang, I won't be able to save anyone if I do. The conversation between the two of them had reached a deadlock. The Misery C waited for Shuiyin to die. In this way, Shenlang fell into his hands. Of course, he would not kill Shenlang. After all, Shenlang had the technology to cure smallpox in his mind. Moreover, he had the Kim family behind him. If he took down Shenlang, he could blackmail him at will. After all, the bitter Siddha also needed to raise the monk soldiers, and he also needed to enjoy an extravagant and luxurious life. On the other hand, the Snow Mountain God Temple didn't collect taxes, nor did it farm. It relied on the offerings of its people every year, so it didn't have enough money. Most importantly, the Snow Mountain Holy Temple had done nothing during the recent smallpox epidemic. In order to protect itself, it had even closed its doors. And kept countless believers out, allowing them to die of smallpox. This was undoubtedly a great blow to the people of the Chang Kingdom. It could be seen that the offerings this year would definitely be reduced to a certain extent. Therefore, he especially needed Shenlang. He had been waiting for Shuiyin to die. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 2 hours, for some reason, Shuiyin did not die. His eyes were wide open, ready to self-detonate at any time. Why wasn't he dead yet? According to the time, she should be dead by now. 4 hours later, the bitter Siddha finally gave up. Young Master Shenlang, you must tear down the temple in half a month and hand over the method to cure smallpox for free. The bitter Siddha said, otherwise, for the sake of the purity of the Chang Kingdom's faith, my monk soldiers will start a holy war, burn down your temple, and kill all your people. Remember, you only have half a month's time. After that, the Grand Priest of the Snow Mountain God Temple left. Meanwhile, the blood-red light on Goddess Shuiyin's body was still there. The bitter Siddha only left after 15 minutes. This person was really cunning. At this moment, the blood-red light on Shuiyin's body gradually faded. However, no matter how much Shenlang called out to her, there was no response. She couldn't make a sound, she couldn't move, and she couldn't even move her eyes. She was still breathing, and her heartbeat was still there. Furthermore, she was having a fever. Shenlang pressed his forehead against hers. She was indeed having a fever. Then, he seemed to have found some clues. Had Shuiyin been infected with smallpox before? Probably not. At least, there weren't any pimples on her face. However, she was with patients who had smallpox every day, so why wasn't she infected? If she wasn't infected, why was she still having a fever? Could it be that she had also been infected with smallpox, but it wasn't acting up? Shenlang carefully examined her body. Her skin was flawless, without any chicken pox or rashes. He didn't even find any rashes in any corner. Could it be that she had been infected with smallpox and had a fever, but it wasn't showing on the surface of her body? The Stupa Mountain had poisoned her body, and now the poison was acting up. At the same time, she had also been infected with smallpox. However, the Stupa Mountain's poison had suppressed the smallpox virus. Therefore, she didn't have any symptoms of smallpox, chicken pox, or rashes. Furthermore, she should be dead by now. At least, she wasn't dead yet. She just couldn't move at all. Could it be that the Stupa Mountain's poison and smallpox had killed each other, so the power of the poison was weakened, so she wasn't dead yet? This conclusion was very likely to be true. If that was the case, what did that prove? It proved that the Stupa Mountain's poison was not snake venom, nor did it seem like cyanide. Moreover, this poison had been lurking in Shui Yin's body for many years, and it had only acted up recently. In that case, could it be considered that this poison was a kind of life form, similar to a parasite or a tiny mayfly? The Stupa Mountain had only planted a poisonous egg in Shui Yin's body. After the poisonous egg hatched, it began to mate and reproduce in her blood. Therefore, countless parasites appeared in her blood. Shen Lang's heart suddenly trembled. Then, he took out a knife, cut a wound on Shui Yin's finger, and let the blood drip into the porcelain bowl. Then he began to observe carefully. Unfortunately, there was no microscope. But Shen Lang had magnifying glasses and binoculars. Next, Shen Lang used a paper shell and a few magnifying glasses to assemble a very crude microscope with a very low magnification. He observed Shui Yin's blood under the microscope. He found it. He found it. Yes, there were many microorganisms in Shui Yin's blood. They were very, very small, no more than 0.5 millimeters. They were not much bigger than a man's seed tadpole. But they swam very fast, and there were a lot of them. Goddess Shui Yin's drop of blood was only about 1 milliliter, but there were at least hundreds of them. This should be a parasite, and it was a parasite that could release neurotoxins. It should be as Shen Lang guessed, the parasite that Stupa Mountain had planted in her was a poisonous egg. It took a few years for the parasite egg to hatch, mate, and reproduce. It was like a big bang. Previously, there were too few parasites, not enough to cause obvious symptoms in Shui Yin. In recent months, these parasites began to reproduce explosively, crazily occupying Shui Yin's body. Every time they acted up, it meant that they occupied every part of Shui Yin's body. In the end, Goddess Shui Yin's body was occupied by these parasites. Endless neurotoxins were released, causing Shui Yin to be unable to move. She was like a frozen person. No wonder her body smelled so good, especially when it acted up. Moreover, it was like alcohol, intoxicating. Because these parasites released neurotoxins, which were originally used to paralyze the nerves. This was something that Shen Lang could not understand in Earth's medical science. This was a life form unique to this world. This Stupa Mountain was very scary. And the reason why Shui Yin was not dead yet was because she still had the smallpox virus in her body. The two viruses were fighting each other in her blood, delaying her life. But, the vitality of the smallpox virus in the human body was limited, at most 20 days. So Shui Yin would still die. Was there a way to kill these parasites? Next, Shen Lang conducted all kinds of experiments. There was not much time left for Shen Lang. He not only had to save Shui Yin, but he also had to face the upcoming changes. He had to find something that could kill these parasites, but not to the extent that Shui Yin would die. He had already found the direction. What he needed next was a breakthrough point. It had been more than 10 days since Shen Lang had his vaccination. The results would be out soon. The first batch of vaccinators had already developed rashes, pus, and scabs. Emperor Chang could not wait to send these people into the tents of the smallpox patients. The weather was getting hot. The smallpox epidemic was getting more and more ferocious. It had evolved into a true god of death. Every day, more and more people were infected, and more people were dying. Among the imperial family, another 3 infected people were found. Apart from Emperor Chang and the Crown Prince, everyone else was terrified. If this continued, at least a third of the Chang kingdom would die. The Chang kingdom's army would also be reduced by a fraction. This was truly a disaster. If Shen Lang's vaccination technique was effective, then not only would he be able to save the Chang kingdom's citizens, but he would also be able to save Emperor Chang's army. This was completely related to the fate of the Chang kingdom. Emperor Chang did not even wait for the test subjects to be infected. He immediately ordered, apply the blood and pustules of the smallpox patients on these test subjects. See if they will be infected. Then, the first batch of test subjects experienced an incomparably terrifying scene. The varicella fluid of the smallpox patients was directly applied to their bodies. If Shen Lang's vaccination failed, and if they did not have the antibodies, they would definitely be infected with smallpox. A day passed. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. 4 days passed. Emperor Chang and the crown prince waited anxiously. The entire imperial family waited anxiously. Was it effective? Would Xianlang's divine technique be effective? Would it be able to save the people? Would it be able to ward off smallpox? 5 days passed, the results should be out by now. Not a single one of the 50 test subjects had been infected with smallpox. Even if the blood and pus of the smallpox patients were applied, they would not be infected. Success, they had really succeeded. Emperor Chang was overjoyed. The crown prince was overjoyed. The Chang kingdom could be saved. Xianlang had really succeeded. He could really ward off smallpox. He could really ensure that no one would be infected with smallpox. Instantly, a crack seemed to appear in the sky above the Chang kingdom, allowing sunlight to pour in. The entire Chang kingdom was in an uproar. Countless people surged toward the holy temple, waiting for the State of Yu's diplomatic mission to inoculate them with the vaccine. That way, they would be able to ward off smallpox forever. Previously, Xianlang's holy temple had the sign of the holy temple, which was dedicated to Confucius, the Duke of Zhou, and other saints. Thus, the sign of the holy temple had been smashed time and time again. The people of the Chang kingdom had besieged it again and again. If not for the statue of goddess Shuiyin inside, the entire temple would have been burned down. Although the Snow Mountain Holy Temple's performance during the smallpox epidemic had been very disappointing, it still had many believers. However, it still had many worshippers. How could it tolerate the appearance of another sacred temple in the Chang kingdom? The reason why no one had burned it down was because they had heard that there might be a cure for smallpox inside, and that goddess Shuiyin was inside. But now, it had finally been proven. Xianlang could save the people of the Chang kingdom and ward off smallpox. Instantly, the holy temple had been elevated. No one burned the holy temple anymore. No one smashed the statue or the sign anymore. Faith was important, but life was even more precious. The Snow Mountain Holy Temple could not save them, but this holy temple could. So what if they became believers of the holy temple? Xianlang gave the order. They wanted a vaccine and a permanent immunity to smallpox. They knelt outside the holy temple and became believers of the saints. And so, the entire holy temple was filled with people kneeling. There were thousands, tens of thousands of people. The warriors of the state of Yu who had come with Xianlang were completely stunned. Xianlang was too powerful. Not only had he made the Chang king write a confession, but he had also built a holy temple in the Chang kingdom. He had also made countless people of the Chang kingdom become believers of the saints. It was amazing. It was amazing. Even though they did not have the authority to submit a memorial, they still wrote down what they had seen. And they were also the beneficiaries, because they had also been vaccinated and would never be infected with smallpox again. All the people who knelt in front of the holy temple received a response. You believed in the gods and the Snow Mountain Holy Temple, but they would not give you a response at the critical moment, nor would they save your life. But you believed in the holy temple. But it could save your life. Xianlang's dozens of subordinates had been vaccinating the people of the Chang kingdom every day. A few thousand a day. Instantly, this action was admired by the people of the holy temple. Xianlang's plan to save the world had succeeded. But he was not in the holy temple every day, because he was researching how to save Shuiyin. How to kill the countless goo worms in Shuiyin's body. As the smallpox virus in Shuiyin's body disappeared, her vitality became fainter and fainter. She was really gradually entering death. But, Xianlang had already made a breakthrough. He had gone through countless experiments. Xianlang had returned to the starting point, using the golden bloodline of the Big Fool to save Shuiyin. Of course, it was not a blood transfusion. At first, Xianlang wanted to use the golden bloodline to kill the goo worms in Shuiyin's body, but he failed. Then, he thought of using the golden bloodline to attract countless goo worms out. He still failed. He had already drained more than half a kilogram of blood from his body. After countless experiments, Xianlang found that half of the golden bloodline in the Big Fool's body made the goo worms of the Stupa mountain very afraid, but the other half was fatally attractive to them. Therefore, Xianlang needed to separate the golden bloodline of the Big Fool. He took out the thing that was fatally attractive to the goo worms of the Stupa mountain. Xianxia drained another half a kilogram of blood for the big fool. Then, he extracted a milliliter of the bloodline essence. It was really fucking golden. The big fool was really awesome. This milliliter of the bloodline essence was the key to saving Xueyin. Whether he could succeed or not, whether he could save the life of this goddess, depended on this. Xianxia looked at the golden bloodline essence in the test tube. Big fool, is your wife done? Xianxia asked. The big fool said, she's done. Xianxia, are there any pockmarks on her face? 93. The big fool said, she looks good. Xianxia couldn't continue. He wiped the sweat on his face with a wet towel. The weather in May was unpredictable. It was very cold 10 days ago, but suddenly it became hot. It was in the 20s. And the thunder was getting louder and louder. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Outside, the dark clouds in the sky were getting lower and lower. There was a burst of loud thunder. Terrible lightning began to brew. A shocking rainstorm began to brew. Boom, 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 the natural thunder was getting fiercer and fiercer. The dark clouds were getting lower and lower. The air was getting heavier and heavier. A storm was coming. The dark clouds in the sky seemed like they were going to collapse the earth. Suddenly, a group of monk warriors entered the courtyard and said to Xianxia, "State of you, Xianxia, the entire Chang kingdom can only have one faith, and that is the God of heaven. There can only be one divine temple, and that is the Snow Mountain Divine Temple. Our high priest has already given you time to demolish the divine temple. The deadline has passed, but you still haven't demolished it. Now, the Snow Mountain Divine Temple officially declares war on you. Tonight, we will kill everyone in your divine temple and raze it to the ground." Then, the monk warrior handed a letter of challenge to Xianxia. Xianxia put on his gloves and said, "I'll take it. I accept the challenge." The monk warrior said, "See you tonight." Rumble. Another burst of thunder rang out. The dark clouds were getting lower and lower, but the rainstorm just wouldn't come. The thunder was getting more and more shocking. But the lightning didn't strike. Xianxia said, "Big fool, go back and say goodbye to your wife. We're going to fight tonight, and we're going to kill. We might have to kill thousands, or even more. Tomorrow, we'll return to the state of you." He thought that the big fool would be surprised by such a big event. But he didn't. Oh. The big fool immediately left to tell his wife. After the big fool left, Xianxia was left alone in the room. Huang Feng stood next to him. Xianxia bathed goddess Xueyin, wiping every inch of her body with a soft towel. During this period of time, he bathed Xueyin every single day. Even though she couldn't give him any response, not even a look. Even her breathing and heartbeat were getting weaker and weaker. She was getting closer and closer to death. "Feng, have you slept with 13 before?" Xianxia asked as he wiped Xueyin's clean body. Huang Feng said in a muffled voice, "No." Xianxia said, "You have to be careful. Your family is so rich. Be careful that 13 is trying to cheat you of your feelings and money. He might want to try after seeing how comfortable I am living off a woman." Roar. Huang Feng made a sound, but she didn't dare to scold him. No matter how scummy he was still her master. Xianxia was helpless. "Master, if you want to say bad things behind my back, at least don't let me hear it." "Okay," Huang Feng suddenly said, "Master, do you think I need to sleep with 13? Xianxia said, "You're afraid that we'll all die tonight? So you'll sleep with 13 before you die?" "That's true, but please don't make it so clear." Huang Feng said, "The Snow Mountain Temple has gathered more than 1,000 warriors. We only have 100. Xianxia said, "More than 1,000. At least 2,000, 20 times more than us. There are also the Chang Crown Prince's men, the Sus, and the Chang Queen's men." Huang Feng said, "Even if we die, we won't be able to defeat more than 2,000 of them." Xianxia said, "Of course not. 1 against 20? How is that possible?" Huang Feng said, "Then we'll lose? Will we die?" Xianxia said, "No, we can finish this once and for all. We can perform a miracle and kill all the monk soldiers of the Snow Mountain Temple." Huang Feng said in disbelief, really? We only have 100 people, but they have more than 2,000. And every single one of them is stronger than us. Shen Lang said, of course, I even chose the date of the final battle. After drying Shui Yin's body, he changed into beautiful silk clothes. Auntie, I'll save you tonight, and I'll show you how I'm going to kill. We're leaving tomorrow. Let's kill to our heart's content tonight and leave an unforgettable impression on the entire Chang kingdom. Rumble, thunder roared in the sky again. Let's go to the final battle. Shen Lang carried Shui Yin's body and walked toward the Snow Mountain Temple in high spirits. But that did not last more than 3 seconds. Shui Yin was more than 7 meters tall and weighed about 50 kilograms. Shen Lang found it difficult to carry her and could not even walk a few steps. Feng you carry her. Useless. Huang Feng cursed inwardly as she carried Shui Yin's body. Then, she could not help but feel dazed. The woman in her arms was so beautiful that no one could be jealous of her. Shen Lang put his hands behind his back. He continued to walk toward the Snow Mountain Temple in high spirits. Let's go, let's kill. In a small room in the Chongqing Palace. King Chang, the Crown Prince, Queen Su Mo, the Grand Priest of the Snow Mountain Temple, Kuhai Dida, and Marquis Su Nan's confidant, Su Yong. 5 people, there were dozens of boxes of gold coins on the floor. Another 100,000 gold coins. King Chang said, have you confirmed it? Shen Lang's vaccine against smallpox is actually pus from cowpox? The Chang Crown Prince said, it's completely confirmed. The 3 spies saw it clearly. The Chang Emperor said, since that's the case, Shen Lang can die. He even saved my life, as well as the lives of countless people in the Chang kingdom. If it weren't for the sake of the Su clan, I really wouldn't bear to kill him. He actually wanted to kill Shen Lang as well, but he just wanted to continue extorting gold coins from him. Now, the Sus had paid another sum of gold coins to kill Shen Lang. After the Chang king's death, Su Mo said, since we have the method to defend against smallpox, you can also be an immortal. Bittersea itinerant monk said, Snow Mountain Temple can also do it. It is the duty of the Snow Mountain Temple to save the people. Chang King asked, how many people has Shen Lang already given the vaccine to? The Chang Crown Prince said, less than 10,000. There are still a few 100,000 people who have not been vaccinated. King Chang said, then let us save the remaining few 100,000 people. Of course, life is precious. If you want to be vaccinated and forever immune to smallpox, you have to pay a price. Instantly, everyone said, Your Majesty is wise. Bittersea itinerant monk said, the Snow Mountain Temple is poor and destitute. It's a good time to collect some offerings. King Chang and the Snow Mountain Temple actually wanted to make use of Shen Lang to make a fortune after learning of his vaccination. Countless people in the Chang kingdom. Do you want to be immune to smallpox? Do you want to be vaccinated? Pay up. It was amazing that you wanted to make a fortune in such a crisis. Most importantly, you are King Chang, and those people are your people. But in the eyes of a barbaric king, this was normal. King Chang waved his hand and said, of course, all my warriors will be vaccinated for free. Everyone said again, Your Majesty is wise. Su Yong said, please accept these gold coins, Your Majesty and Bittersea itinerant monk. We only have one request. Not only do you want to kill the Shen Lang envoy, but you also want to give me Shen Lang's head. After the Chang king's death, Su Mo said, Bittersea itinerant monk, are your 1,000 monk soldiers enough? Bittersea itinerant monk sneered and said, more than enough. Queen Su Mo said, why don't I support you with some warriors? Moreover, they have shaved their heads. You can treat them as the monk soldiers of the Snow Mountain Temple. Bittersea itinerant monk said, Shen Lang has less than 100 people. It will be easy to kill them all. However, Your Majesty is worried, so I will accept these warriors. The Chang country's crown prince, Queen Su Mo, and Su Nan's confidant Su Yong bowed in unison. Master, I'm counting on you for today's battle. Bittersea itinerant monk smiled disdainfully and walked out. An hour later, in the northern wilderness, 2,500 warriors had gathered, all of them were bald. Only a small portion of them were monk soldiers of the Snow Mountain Temple. The rest were either Chang country warriors or Su warriors. However, they still had to use the name of the monk soldiers. For the Chang country. Shen Lang's usefulness had been exhausted. In order to kill Shen Lang, Sunan had paid a price of more than 100,000 gold coins. In that case, he could die now. Bittersea itinerant monk rode on a black horse and shouted, "Protect the divine god's faith. Start a holy war. Kill the state of Yu Shen Lang envoy. Cut them into pieces. Flatten the holy temple. Kill. Kill." 2,500 bald warriors charged toward the sacred temple where Shen Lang was. Note, second update, crazily seeking recommendation votes, crazily seeking support. Benefactor, make your move. The book had 1,000,000 words, it had only been on the shelves for 41 days, and there were already 1,000,000 words. It was really incredible. In the 11th day of this month, a total of 28,000 words were updated. It was simply crazy. Even when he looked back, he felt a little shocked. However, it wasn't easy for him to adjust his work and rest, and now he had to stay up all night again. He almost didn't even have time to go out for noodles every day. In more than 10 days, he could only squeeze out more than an hour to massage his cervical spine. Every time he ate, it was like fighting a war. Therefore, he really needed to adjust. He needed to accumulate energy again. He had already updated 2 chapters today. In the following period of time, he might update 2 chapters a day, which was about 10,000 words. What the hell? To me, writing more than 10,000 words a day was considered an adjustment and rest. Why did he feel like crying? In the past 10 to 20 days, it had been in the top 10 of the best-selling list. It had become 2 chapters, and it was probably going to fall. He really couldn't bear to part with it. It was so uncomfortable. Sob sob sob, however, in order to accumulate energy for the next wave of outbreak. In order to write a better plot. He needed to sleep for 2 more hours. He needed to think for a few more hours. He had to adjust. He drank some wine and took some medicine. Then, he went to sleep. He hoped that he could sleep better. At least, he hoped that he could fall asleep. He was really afraid of his sleep. If he adjusted his work and rest to sleep in advance, but he couldn't fall asleep, it would be a huge loss. He would try to publish the next chapter at noon. Brothers, if you have monthly votes, hurry up and vote. This was already the power of faith that I had been working tirelessly. Sincerely, please support me. Remember the website address of this website, so that you can read it next time. XS52, and you can enter this website. Princess Arunanana had recovered from the smallpox. However, there were acne marks on her face that looked like pockmarks. She carefully counted in the mirror. 93. To hell with 93. Fortunately, it was 93 and not 930, otherwise it would have been even more terrifying. She did not live in the palace, but in a house outside. After recovering, she did not go to see her parents. During the time she had the smallpox, her heart towards her family had become completely cold. From now on, only the big fool would be her family. This was normal in the Chang kingdom. After a woman married, everything would follow the man, and she would not even have much to do with her family anymore. At this moment, the big fool walked in, and even heard his footsteps from outside. Arunanana was relieved. "Wife, Tu Dam asked me to say goodbye to you." "What is goodbye?" "Goodbye?" Princess Arunanana jumped up and said, "You're leaving? That won't do. From now on, you are mine. You have to stay by my side, not even for a single step." The big fool shook his head and said, "No, no, I have to follow Tu Dam first. When Master comes back, I still have to follow Master." Arunanana said, "What about me?" "What about me?" The big fool said, "You are my wife?" Arunanana said, "Yes, I am your wife. You should be with me." "Ah." The big fool was at a loss. Arunanana said, "Between me and Tu Dam, which one will you choose?" "Ah, there was such a choice?" The big fool was even more at a loss. Arunanana pinched the big fool's ear and said, "Tell me, between me and Tu Dam, which one will you choose?" The big fool thought for a while and said, "Now? Then I choose Tu Dam." Arunanana was angry, but she could not do anything about the fool in front of her. The big fool said, "Wife, then I'm leaving." Princess Arunanana said, leave? Is Xianlang crazy? It's late at night, and it's going to rain. Leave now? The big fool said, we're not leaving tonight, there's a battle tonight. Arunana asked in surprise, fight? What fight? The big fool said, I don't know what battle I'm fighting, I'm leaving. Then, he carried the black iron rod on his back and walked towards the holy temple. Princess Arunana quickly rushed into the palace. Bang, with a loud bang, Princess Arunanana slammed open the door. A few pairs of eyes immediately looked over. There was her father, King Chang Aragang, his brother, Arutai, the queen of Chang Kingdom, Su Mo, and a man she hated very much, Su Yong. From their expressions and gazes, it could be seen that this group of people was plotting something. Su Mo was Su Nan's younger sister. To be exact, she was the deputy queen. The Chang Empress' name was Nua Jia. She was also a woman from the Chang Kingdom and the Chang Emperor's first wife. At the same time, she was also the biological mother of Aruda and Arunana. However, she had already left the Chang royal palace a few years ago to become a nun and live in seclusion. Therefore, Su Mo had become the queen. Aruna said, Father, who wants to attack the sacred temple? Who wants to attack Xianlang? King Chang Aragang said, it's none of your business. Queen Su Mo smiled and said, it's Xianlang who built the sacred temple and offended the faith of the Snow Mountain Temple. That's why Bittersea did sent monk soldiers to destroy the sacred temple. The Chang Kingdom Crown Prince said, Sister, it's not our place to interfere in such matters. Princess Arunanana said, Father, Xianlang saved your life. Moreover, he saved countless people of the Chang Kingdom, allowing us to defend against the threat of the smallpox reaper. He is a great benefactor to the entire Chang Kingdom. You should send troops to help him. King Chang Aragang said coldly, Lulu, remember this. We people of the Chang Kingdom only seek revenge, not kindness. This sentence expressed the thoughts of the royal family of the Chang Kingdom. Queen Su Mo said, Lulu, there's a saying in my family, great kindness becomes great enmity. If a person's kindness to you is too great, and you can't repay it, then he can only die. Arunanana said angrily, what about me? Is my husband, the big fool, still inside? King Chang said coldly, who said he's your husband? Queen Su Mo said, Lulu, he's a fool. He's not good enough for you. We've already found a husband for you. He's a true hero. You might have heard of him, the Three-Eyed Evil. It was the Three-Eyed Evil again. There were two bandits in the state of Yu, Bitter Joy in the east and the Three-Eyed Evil in the west. Queen Su Mo said, this Three-Eyed Evil has thousands of bandits under his command. His martial arts are top-notch, and even the governor of the West Heaven military territory of the state of Yu respects him. Only a great hero like him is good enough for our Princess Lulu. Princess Arunanana stared at this group of people. Their gazes were cold, and their faces were cruel. She felt as if she was not looking at a group of people, but a pack of wolves. Without another word, she turned and left. She carried the green dragon crescent blade on her shoulder and walked toward the sacred temple. She wanted to fight alongside her husband. There were no more Chang Kingdom citizens in the sacred temple. There were only 100 warriors under Xianlang's command. There were 3 statues in the sacred temple. The Duke of Zhou, Confucius, and the Holy Maiden. Half of these warriors were from the state of Yu, while the other half were from the Kim family's private army and the Heavenly Law Associations. At this moment, these warriors were all wearing leather armor and nocked arrows. Their faces were filled with fear and unease. Rumble, 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 the muffled thunder outside sounded again and again. The rain just wouldn't come. The dark clouds in the sky grew thicker and lower, as if they would collapse at any moment. Outside the sacred temple, countless eyes were watching. These were ordinary Chang people. In the past few days, tens of thousands of people had come here to get vaccinated. In other words, tens of thousands of people had been saved by Xianlang. Moreover, they had knelt before the sacred temple. But to ask them to fight for Xianlang, it was impossible. They would only be bystanders, inside the imperial palace of the state of Yu. Boom, 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 thunder rumbled in the sky one after another. The air was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. The monarch Ning Yuanxian looked up at the sky. Dark clouds hung over the sky, layer upon layer. Come on, it's raining. He was wearing several layers of silk clothing. Although the temperature was not high, it was still a bit stuffy. It had been a month since Xianxia left for the Chang kingdom. He hadn't returned yet. The war in the southern kingdom was getting more and more intense. The Sand primitive army was endless. These barbarians were too difficult to defeat. According to his previous estimates, this battle should have been easy to win. After all, the political situation in the southern kingdom was almost completely under the control of the State of Yu's officials. Unexpectedly, the battlefield seemed to have turned into a quagmire that the State of Yu had one foot in. It had been more than a month and a half since the sacred temple had been burned. People were really forgetful. No matter how much of a ruckus the incident had caused, no matter how many officials had vomited blood in public. But after 10 days of performance, the show was almost over. The people had seen enough of it and gradually forgot about it. The Chang warriors who had burned the sacred temple had all been killed. But after that, countless officials in the State of Yu were worried. Would the Chang people seek revenge? Would they start a war? As expected, 2 groups of envoys from the Chang kingdom entered the capital of the State of Yu, their words becoming more and more intense. They had to give the Chang kingdom an explanation. Otherwise, they would meet again on the battlefield. Not only that, but the rumors had become strange again. There were rumors in the market that Xianxia was the mastermind behind the Chang people's burning of the sacred temple. Their goal was to attack the Su family. Didn't Xianxia say that he wanted to destroy the Su family? But this person should have died a long time ago. He must have been torn to pieces and fed to the dogs by the Chang king. Over 100 people had also been cooked and eaten. There had been no news of him for more than a month. He must be dead. This pretty boy was really whimsical. Who was the Chang king? You want him to confess? Furthermore, they wanted to build a sacred temple in the Chang kingdom. Dream on. Boom, suddenly, there was a loud sound. Monarch Ning Xianxia trembled slightly. This muffled thunder finally tore through the clouds. It turned into a thunderous roar. What happened to that woman? The monarch asked. His question came out of nowhere, so no one could understand it. However, the eunuch Li Sun knew who the monarch was referring to. It was Hou Tsai. In the past few years, the monarch rarely fell for a woman. In the end, this woman seemed to have an affair with a new Jinshi, Li Wenjing, and she might have lost her virginity. Most importantly, Li Wenjing was also involved in the conspiracy between the crown prince and the third prince, and was involved in the case of cursing the crown prince. In order to avoid the explosion of the answer, to avoid the outbreak of a fierce party struggle, the monarch decisively smashed the black water platform to kill Li Wenjing, nipping this question in the bud. As for the mastermind behind this case, it was not important for the time being. As for the top courtesan, Hou Tsai, the monarch did not kill her. Instead, he sent her to live in seclusion in his hometown, Lane County. The monarch no longer touched her. However, no other man dared to touch her. Li Sun said, "She's living a good life. All she does is write and draw every day." In the 5th prince's residence, Xiaobing's belly was visibly bulging. The 5th prince's wife, Madame Xue, was talking to Xiaobing. As the 5th prince's wife, she had a high status, so it was not worthwhile for her to talk to a concubine like Xiaobing. But she was also the daughter of a merchant, the daughter of a small family. 2 little girls were flipping through a picture book. They were Yu Fengzhou's daughters. The older girl was reading a book, and the younger girl was eating a snack. Wow! The older girl opened her mouth and pointed at the snack in her sister's hand. The younger girl was very generous. She put the snack next to her sister's mouth and let her take a bite. In the end, her sister ate it all in one bite. The younger girl stared blankly at her empty hand. Then, she burst into tears. "Mother, mother," her chubby little body rushed into Madame Xue's arms, crying loudly. "Sister is bad, sister is bad." Seeing her younger sister crying, the older sister felt that she was about to be scolded. So, she took the initiative and plunged into Xiaobing's arms, crying even louder. Whoever cried the loudest was in the right, wasn't it? Xiaobing picked up the older girl. Seeing that she was crying without tears, she couldn't help but pinch her little nose. Cunning little thing. Her personality was a bit like her son-in-law's. Thinking of her son-in-law, Xiao Bing's eyes became moist. Son-in-law, how are you? Why aren't you back yet? Everyone is saying that you're dead, cooked and eaten by the Chang Emperor. I'm so worried. At this time, the fifth prince, Ningjing, was once again humiliated. He was trembling with anger. The prime minister from the Supreme Court had come to his house and demanded 2 prisoners. They were Yu Fengzhou's 2 daughters. Yu Fengzhou sold the forbidden book The Romance of Dongli, which angered the Yan Empire. The monarch decreed that Yu Fengzhou's entire family would be executed, except for his 2 daughters. The prime minister said, I heard that the 2 girls are in your highness's house. Please hand them over. Ningjing stammered, she. One is 2 years old, and the other is 3 years old. Are you going to kill them? The prime minister said, there's no need to kill them. But as the family of a criminal, they must be confiscated. The Supreme Court will send these 2 girls to the Court of Great Grace. The Court of Great Grace sounded like a good name. But it was the most miserable place in the world. All the children of sinners and officials were sent to this place to be raised because they were too young to be killed. It was equivalent to an orphanage for sinners. The children in this place lived in darkness from an early age. Not to mention the fact that they didn't have enough to eat and warm clothes, they were lucky to survive. And even if they could grow up, all the men would become servants or eunuchs. And most of the women were sent by the musical house to work as prostitutes for officials. These 2 little girls had been raised in the 5th prince's house for more than a month, and they were already full of affection. Now the Supreme Court came to ask for them, and it was according to the law of the Great Yu. Once these 2 little girls were sent to that hell, how miserable would it be? It was totally conceivable. The 5th prince, Ningjing, felt extremely humiliated and sad. Am I still a prince? Someone came to the door to adopt 2 little girls who were prisoners. Can a mere prime minister of the Supreme Court come to bully me? Of course, he knew that this was the revenge of the Su family. Compared with the behemoth of the Su family, he, a mere 5th prince, was nothing. At this time, Ningjing especially missed Shenlang. Shenlang, what happened to you in the Chang country? The whole country is rumored that you are dead, but I don't believe it. In the holy temple of the Chang country. Rumble, there was a loud explosion. This muffled thunder finally tore the clouds apart. It turned into thunder. Then, countless lightning bolts crazily struck down. Swish. Swish, swish. The entire dark sky was torn apart by countless lightning bolts. The dark night was suddenly illuminated. It was as if countless dragons and snakes were swimming. A figure suddenly rushed in. Princess Arunana raised the green dragon crescent blade. Big fool, Shenlang, let me fight alongside you tonight? Unfortunately, I can't find Master, otherwise she will definitely. Master. Arunana saw Goddess Xueyin. She suddenly threw the blade aside and rushed towards Xueyin. Master, what happened to you? What happened to you? Don't scare me? Don't leave me behind. Seeing that Xueyin was not moving, Princess Arunana was scared to tears. Shenlang, Princess Nana, you came at the right time. I want to save your master, and I need your help. Arunana desperately nodded, please save my master, she is the best person in the world, she must not die. Shenlang, carry Xueyin and follow me into the small tent. Princess Arunana carried Goddess Xueyin and entered the small tent. There was a shelf with a hook. Shenlang, hang Xueyin on the shelf and let her body fall naturally. Arunana was startled, but still did as she was told. Immediately, Goddess Xueyin was hung on the shelf with her arms open, hanging in the air. Shenlang took out a few glass bottles and a sharp knife. Finally, he took out a test tube, which contained the essence of the golden vein bloodline. Shenlang used 1/2 kilogram of Big Fool's blood, but only extracted about a milliliter of it. It was golden yellow, just like liquid gold. How many goo worms were in Xueyin's body, he didn't know, but it was definitely an astronomical number. They had already occupied every blood vessel in her body, releasing neurotoxins that paralyzed every nerve in her body. So she was completely unable to move, even more vegetative than a vegetable. And this bloodline essence had a fatal attraction to the goo worms of Stupa Mountain. Shenlang had experimented with it. When these goo worms sensed the bloodline essence, they were like moths to a flame, madly rushing over. For them, the bloodline essence was like the most wonderful power in the world. But, could it save Shuiyin? Right now, it was still unknown. Shenlang handed Arunana a needle and said, "In a moment, I will quickly use my finger to point at a certain place on your master's body. You use this needle to quickly pierce it, understand?" Arunana nodded. Shenlang began to save Shuiyin. He took out a needle and pierced the blood vein on Shuiyin's foot. Immediately, blood gushed out and poured into a glass bottle. There were countless goo worms in this blood. Can it succeed? It depends on this moment. Shenlang held his breath and dripped the golden blood essence into the glass bottle. Suddenly, an incomparably strange scene appeared. The blood in the glass bottle seemed to instantly boil. Of course, the blood did not boil. But the countless goo worms inside felt the power of the golden vein bloodline essence and became extremely excited, madly devouring this power. Shuiyin's blood flowed from the wound into the glass bottle through the needle. These goo worms definitely had a unique way of transmitting information. In a moment, all the goo worms in Shuiyin's body seemed to have awakened. All the goo worms went crazy. Relying on instinct, they crazily swam towards the golden vein bloodline essence. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of goo worms. It was really like moths flying into a flame. It was even more serious than moths flying into a flame. Hundreds of millions of goo worms swam towards one direction. Following the blood vessels of goddess Shuiyin, they quickly swam out of the wound and threw the needle into the glass bottle, madly rushing towards the golden vein bloodline essence. This was visible to the naked eye. There was an incomparably enchanting and strong fragrance in the air, almost intoxicating. At the same time, a magnificent purple color appeared on Shuiyin's body. Swish 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 swish, this purple color could even move. It was countless goo worms. Like salmon migrating in the ocean, millions, hundreds of millions. In just a few minutes, all the goo worms left Shuiyin's body and entered Shenlang's glass bottle. The blood in the half bottle boiled intensely. The color was no longer red, but a gorgeous purple. There were hundreds of millions of goo worms in it. And the purple color on the surface of Shuiyin's body faded away completely. At this moment, the mother goo worm appeared. It drilled out of Shuiyin's blood vessels. Previously, Shenlang had not discovered it countless times, because it was in the blood vessels of the heart, and under the X-ray, it seemed to be one with the blood vessels. Only when Shenlang took out the golden vein essence, it moved a few times, and Shenlang discovered its existence. It was too thick, it could only stay in the blood vessels of the heart. It was also summoned by the golden vein essence. It desperately swam out. But it was 2 to 3 millimeters thick and 3 to 4 centimeters long. It was very difficult to drill out of the blood vessels. It would only cause Shuiyin's blood vessels to clog, causing blood clots and endangering her life. The mother goo worm quickly swam and entered a relatively thick blood vessel, not an artery, nor a vein. Shenlang grasped the foresight, pointed at Shuiyin's chest and said, "Here, do it." Arunana's movements were as fast as lightning. The needle in her hand suddenly pierced in. In an instant, the mother parasite was pinned to the ground. Shenlang quickly cut it with a knife, took out the mother goo worm, and sealed it in a test tube. Boom, 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 the thunder outside was getting fiercer and fiercer. The lightning in the sky was getting thicker and more shocking. In an instant, the lightning almost illuminated the entire night sky as bright as day. Then there was the sound of dense footsteps. The holy temple of Shenlang was surrounded. The 2,500 bald warriors were brave and valiant, savage and ferocious. The sacred temple, which was only 600 square meters in area, was completely surrounded. Boom, boom, another burst of lightning and thunder illuminated the faces of these monks and warriors. The Buddha only ate meat, killed people, and played with women. The so-called holy temple of Shenlang was made of wood, wrapped in a thick layer of tarp. There were no defensive measures, not even walls. With a light rush, it was directly destroyed. In front of 2,500 bald warriors, it was extremely fragile. However, in order to wait for this day, Shenlang had been planning for a long time. When building this holy temple, he asked the Heavenly Society to secretly transport countless iron wires. There were also more than a dozen iron pillars as thick as a thumb. Now, more than a dozen iron pillars were connected together, standing in the center of the holy temple, directly into the air, a full 35 meters high. This iron pillar was the highest point within a radius of a few kilometers. Normally, it was a lightning rod, and all lightning would be guided to the earth by it. Inside the holy temple, the ground was covered with dry cowhide. Everyone's feet were also wearing leather boots that were absolutely insulating. Not only that, after the renovation of the holy temple, Xianxia also photographed the warriors of the Kim family to modify them. The warriors' iron wires were wrapped around the wood of the holy temple, and then spread to the ground outside the holy temple. Therefore, the entire surface of the holy temple was densely covered with hundreds of iron wires and copper wires, which spread to the ground. At this time, the ground outside the holy temple was extremely wet. It was definitely enough to conduct electricity. Once the lightning rod in the middle was cut off and the iron wire and steel wire were connected to the towering iron pillars. At that time, the lightning attracted by the tall iron pillars would not be directed to the earth. Instead, it would be directed to the entire entangled iron wire and to all the surrounding ground. What would happen to everyone standing on the ground outside the holy temple? What kind of shoes were these bald warriors wearing? Wet straw shoes, enough to conduct electricity. And how much voltage was the lightning? Tens of millions, hundreds of millions of volts. How many people could it kill? Who knew? Inside the holy temple, 100 warriors were trembling. There were 2,500 brutal bald warriors outside. They were definitely dead, the disparity was too great. There was no way to fight at all. 13, do it. The sky was quiet for a moment. Xianxia ordered. Like a monkey, Shen 13 climbed to the top of the holy temple. He hooked the iron wire and copper wire to the iron pillar in the middle. Big fool, do it. The big fool slashed with his black iron rod. He easily cut off the lightning rod that was inserted into the ground. At this time, the iron pillar was no longer directing electricity to the ground. Instead, it was directing the iron wire and copper wire. Everything was ready. All that was left was to wait for the next lightning strike. Whoosh, 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 kill, 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 the bald warriors of the Snow Mountain Holy Temple outside began to yell. The bitter Dida yelled, the entire Chang kingdom can only have one faith, and that is the God. The Snow Mountain Holy Temple represents the will of the God. And now, these people from the state of you have built their holy temple on our land. This is blasphemy against the God. We will be punished by the heavens. I represent the will of the God. I will flatten the enemy temple of the state of you and kill all the people from the state of you. Kill, kill, kill. The 2,500 bald warriors roared furiously. They were full of murderous intent. Then, they let out a series of wolf howls. The murderous intent became stronger and stronger. Under the murderous intent, the fragile Xianxia Holy Temple was like a small boat in a stormy sea that could be crushed at any time. The dozens of warriors from the state of Yu could no longer withstand the pressure. They knelt on the ground and cried, "We surrender." They surrender. The warriors from the Kim family and the Heavenly Tao Society were trembling with their bows and arrows in their hands. Tonight, they would die here. They would die for sure. Finally, the howling stopped. 2,500 people formed a circle and marched fiercely toward the sacred temple. Kill, kill, kill all the people from the state of Yu. Flatten the holy temple of the state of Yu. Dismember Xianxia into 1,000 pieces. Tear him to pieces. Cry and howl, the 2,500 bald warriors moved faster and faster. They were getting closer and closer to the holy temple. They waved the machetes in their hands with hideous expressions. They began to charge forward. They were like a black tide that was about to drown the fragile holy temple. And at this moment, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to have been torn open. Lightning flashed across the sky like a soaring dragon. Tens of thousands of meters long. Shocking power. Boom. Boom, then, there was a dense explosion of thunder. The night was illuminated as if it was daytime. Amazing lightning came one after another. Like a saber. Like a dense net, it struck down crazily. The power of this heavenly power was really amazing. Finally, a 10,000-meter lightning net hit the 35-meter-high iron pillar on the top of the holy temple. A shocking electric current suddenly shot down. Kill, kill, kill. The 2,500 bald warriors rushed outside the holy temple, waved their sabers, and were about to slash down. Then, snap. There was a loud noise. The entire holy temple was filled with countless electric sparks. Many iron wires were directly burned off by the huge electric current. And at the same time, countless electric currents surged to the ground and to any life outside the temple. These ferocious monk warriors. They were instantly hit by a huge electric current. Their bodies were on fire and thick smoke. All their movements were frozen. Countless bald warriors were instantly struck to death by the lightning. Dozens of people were directly struck into charcoal. At this moment, it was simply a miracle, it was simply a massacre, and at the same time, in the holy temple, the goddess Xueyin opened her beautiful eyes and woke up. Note, the first chapter was delivered with more than 7,000 words. I couldn't even sleep for 5 hours last night. This chapter was written by drinking strong tea to refresh myself. I'm going to sleep for a while and then write the second chapter. Our brothers need your support so much, I beg of you. Thank you to Zhang Shouhao of the Chaoyang district for his 10,000 yuan tip. It was too terrifying, it was too shocking, the power of the lightning was astonishing. However, only a few hundred people were actually electrocuted. The unknown was terrifying. The power of heaven and earth was terrifying. Especially the few people in the innermost area, they were directly turned into charcoal. The scene of the lightning striking down and killing everyone. It really looked like the wrath of the heavens. The heavenly God has shown his might, the heavenly God has shown his might, we've angered the heavenly God by attacking the temple. All the bald warriors had the same thought. Their legs trembled, and they wanted to kneel on the ground immediately. At that moment, a dignified voice came from inside. This temple has saved countless people of the Chang kingdom and is protected by the heavens. If you false believers dare to invade it, you will be crushed into pieces. Of course, the voice was shouted by Shen Lang through the metal amplifier. Such a loud roar was really killing him. Immediately, the remaining bald warriors outside were terrified and did not dare to go forward. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the distance were extremely shocked. The heavenly God had really shown his might. Look, the monks and warriors of the Snow Mountain Holy Temple besieged the state of Yu, but they were killed by the heavenly God's lightning. The heavenly God was really protecting the holy temple of the state of Yu. Walalala, the torrential rain finally came down. The lightning was too strong just now, and many of the iron and copper wires were burnt, causing flames. Now, the flames were extinguished by the storm. The bitter sea Ditto was riding on the black bull. He felt like his soul had left his body when he saw the scene just now. However, he immediately understood when he saw the towering metal pillars at the top of the temple. What heavenly God's might? It's just Shen Lang's little tricks. Charge in, however, the bald warriors did not dare to charge in anymore. Boom, 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 thunder rumbled in the sky. Countless lightning bolts struck down. However, even with the towering metal pillars, the chances of being struck by lightning were not very high. There was no divine wrath this time. The bitter sea Ditto shouted, "Look, look! What happened just now was just a coincidence. It would only take an instant to flatten the sacred temple and kill everyone inside. Once your faith is taken away, what will you eat in the future? What should I wear? Glory, splendor, wealth and rank? Charge in, kill everyone from the state of Yu, and tear Shen Lang into pieces." Immediately, the bravest monks under him held their breaths, clenched their teeth, and stomped their feet. The Grandmaster was right. If they did not destroy this temple today, the Snow Mountain God Temple would not have an easy time in the future. In the time it took to grit its teeth and tremble, it killed all the people inside. Thus, they once again rushed over quickly and rushed towards the gate of the sacred temple. Xianxia, who was inside, suddenly pulled the rope in his hand. Boom 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 boom, there was a loud noise. A terrible explosion suddenly occurred at the entrance of the holy temple. Black smoke billowed. In fact, it was the simplest landmine, and it was a black gunpowder mine. It wasn't powerful, and there wasn't even a spark. The dozens of warriors that rushed over were directly blasted away. But, the number of injuries was only in the single digits. The casualties were small, but the intimidation was too shocking. A lightning tribulation had just occurred. It was enough to make one's soul scatter. Now, when these bald warriors rushed in, they actually created lightning on the ground. He was right. Wasn't this lightning on the ground? There was no lightning or thunder in the sky at the moment. Oh my God, this is really a tribulation, definitely a tribulation. The surrounding monks and warriors were so scared that they almost wet their pants. The courage that they had gathered with so much difficulty was instantly used up. This holy temple is under the protection of the gods. If you dare to take another step closer, I will kill you all. I will also make you sink into the 18 levels of hell after you die, never to be reincarnated. Citizens of the Chang Kingdom, do you want to be protected by the gods? Why aren't you protecting the holy temple? Shen Lang shouted through the metal megaphone. Then, to match his voice, boom boom boom, there was another series of explosions. The entire sacred temple exploded, as if the heavens and the earth were shaking. This time, it was really a coincidence. Lightning struck down again, hitting the tall iron pillars of the holy temple. Once again, electricity flowed along the countless iron wires and copper wires, spreading to the ground. This time, not many people were electrocuted, because most of the people had already retreated far away. However, the dozens of bald warriors who had just rushed towards the gate were completely burnt to a crisp. Their bodies were on fire. They couldn't be any more dead. However, this scene of lightning flashing like a dragon being born out of thin air was too shocking. It was a miracle, a miracle. Instantly, the citizens of the Chang Kingdom who had been saved by the holy temple were stunned. Their bodies seemed to be filled with energy. The god has given me energy. Kill, kill, these bald scoundrels, how dare they offend the holy temple and the god? Kill them all. At that moment, there was a sudden roar from within the holy temple. Princess Arunana waved her green dragon crescent blade and charged out. Shen Lang was given a fright. Big fool's wife, you're too fierce. Lightning could strike down at any time. Even though you're wearing insulated shoes, you're still in danger. You charged out just like that, there was no way to stop you. Princess Arunana roared. I am the king's daughter. These bald scoundrels have already betrayed the god. Where was the Snow Mountain Holy Temple when the heavenly flower plague ravaged the Chang Kingdom and killed countless people? Not only did they fail to save us, but they even closed their doors and left our citizens to die. Not only can they not represent the god, but they've also been abandoned by the god. The holy temple behind me is the only one that has truly protected the citizens of the Chang Kingdom from the heavenly flower reaper. From today onwards, it will be our new holy temple. Kill. The incomparably courageous Princess Arunana fiercely charged into the group of bald warriors. Kill. With one person leading the charge, dozens, hundreds, and even thousands of others followed. Finally, the flames in the hearts of countless onlookers were ignited. Countless Chang Kingdom citizens waved their scythes and scythes as they charged forward. In an instant, they were locked in combat with the bald warriors. The Chang Kingdom citizens were very brave. Almost all of them were soldiers when the battle began. But in terms of individual combat ability, they were far inferior to these bald warriors. However, the morale of these bald warriors had already plummeted to its lowest point. Their hearts were filled with fear. Even they felt that they had angered the god. That was definitely the wrath of the heavens. In an instant, the 1,000 or so bald warriors who had lost their morale were being suppressed by a few thousand Chang Kingdom citizens. The misery Siddha's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets when he saw this. What the F***ck? 2,500 people had attacked a holy temple made of wood and tarpaulin. How could they have ended up like this against less than 100 enemies? This holy temple looked like it could be destroyed with a splash of urine. Shen Lang, do you think I don't know about your petty tricks? Do you think I don't know that your tall metal pillar is attracting lightning? What god? Tui. Do you think that's going to work? Do you think you'll be able to get away with this? I, the misery Siddha, can kill all of you on my own. The misery Siddha abandoned all of the bald warriors and leaped onto the top of the holy temple. Like a vulture, he easily climbed to the top of the holy temple. He picked up the Buddhist knife and slashed it down at the towering iron pillar. The metal pillar, which was as thick as a thumb, was instantly cut in half and fell to the ground. Now, he could no longer attract the lightning. Ha ha ha. The misery seated laughed out loud. Let's see how you're going to attract the lightning. Let's see how you're going to continue with your tricks. Then, he slashed with his saber, tore open the roof and charged into the holy temple. I, the misery Siddha, can kill all of you on my own. Xianxia, do you think you can live to this day if not for the technique to defend against the smallpox? The misery Siddha saw Xianxia the moment he charged into the holy temple. You pretty boy, you little bastard. Today, Grandpa Zing will chop you into 1,000,000 pieces and cook you into meat soup. The misery Siddha descended from the sky and slashed at Xianxia with his saber. At this moment, Xianxia revealed a warm smile and waved at him. Hi, master, long time no see. Then, the misery Siddha, who was still in the air, felt his hair stand on end. That was because he saw a pair of beautiful and ethereal eyes. It was a peerless face. F***ck, Goddess Xueyin, wasn't she already dead? Wasn't the poison on the Stupa mountain invincible? What was going on? What was going on? The misery Siddha wanted to escape, however, he fell from the sky. How could he escape? I'll go all out. So what if Goddess Xueyin is a great grandmaster? You were poisoned, but you just woke up. How can you fight? I don't believe I can't beat you. The misery Siddha's saber turned and slashed at Goddess Xueyin. Xueyin attacked, ding, heavenly flying immortal. In an instant, the misery Siddha's huge body was sent flying. After landing, the misery Siddha stood up abruptly. Ha 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 ha, Goddess Xueyin is just SOSO. I was wondering how powerful a great grandmaster from the state of you is. I can't feel any power at all. Goddess Xueyin, has your power been drained by this pretty boy? Sit on the ground and suck the soil, take it easy. The misery Siddha laughed maniacally. That was because he felt that Goddess Xueyin was too weak. When their weapons clashed, he could not feel the power that a great grandmaster should have. However, in the next second, for some reason, he felt his body turn cold. It was as if a hole had been pierced in his body, and air was leaking out. However, what leaked out was vitality. He could not help but look down. Instantly, he saw a small red dot on his chest. It was a very small dot, not much bigger than a mosquito bite. Ah, the misery Siddha staggered. He knelt on the ground. He could not breathe. His heart was beating slower and slower, and his vision was getting darker and darker. He felt dizzy. There were many types of great grandmasters in the world. For example, Xueyin was the type that loved beauty the most. The Sword King, Xianxia, cut people for no reason. When Goddess Xueyin killed someone, the wound left behind was only a red dot. Furthermore, it was all in the heart. A one-hit kill. Her sword chi had already severed the blood vessels in the misery Siddha's heart. However, he could still live for a few seconds. She was really powerful, the misery Siddha was really powerful. Even Huang Feng's teacher, Old Demon Snow Mountain, was defeated by him. Xueyin had just recovered from being poisoned and had just woken up. Yet, she killed her opponent in one move. The strength of this martial art was breathtaking. Xianxia walked over and took out his hidden weapon. Torrential storm of rose flowers, this was not his trump card. It was Xiao Bing's. However, Xianxia had prepared a few of them. Swoosh! Countless needles shot into the misery Siddha's body like a rainstorm. Immediately, misery cursed in his heart. Xianxia, F***ck. Is there any meaning in killing a dog? I'm about to die. And you're still shooting at me? Then, the misery Siddha suddenly died with his eyes wide open. In a sense, Xianxia's action was akin to killing stealing. The misery Siddha had already been killed by Xueyin and was on his last breath. Yet, Xianxia rushed forward and stabbed him with a needle. Feng, chop off the misery Siddha's head and give it to me. Huang Feng went forward and chopped off the misery Siddha's head. She handed it to Xianxia to show off. After receiving it, Xianxia was furious again. You bald donkey. You don't even have hair. How am I supposed to lift it up? I can't possibly hold your head up and show off. Shen Lang had no choice but to cut a hole in the misery Siddha's scalp. Then, he pierced it with a metal wire and lifted the head out. They arrived outside the divine temple. Shen Lang lifted the misery Siddha's head high and said coldly, "As a believer of the divine temple, the misery Siddha has offended the divine temple. I've already killed him." Immediately, the remaining bald warriors outside completely collapsed. There were countless casualties and beasts scattered. The battle ended with Shen Lang's complete victory. In the palace not far away, Prince Aruda of the Chang kingdom tensed up. What happened? Did the misery Siddha eat sh*t? 2,000 people against 100 people, and they still couldn't take him down. Instead, he was killed by Shen Lang? What the hell is going on? And what's with the lightning and fire just now? Father, I'll lead the army to destroy Shen Lang. Queen Suemo trembled and said coldly, "My king, let Aruda lead the army to kill Shen Lang and tear him to pieces." King Chang did not speak. Lead the army to kill him now? Was he going to kill the thousands of Chang people? Countless Chang civilians had been stunned by the miraculous display just now. They had already become believers of the divine temple. The fact that the misery Siddha did not kill Shen Lang was disappointing and surprising. But what did it matter? It might not be a bad thing for the Snow Mountain Temple to be wiped out. To some extent, the death of the misery Siddha was good news. "My king, Shen Lang must die," Suemo said hoarsely. "Once he returns to the state of you, your letter of apology will be spread all over the world. The news of him building a divine temple in the state of you will also spread. When that happens, everyone will doubt your authority." King Chang's eyes narrowed and he said, "He is leaving. Kill him on the way." The next day, the sun shone brightly. The entire divine temple was stained with blood and was riddled with holes. However, it still stood tall. The statues of sage Confucius, Duke of Zhou, and the others were still placed inside. The plaque of the divine temple had been hung up again. The one from the previous day had fallen off. The people of the Chang country were the most ignorant and superstitious. The miracle of the divine temple last night would soon spread throughout the Chang country. This place would become a sacred place. Countless Chang people would come to worship it. Of course, they did not know that Kong Chiu was a teacher. They would think that he was the god of smallpox or the god of vaccination. However, Han Shouchuan was the brother of Jesus. The divine temple would never fall again. It had already been built in the hearts of countless Chang people. Even if King Chang destroyed it, the Chang people would secretly build it back up again. They had to have a belief in their lives, right? The mission that the monarch had given to Shen Lang was to build the divine temple. Even if it only took a few days, it would be considered a success. Even if the divine temple was burned down as soon as Shen Lang left. But Shen Lang had done more than he could chew. The mission to the Chang country had been completed. The hell was that it was even smoother than Shen Lang had imagined. Some of his plans had been successful even before they had been put to use. He had to thank Taoist Swaboyu. If not for his plans, they would not have succeeded so easily. Now that he was dead, the fruits of his labor belonged to Master Lang. What a good man. When the sun rose, Master Lang's mission officially left the Chang country. Shui Yin and Princess Arunana were escorting them. Thousands of Chang people were carrying all kinds of weapons. Did they want to kill Shen Lang in a secluded place? Impossible. Shen Lang would have these thousands of Chang people escort him out of the Chang country. The Crown Prince's plan to assassinate Shen Lang was completely ruined. A few days later, Shen Lang's mission arrived at the border. Not far ahead was the territory of the state of Yu. "Let's stop here." Princess Arunana had no intention of stopping. She wanted to follow the big fool. She didn't want her family anymore. Those people were all wolves. They were no longer her family. Only her master and the big fool were her family. "Princess Nana, you can't leave the Chang country," Shen Lang said. Arunana was furious. "Why? If I marry a chicken, I follow the chicken. If I marry a dog, I follow the dog. I want to follow Big Fool." Shen Lang said, "I can't bring these thousands of slaves back to the state of Yu, because I have to pass through the Su family's territory and the Three-Eyed Evil's territory. I can't protect them with just 100 warriors. That's why they have to stay in the Chang country. You have to protect them." "Why? Why?" Arunana dared to love and hate. She just didn't want to leave the big fool. Xianxia said, "That's your responsibility. The smallpox vaccination technology has already spread. But given your father's greed, he will definitely use the smallpox vaccine to squeeze every Chang country citizen dry of their hard-earned money. This is also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. You can build a tribe at the foot of the snowy mountain and vaccinate everyone for free. That way, countless people will come to join you. The Chang country needs you at this critical moment. We need you too." Arunana cried. "I don't want to stay. I want to go with the big fool." Goddess Xueyin stepped forward and comforted her disciple. "Lulu, this is your responsibility. You can't shirk it." Arunana threw herself into Xueyin's arms and cried. Then, she said to the big fool, "Come with me." The big fool followed her. Princess Arunana walked into the dense forest at the side. Xianxia's scalp went numb. But he was also very envious. A forest? He and Milan hadn't even tried it yet. Now, who would go into the forest with him? No, they entered the depths of the forest. The big fool didn't know what was going to happen next. He was still sad about the separation. "Big fool, have you ever slept with a woman?" Arunana asked. "No." Arunana said, "Then have you seen a woman's body?" "No." Arunana said, "Do you want to sleep with me?" "Yes." The big fool said, "But what is sleep? I don't know how to do it." Arunana said, "You don't, but I do. I haven't tried it, but I've seen it many times." Then, she took off her clothes. "Big fool, lie down and close your legs. Open your mouth and kiss me. Give me your hand." Just like that, Princess Arunana slept with the big fool valiantly. This woman was crazy. The commotion could be heard from hundreds of meters away. Xianxia felt very awkward when he heard it. And he waited for a long time. Almost an hour. Fake, it must be fake. Xianxia concluded in his heart. Princess Arunana must have acted for more than an hour in order to save face for the big fool. How could the big fool be so powerful, and he was still a virgin? In any case, anything more than half an hour was fake. An hour and a half later. Princess Arunana led the big fool out of the dense forest. Her face was flushed as if she was drunk. And the big fool, it was as if he had eaten a ginseng fruit and his soul had flown away. The door to this new world was too sudden for him. He didn't know anything, but he did it. This was like a man who hadn't seen pictures or watched porn. He didn't have the slightest bit of enlightenment before he was dragged into a porn shoot. In front of everyone, Arunana kissed the big fool on the mouth. "Remember, if you dare to touch another woman, I'll kill you." The big fool was stunned. "What if I walk on the street and accidentally touch one?" Arunana had no choice but to bite him again. "Let's go." She led more than 1,000 refugees from the state of Yu and tens of thousands of Chang people away. Next, she obeyed Xianxia and established a tribe at the foot of the snowy mountain. Then she built a new temple there and vaccinated everyone against smallpox for free. Wasn't it troublesome for countless Chang people to move? Sorry, they didn't have a home. Home was where the cattle and sheep were, where the tents were. Under the protection of the big fool and goddess Xueyin, Xianxia led the diplomatic mission into the state of Yu and returned to the capital. In the palace of the state of Yu, magpies chirped and chirped. The sky was clear and boundless. The weather was neither hot nor cold. It was simply too comfortable. The monarch Xianxia was filled with anxiety and anticipation. First, it was because of concubine Bian. Everyone knew that concubine Bian was the daughter of the Duke of Might, Bian Shao. She was his favorite concubine. Even if she wasn't beautiful. But she was educated and reasonable, and she stood aloof from worldly affairs. Unfortunately, concubine Bian's health was poor. After marrying Xianxia for more than 10 years, she hadn't given birth to a child. But recently, she had been vomiting nonstop. They had thought that she had contracted some sort of disease. But the imperial physician had said that she might be pregnant. How was that possible? More importantly, her period had still come 2 months ago, even though it was very infrequent. And with her poor health, it would be difficult for her to get pregnant. All these years, the monarch and concubine Bien had been trying their best to recuperate. But they had never been able to conceive a child. Could she have gotten pregnant just like that? The monarch was worried about something else. Xianxia's diplomatic mission to the Chang kingdom. Because someone had sealed the news so tightly, there had been no news from Xianxia. Everyone in the capital was talking about it. Xianxia and the entire diplomatic mission had been killed. Their heads were already on the way back, and their bodies had been cooked and eaten by the Chang people. How arrogant was the Chang king! You want him to write a confession, you want to build a temple on the Chang kingdom's soil. That was a complete fool's dream. Xianxia had harmed himself in the end. Xianxia had accepted any mission in order to get his father-in-law Xianxia to confer the title of Marquis to Xuanwu. Now he was dead. Xianxia would never confer the title of Marquis to Xuanwu. The monarch, Ning Yuanxian, was not worried about Xianxia's life, but if Xianxia and the diplomatic mission were all killed, what should he do next? This would be another violation of the state of Yu's authority. If he did not take revenge, he would lose all face as the monarch. If he did not take revenge, the war in the southern kingdom was already in a quagmire. Could the state of Yu start another war? There was no way they could start another war. But if the entire diplomatic mission was killed, it would be a huge blow to his reputation as the monarch. Perhaps he should not have agreed to Xianxia's diplomatic mission that day. Death was a small matter, but political passivity was a big deal. Xianxia might be very powerful. But to make a tyrant like the Chang king confess and build a temple in the Chang kingdom, that was just wishful thinking. These two missions were as difficult as ascending to the heavens. No matter how talented Xianxia was, he would be helpless in a place like the Chang kingdom. It would be a pity for such a delicate person to die in the Chang kingdom. At that moment, two eunuchs rushed over, one in front and one behind. One of the eunuchs knelt down and said joyfully, "Your Majesty, great news. Concubine Bien is really pregnant." The other eunuchs knelt down, equally joyful. "Your Majesty, great news. Xianxia has completed his mission in the Chang kingdom. The Chang king's confession letter is already on its way. The Chang kingdom has also built a temple, with statues of Confucius and the others inside. Xianxia has displayed his national might. The state of Yu's dignity and Your Majesty's dignity are everywhere. Note, the second update has been delivered. There were more than 14,000 updates today. Was this considered a rest? It really made people sigh. Please support the benefactor. You can't not vote just because there were only 14,000 updates. Sob sob sob, thank you, Misfortune Strikes, for your 10,000 coins. Please remember this book's domain name. Mobile version. On the way back to the capital, Xianxia sat comfortably in the carriage. Grandmaster Shuiyin was riding on a horse. Big Fool was riding on a cow. An entire day had passed, but he was still reminiscing about yesterday. Was sleeping like this? That was great. Xianxia held two bottles in his hands. The bottle on the left was very big, about 100 milliliters. Most of it was Grandmaster Shuiyin's blood, which amounted to several hundred million goo worms. Of course, several hundred million goo worms might seem like a lot, but many men would have several hundred million goo worms. But strangely, the blood in this bottle was still boiling. It had already been 5 days and 5 nights. Xianxia thought that these several hundred million goo worms would have died long ago, but they didn't. They seemed to have swallowed some kind of power, becoming more and more violent. And the color of this bottle of blood was gradually changing. Big Fool's golden bloodline essence was pure gold, these goo worms were purple, and Grandmaster Shuiyin's blood was red. When these three were mixed together, it should still be red. But unexpectedly, there was more and more gold inside, becoming thicker and thicker. And the other goo mother worm was quietly lying in the test tube, as if it had completely hibernated, even though it was spring. Xianxia scanned it with an X-ray, then tried to find relevant information in Smart Brain. But there was nothing. There was no such creature on Earth. At least not in Xianxia's computer. Xianxia finally saw a completely unfamiliar species. Ant, Big Fool let out so much blood, will it affect his cultivation? Xianxia said, after all, I let out 1 kilogram of blood, there is a lot of bloodline essence in it. Actually, Chou Yaoer let out more. Because she let out her own blood. Very little. Goddess Xueyin said, because his body can still regenerate. Xianxia said, and, how did Big Fool and Chou Yaoer's golden bloodline come from? Goddess Xueyin said, it should be innate or inherited from their parents. This is the highest martial arts secret in the world, we can't understand it yet. Xianxia said, Grandmaster Zhong Chuk looked at my bloodline and said that he couldn't see through it. Can you take a look at my martial Dao bloodline? Isn't it awesome? Goddess Xueyin stared at Xianxia and said, Langer, a wise man has to work hard. You are the most formidable. Sigh, Lang also gave up. Although Goddess Auntie's words were very vague, the underlying meaning was to continue to be a gigolo, a very promising career. Don't think about practicing martial arts, trash. Auntie, come in for a moment. I have a bold idea. Xianxia said. Xianxia and Huang Feng instinctively distanced themselves. He even winked at the Big Fool. This was because Huang Feng had already experienced it twice. The scumbag Xianxia had publicly slept with his goddess in the carriage. Last time, it was Goddess Mulan. And this time around, it was actually Goddess Xueyin. Of course, if Xianxia knew what she was thinking, he would definitely make her a pair of Millennium Cold Iron underpants and make her a virgin for the rest of her life. Xueyin entered the carriage. The fragrance in the air immediately spread out. It was elegant and charming. It wasn't as strong as before, as if she was drunk. But it made people feel relaxed and happy. Xianxia said, Auntie, after you were poisoned by Stupa Mountain's parasite, did your martial arts change? Goddess Xueyin nodded and said, there was a change. My true qi and sword qi can paralyze people. Not only that, Xianxia stayed by her side, kissing her fragrance. His mind was a bit hazy, as if he was drunk. Xianxia said, from a certain perspective, this parasite in your body actually increased your combat strength. Even though it was a complete accident. Goddess Xueyin nodded and said, in fact, not only that, it also allowed me to maintain my youth for nearly 20 years. Xianxia said, frozen age? Goddess Xueyin said, because I entered the sect earlier than Zhong Chuk, so even though I am younger than him, I am still his senior sister. But even so, I am not young anymore. Ever since I was poisoned by Stupa Mountain's parasite 17 years ago, my appearance has not changed. Xianxia couldn't help but raise the bottle containing the few 100 million parasites. Xianxia said, Auntie, look, this bottle is filled with your blood. It was originally red, but now it has turned golden. What does this prove? Goddess Xue said, these parasites are desperately devouring, modifying, and finally releasing. Xianxia said, my guess is that these parasites freeze your body because they are constantly releasing some kind of neurotoxin. But this is not because their bodies release neurotoxin, but because they devoured something, digested it, modified it into neurotoxin, and then released it. Xianxia's theory was too bold and complicated. Even Goddess Xueyin didn't dare to come to a conclusion. Thus, Xianxia had a super bold idea. This bottle originally only had 1 drop of golden bloodline essence, but after being modified by the few 100 million parasites, the whole bottle of blood had actually turned golden, even though it was a faint golden color. Then didn't this mean that these parasites were desperately devouring the golden bloodline essence and then releasing more bloodline essence, just that it was a grade lower? Then, did Xianxia have a way to remove the neurotoxin from these parasites and use it to modify a person's bloodline talent? Even if it couldn't transform one into a golden bloodline, it could become a grade lower bloodline talent. For martial arts, this world was very cruel. If one didn't have talent, one's achievements in martial arts would never be high. Of course, Xianxia's idea was very crazy and even subversive. It was a bit like the birth of the first cloned sheep, Dolly, on modern Earth. Artificially modifying a bloodline talent? Are you crazy? But for Xianxia, this should be a chemical and biological process. It was just a fantasy at the moment. He was still very far from success. At least, he didn't even know what these parasites were. He didn't understand their principles either. But when they were in Goddess Xueyin's body, they had a huge impact on her. Goddess Xueyin said, Xianxia, your idea is very bold. I didn't even think about it. I always felt that everything was destined and couldn't be changed. But maybe it is because of this that you are you. A wise man works hard and enslaves millions. Shen Lang couldn't help but fantasize about how awesome it would be if his plan succeeded. The bloodline talents of the people around him would soar. The talent of the Jedi in Star Wars was completely dependent on how many mystifying parasites they had in their blood. But that day was still quite far away. Shen Lang said, "Aunt, is there a martial art that is suitable for people like me who have no foundation to learn? For example, subtle steps or lightning changes?" Goddess Shuayin said, "Are you talking about Qigong?" Shen Lang said shyly, "No one is more brilliant than you, Aunt." Goddess Shuayin said, "There is, but it needs to be practiced over a long period of time. It also needs internal energy and true energy. There isn't much use in practicing it. It's no different from running around." Shen Lang was unwilling to accept this. "On what basis? Even that trash Wei Xiaobao can practice it, but I can't," Goddess Shuayin said softly. "A wise man works hard." "Alright, Aunt, don't say that." The first time he said it, Shen Lang felt a little proud. But after hearing it a few times, it seemed like although he was handsome, his ability was too weak, so he couldn't come to work at our club. And at this time, the cute fur on Shui Yin's snow-white neck suddenly stood up. Powerful true energy burst out from her body, enveloping Shen Lang's entire body. Huang Feng and Xin Shisan quickly rushed over, protecting Shen Lang's left side. "Feng, at least you still have a bit of conscience. I won't give you iron underpants." Shisan said, "Master, there are enemies." Shen Lang already heard it. Rumble, 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 the intense sound of horse hooves shook the heavens and the earth. Both the road ahead and the road back were blocked. The sound of horse hooves filled the hillsides on both sides. Front, back, left, and right, they were surrounded from all directions. Shen Lang opened the window of the carriage, only to see that the entire valley was filled with horse bandits. There were so many of them that they could not be counted. This was already beyond the Sioux clan's territory, already in the Western Heaven Province's White Knight County. How could there be so many horse bandits? 3,000, 5,000, everyone has a horse. Even the garrison of the entire White Knight County couldn't add up to that many. Even the cavalry of the entire Western Heaven Province's governor's office may not exceed 5,000. Most of the cavalry in the western part of the state of Yu was gathered in the hands of the Western Prefecture Governor's office. Western Heaven Province. To some extent, it was more important than Tiannan Province. But the highest official of Western Heaven Province was not the governor, but the central governor, which was only one level higher than the Yan Province's lower governor. As long as it was a province's governor, they could be called a governor. But the governor of Western Heaven Province and the governor of Southern Heaven Province, Zhu Yong, were completely different. Because in the entire Western Heaven Province, there was only one real governor, the Western Prefecture Governor's office, Marquis Zhongyao. Marquis Wei Wu Bianxiao was the Crown Prince's protector. Marquis Zhongyao was supposed to be the Crown Prince's tutor, but he supported the third prince, so he was appointed as a military officer. It was really difficult for the monarch. The military officer title had been abolished for many years, and now it was used again. Bianxiao was the privy envoy, so Zhongyao didn't enter the privy council, but let his younger brother Zhongyi enter the privy council as the deputy. In short, these two people were always looking for clues. Back to the main topic, there were two giants in the entire Western Heaven Province, Marquis Zhongyao and Marquis Zhenyuan Sunan. Therefore, the governor of Western Heaven Province was naturally weakened. It was also because of this complicated situation that such a large group of horse bandits appeared in this area. Hee, horse bandits, who would believe that, the number one bandit in the eastern part of the state of Yu, Bitter Joy, was not powerful, but there were less than 1,000 of them. And you, the three-eyed evil, actually have 4,000 to 5,000. Who are you kidding? On the top of the mountain in front, there was a cliff, like a blade. Then, a man and a horse rushed to the top of the cliff, and were about to charge down. The man pulled the reins with one hand, and the horse jumped up and stopped at the end of the cliff. The man was wearing golden armor and a black helmet, and there was a third eye painted on his forehead. This must be the great bandit, the three-eyed evil. Shen Lang stretched out his hand and waved. Hi, hello. Of course, he didn't know if the three-eyed evil could hear him from so far away. Huff, 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 the thousands of horse bandits began to roar. It was frightening. There were only 100 people in Shen Lang's diplomatic mission, yet they were completely surrounded. This was the person who kept capturing slaves in the state of Yu and selling them to the Chang kingdom. Of course, his business was far more than that. Sunan claimed to have 3,000 square kilometers of territory. 5,000 private soldiers, what a joke. Shenlang said, why are we stopping? Let's continue. Immediately, the 100 warriors under his command trembled with fear as they continued to advance. On the cliff, the three-eyed evil stared at Shenlang. As long as he gave the order, he would be able to annihilate the 100 warriors under Shenlang's command. The air seemed to have frozen. However, he didn't move. Just like that, Shenlang's diplomatic mission passed through the valley. Suddenly, the three-eyed evil slid his finger across Shenlang's throat. A throat-cutting ceremony. He gave Shenlang a gesture of severing his marquee. It was impolite not to reciprocate. Shenlang came out of the carriage and made a salute to the thousands of horse bandits. What he meant was, all F***ck all of you. Immediately, all of Shenlang's subordinates looked away. What an eyesore. The three-eyed evil's eyes turned cold, and he looked at Shenlang as if he was looking at a dead man. He waved his hand. Immediately, the 5,000 horse bandits retreated like the tide. A moment later, they disappeared without a trace. They passed through Daynite County and entered Wanshan County. They spent the night in the official resting place of Wanshan County. No officials came to visit, and even the officials of the entire resting place seemed to have disappeared. This reality constantly told Shenlang that this was Sunan's territory, and it had long been tightly controlled by him. Many of the slaves of the state of Yu were captured from Wanshan County. Therefore, the officials of Wanshan County were probably rotten to the core. The 100 people of Shenlang's diplomatic mission surrounded the entire courtyard. There was no one else but Huang Feng. It was difficult for Shenlang to accept her service. The two of them really didn't like each other. Shenlang despised her for being ugly and not pleasing to the eye at all. Huang Feng despised Shenlang for being a scum. Shenlang lay on the bed, unable to sleep. Oh my God. I'm suffocating. I haven't touched a woman for more than a month. Do I have to go back to my old job? That's too embarrassing. Moreover, Auntie Goddess lives next door. No matter what I do, she'll probably be able to hear it. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Then, the heavens had sent a beauty to Shenlang, a gorgeous woman. Senior sister Xiaoyan? Why is it you? You didn't even visit home the last time you came to Nujiang County. Shenlang was very enthusiastic as he stared at Xiaoyan's face and figure. Not bad at all. Especially a demon. Moreover, it was the kind of demon that was aloof and cold. She was indeed a stunning beauty. No wonder the crown prince kept her as a concubine. But, was she very smart? Why did the crown prince always ask her to appear? Xiaoyan said, I wanted to see junior sister Mulan the last time I went to Nujiang County, but I didn't get to meet her. She was too busy. Shenlang said, it's a pity I wasn't there. Otherwise, I would have gone to see you even if I had to travel 1,000 miles. Zhao Yan said, young Master Shen has truly created a miracle on this trip to the Chang Kingdom. Everyone has a whole new level of respect for you. You will definitely be put in an important position. What do you think? Shenlang said, Senior Sister Zhao Yan, could it be that the Crown Prince has taken a liking to me? Zhao Yan lowered her beautiful eyes and cast a disdainful glance into the tea. Too direct. How could one talk about politics so bluntly? It should be subtle and nonchalant. Zhao Yan said, the Crown Prince really admires you. Since one of them was direct, then they might as well be direct together. Shenlang sneered in his heart. The Crown Prince probably admires my wife. Zhao Yan said calmly, I heard that you and the Heavenly Tao Society had a good time working together. You were the one who made that glass mirror, and it made the Heavenly Tao Society quite a fortune. The trade routes between the East and the West that they had lost were mostly recovered. Shenlang had also heard about this. It had been almost half a year, but the Heavenly Tao Society still hadn't sold the mirror on a large scale. Instead, they held auctions everywhere to build up their popularity. Nowadays, the glass mirror had become the most famous luxury item. Only the rich and powerful could own it, and each side was worth an astronomical price. In reality, the Heavenly Tao Society hadn't made much money. the logic was clear. Rolls-Royce was expensive, but in terms of profitability, it was far from being a BMW or a Mercedes-Benz. The Heavenly Tao Society had no intention of using the glass mirror to make a fortune, at least not now. Rather, it was to fight for the initiative in the East and West trade. In addition, the Kim family's new Jiang City, the remodeling of Liuzhou Island, and the immigration, all required astronomical amounts of gold. The Heavenly Tao Society didn't even bat an eyelid and continued to borrow money without interest. Shen Lang had already been overdrawing on the money for the glass mirror for more than a decade. Zhao Yan said, "Shen, when you invented the mirror, why didn't you look for us, the Hidden Element Society? What the Heavenly Tao Society can give, we can only give more." Shen Lang said sorrowfully, "I regret not meeting you before you were married." Zhao Yan said, "It's not too late now. As long as Shen is willing to hand over the secret recipe for the glass mirror, the Hidden Element Society is willing to pay a price of 3 million gold over 3 years. Furthermore, the Crown Prince will also value you greatly." Shen Lang was stunned. "Am I that worthless? You want me to pay a price to recruit you?" Shen Lang said, "I am extremely moved that the Crown Prince values me so much. I will definitely think about it." Within the capital, Shen Lang's diplomatic mission to the Chang Kingdom had caused quite a stir. Not only had the Chang Kingdom written a confession, but they had also built a temple. Not only had the temple been built, but countless Chang citizens had also become believers. Day and night, countless Chang citizens would go to the temple to pay their respects. This temple was not only built on the Chang Kingdom's soil, but also in the hearts of countless Chang citizens. Even though Shen Lang hadn't returned to the Chang Kingdom yet, the members of his diplomatic mission had already sent scouts to deliver the letter. They all spoke in unison about the wonders of the Chang Kingdom's temple. Instantly, the entire capital was in an uproar. Shen Lang was completely flushed red. This son-in-law was too strong. Everyone had thought that he had died long ago, that he had been cooked and eaten by the Chang king. These 2 missions had been too difficult. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Who would have thought that a weak, pretty boy like Shen Lang would actually be able to complete them, and he had done more than he had. How had he done it? But no matter what, this was a matter that greatly increased the prestige of the nation and the prestige of the emperor. When had that crazy Chang kingdom ever submitted? When had that tyrant Chang king ever submitted? And now he was submitting to the state of Yu. The monarch needed a victory right now. Even if it was a diplomatic victory. This was because the battle in Nanao was getting more and more intense, and it looked like it was going to get bigger and bigger. The sand barbarians had gone crazy. They were so poor that they were fighting with no regard for their lives. Was that necessary? The southern kingdom was a traitor to the sand barbarians. It wasn't that Zhu Lin wasn't powerful enough, but that the sand barbarian army was constantly pouring into the southern kingdom. By now, the southern kingdom had gathered more than 150,000 sand barbarian soldiers. Once the battle was on the wane, their political reputation would be at stake. That was why Shen Lang's victory in the Chang kingdom was timely. The monarch tried their best to make this small diplomatic victory into a huge victory that was hard to come by in decades. The Chang kingdom had treated Confucius as the god of smallpox, but in the end, he was praised as a saint who had enlightened the Chang kingdom. That was why the biggest contributor, Shen Lang, had become famous even before he reached the capital. Everyone seemed to have seen the rise of a new political star. That was also why Shen Lang wasn't afraid even when he was surrounded by thousands of bandits. He even wanted to humiliate the mother of all bandits. The monarch needed such a victory. "How dare you, Sunan, kill me in the state of Yu?" Shen Lang was still a few hundred kilometers away from the capital. Countless people were waiting for him. They were ready to welcome the arrival of their hero with the biggest spectacle. They left Wanshan County and entered Huangliang County. Shen Lang had another lobbyist. It was an advisor of the third prince. He said almost the same thing. "The third prince thinks highly of you. Young Master Shen Lang, why don't you join the third prince and become a minister in the future?" Wouldn't that be great? However, the other party still put forward a condition. The secret recipe for the glass mirror. It's better to share it than to share it. That's weird. Do you really want to recruit me? Not only did they not give me any official position, but they also didn't promise me anything. They also want me to hand over the secret recipe for the glass mirror. This operation was way too strange. After leaving Huangliang County, Shenlang entered Lang County. He was only about 300 kilometers away from the capital. Shenlang booked the entire courtyard of the official resting place in Lang County again. He still let Huang Feng wash his face in disdain. Lil Bing was so gentle when she washed her face. She even wanted to scrub Shenlang's ears carefully. Huang Feng washing my face was like a mop wiping the wall. It was as if she was scraping off a layer of skin. Shenlang couldn't help but think of his father washing his face when he was young. It hurt every time. He was too ruthless. Feng, if you dare to treat me so rudely again, I'll let Shirsan marry someone else. Then, Shenlang let out a scream. That was because when Huang Feng washed his feet, she was even more aggressive. You were a foot washing technician in your previous life. Shenlang felt as if he was about to pee in his pants when the sole of his foot was pressed down hard. Huang Feng said, Master, I'm a martial artist. This is the best I can do as a scout. Please don't mind. At this moment, Shen Shirsan coughed. What are you coughing for? Speak. Shenlang said angrily. Shen Shirsan said, Master, Hotsai is here to visit? Shenlang was stunned. Hotsai, who was she? Then, he remembered. In the monarch's outer room. Shenlang used her to kill Li Wenjing. He even sold her a few classic poems that were rarely seen in 1,000 years. That was how she shone in front of the monarch and stood out from the rest of the courtesans. But after the monarch pampered her, he found that there was no red. So, she was put under house arrest in her hometown in Lane County. Moreover, she was monitored by the Black Ice platform and eunuchs at all times. Shenlang hurriedly said, No, just tell her that I'm already asleep. Shen Shirsan said, She's already here. Shenlang was stunned. Why didn't he stop her? She was just a weak woman. How could she not stop him? Of course, Shenlang knew how dangerous this was. His sense of danger was truly astonishing. At this time, he couldn't give the enemy the slightest opening. So, without even putting on his shoes, he ran to the next room and burrowed into Goddess Shui Yin's quilt. Immediately, the fragrance was pleasing. Goddess Shui Yin was startled, and said gently, What's wrong? Shenlang's hand accidentally touched it, and it immediately became a smooth ball of cream. Goddess Auntie, do you usually wear so little when you sleep? And at this moment, a woman's voice came from outside. I'm Hotsai, I seek an audience with Shen. Shenlang wrapped his arms around Shui Yin's neck and said, Master I'm already asleep. With a beauty in my arms, let's talk about it tomorrow. Hotsai said, I heard that Shen is a great poet, and I can't help but admire you. At this time, you just happened to pass by my hometown, so I specially came to ask for a poem. Shenlang, is the poem right? Sure. Bright moonlight in front of the bed, 2 pairs of shoes on the floor. Raising my head to look at the bright moon, lowering my head to fuck a woman. Then, a woman's voice came from outside. It made Shenlang's soul wander in his dreams, and his soul scatter. Good poem, husband is really a good poem. Darling Mulan? You're here? You're actually here? Why are you here? Am I caught in the act of adultery? What should I do? I'm waiting online, it's urgent. Note, first update sent, really took a long time to write, begging for monthly votes, begging for support. Thank you Miku my faith for the 20,000 coins reward. In the blink of an eye, Master Lang rushed out barefooted. Opened the door. Pulled his wife's hand. Rushed into another room. Pounced on her. He kissed her tender and alluring lips. Then quickly unbuttoned his clothes. It was useless to explain now. He could only use his actions to prove his innocence. Wife, look at how hungry I am. I'm so brave. I'm sure I didn't cheat. If I did, how would I have the strength now? Don't you think it makes sense? More than an hour later, Shenlang was convinced. Mulan was reluctantly convinced. Shenlang even burped exaggeratedly. Wife, I haven't been thinking about you for a day and a night these days. The taste of lovesickness is so tiring. I miss your lips, your eyebrows, and your faint fragrance. The taste of loving you is so tiring. Mulan stared at Xianlang with a blushing face and didn't say anything. Xianlang said weakly, I can still sing. Mulan pinched Xianlang's face and smelled his scent. Good boy. Xianlang said, wife, do you also think I'm innocent and I didn't cheat? Mulan said, because you only feel a little guilty and you feel more righteous, so I don't think you really cheated. But you already feel a little guilty. I'm in your heart after all, so you didn't take the last step. Cold sweat trickled down Xianlang's neck. What was so amazing about his wife? She didn't see anything, but she could tell what I was thinking just by looking at my expression. She had the ability to read minds. Sigh. Mulan sighed. She was trying to convince herself. Husband was just lying in bed with another woman and nothing really happened. It shouldn't be considered cheating. Xianlang said in a low voice, she is Grandmaster Shuayin. I can't see Hou Tsai, so I got into the Grandmaster's bed. At this point, Xianlang realized that he might as well not explain. This was even harder to explain. What right do you have to crawl into someone else's bed? From the looks of it, it wasn't impulsive, but very skilled. I missed you so much. There were so many rumors about you outside, saying that you died in the Chang Kingdom. I couldn't help but come to the capital to look for you. In the end, when I heard that you had already returned, I still came all the way here to look for you. Mulan said gently, Xiaobing is pregnant. I'm so envious. She did not want to talk about Shuayin at all. Even if she was his martial aunt. Heavens! She was actually martial uncle. You scum, you can hook up with anyone. However, this scumbag husband was still quite obedient. At least in the past month or two, he really hadn't touched another woman. I'm relieved to know that husband is safe. Father and mother must be worried sick. I'm going home now. Mulan stood up. No. Xianlang said, baby, at least let me hug you to sleep for a night. His voice was full of fascination. Mulan hesitated for a moment, then lay back in Xianlang's arms. Xianlang said, baby, I think I've found a way to make you stronger. Mulan shook her head and said, I don't want to become stronger anymore. I just want to live a peaceful life and have 2 children. I just want you to stay at home and not fool around outside. Xianlang said, Mulan suddenly got up and held Xianlang's face in her hands. My husband is really the most handsome man in the world. Huh? Why did you say that? Who else have you seen? Xianlang also couldn't help but hold Mulan's face in his hands. My baby Mulan is really beautiful. Moreover, it was the kind of beauty that was a combination of beauty, shrewdness, determination, and charm. To be honest, my baby Mulan's looks were not inferior to Grandmaster Shuayin's at all. It's just that the Grandmaster was famous and she had a halo around her. At this moment, Hou Tsai said from outside, Shen, are you done? Xianlang was stunned. You're still here? Xianlang said, baby, how did you meet her? Mulan said, I don't know her. When I came in, she came in behind me. No wonder Xianxia said he couldn't stop Hou Tsai. Mulan was the hostess. How could they dare to stop her? Hou Tsai took the opportunity to sneak in. Was this woman planning to stay here? Xianlang said, Master He, if there's anything, let's talk tomorrow. Hou Tsai said, Shen, I'll leave after saying a few words. Xianlang frowned, put on his clothes, and walked out. Master He, what's the matter? Hurry up and say it, Xianlang said. Hou Tsai handed him a piece of paper. Xianlang opened it and saw a poem written on it. Shui Diaogetu, when the moon appears. At that time, in order to kill Li Wenjing, Xianlang had people sell 2 poems to Hou Tsai, one of which was When the Moon Appears. Moreover, he had designed a very sexy dress for her. Not only that, there were people who bribed court painters. In his painting, The Queen Mother's Birthday, Hou Tsai was very eye-catching. It was because of these 2 poems and her beautiful appearance that Hou Tsai's performance on the night of the Queen Mother's birthday was eye-catching and she was chosen by the monarch. Of course, some people were puzzled. Why did the Queen Mother let these courtesans perform on the night of the Queen Mother's birthday? Empress Dowager Cixi often recruited troops to perform in the palace. This was the same reason. Courtesans were celebrities, not prostitutes. Hotsai said, Shen, this poem is a famous poem, are you familiar with it? Shen Lang was stunned and said, very familiar. This poem was written on the Queen Mother's birthday. Master, he made him famous overnight. I also like it very much, of course I am familiar with it. Hotsai said, until now, I still don't know who sold this poem to me. Shen's talent is unparalleled, I thought it was you. Shen Lang quickly returned to his room and took out a book and handed it to Hotsai. Master, he said that I am brimming with talent, I admit this. This is my recent work of blood, sweat, and tears, please advise me. Hotsai took it and read Battle Through the Heavens, The Beauty of Rivers and Mountains. Thank you, Gongzi, for the book. I will definitely read it well. The woman finally left. Shen Lang couldn't wait to return to his bed and hugged his sweet-smelling wife. Husband, is this woman very dangerous? Mulan asked. Very dangerous. Shen Lang said, but not as dangerous as you. Help, the white tiger is going to eat me. It was not good to have a cheap mouth. Mulan originally planned to let Shen Lang go. Since you said it. Then I, Jean Mulan, will let you know the cruelty of the world. You are such a scumbag, yet you still want to go out and flirt. Then, Shen Lang wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. Shen Lang's heart was still palpitating. Previously, when his wife punished him, she used the 6 animals frolics. Now it was changed to the cutting-off strategy. The silk of a spring silkworm will not run out until it dies, and the tears of a candle will dry up when it turns to ashes. No. Baby, I was wrong, I was really wrong. I swear that there is really nothing between me and the Grand Master. You don't know how clean I am in the capital. I haven't even looked at other women, let alone touched them. At this moment, familiar footsteps could be heard. Shen Lang's scalp went numb. When you think something will go wrong, it will definitely go wrong. Instantly, the tigress Princess Ning Yan's voice came from outside. Shen Lang, since you want to sleep with me so badly, I promised you that as long as you can come back alive from the Chang Kingdom, I will sleep with you. I, Ning Yan, will always keep my word. Shen Lang, I'm ready. Come on, I'll just pretend that I was bitten by a puppy. After sleeping with you, we will still be brothers. Dawu, I will kill you. What a sin, Shen Lang's vision went black, and he fainted in his wife's arms. When Shen Lang woke up again, it was already 2 hours later. Princess Ning Yan patted her chest and said to Mulan, Mulan, although this scumbag is not good enough for you, he didn't do anything else besides touching my chest twice in the capital. F***CKU, F***CKU. Shen Lang gritted his teeth and raised his head. Brother, you are really a god. I directly skipped the 3rd stage and went straight to the 4th stage. The Empire's ambassador, Yun Mingzi, patted Shen Lang's shoulder and said, my brother is too sentimental. You have to be frugal when it comes to spending money. Spending it once a day is enough. If you spend it 7 or 8 times a day, you will easily become poor. Mulan's face and ears turned red. She was a little regretful. Could it be that her husband was really injured? However, half of it was a punishment, and the other half was because she couldn't help it. A day apart between a couple felt like 3 years, let alone 2 months. Shen Lang was about to starve to death. On the other hand, Mulan was about to go crazy from hunger. Shen Lang said, brother, you ran more than 200 kilometers to welcome me? I'm really touched. Yun Mingzi said, Ning Yan was the one who dragged me here. She said that she wanted to fulfill the bet and that it was not convenient in the capital. It was not convenient in the capital, but was it convenient here? My wife is right beside me. What do you think? There's one more thing. Yun Mingzi's expression turned serious. Shen Lang said, brother, please speak. Yun Mingzi said, the state of you and the monarch need a victory to raise their national prestige and cover up the disadvantage of the South Kingdom's battlefield. Therefore, they are trying hard to raise this diplomatic victory. Your reputation among your subjects has also been greatly raised. This is very disadvantageous. Without a foundation, the higher one climbed, the more likely one would fall. This was the simplest logic. Didn't you see Sunan, who was extremely powerful, but he spent money to hire an imperial censor to scold him every day? He only knew how to play dead every day. But once he started to bite people, he was extremely vicious. Someone has boasted that you will become a diplomatic envoy that is rarely seen in 100 years. If you can take down the Chang kingdom, then the Sand primitive tribe will definitely not be a problem. Xianxia said, someone is creating momentum and wants you to go to the Sand primitive tribe. Xianxia sneered, the Sand primitive tribe? I'd be crazy to go to that kind of place. After the success of the diplomatic mission to the Chang kingdom, the second step of Xianxia's plan to destroy the Su clan was completed. Next, the third step of destroying the Su clan was about to begin. How could he go to the Sand primitive tribe? Besides, the reason why he dared to go to the Chang kingdom was firstly because of the outbreak of smallpox in the Chang kingdom, and secondly because of the great grandmaster Shuayin. Going to the Sand primitive tribe without any preparations? Was he tired of living? Xianxia said, if you don't want to go to the Sand primitive tribe, you have to think of a countermeasure in advance. Brother, you have to be prepared. Xianxia said, thank you for reminding me, brother. Mulan went home directly. She couldn't even follow Xianxia back to the capital. Because the family was too busy and there were too many things to do. It was impossible to leave her, the pillar of support. Xianxia was extremely reluctant. I don't want to go. I just want to be with you. Husband, come home with me. If we don't destroy the Su clan, I don't want to be separated from you for even a day. Mulan hugged Xianxia and cried like a spoiled child. But she still left. Husband, Xiaobing is pregnant. After a while, I will send someone to take her back to raise the baby. Don't ever provoke a shady woman. Be careful that your body doesn't come into contact with dirty things. Xianxia instantly burst into tears. He wasn't crying because of Mulan's magnanimity. Darling, have I become such a scum in your heart? Have your expectations of me become so low? As long as I don't provoke shady women, it's fine. I thought I was shining brightly in your heart. In a secret room in the capital, Zhu Yong asked, Your Highness, since you are trying to recruit Xianxia, why are the conditions so harsh? Yes, Zhao Yan went to recruit Xianxia, but not only did she not give him a promotion and a wish, she even wanted Xianxia to hand over the manufacturing process of the glass mirror. This was equivalent to raising a dog to bite people, and asking the dog to pay for its own bones. Was there such a ridiculous thing in this world? The crown prince didn't say anything and just played with the jade carving in his hand. The jade carving was Mulan. He didn't know who made it, but it was so vivid and lifelike. At the crown prince's level, he didn't care about the halo. His sister, Ning Han, was known as the #1 beauty of the state of Yu, but she was also surrounded by a halo. That was because she was the #1 martial arts genius of the royal family and a disciple of the Sky Sea Pavilion master. Her other identity was what made her famous throughout the world. The fiancée of the crown prince of the great Qian kingdom. The tragedy of the emperor, Jiangli, made Ning Han's identity to the extreme. As the princess of the state of Yu, she originally wouldn't receive so much attention. However, her identity as the fiancée of the crown prince of the great Qian kingdom really attracted the attention of the world. After all, Emperor Jiangli almost changed the world. The tragedy of the world's #1 expert and the #1 hero was shocking. That was why the book, The Chronicles of Dongli, could sell tens of millions of copies. Putting aside the halo, the crown prince still felt that Mulan was extremely beautiful. The key was that she was valiant and charming at the same time. She didn't pretend at all. There was no woman that Ningyi couldn't get. The more he couldn't get, the more he wanted. Hearing Governor Zhu Yong's question, the crown prince Ningyi didn't answer. Zhao Yan said, the crown prince didn't want to recruit Xianxia at all. The Kim family has risen, but it's still unknown if they can become a top-notch official. The key is that the Kim clan is far away. And Sunan is right in front of him, with deep roots and power in the court. Only with his support can he defeat the third prince in one fell swoop. But this old fox still hasn't expressed his position, so the crown prince might as well provoke him. Governor Zhu Yong understood. Xianxia claimed to want to destroy the entire Su clan, but he didn't have much power. Relying on him, a mere 7th-grade petty official, to overthrow the powerful Sunan, that would be a dream. But if he joined the crown prince's camp and had the power of a faction, then it would be hard to say. Thus, the crown prince was beating the grass to scare the snake. Zhao Yan said, His Majesty wants to promote the victory of the diplomatic mission to the Chang Kingdom, as well as this person called Shenlang. As the young emperor, of course, your highness has to join in the fun and recruit him. Just watch. Shenlang's victory in the diplomatic mission to the Chang Kingdom has made him a great hero, but this puts him in danger. It's like he's standing on the edge of an abyss, and any one of them can kill him. It's a pity that he's a lone star. Not only does your highness not want him, but the third prince also doesn't want him because of the Shui clan. He's just a lone ghost without any backing. He won't be able to live long in the capital. Zhu Yong bowed slightly. He didn't care about Shenlang's fate. But he cared about someone else. Zhang Chong, he had been locked up in the Supreme Court's jail for more than half a year for no reason. He hadn't been interrogated or released. Zhu Yong said, His Majesty's anger at Zhang Chong should have subsided by now. Your Highness should be able to speak up and help Zhang Chong out. Zhao Yan said, It's not time yet. Zhu Yong frowned. Why? Zhao Yan said, Shenlang won a great victory in the diplomatic mission to the Chang Kingdom. His Majesty promised that as long as he completes his mission, he will confer the title of Marquis Xuanwu and give the Raging Tide City to the Kim family. Even if he agrees, he won't be happy. If he pleads for Zhang Chong now, wouldn't that make His Majesty even more unhappy? Shenlang brought the diplomatic mission back to the capital and was treated like a hero. Fourth Prince Ningzhen personally welcomed him. The citizens of the capital lined the streets to greet him. Given Shenlang's status, he didn't have the right to walk in the middle of Vermilion Bird Avenue. But now, he was riding a tall horse and walking in the middle of Vermilion Bird Avenue. This was a privilege that only a high-ranking official could have. Every year after the court examinations, the top 3 geniuses would be paraded through the streets like this. Although Shenlang didn't participate in the imperial examinations, he was still treated like a scholar. The scene was truly. Gongs and drums filled the air, firecrackers exploded, and colorful flags fluttered in the wind. All hail the state of you. All hail the monarch. Countless people cheered in unison. From the looks of it, it was as if the Chang Kingdom had been destroyed. Countless commoners looked over. This was incredible. This was taking down an enemy country without sending a single soldier. Shenlang enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. But he was being praised too highly. It was just that this was the monarch stage. Shenlang had to put on an act. He brought the diplomatic mission to the royal palace. Shenlang said, Your Majesty, I have completed my mission to the Chang Kingdom and have come to hand over my seal. I also present Lord Chang's confession and the painting of the Holy Temple. Then, under the witness of Fourth Prince Ningzhen, the officials, and the eunuchs, Shenlang opened the box and took out Lord Chang's confession. He showed it off for a moment before putting it away. After all, this confession was not very sincere. But he would have to show off the painting of the Holy Temple. This piece of parchment was very large and was made up of several pieces. Several square meters. It was a painting of the Holy Temple. It was very well drawn and looked even more majestic than the Holy Temple in the Chang Kingdom. It was also very close to the royal palace. But because of the angle, it seemed even taller than the Chang royal palace. It was like finding a good angle to take a picture with the Statue of Liberty. Not only could you be taller than it, but you could also hold it in your hand. The key was not the painting of the Holy Temple, but the densely packed handprints on it. Handprints of blood. All of the Chang people who had been infected with the vaccine and had been saved by the sacred temple placed their blood imprints on their bodies. There were tens of thousands of handprints. Shenlang shouted, Time is too tight. Otherwise, hundreds of thousands of people would have their handprints on it. The people of the Chang Kingdom yearn for the state of you and our Eastern civilization. Countless Chang citizens are loyal to the state of you and your Majesty. All hail the state of you and your Majesty. Monarch Ning Yuanxian, who was standing on the steps of the royal palace, was flushed. He looked reserved and proud. But in his heart, he was actually a little embarrassed. It was supposed to be a small diplomatic victory, but it had to be turned into a national victory. He had no choice. But Shenlang, you are really good at acting. I was worried that you would mess up, but now I'm worried that you will overdo it. The monarch immediately said, "My beloved subject, you have worked hard and made great contributions. You have reduced your contributions." Xianxia said, "This victory is entirely due to the might of the state of you and your majesty. I have no contributions at all." The monarch said, "It is your contributions. No one can take them away. My beloved subject, go back and rest. I need to put you in an important position." Xianxia refused to get up. "Your Majesty, I have not heard what I wanted to hear." Xianxia said, "Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty. I have been missing my family, especially my father-in-law and mother-in-law." "What do you mean? You can just say that you miss your parents, wife, and children." "What do you mean by father-in-law and mother-in-law? I have promised you that I will make Xianxia the Marquis of Xuanwu. I will not go back on my word. You don't have to remind me." Xianxia did not go home. Instead, he went straight to 5th Prince Ningzheng's residence. He immediately saw Xiaobing with tears in her eyes. There was also Jin Mutsong, the fat otaku with tears in his eyes. There were also 2 crying girls. They were Yu Fengzhou's daughters, whom Xianxia had saved personally. "Young master, I miss you so much. My belly is already big. Brother-in-law, I failed." Xianxia was stunned. "Failed? What did he fail?" Jin Mutsong said, "I participated in this year's examination. I wanted to pass the Jinshi, but I failed. I'm at the bottom." Xianxia was surprised. "Fat otaku, what gave you the courage to participate in the examination?" Jin Mutsong said, "I thought brother-in-law would show his might again and bet on the exam." "What the hell, do you think I am a god?" "Wah, wah, wah." The 2 little girls, who were as pretty as jade, burst into tears. Xianxia said, "Why are you doing this?" The eldest girl ran over and hugged Xianxia's leg. Xianxia was stunned. "Darling, we have only met once. Do you miss me so much? Uncle did not dote on you for nothing." The eldest girl said, "Uncle, can I eat sweets?" She looked at Xianxia with her big, pitiful eyes. Her pretty face was full of tears. Xianxia nodded instinctively, of course. Immediately, the little girl took out sweets from her pocket and gave one to herself and one to her sister. She happily held the sweets in her mouth and ran away hand in hand, leaving Xianxia to the side. Ningzheng's wife, Shuashi, was helpless. Xiaobing was also helpless. These 2 stinky girls ate so much sweets every day. Their teeth were going to rot. Xianxia was stunned. I was used by this 3-year-old girl. Is she so cunning? There were only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. Just after the bath, Naughty Ice was about to use her ultimate skill again. Xianxia was terrified. No, I am afraid of you. I was just beaten half to death by that big vixen Milan. Now this little vixen is here again. Do you think I am made of iron? Ningzheng study. As long as father promised, he will do it. You don't have to worry about this. Conferring the title of Marquis Xuanwu, and your Kim clan will be in charge of Fury Tide City. There should be no more changes." Ningxing said, "But there is a dangerous wind in the capital. Some people are trying to promote your talent and want you to go to the Sand Barbaric tribe to stop supporting the South Kingdom." Xianxia, "I will never go to the Sand Barbaric tribe. Time is very tight. I need to bring down Sunan in a short time. I don't have the time to go to the Sand Barbaric tribe to die." 5th Prince Ningxing couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. "Bring down Sunan, Xianxia, you're just a 7th grade official. You don't have half a backer, and you don't have half an ally. And Sunan is the Marquis of Xinyuan, the Crown Prince's junior protector, the Deputy Commissioner of the Privy Council, the General of the Army, and a big shot of the neutral faction. He can be said to be extremely powerful. You're just a small official, and you want to bring down this big tree, and in a short time, this is much more powerful than daydreaming. Xianxia, time is tight. Once we miss it, there will be no more opportunities to destroy the Su clan." The second step of Xianxia's plan to destroy the Su clan was completed in the Chang kingdom. Next, the third step to bring down Sunan immediately began without any pause. Ningxing said, "What do you mean by bringing down Sunan?" "Xianxia, let him lose all his current official positions and go home. Then the 2 of us will carry out His Majesty's new policy in Jinyuan City and Daynite County, and completely destroy the Su clan. Ah? Ningjing was stunned. There's something to do with me? The point is, the flag bearer of the new policy was Zhang Chong a while ago. And the butcher's knife of the new policy is to slaughter your Xianwu mansion. Now you, the son-in-law of an old aristocrat, want to take over the banner of the new policy. Why does this sound so ridiculous? If I'm not wrong, many old aristocrats are now working together to promote the Kim family as the leader of the old aristocrats and form a new alliance of the old aristocrats. Shen Lang snorted. When the new policy was about to slaughter my Kim family, which one of these old aristocrats stood up? Which one of them helped? All of them were adding insult to injury. In order to repay the debt, my mother-in-law went to borrow money personally. She went to more than a dozen aristocrats and borrowed more than 1,000 gold coins. It was a great shame. I, Shen Lang, can also betray my position. I promise to be more ruthless than Zhang Chong when I pick up the butcher's knife of the new policy. Although I am the son-in-law of an old aristocrat. As long as my Kim family is prosperous, I, Shen Lang, can also enjoy the new policy. Shen Lang said again, Your Highness, make some preparations. If you successfully bring down Su Nan, you will be the governor of Day-Night County, and the two of us will join forces to kill the whole Su clan. Ah, Shen Lang, Your Highness, Su Nan is your uncle, you won't be soft-hearted, right? The fifth prince received too much information at once and couldn't react. I need some time alone. The next day, Shen Lang put on his 7th-ranked official robe and went to the court. He was not qualified to attend the court due to his small position, but there were two main things in today's court. One was to confer the title of Marquis Xuanwu to Xianxia and let the Kim family manage New Chao City. The second was to commend Shen Lang for his contributions. But things were not that simple. The court was like a battlefield, very dangerous. When Shen Lang returned from the Chang kingdom, the one who suffered the most was Su Nan. Furthermore, they had been preparing for several days. Today's attack would probably come crashing down like an avalanche. Not only did they want to destroy the Kim family, but they also wanted to send Shen Lang to the Sand primitive tribe to die. The crown prince and the third prince would only sit back and watch, and even add fuel to the fire. The fifth prince, Ningjing, was not qualified to attend the court because he didn't have any official position, so he couldn't respond to Shen Lang. Today's court will be a fierce battle. You are alone, so you must be very careful. The fifth prince, Ningjing, was very worried and repeatedly reminded him. At this moment, he hated his powerlessness and helplessness again. Shen Lang said, Don't worry, Your Highness. I'm prepared. Watch me kill everyone in the court today. In the court of the state of Yu. It was solemn and dignified. The monarch looked amiable and said, Today's court will mainly discuss two things. First, Jin Zhuo of Xuanwu killed the pirate Chou Tianwei and expanded the territory for the state of Yu. He should be conferred the title of Marquis according to the rules. Second, the war in the South Kingdom is in full swing. If we don't stop the Sand primitive tribe's reinforcements, the war in the South Kingdom will not end. Should we send an envoy to the Sand barbaric tribe to stop supporting the Nanu nation? Let's begin with these two things. As soon as he said this, the neutral officials on Su Nan's side rubbed their palms and prepared to step forward. In today's court, they must praise Shen Lang to the sky and send him to the Sand primitive tribe to die. In addition, they must completely destroy Jin Zhuo's title of Marquis of Xuanwu. The first to step forward was the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights to stop the Kim family from being conferred the title of Marquis. And at this moment, the censor said, Your Majesty, the censor has a report. The monarch frowned slightly and said, Speak. The censor Wang Qing said, The censor has exposed Shen Lang's intention to rebel and subvert the great Yan dynasty. Your Majesty, please investigate this. Subvert the great Yan dynasty? Such a serious crime, all the officials present were shocked. Making such a big fuss at the beginning, the censor Wang Qing said, This was originally written by the newly appointed censor Zhu Wenhua. Your Majesty, please summon him to the court. The monarch Ning Yuanxian looked at Shen Lang and said, Approved. After a while, Zhu Wenhua came in. Zhu Wenhua from the Lanshan Viscount's residence. Zhu Wenhua who wrote The Dream of Lovers. Shen Lang had almost forgotten about him. This year, he had participated in the general examinations and was ranked second. He was now a rank 7 censor of the censor. After he came in, he looked at Xianxia as if he was going to eat him alive. His deep hatred had finally been avenged today. Xianxia, to think you would have such a day. Today, you will die a horrible death. Zhu Wenhua knelt down and kowtowed. Your Majesty, the reason why Xianxia was able to succeed in his diplomatic mission to the Chang kingdom was because of a woman. Furthermore, he placed a statue of this woman in the sacred temple alongside the sage. This woman is the foster sister of the great Qian emperor, Jiangli, the fake princess Shuiyin. Shuiyin conspired to overthrow the great Yan Empire. After the plan failed, she concealed her identity and hid in the Great Snow Mountain. She is ranked 5th on the Great Yan Empire's wanted list. Xianxia colluded with her and brought her to the capital of the state of Yu. Xianxia wants the Yan Emperor to vent his anger on the state of Yu. This is an attempt to overthrow the Great Yan Empire. Your Majesty, please sentence Xianxia to death and capture Shuiyin, the wanted criminal of the Great Yan Empire. Immediately, Xianxia's scalp went numb. Here it comes. How satisfying. Note, the second update is here. Today's update is close to 15,000. I'm begging for support and votes. Benefactor, give me, thank you for the 10,000 coins from Counterattack Misfortune. At Zhu Wenhua's words, all the imperial censors took a step back. Such a huge case, if you're the best, you can go first. Generally speaking, the state of Yu's court was reluctant to discuss the Great Yan Empire. Yes, the Great Yan Empire was the ruler of the world. But its territory was more than 14 million square kilometers. There were no trains or planes. How could it govern such a large area? Therefore, the eastern countries worshipped the Yan Emperor as the emperor, but they still governed their own affairs. Even when a few countries were at war, the Great Yan Empire would not interfere. But if one side was losing badly, it would send someone to stop the war. Currying favor with the Yan Emperor was the job of the monarch. The officials of the various countries should just suck up to the monarch. Therefore, it was an unspoken rule that the Yan Empire was not discussed in court. But once it was brought up, it would become a high political priority. Political correctness was the bane of life. This was similar to the Tang dynasty Xuanwu when Li Shimin became the emperor and Li Yuan became the emperor. The officials in court would not take the initiative to discuss the emperor. Wasn't that a slap to Li Shimin's face? But if someone mentioned the emperor, thus, Li Shimin could only put other matters aside and discuss Li Yuan's matter first. Otherwise, you would be unfilial. You had to do it no matter how unhappy you were. It wasn't that Zhu Wenhua didn't understand this. However, it wasn't easy for him to take revenge and kill Xianxia with great difficulty. So, how could he be willing to let Xianxia go? After hearing Zhu Wenhua's words, the monarch glared coldly at Xianxia. What you've done? Xianxia, is this true? Did you really collude with the Yan Empire's criminal, Shuiyin? Xianxia hurriedly said, I'm innocent, Your Majesty. There is no such thing. Zhu Wenhua said fiercely, Xianxia, the evidence is clear, and you still dare to deny it? Your Majesty, I have witnesses. The court was not a court of law. It was not responsible for investigating cases. However, this matter was related to the Great Yan Empire's rebellion. The consequences were too severe. The emperor of the Deqian Empire, Jiangli, had attempted to overthrow the Great Yan dynasty. He had been labeled as the greatest sinner in the history of the Eastern civilization. Everyone who escaped from his side was listed as a wanted criminal. Once caught, their families would be exterminated. Shuiyin was Jiangli's sworn sister and the fake princess of the Great Qian Kingdom. She was the 5th most wanted criminal in the Great Yan Empire. Anyone who dared to collude with them would have their entire family killed. A moment later, the witness arrived. He was a warrior from the Xianxia diplomatic mission, a warrior from the state of Yu. Zhu Wenhua took out a portrait and said, You are a member of the Xianxia diplomatic mission. Look carefully, is he with this woman? This portrait was the one issued by the Empire of Great Yan more than 10 years ago. It was still relatively clear and lifelike. The warrior nodded. Yes, it's her. Zhu Wenhua said, Are you sure it's this woman? The warrior replied, I have never seen a woman like her in my entire life. I will never forget her. This lowly one remembers clearly that she is the woman in the portrait. Zhu Wenhua said, "Is there a statue of her in the sacred temple?" The warrior replied, "Yes." Zhu Wenhua said, "Is Shenlang very close to this woman? Was he able to win in the Chang kingdom because of this woman's help?" The warrior replied, "Yes, Lord Shen is very close to this woman. She even carried him while walking in public. They even slept together for a few days and nights. They are very close." The moment these words were spoken, everyone turned their gazes to Shenlang. The monarch shot him a cold glance. He was completely envious. God is Shui Yin's name, who hasn't heard of her before, she was already famous 20 years ago. Zhu Wenhua said, "What about Shui Yin? Where is she now?" The warrior replied, "She followed Lord Shen into the capital. She should be staying at the Kim clan's side residence." "Shenlang, are you hiding a mistress in your house? Aren't you too gutsy?" Zhu Wenhua said coldly. "Shenlang, what else do you have to say? Shui Yin is the 5th most wanted criminal in the Great Yan Empire. She intends to overthrow the Great Yan Empire. Anyone who does not report will be imprisoned. Anyone who colludes with her will be executed." Zhu Wenhua knelt before the monarch and kowtowed. "Your Majesty, I plead for Shenlang's family to be executed and Shui Yin's martial arts crippled. Hand her over to the Great Yan Empire." Shenlang immediately shouted, "Monarch is innocent, monarch is innocent." Even in the imperial court, Zhu Wenhua's expression became somewhat sinister. "Shenlang, weren't you very proud and powerful before, to think that you would have such a day? You destroyed the dam and used the flood to drown the 100 years of foundation of my Zhu family. Although I do not have any evidence, my father's death is definitely related to you. Today, I, Zhu Wenhua, have finally had my revenge. Father, have you seen it clearly in heaven? Your son has avenged you." Zhu Wenhua kowtowed again and said, "Shenlang has committed a heinous crime. I plead for your Majesty to execute his family and arrest Shui Yin." Shenlang seemed to have completely exploded. He charged at Zhu Wenhua. "Zhu Wenhua, how dare you harm me? How dare you harm my aunt?" With a loud roar, Shenlang punched at Zhu Wenhua. Bam! His fist struck Zhu Wenhua's nose. Blood spurted out. Although Zhu Wenhua was not very skilled, it was more than enough to deal with Shenlang. However, he did not dodge on purpose. Not only did he not retaliate after being hit by Shenlang, but he even fell to the ground. Only by lying on the ground would he look pitiful enough to earn sympathy. Shenlang pinned him to the ground and started to beat his head and face up crazily. "Beast, beast. Zhu Wenhua, you beast. I have no enmity with you. How dare you harm me? How dare you harm my aunt? I'll kill you. I'll kill you." Bam, 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 Shenlang continued to beat Zhu Wenhua until his face looked like a pig's. His face was covered in blood. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Was Shenlang crazy? Was he putting on a show in court? Most importantly, did Shenlang know martial arts? How dare you beat someone up in public with your meager strength? You did well in the Chang kingdom, but how dare you beat someone up in front of the monarch? Do you want to die? I didn't expect Shenlang to be so muddle-headed. You're courting death, you're courting death. Zhu Wenhua allowed Shenlang to hit him as he glared at Shenlang with hatred. Hit me, if the heavens wanted to destroy someone, they would first make him mad. You, Shenlang, are dead this time. You're dead. Ha 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 ha, not only did Zhu Wenhua not feel any pain, but he also felt very satisfied. He could leave a deep impression in front of the monarch by getting beaten up. If being beaten up could cause Shenlang's entire family to die even more miserably, then why not? The monarch was also stunned by this scene and could not react for a long time. After fighting for a few seconds, the monarch roared furiously, "You're crazy, take him down, take him down." Immediately, 4 warriors rushed in and directly captured Shenlang. Tie him up, tie him up." The monarch was angered to the point his entire body trembled, and he pointed at Shenlang as he spoke with a trembling voice. In the imperial court, publicly beating up a colleague is simply sensational. Such arrogance, such disobedience, and simply deranged. Drag him away and punish him with the rod, punish him with the rod. Shenlang was immediately dragged away. He sprawled on the stool and was beaten 10 times. This time, it was Grand Eunuch Li's son who personally hit Shenlang, causing his buttocks to bleed profusely. After Shenlang screamed a few times, he immediately fainted. Zhu Wenhua and the other enemies had a good time watching it. Was it a serious crime to beat up an official in front of the emperor? It was a serious crime, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was killed on the spot. In China's ancient history, there were countless brawls in the court, and it was not uncommon for people to fight in front of the emperor. For example, during the Ming dynasty, Ma Shun, the commander of the embroidered uniform guards, was beaten to death by the officials in the court. Moreover, it was in front of Emperor Jingtai. Several pieces of his flesh were bitten off and then beaten to death. There were many strange things in the world. It was normal for Shenlang to be beaten up 10 times in the court for beating up an official. Zhu Wenhua was delighted to see Shenlang being beaten. Shenlang, you're not even close. You're in for a real tragedy. Your entire family is going to die. Your entire clan will be executed. Zhu Wenhua's face was covered in blood, but he appeared righteous. He knelt and kowtowed, "Your Majesty, the criminal from the Great Yan Empire is in the Kim clan's courtyard. The truth will be revealed as long as we capture her." The monarch said sternly, "Li Sun, lead 300 warriors to the Kim clan's courtyard and bring that woman here. Kill anyone who resists." Understood. Grand Eunuch Li Sun led 300 palace experts and charged toward the Kim clan's courtyard. Capture the criminal from the empire. Kill anyone who dares to obstruct us. 300 warriors surrounded the Kim clan's courtyard. Then, Grand Eunuch Li Sun entered the Kim clan's courtyard. Meanwhile, in the Kim clan's courtyard, Xiao Bing and Goddess Shuiyin were speechless. For some reason, they could not continue the conversation. Xiao Bing was trying her best, and Shuiyin was very gentle, but they could not continue the conversation. Grand Eunuch Li Sun entered and asked, "Are you Shuiyin?" Goddess Shuiyin replied, "Yes." Grand Eunuch Li Sun said, "Please come with me to the palace. Do not resist." "Very well," Shuiyin replied. Then, she entered an iron palanquin and was carried by 8 warriors into the palace of the State of Yu. Not long after, Shuiyin entered the court of the State of Yu with yellow paper shackles. Immediately, a pleasant fragrance wafted through the air. The entire court was filled with the warmth of spring. She was graceful, like a goddess. All the officials present couldn't help but feel a little dazed. It was said that this woman was exceptionally beautiful, but hearing about her was not as good as seeing her in person. Their gazes towards Shenlang were filled with even more jealousy and hatred. Who would have thought that Goddess Shuiyin would be so young, in her 20s at most? She was already a world-famous beauty 20 years ago. Now, not only had her beauty not decreased, but she had become even more beautiful. Such a beauty actually had an affair with Shenlang. The heavens were blind. But for the elites in the court, beauty was only an embellishment of power. After a moment, he immediately changed his mind. This woman was Shuiyin, Jiang Li's adopted younger sister. She was the 5th criminal of the Great Yan Empire. Shenlang was finished this time. His entire clan was going to be executed. Apart from the Great Jin nation, the other nations were not very enthusiastic about capturing the criminals of the Great Yan Empire. However, if they were to be publicly exposed, the other nations would have to take action even if they did not want to. Otherwise, the Empire of Great Yan would think that he had some ulterior motives. Zhu Wenhua was dazed when he saw this woman. He had heard that this woman was beautiful, but he did not expect her to be so mesmerizing. How could that scum, Shenlang, be worthy of such a goddess? But so what if she was a goddess? I, Zhu Wenhua, pursue revenge and power. Even if you are a peerless beauty, you will still become my blade for revenge. Today, I, Zhu Wenhua, am destined to become famous after this battle. Shenlang, let me step on your head and rise to power. Zhu Wenhua said, "Your Majesty, my lords, the truth is out. This woman is the criminal of the Great Yan Empire, Shuiyin, the adopted younger sister of the Great Qian Empire's fake emperor, Jiang Li. The Great Yan Emperor has decreed that if she is captured, she can be handed over to the Yan capital or killed on the spot." Shenlang colluded with criminals and attempted to overthrow the Great Yan Empire. According to the laws of the Great Yan Empire, his entire clan must be executed. As Zhu Wenhua spoke, he unfolded the portrait of the criminal of the Great Yan Empire. Everyone could clearly see that this woman was the wanted criminal of the Yan Empire on the map. Monarch Ning Yuanxian frowned and said, "Someone, summon all the officials of the Great Yan Empire State of Yu. Have them come forward and identify her." After all, this was a matter of the Great Yan Empire. It was only right for the Great Yan Empire's ambassador to come forward and identify her. Understood. Eunuch Li Sun had a busy life. He led a group of warriors to the Great Yan Empire State of Yu. Shen Lang's buttocks were drenched in blood. He lay on the stretcher and said, "Monarch, you've wronged me. This woman is my aunt, Shuayin. Take a look. My aunt is only 29 years old, but the criminal of the Great Yan Empire, Shuayin, is already in her 40s. Take a good look. Does my aunt look like she's in her 40s? Indeed, she did not. However, everyone knew that a grandmaster like her was skilled in maintaining her youthful appearance. She was Shuayin. Zhu Wenhua was disdainful. "Shen Lang, do you take us for fools? How dare you point fingers at a deer and call it a horse? You're still putting up a last-ditch struggle at a time like this? Stop dreaming. You're dead meat." Another half an hour passed. The Great Yan Empire's ambassador to the State of Yu had all arrived. There were 5 of them who were rank 4 or above. Yun Mingzi was the leader. The other 4 were in their 40s or 50s. They were all experienced officials. "Greetings, King Yu." Yun Mingzi knelt on both knees. The Great Yan Empire and the State of Yu recognized each other. The King of Yu was one of the top royalty in the Great Yan Empire, second only to King Jin, Nu Qian, and King Chu. The Great Yan Empire reigned supreme. There were 5 kingdoms under it: Great Jin, Nu Qian, Chu, Yu, and Wu. Of course, these kingdoms were newly conferred 20 years ago. Previously, there was only one kingdom under the Great Yan Empire, and that was the Great Qian Kingdom. Not only was Zhongli a king, but he was also a sovereign lord. He was only half a step away from becoming the emperor. After that earth-shattering war, the Great Yan Empire emerged victorious, and the Great Qian Kingdom was torn apart. The Yan Emperor conferred titles to 5 kingdoms in one fell swoop. However, most of the officials still addressed him as monarch, not king. This showed that Ning Yuanxian had never forgotten his roots. These lands were built by his ancestors, not given by the Yan Emperor. "Ambassador Yun, please rise." Monarch Ning Yuanxian said, "I summoned you here this time to ask you to identify this woman before you. Is she Shuayin, the criminal of the Great Yan Empire, and the foster sister of the fake sovereign Zhongli?" Was there a need to identify her? Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that she was Shuayin. However, Zhu Wenhua knew that they had to follow the procedure. Just like murderers in the future, even if they were caught on the spot and the evidence was conclusive, they would still be called suspects before the court could pronounce a verdict. Yun Mingzi looked at Shen Lang's buttocks, grinned, and shook his head. "My brother, your acting is a little over the top." Shen Lang said, "Brother, the imperial court is a drama. It has to be over the top and exaggerated." Of course, the 2 of them communicated through their eyes. Then, Yun Mingzi brought the 4 Yan Empire ambassadors to Shuayin and carefully observed her. Yun Mingzi even cupped his hands and bowed. Shuayin nodded. These 2 people had met before, and they were even acquaintances. There was no need to identify her. This was Shuayin, the 5th criminal of the Great Yan Empire, Shuayin. Yun Mingzi walked in front of the monarch, bowed, and said, "Your Majesty, this woman does look very similar to Shuayin. However, she is not the criminal Shuayin." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Zhu Wenhua couldn't believe what he had heard. "Are you all blind? This is clearly Jiang Li's sworn sister, Shuayin. How can you say that she is not?" Everyone was astonished. Zhu Wenhua knelt and kowtowed, and said, "Your Majesty, I have long heard that the Empire's ambassador, Yun Mingzi, is very close to Shen Lang, and they call each other brother. He is protecting her. I am sure that your Majesty will send an envoy to the Great Yan Empire to send an old official or a prince." This was clearly the criminal Shuayin. "You, Shen Lang, want to use your relationship with Yun Mingzi to escape? Dream on." The Great Yan Empire's royal family could not tolerate a grain of sand in their eyes. As long as the empire sends a prince, Shen Lang will still be executed. "Yun Mingzi, how dare you kill Shen Lang? You are courting death." The empire's ambassador, Dreamy Cloud Lake, turned to the other envoys and said, "Seniors, although I've seen the criminal Shuayin in the past, I was still young. Everyone is older and has a deep memory. Please identify if this woman is the criminal of our empire, Shuayin." The other two envoys were all in their 40s or 50s. After carefully looking at Shuayin, after taking a closer look at Shuayin, they shook their heads and said, "No, she is not the criminal Shuayin. How can she be so young?" Everyone was even more shocked. Yun Mengzi was spouting nonsense. "Were all of you in your 40s or 50s blind? Were you spouting nonsense?" Zhu Wenhua was frantic. "Were all of you blind?" She was clearly Shuayin. She was a martial grandmaster. She could maintain her youthful looks. "Shen Lang, how dare you ask all the envoys to cheat for you? Now, not only will you be executed, but you will also be executed." Zhu Wenhua immediately kowed out and said, "Your Majesty, the Dreamy Cloud Lake was a good friend of Shen Lang. He was deranged and killed himself for Shen Lang. He even threatened and bribed the other envoys. Your Majesty, please send someone to the Empire of Great Yin and ask the Flame Emperor to send someone to identify the culprit." Monarch Ning Yuanxian heaved a long sigh of relief. Then, he said, "I don't think so either, but I can't guarantee it. Now that the four envoys have said that she is not, I can finally be at ease. The truth of this case has been revealed. This woman is not the criminal Shuayin." Zhu Wenhua was stunned when he heard this. Many of the envoys were stunned. What was going on? This was clearly Shuayin. The envoys were distorting the truth. Why was the monarch pointing fingers at a deer as a horse? Only Zhu Yong, Su Nan, Ning Qi of the royal family, and a few other top nobles remained silent. Zhu Wenhua suddenly felt that the imperial court was very dark. Pointing fingers at a deer as a horse under the watchful eyes of the public. Even the monarch was helping Shen Lang distort the truth. What was going on? Am I crazy, or is everyone crazy? I want to bring this case to the Empire of Great Yin. I don't believe that there is no justice in this world. At this moment, Shen Lang pretended to climb up with great difficulty, and said with a limp, "I told you, this is my aunt's snow guide, not snow concealment. Now, the truth has finally been revealed. Aunt, go home, I'll be back in a while." Shuayin nodded and floated away. Zhu Wenhua suddenly said in a hoarse voice, "Your Majesty, this woman is the criminal Shuayin. She is the criminal Shuayin." Shen Lang went forward and punched and kicked him again. "How dare you slander my aunt? How dare you try to frame me? I'll beat you to death, beat you to death." Everyone was shocked. "Shen Lang, didn't you get your buttock smashed just now? Wasn't it a bloody mess? Why is he so agile now?" Eunuch Li Sun's eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. "Shen Lang, don't go overboard. If you move a little too much, the bloodstained soft armor on your buttocks will fall off. When that happens, everyone will be embarrassed. Don't blame me for beating you up." This time, when Shen Lang punched and kicked, Zhu Wenhua felt pain. He was kicked in the teeth and blood immediately gushed out. "Idiot, I have secret information about the Empire of Great Yan's criminal Shuayin. Why do you, Zhu Wenhua, a mere 7th grade imperial censor, know about it? Of course, I'm the one who leaked it to you. Otherwise, do you think you would be able to obtain such information?" Even in the Empire of Great Yan's imperial court, the Flame Emperor would only point to a deer as a horse and say that it's not Shuayin, let alone the state of Yu's imperial court. Today, there were people who wanted to put me on a pedestal and sent me to the Sand Primitive tribe as an envoy. They were about to make their move, but you rushed out and saved me. Thank you, Brother Zhu. You're such a good person." Zhu Wenhua was immediately stunned. What's going on? This world is too dark." Meanwhile, the monarch was about to go mad with anger. "Shen Lang, you're too reckless. You only hit Zhu Wenhua to get away. Now that you're hitting Zhu Wenhua, you're looking down on the imperial court. Impudent, impudent." The monarch angrily rebuked, "Li Sun, Shen Lang is being disrespectful in front of His Majesty. Drag him away and beat him." Thus, Shen Lang was dragged away again. Slap slap slap, Shen Lang pretended to howl in pain. But the last hit. The scream was almost deafening. Because it really hurt. "Damn you, Li Sunday. Did you really hit me? Eunuch Li Sun held a wooden staff in his hand. Boy, I've tolerated you for a long time. I only used less than 30% of my strength in the last hit. Don't be too arrogant in the future. I've been acting with you, but you're still kicking and punching people when you're supposed to be beaten half to death. Are you afraid that people can't see through my acting? Why are you so arrogant? Who's going to act with you in the future? Xianxia grimaced in pain and returned to the court. Li Sun, you old bastard, I'll remember this. You really hit me 1/3 of the staff. I'll take revenge. I'll make you suffer a little. The monarch, Xianxia, said, the truth about the criminal Shuayin has been revealed. It's completely untrue. Censor Zhu Wenhua fabricated it out of thin air, inverted the truth, and played to the public's gallery. He's been stripped of his official posts, arrested, and imprisoned. The Supreme Court is ordered to investigate thoroughly. Immediately, 4 black warriors stepped forward, took off Zhu Wenhua's official hat, and stripped him of his official uniform. They dragged him to the Supreme Court's prison. Your Majesty, you've been wrongly accused. Why, Xianxia? Why? How miserable. Yes? Why? The reason is simple. Shuayin said that she was atoning for her crimes every time. Regardless of whether it was Xianxia or Zhong Chuk, they all claimed that they were guilty. She was indeed Jiang Li's sworn sister. However, she had another identity. She was the princess of the Great Yan Empire. Back then, she obeyed the Great Yan Emperor's order to stay by Jiang Li's side. However, she was later subdued by Jiang Li's charisma and betrayed her mission, pledging her loyalty to Jiang Li. That earth-shattering battle was a failure, and Jiang Li died. The entire process was complicated and unpredictable. Jiang Li was the best martial artist in the world, and the Empress was the 3rd best. Who would be able to kill this couple? Why did they suddenly die? No one knew the truth. But no matter what, the Emperor Jiang Li had been defeated. Shuayin, as the spy of the Yan Empire, was considered a meritorious subject. However, she did not return to the Yan Empire. Instead, she announced that she had severed all ties with her family and declared that she would forever be Jiang Li's sworn sister. She also accused the Great Yan Empire of being unjust and plotting to kill the Emperor Jiang Li. The Yan Empire could not reveal this secret to the world, so they could only list her as a fugitive. However, she was still the Yan Emperor's cousin, the daughter of the imperial prince, and a meritorious subject who had been ordered to stay by Jiang Li's side. How could they really arrest her? Therefore, the upper echelons of the Great Yan Empire and the nobles of the various countries knew about this secret. If they saw Shuayin, they could only turn a blind eye to her. In order to prevent the enemy from sending him to the Sand Barbarian tribe, Xianxia had used this trump card. At first, he looked for Zhang Chong's second son, Zhang Sun, and asked him to accuse him of this crime. He leaked the secret that Shuayin was a fugitive to him. In the end, Zhang Sun immediately sent him a secret letter. Young Master Shen, haven't we settled our family feud? Please don't harm me. Zhang Sun was so sensible and intelligent that Xianxia felt very embarrassed. However, Zhang Sun mentioned in the letter that Zhu Wenhua had just entered the censorate. He was young and vigorous, and had a heroic bearing. Therefore, Xianxia handed this difficult task to Zhu Wenhua. As expected, the new censorate, Zhu Wenhua, could not wait to take the bait. After learning that Shuayin was a fugitive, he was overjoyed. He thought that he could finally put Xianxia to death. He could finally execute Jiang Li's entire family. However, he was not qualified to attend court. Therefore, he looked for the censorate, Wang Qingyi. As for Wang Qingyi, he wanted to do something big every day. The more shocking the case, the better. This was the only way to show the power of the censorate. However, with his rank, he did not know the secret of Shuayin being a fugitive. Therefore, he could not wait to get on his horse. Most importantly, he also hated Xianxia. As a result, Xianxia obtained a complete victory in his first battle in the imperial court today. At this time, Xianxia realized. Sometimes, an enemy was more useful than an ally. Sometimes, an ally could be a trap for oneself. For example, Princess Detsong. Alas. Let's not talk about it, Monarch Xianxia said, it's almost noon. Let's hurry up and discuss the matter. Black Tortoise Earl Xianxia annihilated the pirate Chou Tianwei and took down the raging Tide City. He has opened up new territory, and according to the rules, he should be conferred the title of Black Tortoise Marquis. If there are no objections, then let's do it. At this time, Xianlang stood out like a crab. He held the air in his hand as if he was holding a butcher's knife. Who else dared to stop him? Everyone saw the example just now. Someone wanted to harm me, but I beat him half to death. He lost his official position and was thrown into the Supreme Court prison. Do you want to be the enemy of Xianlang? Touch your neck and see if it's hard enough. Touch your head and see if it's hard enough. Whoever dares to stop my family from being conferred the title of Marquis will be the enemy of Xianlang. I won't stop until I kill him. I'll kill him. The audience was quiet. No one stepped out. It seemed that Xianlang's battle just now really scared them. You are too cruel. Monarch said, if there are no objections, then it's decided. At this time, a minister stepped out and said coldly, Your Majesty, I report that Xianwu Mansion is plotting a rebellion. The evidence is conclusive. Your Majesty, you must not confer the title of Marquis Xuanwu to Xianxia. Your Majesty, please send experts from the Black Ice platform to arrest Xianxia. Your Majesty, please gather the troops from the southeast to recover the territory of the Kim family and the Fury Tide City. Xianlang entered the court with ulterior motives. He is a cover for the Kim family's rebellion. Your Majesty, please take him down. This is extremely urgent. Otherwise, it will lead to a shocking change. The Kim family colluded with the Wu state to commit treason. Your Majesty, I have conclusive evidence. Xianlang's eyes narrowed. Come again, looks like I'm going to have a good time today. Note, the first chapter is here. I'm begging for monthly votes and support. I'm grateful to all of you for your help. Thank you for the 10,000 coins I gave him and Lucy. What kind of person was Monarch Ning Yuanxian? He was mean, vain, and exquisite. Doesn't this sound a little familiar? Xianlang seemed to have this kind of personality. To a certain extent, Zhang Chong had done meritorious service, but he was thrown into the Supreme Court's prison for a few months and had not been released yet. The South Kingdom was in a disadvantageous situation, so he boasted about his small victory in the Chong Kingdom as a great achievement to make himself look good. But he was also an extremely smart person. He could see everything clearly, but because of his selfishness and vanity, he liked to pretend to be ignorant about many things. This kind of person, when he likes you, everything is good. When he did not like you, he hated everything. At least until now, he liked Xianlang, and he liked him more and more. Xianlang was exquisite and smart, but had no ambition. He was full of flaws and did not like to hide them, and he was as vain as Ning Yuanxian. It was precisely because of this that Xianlang dared to act so crazily. For example, he asked many ministers to impeach Sunan in front of the palace, and he beat up Zhu Wenhua in the court today. Such a king of you could not be considered a wise ruler. But who said that a ruler must be a wise ruler? A wise ruler was very painful. To the Manchurian Qing dynasty, Yongjing was a ruler who worked hard to revive the country, but he only lived for 40 years and gained a lifetime of infamy. His son, Qianlong, was vain and selfish, but he lived for 80 years and lived a happy life. He even boasted that he was a perfect old man. But to the ministers, it was hard to serve either Yongjing or Qianlong. Neither was easy to deal with, and they were both feared rulers. The number of people they killed was also about the same. Xianlang was so smart that Ning Yuanxian would like him more and more. But because of this, Monarch would be especially harsh on Xianlang in some aspects. One of them was the Kim family's collusion with Wu Kingdom, which was an absolute taboo. I know that Xianlang has no ambition and does not intend to rebel. This Guaran doesn't like this Xianxia person at all, but I still trust his character and character. You made me lose face with the previous new policies, and I'm still not happy about it even now. But since I can't send troops to destroy the Kim family, I can only let it go. You, Xianlang, just make a little contribution to redeem the grudge in my heart and mend the cracks in my heart. It was precisely because of this that the monarch had delayed the conferment of the title of Marquis of Black Tortoise until now, even though it should have been conferred a few months ago. Furthermore, he wanted Xianlang to perform a great service before conferring the title of Marquis to the Jin clan. Once the monarch found out that the Kim family was really colluding with the state of Wu, all his good impression of Shenlang would be destroyed. The matter of conferring the title of Marquis of Xuanwu would once again cause great waves. Therefore, Shenlang had always told Jin Xue not to openly collude with the Wu kingdom unless it was absolutely necessary. Furthermore, he should not put on a posture of wanting to join the Wu kingdom to threaten the monarch. That was tantamount to completely shedding all pretense of cordiality and waiting to prepare for the next war. For the political enemies of the Kim family, saying that the Kim clan colluded with the state of Wu and intended to commit treason was also a trump card to prevent Jin Xue from being conferred the title of Marquis. He would not take it out unless it was absolutely necessary. He must wait until the decree of the monarch was about to be announced before he made his move. Sure enough, this poked the reverse scale of the monarch. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at Shenlang. What was going on? I dragged the Kim family to not be conferred the title of Marquis for a few months, and you can't wait anymore. You actually openly colluded with the state of Wu to threaten me. Shenlang had previously asked him for the title of Marquis of Xuanwu, but the monarch did not care. This was like a child asking for candy, and it was not annoying. But I will never accept coercion. If I give it to you, it is yours. If I don't give it, you can't take it. Yu Qingzhu? Do you have proof of this? The monarch said coldly. This was the first time Shenlang had met this official, but he had heard of his name. The deputy minister of the imperial censorate was half a rank higher than Zhang Chong. He could definitely be considered a high-ranking official. The Kim family had no enmity with him. There was only one reason for this person to bite the Kim clan like this. The Su family, behind him was Su Nan. The monarch said, I have proof. This lowly official has correspondence between Jin Xue and the king of Wu. Moreover, 3 high-ranking officials of the state of Wu secretly went to Raging Tide City to negotiate with Jin Xue. They were the junior minister of the Wu clan, Wu Meng, the official of the Ministry of Rites, Zhu Yi, and the junior minister of the Ministry of Ceremonies, Wan Qingyan. This matter was true. Ever since the Kim family had taken over Raging Tide City, the emissaries of the state of Wu had never stopped. Now, they had already agreed to confer the title of Duke on the Kim family, and had also agreed to send troops to conquer the Liezhou archipelago and hand it over to the Kim clan to rule. There was only one condition: Jin Xue betrayed the state of Wu. The emissaries sent by the other party were of higher rank. Not long ago, they had actually sent 3 high-ranking officials. The junior minister of the imperial clan represented the royal family of the state of Wu. The official of the Ministry of Rites, Zhu Yi, represented the state of Wu. The junior minister of the Ministry of Rites, Wan Qingyan, was in charge of diplomatic negotiations. This was already a very high rank. One had to know that this was a one-sided request for a secret meeting, not an informal negotiation. Where is the letter? The monarch said sternly. The deputy imperial censor, Yu Qingzhu, handed over a secret letter. This is a letter personally written by Jin Xue of Xuanwu to the king of Wu. If you don't believe me, you can verify the handwriting. The monarch took the secret letter and took a look. Immediately, his expression changed. In an instant, the entire court was covered in dark clouds, as if lightning and thunder were about to strike at any moment. Shenlang, take a look for yourself. The monarch suddenly threw the letter over. Such a thin piece of paper was actually thrown in front of Shenlang like a blade. The monarch's martial arts were not bad. Shenlang picked up the letter. There was no need to look at the handwriting. It was very familiar, almost like his father-in-law Jin Xue's handwriting. Especially Jin Xue's hook, it was exactly the same. Normal people wouldn't be able to recognize it, even Shenlang himself couldn't tell it apart. But after comparing it with the AI, he could tell that this wasn't his father-in-law's handwriting. In modern Earth, signatures could be used as evidence because, with the precision of computers, it was almost impossible to imitate a normal person's handwriting. But even so, there were people who forged signatures and made a fortune, even making it into movies. Not to mention this world. This was a top-notch expert, able to imitate his father-in-law's handwriting almost exactly the same. Not only the monarch, even Shenlang couldn't see any flaws. Looking at the content of the letter. The content was also super realistic, completely in line with Jin Xue's personality. In the letter, Xianxia first stated that he was loyal to the state of Yu, loyal to the monarch. Because the knife of the new government was on his neck, he counterattacked at the moment of life and death, using a scheme to take down Raging Tide City. But even so, the Kim family didn't plan to betray the state of Yu and didn't want to repeat what happened in Yenzhou. At the end of the letter, Xianxia used a very humble tone to thank King Wu for his love. Although he couldn't join Wu, he was willing to form a friendship with Wu for generations to come. In the letter, he said that he wouldn't betray them. But if this letter was real, then in the eyes of the monarch, Ning Yuanxian, it was an unforgivable crime. Wu and Yu were enemies. In a dozen or so days, it would be time for the Wu and Yu kings to go hunting at the border. Xianxia actually said that he wanted to form a friendship with Wu for generations to come. If this isn't treason, then what is? If this isn't threatening the enemy country, then what is? Shenlang glanced at the secret passage. This letter is fake. My father-in-law didn't write any letters to Wu at all. Deputy Imperial Censor Yu Qingzhu sneered. Registrar Shen, you said that this letter is fake? Do you have any proof? The handwriting on it is clearly Xuanwu's. Your Majesty can recognize Xuanwu's handwriting. Of course the monarch could recognize it. Every time the royal family celebrated, Xianxia would send congratulatory reports even though he didn't personally come to the capital. Every year, there were more than a dozen reports. Of course the monarch was familiar with Xianxia's handwriting. Shenlang said, Your Majesty, this letter is fake. Someone imitated my father-in-law's handwriting. The monarch had a complicated feeling. Of course he knew that there was a high chance that this letter was fake. But as an emperor, he would rather believe that it was real than not. Moreover, he had delayed the Jin clan for several months without being conferred the title of Marquis. It was possible that Xianxia was so angry that he sent letters to King Wu out of exasperation. Deputy Imperial Censor Yu Qingzhu said, Shenlang, I only ask you. Did the 3 officials of Wu visit Raging Tide City? Did they have a secret talk with Xianxia? Shenlang said, That's right. The 3 of them did secretly go to Raging Tide City. Moreover, they entered the city as sea merchants. But my father-in-law didn't see them at all, let alone have a secret talk. Yu Qingzhu sneered. Many people saw it clearly, especially the spies from the Blackwater Group. They clearly saw the 3 officials enter the Raging Tide City Lord's residence and stay for more than 2 hours before coming out. Who would believe that there was no secret talk? Who would believe that? This matter was also true. The 3 high officials of Wu did stay in the Raging Tide City Lord's castle for more than 2 hours. But, there really wasn't any talk. Their identities weren't revealed at the time. They just followed the other sea merchants into the Raging Tide City Lord's residence to discuss business. Xianxia also didn't see them. After that, the 3 officials of Wu deliberately exposed their identities. Now it seemed that this was a conspiracy. In the past few months, Wu had tried several times to rope in Xianxia but failed. Seeing that Shenlang was getting more and more favored by the monarch, the Wu state was furious. Wu was also flustered and exasperated, so he used this poisonous plot to sow discord. Xianxia, aren't you loyal to the state of Yu? Don't you not want to betray us? Then I will force you to betray us. Not only that, there were also some high officials in the state of Yu who colluded with Wu to sow discord. Shenlang sneered, Yu Qingzhu, if my father-in-law wrote a secret letter to King Wu, what kind of secret is this? How did this letter fall into your hands? Yu Qingzhu said, What a coincidence. Our state of Yu has a high-level spy in Wu who was about to intercept this letter. Not only that, your father-in-law also has someone loyal to the monarch who leaked the whereabouts of this secret letter to the Blackwater Group. This allowed us to successfully intercept this secret letter. This is also the heavens blessing our state of Yu. Otherwise, if Xianxia betrays his country, there will be another upheaval in Yenzhou. It will be a fatal blow to our state of Yu. Hee. Yu Qingzhu planted a thorn in Shenlang's heart and deliberately told Shenlang that there was a spy by Xianxia's side. But there was a high chance that this spy didn't exist. The enemy's poisonous plot couldn't be said to be very brilliant, nor was it very intricate. But it was very disgusting and very fatal. Because the monarch was very suspicious. As long as he could pierce his reverse scale, pierce his sensitive and suspicious heart, this evil plan would work. How could you, Shenlang, prove that this secret letter is fake. You can't, Deputy Imperial Censor Yu Qingzhu said. Your Majesty, it is true that the 3 officials of Wu went to Raging Tide to have a secret talk with Jin Zhua. It is also true that Jin Zhua and King Wu exchanged secret letters. Although the Jin clan hasn't betrayed us yet, their intention to rebel is clear. If I can't stop them in time, it might lead to a great disaster. The monarch said, Yu Qingzhu, what do you think we should do? How should we stop Xuanwu from defecting? Yu Qingzhu said, the Prince of Xianwu Mansion, Jin Muzong, and son-in-law, Shenlang, are both in the capital. Your Majesty, immediately take them as hostages and force Jin Zhua to give up his authority over Raging Tide City. This will solve this problem once and for all. As soon as this was said, everyone gasped in their hearts. What a vicious heart. This was not only to stop Jin Zhua's path to becoming a marquis, but also to cut off the survival of Shenlang and Jin Muzong. Once Shenlang and Jin Muzong were taken as hostages, they would definitely force Xuanwu to rebel. Once Xuanwu rebelled, Jin Muzong and Shenlang's lives would be in danger. Shenlang bowed and said, Your Majesty, I accuse Yu Qingzhu of colluding with the Wu state and sowing discord between the ruler and ministers of the state of Yu. This person must be a spy from the Wu state. Your Majesty, please kill him. Yu Qingzhu, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Imperial Censor, sneered, Registrar Shen, are you desperate? Now that you've exhausted all your tricks, you actually want to bite back? Let me ask you, do you have any evidence to prove that the secret letter Jin Zhua sent to King Wu is fake? Is it true that 3 officials from the Wu state secretly visited Raging Tide City and had a secret discussion in the city lord's mansion for more than 2 hours? Your Kim family is not clean to begin with, and you still want to be clean? How ridiculous. The group of officials immediately looked at Shenlang with gloating gazes. At this point, even if the Kim family jumped into the New River, they would not be able to wash themselves clean. Shenlang was just a small official, and he actually wanted to fight against Sunan. Marquis Sunan's power was overwhelming. He did not even need to make a move, he could simply send a pawn to kill Shenlang, and the Kim family would be out of luck. Of course, Shenlang knew that Sunan was behind Yu Qingzhu. After failing to assassinate Shenlang in the Chang Kingdom, Sunan's attacks came wave after wave. How could he give him a chance to breathe? Was he going to wait for Shenlang to gain a foothold and gain the favor of the monarch before dealing with him? How could that be possible? Of course, Shenlang would make his move the moment he entered the capital and raised the butcher's knife. In the imperial court, one should never hope that the enemy would leave any leeway. The monarch looked at Shenlang and said lightly, Shenlang, I have promised you, and I will definitely give it to you. However, I want to give it to you clearly. At this point, the monarch was more eager than anyone else to prove the innocence of the Kim family. He was more eager than anyone else to see Shenlang turn the situation around. It was not easy for him to like someone, and he did not want to see the betrayal of the Kim family the most. Shenlang looked at Marquis Sunan. He looked old and listless, as if he was about to fall asleep. This old poisonous snake really had a lot of claws and teeth. However, Yu Qingzhu did not seem to be on Sunan's side, and they did not seem to be related. Not only that, Yu Qingzhu had accused Sunan many times before, saying that his life was decadent and extravagant. On the surface, the two of them seemed to be irreconcilable. Shenlang sneered, Sir Yu Qingzhu, what did your master promise you? Why did he make you come here so eagerly to die? The Deputy Imperial Censor Yu Qingzhu said, Registrar Shen, don't struggle needlessly. The Kim family colluded with the state of Wu, the evidence is conclusive. Even if you have great ability, you cannot distort the truth. Shenlang said, Your Majesty, proving the innocence of the Kim family is a piece of cake. The monarch said, It's noon, I'm hungry, hurry up. Shenlang said, The evidence is outside, please summon it, Your Majesty. The monarch waved his hand. He looked deeply at Shenlang, the meaning in his eyes was very clear. You are a delicate person, it is not easy, don't let me down. A moment later, Xianxia came in with a box. The big fool came in with an even bigger box. After Xianxia came in, he immediately knelt on the ground. The big fool just stood there blankly, not knowing whether to kneel or not. How dare you, you still haven't knelt in front of the monarch, the general angrily rebuked. The big fool looked at Shenlang, second fool, do I have to kneel? The monarch looked at the big fool, quite surprised. Then he saw the cloud pendant on his wrist, which belonged to his sister, Princess Xianxia. This blockhead is the hope of the state of you to conquer the world. The monarch was a scheming person, but he had a good impression of such a silly person. No need to kneel, it wasn't easy for you to grow so tall, just keep growing tall, don't get too short. Hey! The big fool laughed. Deputy Imperial Censor Yu Qingzhu said, Shen Lang, you said you have something to prove the innocence of the Kim family? Take it out now. Everyone stared at Shen Lang, their gazes filled with boundless curiosity. At this time, Shen Lang still had a way to reverse the situation. How is that possible? This suspicion can't be cleared at all. Shen Lang covered his nose and said, open it. Xianxia expressionlessly opened the box. The monarch's eyes narrowed. Yu Qingzhu's eyes widened, and he sneered, you want to prove the innocence of the Kim family with this thing? What a joke. Shen Lang said calmly, Your Majesty, this is the head of Wang Qingyan, the junior minister of the Wu State's office of the Grand Herald. As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. Xuanwu, you're really ruthless, you actually killed the Wu State's envoy, isn't this cutting off your own path of retreat? However, there is no better proof of the Kim family's innocence than this. Jinzhua didn't want to kill them, and Shen Lang didn't want to kill them either. But in order to force the Kim family, the state of Wu colluded with the powerful officials of the state of Yu to use a sinister plot to sow discord and murder the Kim family. Then don't blame the Kim family for being ruthless. Yu Qingzhu's expression changed dramatically. The intelligence clearly stated that these three Wu state officials had a so-called secret discussion in the Raging Tide City Lord's mansion for more than 2 hours, and then immediately boarded a ship and left. Didn't they return safely? How did they get captured? And one of them was even killed. The monarch's eyes suddenly lit up, and his face turned red. Good, good, Count Jinzhua did not betray my trust. He actually killed so decisively and expressed his intentions so clearly, without the slightest bit of hesitation. What a loyal official. Without any second thoughts, Shen Lang, Your Majesty, 3 Wu state officials secretly infiltrated my Raging Tide City, intending to instigate an important member of the Kim family to overthrow Great Yu's control over the Raging Tide City. When my father-in-law discovered this, he immediately detained the 3 of them. The junior minister of the office of the Grand Herald, Wang Qingyan, resisted fiercely and was unfortunately killed. The other 2 have already been arrested and imprisoned, awaiting Your Majesty's punishment. Following this, Shen Lang bowed and said, this action will probably lead to a diplomatic crisis between Wu and Yu. This official's father-in-law did not receive an imperial edict, but killed without authorization and detained a Wu state official. Your Majesty, please punish him. Ha 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 ha, the monarch suddenly stood up and laughed loudly. Good. Good. Xuanwu is indeed a loyal official of my state of Yu. I did not misjudge him. The late king once said that Jinzhua is like Xuanwu, dull and stubborn, but his character is absolutely trustworthy. At a critical moment, he can be relied on. Diplomatic crisis? The state of Wu was defeated by me. In the war 20 years ago, King Wu suffered a crushing defeat and ceded 9 prefectures to Great Yu. Facing this old man, what is there to be afraid of? Xuanwu did not do anything wrong. In fact, he contributed greatly. Then, the monarch looked at the big fool and said, what is that box on this blockhead's back? Shen Lang, an auspicious sign from the heavens, the Kim family does not dare to monopolize it, so I specially offer it to Your Majesty. The monarch said, open it and take a look. The big fool put down the box, and Shen Lang stepped forward to open it. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Wow, what a huge tortoise! Moreover, this turtle was so mighty, without any cowardice or wretchedness. Ordinary turtles, even if they lived for 100 years, would only be the size of a palm, but this turtle in front of them was the size of a small table. I'm afraid it weighed more than 100 pounds. This is really a heaven-defying Xuanwu. In fact, this is a giant snapping turtle, a full 80 centimeters, more than 100 pounds. Shen Lang asked the heavenly order to spend a lot of effort to transport it from the distant sea. It is an auspicious sign offered to the monarch at the critical moment of the conferring of marquis. This is a good auspicious sign. Although our Xianwu mansion is powerful, we have no intention of rebelling. This big Xuanwu, we are all willing to offer it to His Majesty as a pet. Heaven and earth can bear witness to our loyalty." The monarch smiled and said, "Xianlang, this is your family's divine object. Why did you send it to me, Xianlang? Everything in the state of you belongs to His Majesty, including Raging Tide, and of course, this big Xuanwu." Ha ha ha. The monarch laughed and said, "What, auspicious or not? I don't believe in such things. However, your great black tortoise is indeed rare. I don't dare to treat it as a pet. I will specially build a pool for it and let it guard the palace for me, warding off evil and suppressing ghosts." Then, the monarch said loudly, "Issue the decree." Several officials from the Imperial Academy and the court official in charge of the court records all bowed at the table. Xianxia is loyal, courageous, upright and selfless, exterminated pirates, expanded the territory, and made great contributions to the country. I hereby confer him the title of Marquis Xuanwu. Raging Tide is the territory of the state of Yu, there is no room for doubt. I order the Kim family to manage it on my behalf. After the 2 decrees were drafted, the monarch said, "Don't delay these 2 decrees, have the imperial clan temple make a trip." Then, he looked at Ningqi, "Royal uncle, why don't I trouble you to make a trip yourself?" The conferment of a marquis was a big matter, and it required a person of virtue and prestige. King Ningqi bowed, "As you wish, I will set off immediately." Next, the 2 decrees were sealed and placed in a golden box. King Uncle Ningqi received the imperial edict. Without the slightest delay, he led the group out of the capital, heading to the Black Warrior City to announce the edict. At this point, the Kim family's rule over Raging Tide was settled. Xianxia's promotion to Marquis Xuanwu was a success. However, Lord Lang's act in the court was not over yet, there was still one last shiver to go. "Your Majesty, it has already been several days since my father-in-law killed the junior minister of the Wu State's Chamberlain of Dependencies, but the date on this letter was actually sent 8 days ago. Isn't this ridiculous? My father-in-law killed the Wu envoy first, then wrote a secret letter to King Wu to express his goodwill? This is clearly a vicious plot by the Wu to sow discord, and he colluded with the ministers of the state of Yu to frame the Kim family. Yu Qingzhu must have had private dealings with the Wu, otherwise how could he have forged this secret letter? 3 ministers of the Wu conspired to go to Raging Tide to frame the Kim family. How secretive is this? How did Yu Qingzhu know so clearly? He must be a spy from the Wu, trying to overthrow the Kim family and overthrow the great Yu. This person should be killed. Yu Qingzhu's face was pale, and he pointed at Xianlang with a trembling body. "You're slandering us. Slandering us. Your Majesty, you must not believe this. This subject's loyalty to your Majesty is as clear as the sun and the moon." The monarch looked at him with disgust and said coldly, "Capture this fiend, throw him into the Blackwater Platform prison, and investigate thoroughly." It was the Blackwater Platform prison? And not the Supreme Court prison. The Blackwater Platform was equivalent to the East Faction Guards and the Brocade Guards in the Ming Dynasty. It was the monarch's butcher knife, and it took orders from the monarch alone. Every case that the Blackwater Platform interrogated was earth-shattering. Once in the Blackwater Platform prison, it was completely impossible to live or die. From this, it could be seen how angry the monarch was with Yu Qingzhu. Following the monarch's order, 2 Blackwater Platform warriors stepped forward and directly dragged the imperial censor Yu Qingzhu away. "Your Majesty, please spare me, spare me. Your Majesty, I'm innocent." Xianlang pricked up his ears. He wanted to hear Yu Qingzhu shouting for help from Lord Su. However, Yu Qingzhu did not shout in the end, which was really disappointing. But Master Lang was already satisfied. In today's battle, he was alone and weak, facing the vicious attacks of a strong enemy, but he won a complete victory. At this moment, he stood with his legs spread out like a crab, holding a butcher knife in his hand, looking majestic. Who else? Who else? All the officials in the court lowered their heads solemnly. Being invincible was so lonely. Being invincible was so empty. At this moment, the monarch glanced at Xianlang in disdain and said lightly, "Official Registrar of the Chamberlain of Dependencies, Xianlang, roaring in the court, beating up officials, unscrupulous, and disregarding etiquette. You are removed from your position as the official Registrar of the Chamberlain of Dependencies. Go home and reflect on your mistakes." Ah? Xianlang was stunned. Was I too arrogant just now? Even the monarch couldn't stand it anymore? The monarch glanced at Xianxia indifferently. Kid, don't be so ungrateful. Someone wants you to go to the Sand primitive tribe to die, so I'm completely cutting off their hopes. Xianxia had just returned home. The Yu family's cute eldest daughter, Yukiki, pounced on him and hugged Xianxia's thigh, crying loudly. However, she only cried dryly, without a single tear. Xianxia was really afraid of this mischievous little girl. She was only 3 years old, but she could already make Xianxia run around in circles. Xianxia couldn't help but pick her up. What's wrong now? The 3-year-old Yukiki pointed at her 2-year-old sister and said, Uncle, little sister tore your painting. Xianxia looked at his 2-year-old sister, Yucici. Her chubby little hand was holding a painting that had been torn in half. Master Lang couldn't help but be shocked. It was a painting of goddess Xueyin. More importantly, the goddess in the painting wore very little and looked very sexy. She only had a transparent pouch on. She was about to leave, so Master Lang spent the night painting as a souvenir. I've hidden this portrait very well, so where did this little girl find it? What if Goddess Auntie saw this? How embarrassing, the 2-year-old Yucici stared at the painting in a daze. Big sister told me to close my eyes and give me something good. Why is it that when I open my eyes, the painting that big sister accidentally tore is in my hands? Then, the little girl bawled loudly. Uncle, I didn't tear it, I didn't tear it. She was really crying, and her eyes were full of tears. She looked very pitiful. Xianxia looked at the eldest girl, Yukiki. You're only 3 years old, but you're already so cunning. At this moment, the 3 women at the side looked at this scene awkwardly. 5th Prince Ningzheng's wife, Madame Xue, Xiaobing. And the person in question, Xueyin. Goddess Xueyin was about to leave. She had escorted Xianxia to the capital and stayed for 2 days to help Xianxia trick his enemies in the imperial court. In order to save her, Xianxia had gone to Stupa Mountain to find the antidote and had yet to return. She had to make a trip to Stupa Mountain. Things are different now. Stupa Mountain won't do anything to me. Don't worry, Lang'er. However, if Xianxia and I don't come back, send the big fool to Sword Monarch Li Qianqiu. Xianxia was really reluctant to part with Xueyin. But he naturally knew that he couldn't make this woman stay. He continued to send Goddess Xueyin off until she was tens of miles away from the capital. Alright, don't send me off anymore. It won't be safe if you go any further west, Xueyin said gently. Xianxia said bitterly, Aunt, you must come back safely. When you're free, remember to come and see me. Xueyin's beautiful eyes landed on Xianxia. She said gently, You're like a fairy. Aunt likes you very much. The days I spent with you were the happiest days of my life. Following that, she gently kissed Xianxia's forehead. After that, Goddess Xueyin turned to leave. But at this moment, far away in the west, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. He bowed to Goddess Xueyin. Jiangming pays his respects to Aunt Royal Princess. It's been 20 years. I'm finally able to see Aunt again. Emperor Father has been dead for 20 years. The knot in Aunt's heart should be resolved. Xianxia couldn't help but be startled. Emperor Father, didn't the great Qian Emperor Jiangli not have any sons? Why did one suddenly appear? Note, sent on the second watch. Today's 2 watches have reached 16,000 coins. Begging for support and monthly votes. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, Misfortune Strike and No Money, for your 10,000 coins. End of chapter 234. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.